Ladies and gentlemen, it is the night you've all been waiting for. It's hard to believe, but we're finally here on election night with data already pouring in, and Trump supporters are fairly optimistic. It's being reported that based on exit polls, Republicans have flipped Guam. Yeah, we got a lot of data, but there's very little coming in, so we don't know exactly what's going to happen as of right now. But we're going to be hanging out for the next several hours. I think our plan right now might be 9+ hours of live coverage. We are coming to you from Daily Wire HQ. Right behind us is their election night party. So I said it'd be really funny if like Dennis Prager walked up and started banging on the glass. Dennis is always welcome to come in and join us, but we have a bunch of really awesome people who are going to be joining us tonight. And we're going to start by going through a bunch of the latest data and developments that we have for you, which is pretty crazy. Of course, the corporate press is trying everything in their power to make sure that Trump loses. But we do have some fun stories. Joe Biden is skipping Kamala Harris's party. That's interesting.
Wow.
As I already mentioned, there's a lot of data suggesting that Guam may have flipped. And based on what we know about early voting and mail-in voting, and with current exit polling, it is looking particularly good for Trump. But we really don't know. Anybody who is still waiting in line, you need to stay in line. Make sure you all go vote. The time is coming close. There have been some issues. Ignore the fake news. We're going to do our best to make sure we're getting you the best up-to-date information. There are a lot of people spreading lies because they're trying to screw with you. Let's just have a good, clean election. And hopefully, I think what we're hoping for is clear and obvious results by tonight. But that seems rather unlikely. So before we jump into everything, make sure you guys go to castbrew.com and buy Cast Brew coffee because it is the best coffee. Everyone agrees. At least that's what I've been told. We got Ian's Graphene Dream. We got Appalachian Nights. That's everybody's favorite. And a bunch of other flavors, and I should say blends. And of course, go to boonieshq.com. Check it out. Step on Sneck and Find Out boards are available. And we also have stickers. We've got Step on Sneck and Find Out stickers. They're much, much cheaper. As well as everybody's favorite, the Boobies. If you like the Boobies stickers, those are also available, of course. Go to timcast.com, click Join Us, become a member. You may be wondering why. Well, a lot of people have talked about how they've made friends, how they want to make friends, and the Discord server is a community of tens of thousands of people where you can hang out and talk to like-minded individuals, have meetups, there's pre-shows, there's after-shows. It's going to be a lot of fun. Smash that like button. Share the show right now with everyone you know. We are going to be live all night. We're going to have tremendous guests coming in, Daily Wire crew, as well as many of the party guests. And then there's, at a certain point, we are going to merge streams. I will be joining the Daily Wire crew, and we will have one big show very briefly where we talk about what's currently happening. So I hope you guys are sticking around and hanging out with us. To start things off, we have a bunch of really amazing people. Mr. Freedom Tunes himself.
Thank you so much, Seamus Coughlin of Freedom Tunes. We just put up a video today. It's our first place video out of the last 10. People are really loving it. It's called what the interview would look like if Joe Rogan agreed to Kamala's terms. So if you guys want to watch that, we just made a cartoon of what a Kamala Harris-Joe Rogan interview would have to look like. Yesterday, we released a cartoon called Kamala Harris polling at 100% with people who vote at 3 a.m. The audience is also really enjoying that one. So if you want to check those out, subscribe, like, and share, I'd really appreciate it. We're building culture here and trying to make entertaining content. And I hope that you guys enjoy and can support us in that. And as for tonight, very excited to see the results. Very excited to be at the Daily Wire. I hope we win, but if we lose, Ben Shapiro will come in here and comfort all of us.
They're their gang. Okay, they're their gang. It's all good. You're fine.
I'm looking forward to that because I'm worried, Seamus.
Yeah, are you worried?
No, I'm feeling pretty good, but we'll see. Yeah. We got Mary hanging out.
Yes, I was hanging out last night. My name is Mary Morgan. You will usually find me on Pop Culture Crisis. So I guess everyone is tuning in for my political insights tonight.
What's up? Shane Cashman, host of Inverted World Live. I think this is the most inverted election we've had in a long time. Our current president is a skeleton that eats children. So,
yeah.
Welcome to the nightmare.
Hold on.
Literally true.
Fact check.
True.
He bit 2 babies. Okay?
Missing contact.
Publicly.
Missing contact.
I'm talking about the privately.
Fact check, those children were dressed as chickens.
And he was
not all.
confused. All right. So, host of Inverted World Live.
What's up?
You're host of Inverted World.
Inverted World Live every Sunday at 6. What's good?
Ian's here.
Man, I tell you what, this has been a crazy season, dude. So let's wrap it up with a crazy 9-hour stream. Ian Crossland in the house. I want to give a special shout out to Roman Nation holding it down on the Discord. Bro's hot. He knows what to do. Also, speaking of hot dudes, got one to my left.
Whoa.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate that. My name is Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and a counter-revolutionary.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, I think we're the best live stream because I don't know how many other election coverage live streams have purchased a bottle of 10-year-old Old Rip Van Winkle. Because, you know, on the way here, we drove. I was in Gatlinburg and went to a liquor store to get some martini mix for our good friend Seamus Coughlin over here.
Yeah, I want to try.
And I couldn't help but notice there was this very fine bottle of Pappy Van Winkle. And I thought, we're going to need it. I'm not a drinker, but if Trump wins, we're going to need it.
By the way, by martini mix.
If he does not win, we're really going to need it.
That's right.
And then if there are no results and we're all feeling a little bit of anxiety, yeah, we're definitely going to need it. But you know what? We're going to crack it open now anyway. And so all of our guests who are coming to hang out are going to sip on some very fine Kentucky bourbon.
If
And
he
I
doesn't
just
need
wanna-
some-
yeah.
if he doesn't win, I think some of us are going to need lawyers too.
Well, I want to clarify that when Tim said martini mix, he actually meant a much manlier thing than that. It was some whiskey that I asked for.
With like dirt in it.
Oh, was this your special
just
request?
yeah. No, honestly, Tim literally
Like,
goes
Tim.
out. We did. I asked for some vodka, but he goes out and he buys this insanely expensive whiskey, and I'm like, that's beautiful.
It was for you, Sean.
It looks
It was
nice.
just for me.
It was
Like the
for
bottle looks
all of
nice.
us here so that we can enjoy tonight and, you know,
He wanted to see
this
you
is
get-
just it. This is the day. Okay,
Yeah.
it's crazy because I remember I'm waking up in the morning and I'm looking at the TV and it's like Fox News, 98 days till the election, and now it's right now. And I would describe. So I only did a couple morning segments, and I was talking to some people. I said, you know, I got to be honest. The news right now is like a Jackson Pollock painting. It's someone took a shotgun full of paint and just on the wall because the news is changing so rapidly. The data is flying back and forth. You got liberals posting their electoral college maps where it's like Kamala wins in a landslide. Then Republicans are posting theirs, Trump wins in a landslide. And I'm just like, yo, this is nuts. You've got people saying that the voting machines have shut down in Cambria County, PA, but then other people coming out back, stop, they repaired that a long time ago. It was a minor issue. They've extended voting hours till 10 p.m. Okay. So it looks like a Jackson Pollock painting. It is just chaos.
And to your point, I want to read a headline I read earlier. Outrage over Peanut the Squirrel's death sparks bomb threats.
That's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
This is a real headline.
I do want to say this too, though. We got a lot to go through, and we are going to be reading news in real time, updates in real time. So I do want to start off with one very powerful thing, and that is the assassination of Peanut. I do think has factored in, may factor into a minor mobilization. And I will stress, for those that don't know the story, there's a guy who had a squirrel, rescued a baby squirrel, raised that squirrel for 7 years. The state came in, took the squirrel and a raccoon, and assassinated them. And I call it an assassination because it was literally a politically motivated killing
That's right.
of a prominent figure with a large following. The squirrel had 2 million followers.
I'm sorry, it's not funny.
Thank you for retracting the laugh.
Funny, strange.
So,
Definitely not funny.
Peanut was our JFK.
Well, you know, it's almost like another Harambe. So Peanut the squirrel,
exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Peanut the squirrel had like 2 million followers and was killed by the state, and it doesn't make sense. They said that the agents who came in to search the house were bit by the squirrel and the raccoon, so they had to do what did they do, like a necropsy or whatever it's called on the brain, so they can see if it's got rabies. And I'm like, I don't buy that for a second. This is a tame squirrel that's been living here. It's not biting anybody.
You can also test the saliva and or skin fat. They could have. They probably just didn't have access
Well,
to the tech.
I'm going to tell you what I think. I think the reason they went in and took the squirrel and the raccoon is because New York does not want people to start getting raccoons and squirrels to make videos on Instagram and get millions of followers. I think they intentionally went in to kill those animals because they did not want the cultural ramifications, which I believe qualifies as an assassination.
Well, I just want to say, obviously, this has been compared to Harambe. One key difference is that in the
Nuts out for
instance of
Peanut.
Harambe, a kid fell into the enclosure. So they were trying to protect a child. They just went and killed this squirrel for no reason. It was zero
was like an
There is
justification.
also
tip.
another cute animal in danger of execution right now, and her name is Moo Dang. She's this baby hippo. Are you familiar?
Why are they going to
I've
kill
heard
her?
of
The
hippo. I
baby
didn't know
hippo.
they
Yeah,
wanted
why
to
is she
kill
in
her.
danger
Yeah,
of execution?
she just predicted Trump's victory.
right.
Oh, yeah.
They presented her with 2 watermelons.
She's a
one
far-right-
said
she's a
Harris and
psychic
one
hippo?
said Trump. Yeah, she's a psychic hippo,
Interesting.
and she chose the Trump watermelon.
Far-right
so
extremist,
now
right?
she might be in the crosshairs.
Yeah.
The
She was
Media
at Jan
Matters
6
is going to
too.
publish a video of her tomorrow saying every slur in the book. It's over for her.
Like,
Now-
where are
now-
the Moo Dang N-word tweets?
Oh, jeez.
I should also clarify. I don't know if it's skin
real
fat
quick.
you test. Might be
She's only
skin
4 months
muscle.
old.
No. But
Real
apparently,
quick.
apparently people were saying that the original account that Mudang uses was a Trump supporter.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if it's true, I just saw memes where it was like, do not search the history of Mudang, and it was like MAGA 2020 and stuff like that. Anyway, let's talk about some of the results we're seeing right now. We've got this from Robert Bortons on X, and I don't know how true or whatever. This is just stuff we're seeing. I have seen numerous reports that Republicans have flipped Guam. Exit polling suggesting that there's a major shift. We've got official data showing there's at least a 12-point swing from Democrat to Republican with still a Democrat edge. But we have this. He says, first of the day, GOP flips Guam delegate for Congress. Rep. Moylan James C. with 15,000 votes, 52%. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Decision Desk has their final probabilities at Trump 54% to win. The Republicans with 76% to win at the Senate and 52% to win the House. That's where we're at so far. We're going to be waiting for the polls to close. And the bad news is I don't think we're going to have any real results. And with Pennsylvania extending voting hours in Cambria County to 10 p.m., that means we have to wait until at least then. It's not an insignificant county. I think it might have been 60,000 votes in 2020. So it's not insignificant, and it could matter. I suppose we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. The thing with Guam, I was paying a little bit of attention to that, and I didn't know that Trump flipped it. I'm not sure if he did, but my understanding is that the final results, it swung 10 or 11 points in his direction from where it was in 2020.
But the delegate is reportedly flipping as well.
Okay.
Let me get the official source on this. See if we can get some official reporting on if we have any news on the Guam delegate.
Yeah, what do you guys think of the Guam election?
I think it's indicative of a sea change of the feelings of the people.
Sure.
We were still going to have, God, I wish not, but I have a feeling that it's going to take months for this stupid election to get resolved. I hope it doesn't.
Multiple months.
Yes.
I hope you're wrong.
I voted by mail, unfortunately, but I voted by mail. And the website said as long as you get it post-dated or dated by the 5th, it doesn't have to get there till the 15th of November. And like Tim was saying earlier,
I thought
the
you were
Supreme Court's
joking this
challenging that.
morning.
No, it's super legit. And I was shocked when I read it. I'm like, well, at least maybe my vote will get counted. But it's almost to the point where like I'd rather the Supreme Court overturn that and say like, hey, if you didn't get it in by the 5th, just disregard.
Yeah,
Get your votes in by the 5th.
I think that's how it should be. The idea that votes can be counted after Election Day, and by counted, I mean votes that are cast after Election Day can be counted. I understand having to count the ones that were already received past midnight. But the idea that someone could deliver a ballot the next morning or the day after an election and have that count is insane. And by the way, if you don't believe in that, then you actually don't believe in the quote-unquote sanctity of democracy. You just want a one-party system where the Democrats win all the time. Because if you really believe that there's a civic duty to vote, then people should be motivated to get their vote in on time instead of allowing the slacker vote, which always happens to go for the Democrat to be counted at the last second.
The slacker.
I do want to point out we have this from Guam PDN, Pacific Daily News. Moylan wins re-election. Republicans retake legislature in unofficial tally. So it does look like it's not a flip. I don't believe. I believe that was they say he will remain Guam's delegate to the U.S. House of Representatives, while the 30th Guam legislature will see the return of a Republican majority come January based on unofficial election results tallied up by the Guam Election Commission. So it's not that the delegate was already the delegate, but they flipped the legislature in Guam. So it is a flip, but I believe it was he mischaracterized or misunderstood. Okay. At least it's from Pacific Daily News. So we're really trying to squeeze whatever we can out of the early election data. And
Exactly.
but as everyone knows, once Guam calls it, the rest of the country just falls in line, right?
Exactly. Well, listen, I mean, Indiana was
had,
reporting 1% in Trump's winning there. So
Where?
Indiana was reporting 1% vote.
Illinois and
That's
Indiana.
it. Let's call it. The Timcast decision desk has officially called it.
Indiana.
We're going home.
Closed at 6, right? 6 o'clock East Coast, which is 5 o'clock here.
So then, of course, we had, was it Dixville Notch?
That's right.
Dixville
Big
Notch.
town.
Last night
3 to
at
3.
midnight they counted.
3-3. And this is big because in 2020, it was all 5 votes for Biden.
Also, 2016 was all for Hillary Clinton.
Wow.
So,
Oh, man.
I want you. So this is a town that votes just after midnight, and there's 6 people who live there, and they all meet up to hang out, and then cast their ballots. So I mean, like, imagine us sitting right now being like, "So who are you voting for, Ian?"
Yeah, exactly.
And you're like, Kamala. I'm like, "No, you shouldn't. You should vote for Trump." It's like, "No, I'm gonna vote." That's okay.
And then there's
that's
20
like Clinton, Harris.
I
Then
bet
at
they
3
got together.
a.m. there's 20,000 mail-in ballots. You're like, hold on a second. How did this happen?
They got together and they're like, it'd be funny if the 3 of you vote for him and the 3 of us vote for her. I guess throw the whole thing off.
Yeah, they talked about it, and they're like, "We don't want to be involved in this."
Hilarious.
Just tie.
Leave us
Let
alone.
me let me pull this up. We have this from a clip from CNN. Colin Rugg tweeted, "This is massive. I don't even want to say what this is. I want you all to hear what Chris Wallace says based on the polling data CNN is showing, this exit polling data.
In the country, I mean, in conventional terms, it would be a miracle that Kamala Harris could win with that kind of headwind, and also with a president. Remember, she was part of the administration. The Biden-Harris administration was 41% approved, 58% disapproved. This isn't even close to the 50%.
Chris Wallace is saying, based on the so if I jump to the beginning, I'll play this for you.
Said, let's look at the numbers on the mood of the country. It's a pretty dour mood in terms of the way people feel things are going in the United States. Nationally, only 7% of voters say they're enthusiastic. 19% say they're satisfied. Look at these numbers. 43% dissatisfied, 29% angry, 72% of the electorate nationally say they're dissatisfied or angry. What about America's best days, we ask? Are they in the future or are they in the past? 61% of voters in this election across the country say America's best days are ahead of the country. 6 in 10 say so. 34% say the best days are in the past. And finally, President Joe Biden's approval rating, it's at 41% in these early preliminary exit poll findings. 58% of voters in this election across the country nationally disapprove of the way that the incumbent Democratic president is doing his job, Jake.
So with this early exit poll data, with the current trends that we've seen, Chris Wallace says, quote, in conventional terms, it would be a miracle that Kamala Harris could win with that kind of a headwind.
Yeah. Well, what he's going to say is, it's a miracle. We found 12 million ballots.
Yeah, that's the thing.
We found just the number she needed.
When I said it might go 2 months, I'm concerned with malfeasance. But the thing about our decentralized system is a lot of states are just legit. Like, I mean, they seem like Trump could win in enough states soon enough that it doesn't matter that other states haven't reported yet.
I want to get into this data as much as we can because it's going to be rapidly changing. But we have 5 p.m. Eastern Time Edison Research data published by Reuters. We've got this on interactive polls, and this is massive news for Republicans. Voters, as of right now, via the exit poll, 53% women compared to 52% in 2020. That's an increase in women. That's bad for Republicans. However, 67% were white in 2020. They're now 71%. 13% in 2020 were black. They're now 11%. And Hispanic is down from 13 to 12. So what we're seeing is an increase in white voters, a decrease in black and Hispanic voters. That's good for Republicans. Of course, Democrats are going to come out and say, haha, it proves racism. It doesn't. But black voters tend to Democrat. Hispanic voters tend Democrat. White voters, if Trump is getting the right, rural white conservative voters, it's a boon. I don't know how much we can extrapolate off of 4 points because it could be white liberal women. But this does reflect better for Republicans in the long run.
Yeah, I think that a lot of black people were also just personally insulted by the way Obama spoke to them when it seemed to the Democrats that there wasn't enough enthusiasm for Kamala. It came off as very condescending and, you boys need to get out there and you got to vote like I'm telling you to. And I just think that any voter is going to find that a little bit insulting and condescending to be told, like, this is your skin color, this is how you have to vote. And it doesn't necessarily make it the case that they're going to become a Trump supporter and vote for him, but it probably does make them less likely to vote for your candidate.
I think that you're probably right about like having a bit of, being put off by it, but I don't think that would put them off from voting for Harris if they were actually going to vote for her. I think mostly it's
them, though.
I think mostly what it is just that they're not convinced that she's a good candidate. That Kamala Harris doesn't have any type of actual plan that's going to benefit that community. And I do think that the black community looks for the government to have things that are specifically geared towards them. Because historically there have been a lot of, at least in the past 50, 60 years, there've been a lot of policies and there's been a lot of Democrats that have kind of catered to the minority communities and stuff. So I think that it's probably that she doesn't actually produce any policy in particular that they can look to and say, this is something that I believe is going to be for me. Yeah. And I think and also there's likely some sexism in there, but I think it's more about, her not catering to the community.
We just got some pretty interesting news. So first we do have this story, which has been known for some time. Joe Biden will skip Kamala's watch party and chill in the White House 2 miles away. But Jack Posobiec says he's got a source in the White House with an update. And I know it's only a single source.
Shade war.
It's a single source, and I think for this to be confirmed, we need multiple sources, but I'm going to throw it to Jack Posobiec, who says word out of the East Wing is that Jill wrote in Biden. according to a White House official. And
love it.
I bet that's true.
I believe it, considering we know Biden's skipping her watch party.
And we've heard rumors of them beefing.
old man.
We've heard them beefing.
Jill Biden has been
and Jill-
silent in the media since Kamala got the nomination. I haven't even seen her face.
Jill was running the show. She was in that meeting with Biden. He's like, authority, you can't burn. And then she's like, okay, listen to me now. She wanted him to be president. She did not want to leave. And I believe she wants Hunter pardoned. She wants power for the family. She's losing power. I think she's pissed. I believe it.
Well, the one thing she doesn't want, if she's not voting for Kamala, apparently, is she doesn't want black men to have their crypto protected, which Kamala Harris promised.
Is that
That was going to sway the election.
That was one of the
Yes, no, that was one of her promises.
What was
and
the
this
plan?
goes back to what we were talking. I have no idea what the plan was, but this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where Phil, you mentioned that I think that you were saying you don't believe the black community really feels that she's actually going to support them in any substantial way. And of course, for me, I don't think that the federal government should be, privileging any racial group over others with targeted spending.
Of course not.
But But that said, I mean, if you're going to try to do it, because you're pandering to win an election, you have to do it in a coherent way. Nobody knew what she was talking about. Like, what do you mean you're going to protect crypto for black people
How are they going to
specifically?
protect
Like, what does
crypto
that mean?
for black people if Joe Biden says black people don't know how to use computers?
There has been nothing
Which he literally
coherent.
said.
There's been nothing coherent about the Kamala Harris campaign at all.
Exactly.
It has been all responsive to Trump. You might as well throw a MAGA hat on her. She was talking about deporting immigrants last week because she was so far behind in the polls.
Did you see she was asked how she voted on a specific proposition, and her response was to say, I won't answer that because the election's in a few days, which is just a mind-blowing response from a presidential candidate. Like, I will not tell you how I'm voting because I'm afraid it would cost me the election. Are you serious?
And her
tell you January
posturing is
20th.
two-way, like she's talking about her Glock.
got a Glock.
And she
It's-
knows how to use
It's
it.
all 100% responsive to what Donald Trump has been doing, because Donald Trump has been leading in the polls for, essentially, even though the polls say they're close, it's like the country has kind of been leaning towards Donald Trump since Biden was running. Everyone knew that Biden was, essentially an empty candidate, that he was mentally unfit, and he was probably not going to make it to be inaugurated should he even win. So when she took his place, she had to do something to separate herself from President Biden, because President Biden's policies have not worked. They've not produced positive results for America.
No.
She has not had any kind of policies that people like. She's taken a step back from every single policy that every policy position that she had in 2019, she's walked back from, and all of those policies have been replaced by something that Donald Trump has done. No taxes on tips. She's talked about her Glock. She's talking about immigration. She's talking about fixing immigration.
During the primary, she called Biden racist.
A racist, and she called him a rapist.
Yeah, she said that was just politics.
And then she
man.
went, it was a debate.
I have a hot take, and I want to know if any of you agree.
Yeah.
I think that Kamala doesn't want to win. I think
I
she's
agree.
afraid of winning, and she
She's campaigning
genuinely,
that way.
it's not imposter syndrome, because when people refer to imposter syndrome, you're in a position that you think you don't deserve or you're not qualified for it, but you are. She actually just knows that she is unqualified, and she's really scared right now. And I think she wants the same outcome as all of us do. She wants to lose.
She actually voted for Trump.
Well, I think if that were the truth, I think that she could be doing more to torpedo her campaign.
Could she?
I don't think you can be that obvious about it.
Nah, I disagree, bro. Let me grab this clip. Everybody know what I'm gonna pull up.
And she just ended up here. She knows that she didn't win any votes, so it's just the butterfly effect.
Okay.
Brain is telling
Let me pull this clip.
body is not.
Listen, let me show you this clip.
How are you doing? Have you voted already?
Give me a second.
You did, thank you.
I'm gonna pause right there. Did you hear what she said? She said, "You voted already." She waits. You did. Thank you. She's at her campaign HQ, at DNC headquarters. She's got her phone to her ear. You vote already? Pause. Thank you. And then she holds up her phone, and it's the camera app open. I want to say this again. Make sure it's very clear for everyone here. She has the camera app open.
She does this
and
over
everybody
and over.
knows that there is a symbol that appears in the top when you were
Yes.
on the phone. Now,
I think
I
she's just
suppose
stupid.
there's a slim possibility that we just can't see that she was on the phone, but accidentally, for some reason, opened the camera app. Guys, I think the obvious thing here is she's not really on the phone.
Well, I think it's
yes, but
actually
she's dumb.
possible that she believed she was talking to somebody. I think that at the very least could have been what was occurring there. But yes, that's the camera app, and you don't see the little green bar at the top of the phone to indicate that she's on a call.
or it isn't. I believe it's an iPhone, so there'd be like
Maybe
a
the
circle.
voices
on
were
the
from
top.
her earrings.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
I can't imagine she would have shown her phone if she wasn't really on it.
But she
But
did.
she
Maybe
did.
she
and the
bumped it.
camera app was
Maybe
open.
hit it.
Maybe she
Yeah.
bumped the camera button with her ear or something.
Maybe
that
she's
was
a moron.
maybe.
I got to be honest.
full moron.
I believe it is possible, but I have never accidentally bumped the camera.
I bump
that.
buttons while I'm on the phone. That's why a lot of times why I wear earpieces when I use my phone anyway.
Gentlemen, shall we pass the old Rip Van Winkle in your
Let's
direction?
do it.
I think it's hilarious. Well, I mean, look, she's got the mirror camera open, so she was talking to her biggest fan.
Haha, I don't think that's true. I don't think she's her biggest fan. Did you guys hear about the bacon as spice story?
Yeah.
No.
What?
Yeah, that's
She
she's
apparently
an idiot.
she was on a podcast with a Muslim guy, and she said bacon is a spice, and he was like, no, stop the show, and then said you can't say that. So then she said, okay, I like anchovies, and he's like, okay, this is boring, and he shut it down.
Damn.
Something
Why
like
does she
that. Let me-
like talking about food
I
so
know,
much?
why
She
was
gets
that what
really
she jumped
into it,
to?
explaining how you like dress a turkey, and like she goes really in depth about the rosemary and
Because she's an
marinating
idiot.
things,
Which, seems
which
like...
is fine. You're just a normal ant. You're just
Yeah.
a wine ant, and you love cooking and getting drunk in the kitchen. That's fine. Just don't
What's-
run for president.
What's the time frame, guys? For you got 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
And the first crossover with Crowder. You heard it, everybody. So right now, the reason I'm asking the crew is because we're going to be doing a crossover to join Steven Crowder for a brief period. We'll be joining the Lotus Eaters later tonight, and we will be joining the Daily Wire later. It's going to be a big show. But in the meantime, we got this from the New York Post. Harris botched interview with Muslim influencer by celebrating bacon as a spice.
Jeez.
She's also not wrong, so I don't know how to feel about this.
It was the Instagram show Subway Takes. It never aired, the New York Times reported.
Wow.
Because she spent time trying to convince him that bacon is a spice. Rama, a firm opponent of the Harris-Biden administration's support for Israel, told the outlet that he believed the topic was of the conflict was important enough to break his usual protocol and discuss with the Veet. There's something going on in the world that 100% of Muslims care about. Harris has been heckled by at rallies. Yeah, we get it. And I don't know Rama. I don't know Rama, who is Muslim and doesn't eat pork, responded to Harris in their video interview, according to the Times. Think about it. It's pure flavor.
She prodded.
Wow. I'm 100% unsure on both of those.
Okay.
They made it worse by talking about anchovies. Boring. I never wanted to be a politics person. The more I think about it, the more I feel like I got lucky. Wow.
Oh, my God.
Well, no one's surprised by this story, but it's funny.
I mean, look, she was one of the least popular VPs of my lifetime, and they had to hide her away, the media did, because she was a liability for the approval rating of the Biden administration. And then they just all came out full force in favor of her as soon as sharp as attack Joe Biden had to get removed from the race. And now we're expected to believe that she's got a rapport with people and voters like her and she's charismatic, when this is a person who nobody liked, 4 months ago.
Yeah.
And now she's got a podcast with a Muslim trying to push bacon on him, which is such a bizarre
I've been
hill to die on.
mainlining CNN into my skull at the hotel.
Yeah.
And earlier today, CNN
Condolences.
said a Trump presidency will bring more war, but a Kamala presidency will be pragmatic.
What?
It's just unbelievable. I had
does
to
that
play
even
it back
mean?
a bunch of times. Like, did they really say this?
Yeah.
But they just, because they're propping her up, they're doing overtime, working overtime to make her feel like, to make her seem
A real candidate. Make her look like a
legitimate.
real candidate. Yeah. She totally isn't. It's ridiculous.
I haven't really seen a good VP. Have you?
It's a really interesting question.
not since
think-
Teddy Roosevelt.
Wow.
I can't think of any others.
Not my. Al
They're
Gore
all
was
kind
not-
of B tier, you know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
D
Exactly.
tier.
I mean, George Herbert Walker Bush was Reagan's VP. He was influential.
He
I don't-
became president.
Yeah.
Terrible.
And then I guess what Ross Perot spiked the election for him.
Oh,
Gave
I
Clinton.
loved that guy.
Yeah, but if he didn't
Speaking
make
of
the
third
promise,
parties,
if
man.
he didn't make the promise about no new taxes and then actually not raise taxes,
Yeah.
they would have. He would have won the election. So
What do you think? That's because presidents are loath to appoint a VP that's cooler than them, like more charismatic than them. maybe more intelligent.
Maybe in
than them.
modern times, but not
It depends.
Democrats have never done. Right.
So
right. It's not impossible.
So
but
that's that, guys. That's his show's coming through right
Can
now.
I ask a broader question?
Yes.
Why does
you
it
want to
always
ask a broader question?
Yes. Is she here?
Stephen Crowder is now live on our show because you guys just close the Zoom window.
No bros here.
Why?
Guys, close the Zoom window.
Feel
Why
dirty
is
like an
Pennsylvania
eavesdropping.
always so crucial? I know you.
There we go.
All right.
Now we're back on Timcast
Through
again.
the looking glass. What's up, Crowder?
Oh, but Ian, you made this point about VPs and charisma. It's interesting because with Bill Clinton, you had a very articulate, charismatic man, and then you had Al Gore, who basically everybody recognized was very boring. Then with George W. Bush, I won't say you necessarily had an articulate man, but certainly a more charismatic man than Dick Cheney. Then with Obama, right? Obama was very charismatic compared to Biden, who was a known gaffer even back then. You look at the people he ran against. John McCain, I wouldn't call him like a powerhouse of charisma, but Paul Ryan was. So there's kind of been this element of like, we want the exciting guy and the pragmatic guy in our campaign. What's kind of interesting about the Trump ticket right now is they're both these really exciting outsider candidates. And we're not used to seeing that. Usually there's at least one there's at least one person on the ticket who's perceived as an establishment candidate.
Yeah, JD is legit. He's like one of my guys I would have went to high school with. That was just super successful and went off into politics.
Yeah, he just seems like a cool
same
guy.
age, same
Yeah.
state. He swears on Theo Von's show like he's super loose. The guy's
He passed the grocery store test, they say.
what's that?
Well, they asked him how much milk costs. Or he was talking about, I think it's around like $3.60 a gallon right now, and then they checked, they're like, that's about the price. Because a lot of these people who are running for office are so out of touch, they don't even know the cost of groceries.
Yeah, man, he's the kind of leader we need. He served in the military. He's seen it on firsthand. He knows why not to do it.
And it's wild because they spent so much time calling him weird. But what you have to remember is with these people, every accusation's an admission. They think a disgusting, perverted man wanting to go into the women's bathroom is normal, right? And so, of course, J.D. Vance is weird. Like, the people who are calling that kind of disgusting stuff good are going to call him bad. But every normal person who hears from him or speaks to him goes, this seems like a regular guy to me.
I think he seems weird because he's a normal person in a really weird situation.
That's also fair.
Like, he was talking about the experience of having Secret Service following him around on Rogan. And you don't really realize how strange of an experience that is until he tells his firsthand experience. I'm sure anyone would seem out of place doing that in the public eye for the first time.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I agree. And that whole weird campaign, they try to get ahead of it. They're like, quick, someone call him weird before any of us get called weird. Because Tim Waltz with the perma
I
frown.
thought the left was proud of being weird. I thought that was something you're supposed to be proud of.
You are.
Brag about.
Yeah, the weirding way.
On
It's
the left, at
wizardry.
least,
It's cool, weird magic.
So let's just, we'll cover the data when we can. We have some information coming out of Indiana and Kentucky. Trump's got 68% in Kentucky, 61% in Indiana. It's currently at 69,000 for Harris, 123,000 for Trump. It means absolutely nothing, but I think we're going to call it. That's it, everybody. Trump wins.
Election's over.
I'm going to try and go home at every opportunity when any amount of data comes in.
I've said it multiple times. I think if this was a fully legitimized election on the face, he would win in a landslide, about 74%. I think it would be like the Reagan landslide, similar with the amount of support he's got. I am concerned that it's not all on its face. We understand that there's been corruption in the elections in the past. So
the 1980 wasn't. It was a landslide, but it was 50 to 41%.
So a 9-point swing.
Well, but there was also a third party independent. So this is the map. This is not the 49 state landslide. It was 50.7% to 41, and John B. Anderson helped swing it. 1984 is when things were big with Mondale. That was 58.8 to 40.6. So Trump doesn't need 74%.
I think 74 is an extreme way of me putting it.
I mean, Trump could get 53 or 54% and still see a 49 state landslide.
I think he would. It's just a matter of stay alive, Donald Trump.
So.
Keep yourself healthy and make sure you have legitimized security and survive till the 20th. You know that. That's your job, man. Keep your body alive and healthy.
I'm pretty sure
if it is that kind of significant win, I think we would know before the 20th.
Oh, absolutely. If it was a landslide win like that, if he were to do something really crazy like flip Virginia or something, I think they would be able to call it tonight.
Yeah. But interestingly, some people have pointed out the data that's already coming out of Florida shows Miami red. But we expected that because of what we've seen in the past few years. especially people who have fled Venezuela and Cuba, they do not want Kamala Harris. But what people are pointing out is that Florida enacted ballot security measures, voter reforms, and now we're seeing across the board it's lighting up red.
Yeah.
Virginia also changed their voting system to paper ballots only. I'm wondering if that will show us a visible shift towards Republicans. It's going to be hard to track because if it just skews to the Republicans a little bit, to Trump a little bit, it's like, okay, well, a lot of places are showing that trend. It doesn't mean much. If Virginia, which is considered to be not in play, not a swing state, ends up somehow becoming Republican, that is a massive, massive showing in, I would say, cultural, but also ballot security issues.
If there are any states that are not, that are considered like safely blue, that surprise anybody, that's going to make massive waves through the Democrat Party.
Yeah.
Never mind the stuff that is called in play. Even if New Hampshire, which is they're saying maybe it's a toss up. Even if that goes for Trump, that's going to have a significant impact psychologically on Democrats. And I think even if Trump doesn't win, those kind of things are good for the country because that will get your average boilerplate normal Democrats to reject the stuff that comes from the progressives. And now that's not a win, but it's better than the Democrats feeling like they have a mandate to continue doing things like forcing women to accept men into women's bathrooms.
Do you think if that happens, the Democratic Party will recalibrate?
I do. I do.
It's hard to imagine because they've gone so far into depravity.
There's all because Democrats tend to get in. Democrats will tend to do what, like Ben was saying the other night, they're a professional party, right? They're very professional.
That's true.
So if the top Democrats say this stuff, the pro Hamas stuff, we're done with that. This all the LGBT stuff, we're done with that. If they say that, that will filter through the rest of the party. And now this is not the optimum outcome that I want. I want a Donald Trump victory. But if we do get that, that is better for the country than continuing down the progressive, insane policies that we've been doing.
Here's why I don't share your optimism on that. And I wish what you were saying was true, but in 2016, when Trump won, you would have thought that would be a moment for them to pause and go, maybe we've gone a little bit off the deep end because they were certain that Hillary was going to win. And then she didn't. And all they did was move further to the left. But my point is all they did was move further to the left.
But the point is there has been 8 years of people seeing the results of that move to the left.
Yeah,
but
in
2016, if you told people there's going to be a time in the next couple years where we're going to be chopping penises off of healthy boys and then telling them that they're girls, people would have said you're nuts. I knew this because I was telling other dudes in the metal industry I was like, look, this trans stuff is going to be a big deal.
Yes, but that's way actually beyond where we need to be, and that is. In 2008, when the conversation was bubbling around gay marriage, Republicans said they will teach these things in school. They said that's impossible and it will never happen. The idea that we would be seeing child gender ideology and sex change surgery was so far beyond that even today, when you sit down with people like Bill Maher and say, hey, look what they're doing. He says, you're lying. You're making that up. Today, they're saying it's literally happening.
The video you're referring to was like 2018. You're talking about when Bill Maher was sitting there with Dennis Prager.
What I'm saying is,
that was a long time ago.
Right now, if right now today you go to the average default liberal and say, did you know that they are giving these books to children? Don't even mention surgeries. They will say, you're lying.
Yeah.
Because we had Marianne Williamson on the show, and I said, have you seen the book? And she goes, no.
Marianne Williamson was a year and a half ago.
My point is, yes, and today, my point is, if you go to your average liberal and you mention child sex change surgery, they will say, you're a psychopath, you've made that up. So if you say they're showing children books on gay marriage, they will say, you are lying and you made that up.
I understand your point. The average person that's a Democrat, the average person on the street that's a Democrat, the average normie, the person that we talk about that only has a diet of an hour or so of news per week or so, they're not the ones that are setting policy. The people that set policy are the progressives, and they're the people that are in position of power.
My point is, when you're saying no one would have believed you if you went back and told them what was going on today, they still today don't believe you.
Well, and
today you can go and talk about detransitioners and their experiences, And regular default libs will say that's not happening.
It's a
I
shocking
understand
thing.
what you're saying, but I think that what we're talking about is the people that are deciding policy for the DNC, not what the average person is going to believe.
But hold on,
So-
but this is my greater point, which is I don't entirely disagree with your point that more and more people are waking up to how insane the Democratic Party has become. But my point is the Democratic Party has always been to the left of even what most left-leaning people in the country want, and they still keep pushing in that direction because they can't let go of what they believe is their mandate from heaven.
That's a function of the left. Yes, I understand that. I just think that if there is, and again, I'm not saying that this is my preferred outcome either. My preferred outcome is clearly a Donald
sure.
Trump win.
Yeah.
But I am saying that if you were to have a situation where the Democrat Party had to recalibrate, that would be a positive for the country.
I think they might recalibrate, but they'll fracture.
I have a bigger question for Phil or whoever has an answer. If the left does recalibrate, that means they're going to become more competitive.
Yes.
So what does the right do to compete with that?
But the right should keep doing what they're doing because the right stands on principle.
Moving left?
The right will moderate. So in the 90s, if you look at Pew data, you can see that Republicans and Democrats were very, very similar to each other and disagreed on very few issues. Over time, the polarization has split. Now what you see is that Elon Musk, Colin Wright, Joe Rogan, me, for instance, and many of us are now aligned with Republicans or the Republican Party, even though we rag on them all the time, because they're more of the Big Tent party. And I don't know who wants to unify with the Democrat Dick Cheney party. That seems insane to me. But if there is a realignment and Democrats realize the progressive left and the woke cult has cost them a major election, first, that only happens if Trump wins the popular vote today. If Trump loses the popular vote but wins the Electoral College, they will stay on course and say, we were right the whole time, and they will focus on manipulating swing states through illegal immigration to just destroy and decay the Electoral College system. If Trump wins the popular vote, that's a popular mandate. Democrats are going to be screwed. They're going to say, we can't stand this path. Bud Light shows it. Disney shows it. Get woke, go broke is palpable, and now we're losing elections. If Trump sweeps, if the Republicans sweep everything, they will have to recalibrate. They will start coming around and doing things like, well, I always thought it was a little over the top. I never believed in this. You're going to see Anna Kasparian's times 10 when you're going to start seeing liberal personalities start realizing that they cannot make money and sustain themselves off of this insane wokeness, which is going further and further to the left. And I don't even know if that makes sense, but it's just getting crazier and crazier. They will adopt moderate policies. They will try and do some kind of reformation. They will start losing some of the disaffected liberals who will be like, see, this is what we are hoping to accomplish, political competition. Republicans will have to then compete for the middle of the road votes. And this will result, in my opinion, in the right. Maybe it moves left 1 degree or so, because it's already fairly moderate right now. The Democrats, if they want to be competitive, would have to move over substantially. But again, that's only if Trump wins the popular vote today.
So here's where I would disagree. And I wish I could share that view, but I just don't see the left moderating in the long run. I agree with you, there might be a temporary recalibration. But if you look at Nixon's election in 1972 or Reagan's election where they won in absolute devastating landslides, how did the left respond to that? Well, by importing voters, promising them welfare, getting people dependent on the government, and trying to force them to vote for them for the rest of the time by holding the welfare benefits over their head. So if the left loses, they're not going to change any of their policies. They're just going to try to find sneakier ways to get their policies through.
Yeah, but what you're talking about is a feature of the left. The revolution never ends. That's the way the left operates. It's not like you're gonna have a situation where there's going to be an election and then the left is going to say,
we did it.
We're done.
Yeah,
that's not it. Like the revolution never ends. There's always going to be pushing the boundaries, trying to whether they seem like crazy policies or not, they're going to continue to push the policies because what they're trying to achieve is utopia on earth. They're trying to achieve the perfected society. They're trying to achieve a government that can perfect man. And man is imperfectible. Right. It's man is flawed. That's the way that it is. We're always going to be imperfect. So the best thing that we can hope for as man is to have a a society that is accepting of people that are different, that has laws that are the same for everybody and treat people equally under the law. You're not going to have everyone come, have equal results. You're not going to have everyone come to the same place, which is what Kamala Harris talks about. She says, we want to have people end up in the same place because they start in different places. We want to have different people need different things, so they all end up at the same place. But if everyone ends up at the same place, you have to cut the legs out of the people that will excel. You have to prevent people from doing good. And that's literally the best reason to vote against the Democrats is they will hamstring people that will bring everybody along with them. They talk about taking the contracts away from Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the space industry right now. His company is all of the important research and stuff is happening at SpaceX. All of the impressive accomplishments, they're all happening at SpaceX. And what does the Harris administration talk about doing? Take things away from him because he has the wrong politics and he's doing things that no one else can do.
He's our enemy, exactly. So we have to punish him.
We got some results. Okay. We're going to be crossing over, joining Crowder Stream in a minute, but so I can pull this data up after we go through this. But it looks like we've got the first House race called for Andy Barr in Kentucky's 6th district. Some are saying this is a district that was leaning more Democrat last time around. I'm not entirely sure. I can't pull the data up. 9% in for Indiana governor with Mike Braun. He's currently leading 55 to 41.8 against Jennifer McCormick. We'll have more data coming soon. We'll see. Kentucky and Indiana it's the data that we've got so far, but we're still waiting for a lot more, and we'll check in with the data as it comes.
I got to hand it to humanity. We've put together a pretty complex system that's really working. I mean, there are some messed up pieces and parts here, but damn,
working is a strong word.
350 million of us. It's just fascinating that we've got so many small little communities that are choosing their leaders, and we're all working together.
So I hear
Madison
boundaries.
You're giving the credit to James Madison.
I hear a big part of what you're saying. I want to add this, Phil. You mentioned something about man being imperfectible. I think it's true that by human means, man is imperfectible. Obviously, as a Christian, I believe God can perfect us. But the point is, I would agree with you that when it comes to political systems, you're never going to have a perfect system because people can't build anything perfect. And what that essentially means is we can't build anything that lasts forever. So every civilization that we construct is eventually destroyed. Leftism is a highfalutin political label that we give to that social decay. Anytime people rationalize the dismantling of civil and normal norms for human behavior, we just give it a left-wing rationalization and we act like it's a legitimate political perspective and not the destruction of our culture.
We are going to jump over to join Steven Crowder live. Let's see if this works, huh?
The crowd, man.
Here we go. We've got now we're waiting, and I don't know what's going on.
Dude, Steven Crowder. Dude, don't say that about Steven Crowder. Tim, take it back. Seamus, why have you been disparaging Steven Crowder all night?
Why are you doing this, Ian?
Ian's like, let's throw everyone under the bus.
Gerald and Steven personally, Phil. I don't agree with all those things you said about them.
Okay. I'm gonna call it in 3 seconds, guys, and we're gonna pull this off.
Throw him a life preserver, Serge.
So we are working to get the Zoom up, and it is not
louder with Crowder coming in.
Okay.
I see him.
I see him as well. I think everybody else.
That's who's having problems. Well, can we listen to him?
I hear you now.
They're going to go, what's going on? This is a disaster. This is supposed to be better than CNN and Fox, and it is. And they're going to go, what's going on? I'm looking at a box and a box and a box. Like we're back to Black Mirror.
I didn't watch the run through. Is this part of a gig?
No.
Yeah, we were doing a bit. we were doing a bit. It was set up perfect.
Right. Are we there? Mr. Poole, can you hear us, see us,
We
sir?
can. What's up?
Hey. Well, what's up is my fever. I apologize. I was I have a puke bucket next to me. I had the stomach flu from hell, so we're still making this happening. And how are you guys? I see a whole table there. We are already subject to a DDoS attack. The election integrity map right now is down temporarily, so we know that they're going full tilt tonight. What have you guys been seeing thus far? What are your predictions?
Well, I just want to. Oh, well, that was for you, so I won't.
Sure. I mean, honestly, I think if we're wary of a shadow campaign, that's what they called it, their words, then I honestly have no idea. But I think if we're looking at the early voting data, the mail-in voting data, as well as the results that have come in so far, it's looking really, really good for Donald Trump and the Republicans. So the reason I don't want to say outright, oh, man, Trump's going to win is because shadow campaign, That again,
Yes.
their words, not mine.
Yeah, what do you think, Stephen?
That's what we just kind of went through some of the early voting data. We have, analysts here tonight and we're also able to look at some of the API data. That would suggest so. The one, look, no one wants to say this because everyone's afraid of offending half of their viewers, but I think that we're all grown up enough. The only reason Donald Trump would lose tonight would be white female voters. Let's be honest. That's the only reason he would lose tonight. All of the other numbers that you see in the early voting data seem to favor him. It's just if they are breaking, enough for Kamala Harris because vagina. And by the way, that's not all female voters. It's the female voters who show up to the voting booths dressed as Handmaid's Tale when they drove there in a 4Runner.
Yep.
And they believe that they're saying, well, they say we're literally voting for our lives.
Yep.
I don't like them, and it's not because they're women, but I don't respect them.
I have also seen feminine fathers crying at the polls so they can make their daughters be promiscuous
I'm
and
doing
have
this
abortions.
for you, sweetie.
I want a dead grandchild. So the thing with the Handmaid's Tale thing is I've seen a number of these women dressed up as if they are characters from the Handmaid's Tale. And part of what's so repulsive about it is there are actual women in the world who are actually forced to wear burqas, which are real. But liberal women in America would rather stand in solidarity with imaginary characters than real women if it means acknowledging that someone besides white Christian men has done something bad to women.
Well, hold on a second. You say that like burqas are a bad thing. Have you seen the women in these countries? It's not always an unacceptable remedy.
By that logic,
it does work itself out.
Yeah.
Well, so what do you guys think? Are you seeing any indications of, again, I'll say it, shadow campaign, or let's just call it malice or untoward behaviors?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, we definitely are. So we, again, we've been hit with a DDoS attack tonight just in the election integrity map so that people can't report what's going on in these different locations. But we have a backup where people can send their emails to lwctips@protonmail.com. But we covered what was going on in Pennsylvania earlier, where you saw that in Cambria County where it didn't work. The big story to me that a lot of people, for some reason, just skimmed over, you have a Chinese national in Michigan who voted, who asked for their ballot back. I don't know why, but that's how they caught and the vote will still count. This person is not a citizen. This person will be punished for election fraud, but the vote still counts, which is very similar to what happened in the last election when we called Clark County in Nevada and said, hey, this address isn't real and this person doesn't live there. They switched the address in the middle of the night. We went to that address. It also didn't exist. And when I spoke with the registrar, I said, yeah, well, there's nothing we can do. So when people say, hey, there's no shenanigans going on, we know before we get to any of this, you're talking about media malpractice, you're talking about the weaponizing of the DOJ and big tech. But make no mistake, I mean, Tim and everyone, and sorry, I don't mean to not have everyone's name, but I can't see everyone because you're in a small box. None of us think that there's zero election interference, right? No one thinks that. So is it 1%? Is it 99%? And to me, we know that in Michigan, if you vote illegally and you're caught, your vote will still count.
Did you see?
Currently,
did you see James O'Keefe's video from this morning, where there was a voter outreach organization telling non-citizens they could vote as long as they had a tax ID number? They sent an undercover reporter to one of the locations where they talked with an official who said, "Yeah, that's fine." Then when he goes and questions them, they're like, "Get him out of here! He's screwing with us." They're screaming. They're yelling.
My God.
Hey, currently there are several polling locations in Georgia that are being evacuated due to bomb threats.
They're hoaxes
3 minutes
too.
ago.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This is
new.
It's multiple. Yeah.
Also, these are new ones?
More.
Yeah,
I knew
there were two.
Well, all right now I'm getting this 3 minutes ago. Nick Sorter tweeted that there were several polling locations in Georgia being evacuated due to bomb threats, forcing voting at these locations to be suspended. So yeah.
How about California
DeKalb County?
California had planned power outages today.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a weird.
How much you want to bet that Stacey Abrams is just behind those voting booths with an active
We actually have somebody on their way to DeKalb County right now.
We do. Sorry, we have someone on our way right now to DeKalb County right now to investigate that. And it's probably nothing. That's the challenge with doing this. Most of this is probably nothing. But look, I'm tired. Aren't you guys at the point where you're tired of the gaslighting to the American people?
Yep.
God, what are you saying? It wasn't the most secure. You know what? I'm actually going to say it's not even close to being potentially one of when you have 14 states with no voter ID. How about that? It can't
absolutely. I mean, this is one of the insane things. I remember after the 2020 election, watching it go down on the show, having questions about it, and it was really when they started saying this is the most secure and safe election that has ever happened in all of history that I went, okay, now I know there's something going on. You can't be that hyperbolic and expect me to believe you.
Safe and effective.
But the point about not mail-in ballots, but voter ID, I mean, for as much as we as Americans are accused of being far right compared to every other Western nation, if you talk to Europeans about voting, they will look at you incredulously when you say there are people in America who oppose the idea of having to show an ID to vote. It is a very bizarre American phenomenon.
Yes, in Bangladesh, they require proof. I don't know if that's where they do a little purple ink on your thumb or they burn it into your forehead. But, the point remains, they do something in Bangladesh. They do it in countries where they cut off your hand if you steal an apple.
Yeah.
And by the way...
Or vote fraudulently, maybe.
Yes. Well, it's if you just go... That's the old Mr. One-Hand Voter Fraud. But if you go back to the tax ID number... I was renewing my driver's license in the state of Texas, and I believe you have to go in with 2 forms of picture ID and something that proves your social security number. So I brought in a tax return, and they said, sorry, we can't use that because it doesn't say social security number. I said, what? They said, it says tax ID number. I said, you're the one who calls it tax ID number, you little shits. It's clearly a government document, and it's the right number of numbers. I didn't call it that. Just run it in your system, and you'll see it. And they go, no, you can't. You just have 2 pictures. You have a passport, you have your previous license that you're renewing, and it says tax ID. I had to have a producer go to my house to get my social security card.
Wow.
You have a producer?
But that was to get your license, to driver's license?
That was to renew it, yeah.
Jeez.
If you want to go to the movies, you need an ID.
I'm really concerned with digital, the electronic voting. And you can't, obviously, Rudy Giuliani learned the hard way. Don't make claims you don't have data worth of evidence about. You can't back up 100%. But, dude, without viewing the source code of machines, the potential to flip votes is there. And if it's a non-zero chance, which could be 99%, that's...
There's a potential to flip vote, to have problems, even if you have the source code, because whoever's writing it's always you're trying to eliminate the human condition from.
But I do agree. At least if source code was public, there would be people of various political backgrounds who could assess whether or not the code was legitimate.
Yeah,
and it's a foreign corporation. I don't know how many foreign corporations are involved with that. I think Dominion's staged in Canada at the moment. Could be wrong about that, but that's just the painting on the wall. Yeah, people tend to not look.
To give you an idea, we had someone report into the Mud Club Army in Texas. There was a login name, there was the passcode and the information of the machine, and we can't prove that anyone did anything with it. It was on a piece of paper, not more than 20 feet from the polling station. All the login information needed.
Wow.
To get on the machine. We called. Actually, Gerald called and reported it. And they said, yeah, you know what, we'll look into it. So again, it's one of those things you can't prove, but don't gaslight Americans into believing in the election integrity. Say they of course don't trust it.
It wasn't even just that. When I called in and talked to them at the county level, they were like, well, yeah, that shouldn't have happened. And I'm like, well, can we do anything about it? They're like, I'm not really sure about that. Then I called the AG's office for the state, and they're like, yeah, there's not a whole lot we can do about it. I'm kind of simplifying it here. I'm like, do you understand that theoretically it could be compromised for 3 days now? Yeah. We have no idea, and you're telling me to trust you guys? This is the kind of thing that we need to make sure doesn't happen.
Is Smartmatic still involved? I'm asking a serious question.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
All right.
If you need to scream, we can mute your mic.
I got a question for you, Stephen. Did you see the
Venezuelan?
Did you see the Fifth Circuit Court ruling on mail-in ballots that are brought in after the election date?
Yeah, well, which one? Because we were just talking earlier in Pennsylvania, I know for sure that they said they have to be brought back by the correct date. And same thing in Georgia, Supreme Court.
The Fifth Circuit, the ruling, this was last week, said that ballots that are received after Election Day, even if postmarked before Election Day, are illegal to count. So I'm wondering, unless there's been other updates in other courts, there is a potential that if we get another 3 a.m. mail-in ballot drop that gives it to Kamala, Republicans could sue, Supreme Court could say those ballots don't count, and block that. But I'm wondering what you think.
It could happen. The problem is this goes state to state, right? And so this, for example, like we were just talking about Virginia with the 1,600 non-citizens, right? It was ruled, okay, you can purge these voter rolls. Then there was a Supreme Court or a higher court, I believe it was a Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, said, no, you can't do this close to the election. So I had to go to the actual Supreme Court. Did I say Pennsylvania?
Virginia.
Virginia said, no, you can purge your voter rolls of the 1,600 self-identified non-citizens. So it's one of those things where they keep on playing Pong back and forth. It seems like it could be, but again, the big lie, when people talk about the big lie, it's that Donald Trump lost every single case, or the Republicans lost every single case. I believe there were, if I'm not mistaken, was it 60 something or 90 cases, and only 32 were heard on merit. Most people don't know that in 24 of those, the ruling leaned with the GOP, the ruling leaned with Republicans, but nothing was done. Very little was done about it. So we have to go through so many steps just to ensure basic security provisions. So I feel like I'd have a better chance at predicting Pennsylvania than giving you an answer.
Yeah. To follow up with Smartmatic, I don't know how involved they are with the election itself. It's a private company, and the headquarters is in London, England. So it's a British company, private company that is involved with global election voting systems.
Right.
Yeah. Wonderful. I think we're better than the Brits. That's why we left.
It's the Five Eyes Spy Club. Like that whole British imperial installing a candidate with the Democratic Party, like putting Kamala there without a primary. It's just such a disgusting.
There was a clip on the internet of a former CIA guy.
Yeah.
Who was like a medal winner. It's about 16 minutes long, and he goes through the machinations of it. Had something to do with the Venezuelan cartel. That's what, and then the Brits bought it. It's after watching it, I was totally.
I tried to watch it, but I was cut off by my perfect pillow. This guy doesn't know about election interference. I have the best documentary on election interference. Just watch mine. You'll know all you need to know.
My pillows aren't lumpy. You're an asshole. Now you're just being an asshole.
You're an asshole.
That's what. Well, that's what.
Lumpy pillow.
I was recently married, and my wife has all these pillows. And as soon as I saw that clip of the My Pillow guy, I was like, "This is you." When I talk about the pillows, like they're not lumpy pillows. These pillows are great.
I love how his sheets like they're the finest American sheets made with the best Egyptian cotton. My American sheets. You're like, what?
Yeah, I know.
Lumpy sheets. You're an asshole.
You're an asshole. Yeah, that was hilarious. Part of what's so disturbing, though, isn't just that there are all these clear examples that seem fishy to us. It's that the establishment in charge doesn't even seem to be interested in convincing us that this is free and fair, because there's some interest in subjugating us and letting us know that we will do what we want. You won't have a say and you're going to obey us. One of the most important parts about having a democratic system isn't just that the elections are fair and functional. It's also that you believe that they are, that you actually think that your vote counts. If someone's just waving in your face that people who fraudulently vote in the elections are still going to have their vote counted, at some point, it's really just a domination ritual.
Yeah, they're targeting enough people to just buy it. And then they can just sneak it. Sorry to interrupt. What were you saying?
The last couple of elections, I just showed up just in case.
Right.
Just in case my vote count. That was my mentality.
That's how some people feel.
You know, I mean, just in case it counted. But to be honest with you, I gave up a long time ago.
It's the castrating of a nation. They do it with men, and they want to do it with the election. They're more interested in making you believe that everybody is crazy.
Well, I think it's the left poking the right in the chest, saying, "We're calling you bluff. We're going to turn this into a comedy shithole. What are you going to do about it?"
I know,
and we're not doing anything about it.
Well, that's also a dangerous
let's get our fucking muskets. Enough of this shit.
People just transitioned. It's a dangerous game to play.
All right.
Double mastectomy doesn't work great.
I think that no matter what happens after this election, we should focus on securing literally the digital machines, like making them open and secure.
So
after the Civil War,
get rid of them.
There's interesting data showing. Right now it is still early, but people are suggesting that with the data coming in, Florida is shifting red, and they redder.
Yeah,
they enact these voter security measures, and all of a sudden it's Republican. With Virginia enacting paper ballots, that may contribute, but I think it's fairly obvious. If you have a secure election where you need an ID to vote, it's paper ballots, they're counted, it's done on the day of, no early, late, whatever garbage, then Democrats struggle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like Thailand.
I don't think it necessarily takes Nostradamus to know that Florida's going red, but the point remains.
Well, CNN just said redder than a baboon's ass.
Oh, so race alert.
I got a couple of calls
1 second.
we can make. So.
Okay, we have a couple of calls. I don't know if you guys, we do actually have, I don't know if would they get programmed?
Yeah, Guam is in.
Okay.
Send it to them.
Oh, no, that's okay. Hey, Tim, where's the best place for people to go and watch you guys tonight? Because we have to go call some states. We actually have Donald Trump calling some key states for us.
Timcast IRL on YouTube.
Timcast IRL on YouTube. And sorry, what was that?
I was just going to say, you gorgeous humans.
Oh,
look at you.
I don't know if that was aimed at us or
that is aimed right at you and your friends.
Oh.
Hello, Gerald.
Well,
hello. Wonderful.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You all look very good, but you're in a small box.
Thanks.
The one guy looks like he's wearing suede, which is a risky choice on election.
It looks like a school board meeting.
It's a school board meeting, and someone's going to be kicked out. All right, Tim Pool, we appreciate it, brother. Everyone, we'll probably check back in with you later because God knows how long this will go.
Hey, where do people go to find you, Stephen?
Just Rumble or YouTube, and as soon as the DDoS is over, they can, you guys can use the election integrity map too. There's no reason to give your money to CNN or those bastards.
Sounds good.
Cheers.
Thanks for coming, man.
All right.
Or an elementary gymnasium.
Love you guys. Tim Pool, ladies and gentlemen, and friends.
Take care.
Love that guy.
There we go. That was great. That was fun.
All right.
There is a bit of data that's coming in. Trump's currently at 312. He's got 8 electoral votes already.
I'm seeing 19 on Google.
19 on Google. Let me hit that there, refresh. And what Kentucky's called.
Google called Vermont with 0% reporting.
Wait.
That's what it says on my map. It's giving Harris 3.
They're just like hippies.
Go to Google and look up 2024 election results.
Google's 2024.
Every vote in Vermont needs to be counted.
Well, the governor, I believe, also announced that he is. Well, Google's not giving it to me.
Oh,
Give it to me, Google.
Yeah, Google is saying nah.
You have to pray to Alphabet for that to work.
But I believe the governor of Vermont voted for Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let's see what we got over here at the
Indiana and.
You know what I want to find? We've not been able to find is the New York Times needle.
Dude, they're not going to give it to us, bro. They're not gonna
behind
do
a paywall?
This year, I
There
looked
we
it up
go,
on the
look
Hill,
at that.
and they were like, "We will not give
all
it
right,
to
ladies and gentlemen, Trump has 19 electoral votes.
Yep.
We believe that that's enough. We're calling it Trump.
We're calling it Trump won. Trump won the night.
every time. So they're calling Indiana. Is that it?
Yeah, Indiana and Kentucky.
And
both
Vermont.
are
But what's
called.
weird, I mean, listen,
Vermont is
it's
called.
not an unreasonable call, but Google's map says 0% is reporting there, so I don't know.
They're calling Rick Scott for Florida as well. 51%.
Really?
Well, I'm sorry. No, that's front.
Yeah. So we did have a bunch of polls just closed. I think Georgia and Florida, parts of New Hampshire are closed. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the data is coming in.
The road to 270.
This New York Times map is not fun.
What are the best places people can follow along when they want to find like incoming data like this? Are there particular websites?
Well, you can just go to google.com, and it's just 2024 election results, and there's the election map that is being updated as the information comes in.
There's no government website?
No.
This is amazing. 8% and on Florida, it looks like Trump is up 56 to 43, but that's obvious. I mean, Florida is just, it's no longer a swing state.
Yeah, well, you know what? The Google poll I'm seeing, it seems to be going
Looks like-
back and
looks like
forth.
Mike
It says
Braun won Indiana
Florida's
as well.
at 52% Trump, but with only 19% reporting, so doesn't
Well,
tell us
right
much.
now I've got it's saying that 90%. Okay, yeah. It's,
All we want to know about are the swing states. Nothing else matters.
Yeah.
Right? So, Vermont. Oh, look at that. Data coming in for Georgia. Trump is currently winning 54% with 1,500 votes to Kamala's 1,200. Yeah, I don't really care about that.
Yeah.
We got 23% in Florida. It's 52 to 48 with Trump's lead. I think this one's obviously going to be a very Republican, but who knows, man? As we were just mentioning with Steven Crowder, you would be a fool to think there is no shadow campaign.
That's right.
And I don't know what you do about that.
That's why you want all the votes in day one. I think the Supreme Court's move to nullify any votes that arrive after November 5th makes a lot of sense. It might squeeze a lot of people, but, you don't want the numbers to be there so that you know what you need to change it.
I don't think there are very few legitimate reasons in general to vote by mail-in ballot. Unless you're like deployed in the military, like what else?
I think that should be it.
What else would justify that?
Ben was talking about the way that Florida does it is they count all of their ballots that are mail-in ballots before the day. So everything that should be in by the day of. And if they count everything except for the ones that come in on the actual day, and then they count, so they have those already buttoned up on the the day before, then they count the ballots that are done on the actual election day, and then they count whatever came in mail-in ballots. You could feasibly have it done very easily that same night.
This is what
It's just been funny watching this all like go down on Twitter, watching non-Americans comment on it, and they're like, "You guys just leave your votes in a box on the street?"
Yeah, I mean that shouldn't happen.
And I'm like, I agree, it's insane.
It shouldn't happen at all. All of the ballots, in my opinion, I think there should be one day of voting. I think that you should have to go there, and I think you should have to do it by paper.
I was in the Maricopa County Court for the Kerry Lake trial, and we learned that tens of thousands of votes had no custody of the ballot.
Yeah,
we were caught. Democrat overseers of that election were caught in lies that week, saying that at first they didn't know they printed out the wrong size of the ballot, and then we found out they did know, which obviously nullified the vote. There were so many things just in that county that were a crazy problem. Can't imagine that's not happening elsewhere. And hopefully we fix a lot of that. But the Dominion voting machine should be like a bipartisan issue.
Yeah,
it used to be like, well, not used. Elizabeth Warren, way back when, had a whole problem with Dominion. Right?
Yeah, Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican too. So.
Right. Yeah, she was also Native American.
That was never a thing.
She's gone.
Guys, jumping over to Polymarket right now, Trump has dropped a few points. He's down to 58.4% chance to win, or I should say the prediction market is leaning to Kamala's 41.8. But here's the best part about Polymarket. Who cares about winning the election? Who's going to be inaugurated as president is the question. And so right now, Donald Trump is at 57.9 to Kamala Harris's 38.3, which is weird because while this market is substantially smaller, there's a difference. 58.8 think Trump will win the election. 57.9 think he'll be inaugurated.
That's funny.
There is a window of Trump might win but not become president.
It's good. When you hear the rhetoric of people like Jamie Raskin, that's a reasonable fear, I think.
But let me throw this in. There's an other with 3.6. Kamala Harris at 41.3 to win the election with other at 3.6. Kamala Harris only at 38.3 to be inaugurated, meaning there is a larger window of Kamala winning the election and not becoming president. I actually think if either scenario could play out, that one makes the most sense. And I'll tell you why. We brought this up when Crowder was on a little bit. Ben Shapiro has his worst case scenario, and he's talking about the census comes in, the data is wrong. The electoral count is wrong. If, I believe I may be getting his point correctly, I might be getting it wrong. If Kamala Harris wins with Pennsylvania, and it's 270 to 268, Florida files a lawsuit saying we are materially harmed by the incorrect census, and we should have more electoral votes, giving Donald Trump the win.
Yep.
And if the Supreme Court says yes, Trump wins, even though Kamala Harris won on paper. There's also the Fifth Circuit Court. They ruled that ballots received after Election Day it's illegal to count. They didn't stop it, though. If Kamala Harris loses tonight, but at 3 a.m, mail-in votes come in, and I mean literally come in, they say, we're waiting on the mail-in votes. They've already said we're not going to get data till later. Ian pointed out, Maryland said, if your ballot arrives on the 15th, it would be accepted. If the Supreme Court says no, Kamala Harris loses. What happens then if the Democrats say, no, she actually won the vote. She won, but Trump's cronies in the Supreme Court several weeks later overturned it. That would mean that so let's take a look at the poly market requirements. AP, Fox, and NBC have to call the results for one candidate. Let's say mail-in votes come in at 3 a.m. Kamala Harris is declared the winner. Republicans sue to the Supreme Court. AP, Fox, NBC call the election. Kamala Harris wins. 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later, whatever, Supreme Court says no, she received ballots after the election day. They are void. Trump then gets inaugurated president. That's a potential scenario. I don't think it's likely, but I got to tell you, I got no effing idea. Nobody thought the country was going to lock down for 2 years either. So everything is in play. Have fun, guys.
Yeah, it's absurd times.
Yeah.
You can't predict absurdity.
No.
I guess this is a little bit of a throwback to the concern about digital voting too, is that I feel like all these votes should be happening in isolation. All these counts should be happening in isolation. Like they should be figuring out theirs, they should be figuring out, and then we all come to one big place and everyone puts their thing in there, and then there's a final tally. Not the whole, hey, how's your vote going along? How's yours going? Hey, we've got this many. How many do you got?
How many do we have to add?
It's happening if it's connected to the internet, these machines. They could just be telling each other, like, all right, so far we can see the shifts and like.
George is at 3%. Kamala Harris has taken the lead. She's at 55 to Trump's 45, but it's completely meaningless because
3%. Yeah.
It's meaningless. Right now, we're looking at Atlanta districts reporting. It means nothing. We've not seen any red districts give any substantial reporting. So if Atlanta suburbs send data in, it's going to look like Kamala's winning, and we'll just have to wait and see. But Georgia is substantive.
Are there states where people vote up until midnight? Right up until the
no, I don't
clock
believe so.
Strikes?
No, I believe New York will be the latest, closing at 9 Eastern. But now with PA extending voting in Cambria County to 10 p.m., oh boy, we're going to be here all night.
Why did they extend?
Because there was a glitch in the system.
Ooh.
Yeah, they say it was quickly fixed. Georgia also had issues where bomb threat hoaxes came in, and so they will be extending hours there as well. I don't know how late it will be going in Georgia.
Now that is a simple piece of terrorism to pull off on a voting company. That's really ridiculous.
Well, and also an easy false flag to pull off, right? So this is one thing that we've seen become a staple of left-wing rhetoric over the last 10 years or so. But essentially, anytime the right has effective rhetoric that persuades people, what the left says is, someone's going to shoot people if you keep saying that. Someone's going to believe that and then shoot people or bomb people if you keep saying that. That is always the argument that they use when they have nothing left to say. Once calling you racist or sexist or transphobic or whatever hasn't been effective, they go to, that's going to incite terrorism, you better not say it.
They'll make you afraid that what your actions are going to harm someone else.
Well, and this is what happened when people were complaining about the fact that 20,000 migrants were dumped in Ohio without the consent of the people who were citizens there. Well, there's bomb threats, there's bomb threats, there's bomb threats. Those all turned out to be hoaxes, but it doesn't matter. They just keep repeating the lie. Every single time you step out of line with their orthodoxy, someone's going to get shot because of you. Someone's going to get bombed because of you.
Do you think there's reason to believe a third assassination attempt on Trump is a possibility if he wins tonight?
I think it's less likely that there isn't another attempt, unfortunately, at this point.
That's why I was praying for his physical health, and hopefully he's super focused on just hunkering down and staying alive.
We have some data from political polls. Boone County, Indiana is currently reporting with 91% in. Trump is up 10 points. However, in 2020, he was up 18 points.
Oh, wow.
So this is going to be weird.
A long night.
Yeah, so it's still very, very early. That is a bad sign for Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's not a good sign.
Not a good sign.
Virginia's 1%
Trump is currently up in Virginia with
Yeah.
less than 1% reporting. This is the Norfolk Beach, Hampton Roads area, it looks like.
900 votes are counted in Virginia, and he's
I
ahead.
wonder.
It's in play.
I wonder how many.
Nope, not Hampton.
So many people moved in the last 4 years that it's going to change the way we view, the 2020 election numbers too.
Yeah.
This is what people need to understand about 2020 was the mass internal migration because of COVID did change things.
For sure.
And while a lot of people they find the bellwether results to be very suspect, 'cause I think out of there's 19 counties and Trump won 18 but still lost. They said these were never wrong. I do think it's fair to say, yeah, absolutely look into that. This is suspicious. I also think there's a plausible explanation in that 250,000 people moved out of Manhattan who are more moderate to right-leaning because of the COVID policies. Also, many liberals moved out of these places and spread around to various suburbs outside of New York, which were more red, which could dramatically alter what you would expect to see. No one saw this coming. We don't know. I think it's fair to say the Democrats themselves in Time magazine called it a shadow campaign.
There's a cabal.
Their words.
Cabal.
That's
They
right.
used that word.
Not my opinion. They said a cabal engaged in a shadow campaign, which they referred to as a conspiracy.
Yeah, they said Trump said it was a conspiracy theory, and he might not be wrong.
No. They called it a conspiracy.
Right.
I'm gonna pull
fortified
this
the
one up.
election.
This is important.
craziest article.
Because we are not making this up.
Yeah.
Okay. The secret history of the shadow campaign. Y'all need to understand this. I am not saying this to besmirch anybody or push any weird theories. Time magazine ran a story called The Secret History of the Shadow Campaign that saved the 2020 election. In it, they literally say there was a conspiracy unfolding behind the scenes involving CEOs and politicians and unions to fortify the election. So call it what you want, but no one saw it coming.
Who wrote that, by the way?
That's right.
Molly Ball.
What was
CIA.
she thinking?
Yep.
Yeah, well,
They always return to the scene of the crime figuratively. I'm saying this.
Exactly.
But they want to brag about the quote unquote. Look, ladies and gentlemen, Time magazine wrote an article claiming that Democrats engaged in a conspiracy with CEOs and unions to fortify the election to stop Trump from winning. Their words, not mine. The article is easily searchable. By all means, you go read it.
And I think to sort of relay out what I was saying earlier, in part it's a humiliation ritual. Like, look, we just did this in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could get away with.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
Look what we're able to do.
Yep.
Yep. So we'll see how this goes. Certainly.
It's insane.
All right.
I see somebody I like in the corner.
DeKalb County response to multiple
We've
bombings.
got
It's 5 now.
a wise gentleman joining us
Look
on
at
the
that
show.
suit, dude. Look at
That
dapper.
is a very sharp suit.
No,
Yeah.
it's a dapper.
You got good angles on your body there, Clavin.
Mary will be stepping out for a moment. Thanks for hanging out, Mary. She'll be back. And we have Andrew Clavin.
Tim, you stole my hat.
I stole your hat. It's my hat.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Welcome to the show.
How are you?
Dressed to impress.
You want to
sir.
introduce yourself
Absolutely.
for those that don't know you?
Sorry, I am the host of the Andrew Clavin Show on the Daily Wire. I'm, Ben Shapiro's competitor, and I was there from the beginning, and I'm a novelist and a screenwriter as well.
Thanks for hanging out. What have you seen so far? What do you think's going on?
So far, it's all vibes. We've seen Trump win the states we know he's going to win. We've seen Kamala win Vermont, which would have been a shock if Trump had won it. But the vibes are good. Vibes are not meaningless. I think no one knows anything, and anybody who's talking about it as if they know something is not telling the truth. But
we called it for Trump already.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He won Indiana. There's no way he could lose this thing. Yeah.
But the big thing is actually people sitting here and the Daily Wire have changed the game. There's just no question about it. The left's domination of the cultural apparatus of what's called the social imaginary, the things we think are true and the things we think are ethical, has been so complete until about 4 or 5 years ago.
I think that's
as
right.
the Daily Wire took off, as shows like this took off, we've been able to debunk their lies at a speed that we've never achieved before.
Are you a bourbon drinker?
I am, but I'm going to be here till 2 a.m.
Okay, okay.
If I start drinking now, I'll just pitch forward.
Because we have this wonderful bottle of old Rip Van
Look
Winkle.
at that. Gosh,
And
you're tempting me. Here.
Well, I just wanted to say, based on what you're saying too, is how many election night shows are going to crack open a bottle of
That's
bourbon?
right. That's right.
Exactly.
Have a good time.
Talk about vibes. Talk about different vibes.
We're either going to want it or we're going to need it.
That's right.
We were just talking. I do agree with the vibes. I keep thinking if everything's on the table and legit, Trump's got this by a landslide.
Right.
But I am in sort of an echo chamber too. So there's that. But those are what I'm feeling. But then we just pull up this Time magazine article about the shadow campaign to fortify the election of 2020.
Yes.
Yeah.
The cabal of CEOs and
I'm a little bit wary of these things. I mean, first of all, the last election was done under such insane circumstances that all kinds of things were possible that aren't possible now. The Republicans have upped their game. They deserve some credit for upping their game and keeping the election tight. And I don't believe, most elections are run by local folks who are actually good people, who actually are out there volunteering their time to do what they're doing. And so I'm not as worried as a lot of conservatives are about that. I think I think we're going to see the will of the people, and I think that unfortunately, sometimes the will of the people, in democracy, we get what they deserve, which is a terrible thing sometimes. But I think that it really depends on whether or not whether or not the information weight has shifted enough so that we can expose them to enough people fast enough. So when Donald Trump comes out and he says there'll be a bloodbath in the car industry if I'm not elected, and George Stephanopoulos on ABC says, Trump is calling for death and murder if he's not elected, we now have the ability to strike back. It takes a beat. It doesn't happen right away, but it takes a beat. And the question is, how far is that spread? How effective is it? It is going to get more and more effective. They're going to try and stop it. They're going to lose. We will win eventually. The question is whether we win tonight.
Yeah, I think that's right. And there's another point to be made here. This didn't originate with me. I wish I could take credit for it. But democracy is in many ways just ruled by mass media when you have one set of people controlling all the programming that people see, where they get their ethos from. What you were just discussing earlier, this idea that everything we were told about what's moral or good or true or beautiful has just come from a handful of corporations who have similar interests, who are very aligned ideologically. You end up in a position where even if the election is free and fair in the sense that you don't have shenanigans going on with ballot harvesting, it almost doesn't matter because people are pushed in a specific direction by the media. This is this idea of manufactured consensus, which, I'm not the biggest fan in the world of Noam Chomsky, but he's not wrong about that. There was a really brilliant moment with him. I think, was it on PBS? This was a very long time ago. But he was having an argument with a female journalist, and they were asking him, are you alleging that I am pretending to have the opinions that I have for this job? And he said, no. I believe you're sincere in your beliefs, but my point is you would not have this job unless you did have those beliefs.
That's the lesson of transgenderism for me, that an academic theory with no scientific basis that goes against the wisdom of the ages could almost instantaneously be turned into holy writ.
Immediately.
Yeah, immediately.
Immediately, dude.
If you just said, no, that doesn't sound right to me, you were canceled, you were thrown off YouTube, you were called all kinds of names. However, we were able to strike back in ways we have not been able to strike back in the past against America's racist narrative, against the idea that you're anti-feminist if you believe in motherhood and homemaking is noble pursuits. All of these ideas that have spread so fast and immiserated people. They've made people miserable, but even as they've made people miserable, they keep clinging to them because they are absolutely surrounded by this idea.
I want to drill down on that point real quickly. The fact of the matter is, you point out it's made people miserable, and I think that's the real problem that even the zeitgeist in the United States, people don't realize why they're unhappy. People can't articulate the things that they're unhappy about. Only people, it seems, and not that I'm particularly religious, but people that are religious have been saying, look, it's because you don't have a family, because you're not putting the things that are important first. It's because you're not putting, having children and focusing on your relationships first. These are the reasons why you're unhappy. And I think a lot of Americans, particularly people that are considered progressives, disregard those ideas because out of just as a knee-jerk reaction because of who's saying them. That's right. Because they're people that they conceptualize as bad or oppressive or whatever. When really what's going on is the people that believe these things, that have lived lives where their families have been the focus of their life, and those things have brought them joy throughout their whole life. Those people are trying to actually help by saying, no, these things are actually good. And I think that there's too many Americans that just knee-jerk reaction say, no, that's not good, and it's making America miserable. And you see it in suicide rates, you see it in depression rates, you see it in drug use, you see it in substance abuse, you see it all in divorce rates, you see it all over society. And again, I'm not a particularly religious guy that's saying, oh, you should practice this kind of religion, but these things have been just common knowledge that these are the things to aspire to: a family, a home, relationships with the people that you love. Those are the things that make you happy. And it's been common knowledge for 100,000 years. As long as there have been human beings in society, it's been common. It's been obvious. And now it seems that society is just since maybe the birth control pillar or the past 60, 70 years.
Speaking my language.
I completely understand this. Has really said, oh no, we have all these new ideas and we can just change everything on a dime. And speaking to the what you guys were mentioning about how fast everyone has to take to adopt the idea of transgenderism being a positive or even being something that's possible. I think that kind of just change in society does make people unhappy, and they refuse to acknowledge it out of fear.
We do have a big update with the data coming in from Florida. We've got Miami-Dade County, 77% in. Trump is winning 55-44 with 481,714 votes to Kamala Harris's 389,287. Now, we did see this flip, I believe, in the midterms. It went red. Everybody kind of was surprised to see that was massive. But this is a flip from, I believe, in 2020, Joe Biden won Miami-Dade. At least that's the reporting I'm seeing right now. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you may be right. I can't remember now.
Right.
Yeah.
The reporting that I'm seeing right now is that Biden won Miami-Dade last time around, and that Trump is now winning in Miami-Dade with 77% reporting. It's looking like Trump is going to win a major urban metropolitan area, which is massive. What I'm really interested in seeing is actually Philadelphia, because we recently went up there and saw Trump flags in downtown Philly. Trump flags. Now there were Harris Waltz flags too. But they were big Trump flags, and that was significant. A lot of people said people aren't scared in a city like this.
That's what it speaks to. It speaks to that change in the fact that people are not intimidated. They will come out. And Trump has normalized himself. I mean, look, whether he wins or loses tonight, this is the greatest comeback in American political history.
And that's right.
And coming back against 2 impeachments, 90 indictments, a conviction, assassination attempts. It's been an amazing...
An entire industry of media bent on destroying him for almost a decade.
And the thing you have to remember is underneath the issues themselves, the left has controlled the terms of the debate.
Yes.
So, for instance, going back to what you were talking about before, if I come out, as I have often said, I'm anti-feminist, that immediately defines me as someone who doesn't believe women should have human rights, which is nonsense. I utterly believe that. I'm an American. I believe everybody
I'm
has
extremely anti-feminist. I'm with you.
But I think what makes women happy is different than what makes men happy. And we should advocate for that. And we should advocate for the nobility of it. And we should never allow someone to say something like, I am just a homemaker, or I am just a mother, because then you get these headlines. One of my favorite headlines of recent years was, in spite of feminism, women are unhappy. Are unhappier. And I thought, no, almost right, but not quite, And they set the terms of the debate. It makes it very hard for us to speak without being demonized.
I agree completely, and I think it confuses young people because they hear all the narratives that say you should want this, you should want that, you should put off having a family, you should put off all of these things that actually do bring you joy, and then they wonder why they're not happy. Right. And it causes that's part of why they get depressed. Not only is it that they're depressed because they're the things that are fulfilling they don't have in their lives or whatever, but also because they can't figure out why, and they don't believe, oh, maybe it's the things that maybe the people that I've been listening to have been leading me astray and telling me that I should want things that don't make me happy, that will never make my life feel fulfilled.
Yeah, I think at a really, really fundamental level.
How you feeling, Seamus?
The issue is that, let me tell you, I'm too neurotic to look at election maps with 3% in reporting because I'm like, oh, he's going to lose there now. No, but I think what this boils down to is something very basic, which is our inability as a culture to agree on what man is. And I'm not just talking about in the sense that Matt Walsh exposed with his documentary, What is a Woman? I mean, like, what is man? And the two dominant beliefs in our culture today are man is a creature created in the image and likeness of God himself, who is of unfathomable worth and whose soul will outlast every star in the sky. And man is an accident of a series of self-replicating coils of DNA giving rise to consciousness in a way that lends itself to adaptation.
Spoiler alert, the answer is A.
Amen.
But I have to get back to my show.
Andrew Clavin, ladies and gentlemen.
It's great having you.
Thanks for joining us.
Great talking to you.
We have a lot of speculation. I think this one's actually interesting from Swan Marcus on X, saying that, I'll give you the gist of it. The theory, conspiratorial, is that Democrats were registering people as nonpartisan. So as we see in early voting, Republicans with an edge over Democrats, we make the assumption that independent voters are breaking 2-1 for the conservatives, as we've seen with most polling data over the past 2 years. But the conspiracy now is independent voters may be split because Democrats intentionally registered people as unaffiliated, obscuring the data. The theory that this gentleman is proposing is that Democrats, they have better data allocation. They can see which nonpartisan people are going to break for Democrats. Republicans don't know. This would affect Republicans' ability to get out the vote in key areas, and they wouldn't know where they were going to lose based on the raw data. If Republicans assume that independent voters track with the polling and not with Democrats having skewed it in that direction, Republicans will not anticipate a big Democrat push. They may not put people in the right areas. But we got another gentleman joining us, sir. Who are you?
Bryson Gray in the building. You already know.
What's good, Bryson?
What's happening?
Is Trump going to win?
I think he will. I think the reason he's going to win is because the same rift that's happening on the right is happening on the left. So a bunch of liberals are actually voting for Jill Stein because of...
more power to him.
Free Palestine. I mean, Jill Stein's the only
Palestine
person who's going to be able to free Palestine.
Yeah, it's silly, but I think that's what's going to actually give Trump the edge. Because a lot of women already voted. And, it depends on where the married women go. They might flip-flop depending on the election. But single women definitely going to Kamala.
Did you see the ad with the married women looking at each other
looking at
across
each
the
other.
voting booth, like telepathically communicating with their eyes, like, I am voting for Kamala.
With 65% of the votes in Florida, Trump is up 8 points. So this is, I mean, Florida's, no one expected to be in play. Miami going red, massive. It's very likely. They're going to call Florida soon. I mean, it's at 65%. West Virginia's been called for Donald Trump.
I can't believe
with
it.
0% reporting.
They just know. We know.
I don't need any data for West Virginia.
They know when you poop.
They were gonna, West Virginia was going to.
We tracked all the analytics. We saw the way they moved their hands. We know.
Right. West Virginia, you don't even need. But what I am interested to see is Riley Moore winning. Riley's a friend. Yep. He reps our district. He's a good dude. He skateboards. He's great. So I'm excited to see.
Also, shout out to Patricia Rucker out there, state senate.
Absolutely.
Yep.
There we go. We've got more data from Georgia right now. Donald Trump is ahead in Georgia, 57% to 43, but they're 6% in, so it's meaningless. South Carolina, Trump is up 62 to 37. Once again, 3% meaningless. Virginia's got Kamala Harris up 58 to Trump's 41. 3% in, and it's meaningless.
What's Maryland looking like?
Maryland? Oh, that's going blue, brother. There's no data yet. Yeah. New Hampshire with 3% ins got Kamala Harris winning 54 to 45, but it's only 13,000 to 11,000, so nothing big. Some are suggesting, I guess, wishful thinking. People on the right think New Hampshire may go Republican. What do you think, Phil?
I mean, if it does happen, it'll be because of a lot of the libertarians that are voting for Donald Trump. I don't know that I believe that that Donald Trump will win. I would like to see it. There's a lot of people. I would love to see Lily Tang win. She would be my rep in New Hampshire 02.
She's great.
And
she's fantastic.
She's going against Jake Sullivan's wife. Jake Sullivan is the ultimate swamp monster.
He was Hillary Clinton's number 2.
She shredded her.
She did.
It was beautiful.
It was brilliant.
They were like, if you ever want to see someone shred like a neocon in broken, I don't know what she referred to. What's her name?
Lily?
Sullivan's wife.
I don't remember.
But in broken English, which was the tweet, and it was like, well, it's Lily Tang Williams.
Just crushed.
Ladies and gentlemen, just real quick, we may not have the New York Times needle. And for those that aren't familiar, this is one of the greatest memories that I have in 2016 when it said 99% Hillary Clinton. And then throughout election night, it slowly started moving towards Donald Trump. I remember when it hit 50-50 and people started freaking out. And then when it got to Trump 99%, it was just absolutely hilarious. We have the Decision Desk live forecast just broke for Trump. It's now showing Trump with a 63.7% chance of winning to Harris's 36.3. It is skewing in his direction. Now, hey, take it all with a grain of salt.
Yeah, it's early.
Because it is still early, and it's already gone down a little bit. So it's now at 61.6 to Harris's 38.4.
We need Trump to work with the deep state, everybody. Yeah.
So
at least make them think that's true.
Their projection is Trump 277 to Harris 261 based on current data. It is largely meaningless as we have very little data in. This thing's going to go wild.
I want to follow up about New Hampshire. Why would there be any possibility that it wouldn't go to Trump?
Well, there's a lot of people that have moved from Massachusetts to New Hampshire. And it's always been a fairly purple state. But there are a lot of people that move out of Boston and out of from Boston into the suburbs and into New Hampshire. They move and they bring their Massachusetts voting record. So they think that they move to New Hampshire because they want to escape the taxes of Massachusetts and they want to escape the legislation and the laws and stuff. But then they vote like they still live in Massachusetts, which
that's such an insane phenomenon.
It's completely insane. It's terrible because if you want to stay in Massachusetts, just stay in Massachusetts.
We've got huge data from CNN's exit poll. Trump among independent voters, Trump is up 11 points. So it's a 20-point swing towards Trump among independent voters from 4 years ago. This is massive for Trump. It is indicating it's early, but it's indicating a Trump victory as. But we will see. We will see.
Probably because RFK.
Big time.
Potentially.
My state of mind was that I registered unaffiliated, and I had every intention of voting for Trump at that stage. But I still registered unaffiliated. I'm not playing the game. Like, I'm not here to give you my data. You don't get to know ahead of time what you think I'm gonna. And that's why I think I was getting bombarded with Kamala Harris emails for the last 4 weeks because I was unaffiliated.
Oh my God.
I'm changing my phone number and never giving anybody money again.
I know.
My phone gets 7,000 text messages every day.
Who gave Dick Cheney my phone number?
Dude, I literally, I did a cartoon about this, about the texts you get leading up to the election. It's like, you look at it, it's abusive because it makes it seem like it's somebody you know.
Political
and they're
polls
like,
is
I'm
called-
telling your wife about us. And you open it, it's like, and then it's like U.S. Representative Dusty Johnson and his wife.
Yes.
Political polls is called Florida.
Like, you can't do
They called Florida.
All right,
the
Florida,
political
guys.
polls.
Florida's been called. Political polls is calling it for Trump.
No cap.
Beautiful.
Oh, dude, look. I mean, Trump's at 54 to 45. But take a look at this. Decision Desk probability meter just jumped 64.5 for Donald Trump to Harris's 35.5. I got to be honest. If this slowly starts shifting towards Harris, I'm going to laugh.
I'll cry.
I will be laughing.
I will.
There's your demoralization campaign.
See, in 2016, when it was for Hillary and it started shifting towards Trump, and I saw everybody crying, I just laughed. Because if you can't laugh at yourself, what are you going to do? I want it to keep going towards Trump higher and higher and higher, so we can have a clean win. We can go home. I can go to sleep and have to think twice. But if it goes Harris, I'll be laughing and I'll be pouring some pep.
If it goes to Harris, I'm looking for a lawyer.
I want a nice clean election tonight. No mail-in ballots over by 9.
What is North Carolina looking like?
No data yet.
No data yet? Okay.
No data yet.
Georgia is leaning.
No. We
but
got
it's only
data. We
8%
got
in.
North Carolina data. We've only got a little bit in. It's from urban. Whoa.
That's my hometown. That's not good.
No way. Look at this. Brunswick and Hanover.
Oh, man.
A lot leaning towards Harris, but it is still early.
It's early. Yeah.
It's still very early, but with 2% of the votes in, Harris is up 69 to 30.
But you know what, though?
Hey, guys, it may be 2%, but this is 74,000 votes for Harris, to 32 for Trump. Still very, very early in North Carolina, but that's massive. I mean, look across the board. It's looking very, very narrow in even some of these rural areas. So we will see. We will see.
Yeah.
Typically a swing state.
But hold on. This data may be early vote data. It may not be the. I'm not entirely sure. But we'll see. We'll see. Right now in Virginia, it's 60 to Trump. Kamala Harris is winning 60 to Trump's 39%. More data starting to come in. We got Ohio 1%. Trump's 61 to Harris's 38. 1% in. But we are looking at 46,000 to Harris's 28,000. 4% in New Hampshire. Harris is up 56 to Trump's 43. Still, we gotta wait. We gotta wait.
Yeah,
What's
it's
up with
early.
DC? Does DC all go to Maryland?
DC's
No, DC's got 3, I believe.
Yeah,
it's got 3 delegates.
Yeah, and where are they listing old DC? Where's that at?
No, I'm DC's up in the top.
Where's it?
No, I'm looking at Decision Desk.
DC's got 3 votes, right?
Yeah,
Am I wrong?
I imagine it tends Democrat every time.
Of course, every single time.
Yeah. I'm looking at New York Times. I'm like, where's DC? Yeah, a decision desk's got it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but the New York Times doesn't. Am I just blind? I can't see. Is it a tiny little dot somewhere?
That's hilarious.
There's Nebraska's 1, 2, 3, Maine 1, 2, and then I gotta just zoom in to try and find DC on New York Times.
Maybe.
I don't know.
They forgot DC.
Whatever. Decision desk is doing a better job anyway.
It's going to Kamala Harris anyways. It's always
DC.
Always.
Oh, dude, it's
Yeah, of course,
90%.
DC.
90%.
Always the Democrat.
So
Because it's whoever- because
political
Democrats are the big
polls called Florida, but I don't believe Decision Desk or AP have called it yet.
Do you remember when there was a time when networks felt it was a feather in their cap to call the election early instead of dragging it out as long as possible? I hope we get back to that.
There we go. Big news. Jim Justice has won. They've called. It's been called for Jim Justice in West Virginia. That is a flip from a Democrat from I believe it was Manchin previously. So that's predictable, but still big. There we go. Look at that dark red West Virginia. That is a flip. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Massive. I got to tell you guys, we all saw this coming. Everybody who's in West Virginia knew exactly what was going to happen.
There's no city in that state. We're safe.
It's pretty good.
You're right.
I mean, that's why I love it.
Yo, but even the small towns in West Virginia are woke as they come.
Oh, they're
It's so weird.
It's
They're worse than
insane,
the worst
dude.
cities.
It's crazy. Well, because this is what happens. Lefties and liberals will go gentrify these little country towns.
Yeah.
They'll go in there, they'll buy the real estate when it's super cheap, and they start hanging their gay flags outside, and they
Right.
start putting their future is female crap out and their love is love signs on their lawns. It's like the local population doesn't believe in that stuff, but people with a little more money
like the
from large
Clintons in
cities
Haiti.
move out there. Yeah.
But I think it's important.
Exactly.
I think it's important to say it's not that they're just gay flags. It's the Pride Progress flag, which is more of a cult ideological symbol that goes beyond just gay pride.
But even that, I mean, the perception
Same
used to
thing.
be small. Yeah, exactly.
I was
I'm there with
waiting
you.
for. I'm like,
I'm there with you. I'm there with you.
But they have
You shouldn't have sat us together.
in Frederick, Maryland, they have eagles on pride flags flying from buildings. They have the Pride Progress flag flying from city buildings. So this is an ideological,
for sure.
And
The eagle's bold, but it does identify as a woman. It has a dress on. It's got.
So
For a minute, I thought they were
guys,
like-
we do have some races to call, I guess. Jim Banks, Republican in Indiana, has won. Yes, everybody expected that, and Bernie Sanders has won in Vermont. Nobody is
course.
surprised by these outcomes. So
Let Bernie win. We took it from him.
and come on, they call him independent, but
Come on.
How old is he now?
Communist.
100.
At a bare minimum, it has to be
gotta be
100.
just-
I wish he was more like open-minded to what's going on with the media and the DOJ targeting Trump. Like I wish he was more
He
in the camp
is
of Tulsi Gabbard.
He is a dyed-in-the-wool communist, and he caters to the Democrats. There is not an independent bone in his body, even though he calls himself.
He got attacked by the Democrats too with him versus Hillary Clinton. They screwed him.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
but
Big time.
he's a coward. He
I
kissed the
agree.
ring.
I agree,
He-
dude.
He bent the knee when he was on stage and those.
South Carolina's called. They called South Carolina already.
I can't
They
believe-
did.
Yeah, they called it,
Decision
yeah.
Desk called South Carolina for Trump. Trump is currently winning 32 votes to Harris's 3. None of it matters because we're just waiting for the swing states. Georgia's going to be massive. Currently, Trump is up with 9% in, 58.4 to Harris's 41.1.
That's big.
The independent voters breaking. This is exit polling data, so who knows what it means? It could be BS. But an independent voter shifting 20 points in 4 years is tremendous.
That's RFK, man.
Did Jill Stein have 14% in South Carolina?
Is that what it
Because
said?
that is nuts.
Yes.
Whoa!
That is nuts.
That is huge.
South Carolina is going to save Palestine today because Jill Stein got 14%.
It's 6% in.
Okay, yeah,
They've
true.
called it for
Okay.
Trump, but
That's
Jill
still more
Stein
than I thought.
currently having 14.5.
It's still crazy.
That's actually nuts.
Is just an urban center voting for Jill Stein.
How frequently-
I imagine
Cornell got
it's gonna-
214.
I imagine Jill Stein just went up.
But this is what I'm going to say. If right now the numbers are that Jill Stein has half of what Kamala has,
Jill Stein won Lawrence County?
Oh yeah.
40 with 48% in. They called Lawrence County for Jill Stein.
That's impressive.
Dude,
I told you.
well,
That's
this
what's
is-
happening on the left.
and that's the crazy thing because if Jill Stein wasn't running, Trump would have another 14%.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, taking all his votes.
How often do they call it and then it changes?
This is actually pretty substantial. In
happen.
Lawrence County, Trump has 26 votes, 48% reporting, 9,739 for Jill Stein, Kamala Harris with 4,279. Have we ever seen Jill Stein or a Green Party person win a county?
I've never.
Dude, I don't even think I've ever seen Jill Stein.
But if you go to Twitter, a lot of liberals are mad because a lot of liberals are voting Jill Stein because they're so pro-Palestine.
Or they're writing in Free Palestine in their ballot. Which, if you're a liberal, please do that. Like, I want.
No, don't write in Free Palestine. Write in Jill Stein.
She's on the ballot. You just mark her name.
They got it confused. They're like, oh yeah. They're like, yes, my heart goes out to Jill Stein.
So is Florida considered a swing state?
No.
Was it?
No.
It
8
was.
years ago?
It was at a time. DeSantis turned it solidly red.
But like 4 years ago, it was.
4, not 4.
Yeah. It used to be a swing state.
Okay, and then but so how come then there's still everyone's relying on the swing states? It
Swing
just
states change a lot. Well, this is the thing. So people who don't like the Electoral College will say, why is it that our vote and our democracy should be dependent upon these several states? But what they neglect to mention is that those states change like every 8 to 10 years.
Yep.
And the reality is, if we didn't have swing states, they would just have to campaign in the most population-dense
California and New York.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there'd be like 6 places they'd campaign, and it would not change as often as the swing
It
states
would be
do.
Florida, New York, and California.
Can we do some quick math real quick? So there's with 48% reporting, we're looking at about 15,000 outstanding votes in Lawrence County, meaning Kamala Harris is going to have to win a third of all remaining votes in. Is this just this one county? In that one county to beat Jill Stein. If this trend in voting continues, Jill Stein's up 2-1 on Kamala Harris.
Jill Stein could take the White House if she keeps this.
No,
kind of
but
up.
she may want to
Be our next
retire.
president.
She may want to retire to Lawrence County, where she's a megastar.
Yeah, honestly, that's a fair point, dude. Or she's going to be hated by all the other lefties there. Like, Kamala didn't win here because of you.
I bet you that's happening on Twitter as we speak.
Absolutely.
Hold on. Guys, I want to actually pause for a second. And I want to say, with the utmost respect and admiration, thank you, Jill Stein. And I mean this sincerely. This is not a joke. Jill Stein said she wants Kamala Harris to lose. And this was a big story when she said, vote for me. She didn't want Harris to win. People voting for her in protest may hate Donald Trump, but it does help us. And Jill Stein knew exactly what she was doing, whether she likes Trump or not, willing to stand up to the uniparty establishment, be it Kamala Harris, whatever the outcome is. I do respect that, and I am grateful for the support.
I've always thought she was a woman of principle, and I voted for her in 2016 when I just didn't know what else to do. I'm like, I've always can appreciate that she speaks her truth, whether I agree with it or not. What did you like about her? Just that she's honest. Like, she seems legitimately honest.
Guys, right. I want to say this again. Give Jill Stein your respect. From Newsweek, for end of September, Jill Stein, how and why I will stop Kamala Harris winning the White House. She may not agree with you. You may not agree with her. But hey, at least for now, we are aligned in saying Kamala Harris should not win the White House. I think and I want to stress, whatever you may think of Jill Stein, what she is saying is that Donald Trump is the better alternative to Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it too. Listen, I'm going to hop off now. It's been fun. I'll be back in a bit probably, but I'm going to sub out with my buddy Elad here. I just want to say before I go, it was great chatting with everybody. I'm having a blast. And to all the audience, if you want to know where you can find me, go to Freedom Tunes. We released a video today. It's really blowing up. It's what the Joe Rogan episode would have looked like if he agreed to Kamala's terms, and it's him interviewing her. And then the day before that, we released a video called Kamala Harris polling at 100% with people who vote at 3 a.m. So go check those videos out. You guys will love them. It's
I'm half the voices in that cartoon.
And he's half the voice in that cartoon. So go over there, check that out. And if you want to know how you can support me while I'm trying to create culture and media that isn't woke and insane and left wing, go to freedomtunes.com, become a member. We have our podcast where we discuss how we make the cartoon, and we're planning on putting together a plan to put some really cool stuff up there in the future.
Hey,
and
you
for
want to sip a Pappy before you
I do want to sip a Pappy before I head out.
Why don't you take that over there?
Yeah.
We got this very fine bourbon. And for everybody else, as Elad's about to jump in, smash that like button right now. Share the show with everyone you know.
Elad's on. You're going to
become
need a drink.
member.
Right.
Absolutely. Become a member at timcast.com to support our work to make things like this possible. There is a strong possibility, although I hope not, that we are live again tomorrow in much the same way. Because if we do not get definitive results, let me put it this way. If Trump does not win handily, to a degree that Harris cannot overcome this by any reasonable measure, including lawsuits, this will likely extend into the weekend and who knows how long. Mm-hmm. If Trump gets a decisive victory that lawsuits cannot overcome, that's it. We win. Yep. But look, it's not Elad. It's someone else.
You're not Elad.
Welcome to the show.
Surprise.
Who are you?
I'm also Jewish, though.
Oh, okay, that works.
I'm Deborah. Nice to meet you.
Deborah?
Yes.
Tell us about yourself. Tell the world.
From New York, conservative influencer, fighting the good fight out there. I've also tried rallying the Jewish vote a lot, but recently retweeted by Elon Musk. I feel like that's my
Right on.
thing
What is
now.
your full name?
Deborah Leah.
So here's a question I have for you then. Do you think Jewish voters are going to shift for Trump?
Absolutely. They've been rallying in the streets every single day. I brought like a Hebrew Trump hat, honestly, to give to Ben tonight. But we love Trump. Like, we love Trump so much. He's the only right option for this country, for success, for the future of Israel, for just religious safety and freedom. Absolutely.
I saw that. Did you guys see that commercial that's been running on Fox where it's the 3 women who are implied to be Jewish? And they're saying, I never wanted to vote for Trump, but at least he'll keep us safe.
Yeah.
And I understand it's a commercial, but the commercial exists because they're targeting a legitimate fear that Jewish people in New York have. And I kind of feel like it seems obvious that they would shift heavily for Trump, but is it going to be the majority? Is it going to be more than 50%? What do you think?
So this is a problem, honestly. I was raised as a religious Jew, but the majority of Jews are not religious. It's some like 98% are not Orthodox and only 2% are Orthodox. And Orthodox is the most observant, following the actual Torah and everything. And so it's been difficult to try and get those Tikkun Olam, the social justice warrior Jews, to kind of understand what the importance is for us to have Donald Trump as president. But in New York alone, there's been over 1,000 violent crimes against Jews. There's been not even one person arrested in those cases or charged or tried or anything. So I think we definitely understand that we want to we have strong values about our families, very heavily strong values in the Jewish community, education, safety, good communities. And these are all things that Democratic leaderships have been destroying in every city.
I think that in the ties...
Guys, I got a break. Decision Desk published the wrong data. Jill Stein is not winning. That is totally incorrect.
Oh, man.
They gave Donald Trump's votes to Jill Stein.
Okay.
Oh.
I went undercover at a pro-Palestine rally in New York, and I ran into Jill Stein. Didn't know it was her at first. For 30 minutes, I'm talking to her on camera. She's saying we have to support Hamas, the freedom fighters. I asked her to talk about, the sex crimes committed on October 7th. She's like, those are just accusations. I have this all on camera of Jill Stein at a Palestinian rally with a keffiyeh on. She's crazy. I hope she doesn't win.
We were enjoying the fact that Jill Stein it seemed that Jill Stein had stymied Kamala Harris taking a county in South Carolina, and it was fun while it was lasted. But apparently,
they still have it up, and I think they just changed it. They just deleted the data from Lawrence County because Jill Stein did not actually win. Shout outs to who do we have? Matthew Funnel in Super Chat who says those Stein votes are actually Trump's check AP.
Wow.
So, yeah, unfortunate. But I'll still give a shout out to Jill Stein. Jill Stein said she will stop Kamala Harris from winning. She wrote an op. I think she wrote an op. Is this what we have from Newsweek? How and why I will stop Kamala Harris from winning. And Kamala Harris cannot win the election because she has lost the crucial support of Muslims and Arabs, Jill Stein has said. So I've been seeing this for a while, that Jill Stein was saying outright, or to some degree, that she was going to be a spoiler candidate for the Democrats. I'll take it. I ain't complaining about it. Although I wish we lived in a reality where she won Lawrence County. Trump actually won Lawrence County.
I don't know. I don't like communists, so.
Like supporting, I don't know about supporting Hamas. Like the verbiage, I support Hamas, is like indicates you're supporting an organization that's like desperately attacking another
terrorist.
Yeah, but the idea that you could uplift everyone by creating stability and peace, I feel like that would be a way to support all of them, including those that used to be. Maybe we could de-radicalize.
If Hamas wanted stability and peace, they could have turned over the hostages instead of holding them for an entire year. They could have turned them over and had a ceasefire and could have ended all and turned themselves in and could have ended all of this at any time that they wanted, but they didn't because they're terrorists.
I think that's a thing that people struggle with. It's a unique Western situation to think that people who are raised since they're born, raised with Nazi flags, and people who attacked us on 9/11, they idolize these people. I think it's hard for us as Americans to understand that you really can't change that mindset. It's not like a Democrat becoming a Republican. It's a truly different ideology.
I would think of it as like a long game, like of a 20 or 30 or 40 years in the future, because like it takes generations to create radicalism and it also to de-radicalize a lot of times. So if you could establish legitimate, like organized peace and like
I would love nothing more. I would love for the people in Gaza to live prosperous lives, to thrive again. I think that would be amazing. It's just, difficult that Israel kind of set that up for them in 2005 when they willingly gave over the Gaza Strip, and 2 years later, the people in Gaza elected Hamas as their leaders. So it's just difficult, I think, when you're trying time and time again to have peace and let these people achieve their own freedoms, but time and time again, they're choosing terrorism.
Do you think that Donald Trump, and I guess I ask you not to represent the entire Jewish people, but that he represents like a more of a stabilizing force in the region?
Absolutely. Everything that he did in Israel. I was actually living in Israel at the time when he, for American side, recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. That was a huge strategic decision. Also moving the embassy to Jerusalem. He has done so many things to just help with the sovereignty of Israel and peace in the region. The Abraham Accords were the greatest peace deals in the history of the Middle East. And I think his idea of peace through prosperity, peace through economic strength, meeting with the UAE and having really good deals for everybody so they become richer and it becomes a better region. I think that's the best plan for the Middle East, and I think that's everything that Donald Trump represents there.
So we got there's big data coming out of Georgia. It's looking really good for Donald Trump so far with 20% reporting. Trump is leading 60% to 40%. Still only 20% reporting, but we do have a lot of data coming from the counties surrounding Atlanta. And I don't know that we've got this from Election Wizard. With an estimated 90% reporting, Trump leads 53 to 46.6 in Baldwin County, Georgia, a county won by Biden in 2020 by 1 point. So that's with 90% reporting. It's looking good so far in Georgia. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, it's still very early.
Deborah, you mind passing me that bottle of Pappy?
Oh, I got it.
Thanks, dude.
There's a lot of liberal places left in Georgia, that's for sure.
Yeah. You said 90% reporting in the whole state or just in that county?
Nah, I think it was just the county.
You want to jump in? We're pulling him in. Yo, we got
Bryson
another...
Gray stepping up out.
We got another
Hey, Bryson.
fine young gentleman joining us. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Cody McIntyre, and I'm a professional skateboarder and hang out with Tim and skate at skate park all the time.
That's indeed. And it's a heck of the first show to join, Cody.
Yeah, this is a hell of a show. I mean, if I get a sip of that Pappy's, I think
I
that's
think we
what
can make that happen. Yeah, let me cork it up.
He's sitting here like, I want to come on. I want to come on just for the booze.
Yeah, I don't care about any of this. I'm
There's
just
a
here to
glass
drink.
right behind you on that shelf.
Is that a buckler behind you, or is that a hat?
That's a UFO.
It's a UFO. Oh, okay. That was like
you see that glass?
forearm
That's a fresh
shield.
glass we just put up right there. So Cody is a pro skateboarder, and I guess we'll just talk about it. The wokeness in the industry.
Yeah, I mean,
you're a guy who had a Gadsden flag mini ramp.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of how me and Tim wound up meeting. Well, actually, I think you saw my mini ramp online. And
I've been following your videos for a while.
Yeah, I came out to Maryland, and then I actually just DM'd Tim on Instagram. It was raining, and I was like, "Oh, he has a really cool mini ramp in his basement. Let me see if I can go hang out with him." Turned out to skate way better than I thought.
Cody's, you're not a super political guy.
No.
You've been skateboarding your whole life. For those that don't know, Cody's one of the top pro skateboarders, and you had a Gadsden flag mini ramp.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen your videos all the time for a long time, and I saw that and I was like, oh, this dude's cool. He gets it. But you got flack from people. The industry has gone woke and gone broke at the same time. I think what we're starting to see now, and I'm hoping this is true, is that, for everybody who's like, oh, I don't really care about skateboard, that's fine. You don't have to. I want to talk broadly about general culture in this country with Bud Light, with Target, with Disney, and what I see in skateboarding as wokeness is killing industry. And we need to see, if we want to bring it back, a shift. But you look at, like Target, for instance, they lost a bunch of money. Bud Light lost a bunch of money. You've directly experienced, you're not even saying anything political and people coming at you.
No, I've never expressed any sort of political views. I mean, I'm pretty moderate. I hold some conservative views. I think some liberal views. I grew up as a skateboarder. I mean, I'm pretty against cops and authority and things like that. But just by having that one statement, I guess it was, oh, Cody's a crazy Trump supporter. He must be into the Blue Lives Matter shit. So it was kind of crazy how I got thrown into the pit on all of that.
Skateboarders, I would say, are the least political people on earth.
Yeah, for them. Well,
I'm exaggerating.
Prior to 2020, I would say so. Yeah.
So in 2020, we saw many people who I think had no business in politics. Like everybody, it's fine if you want to be in politics and you do your thing. I'm just saying people who had no idea what was going on. I was talking to Steve Bannon about whether it was stolen or whatever, happened in 2020, and I said, I know a guy, he's a skateboarder, and he filmed himself carrying a mail-in ballot on his phone like this, walking to a mailbox, and I went, holy crap, when you've convinced the skateboarder guy to go cast a mail-in vote, I could understand how Biden's going to win. But now, I'm wondering if with you at least, and with more people who are starting to be like, hey, we got to say something or we got to do something. It's not like you're the most political guy in the world, but you feel like you sitting here, I feel like is still indicative of something happening.
Yeah, I mean, again, like you said, I'm not political. I'm just normal. I'm just kind of tired of seeing things get so far one way and being, I own my own skateboard company now, so I don't have to worry about it. But God forbid if I'd spoken out or said anything. And again, I'm pretty moderate in my beliefs. I don't think I hold any extreme views. I would have been canceled or blacklisted from the industry.
Just to be normal nowadays is to have actually chosen a side, because the progressives really need you to affirm the things that they believe, or else you're counter to whatever it is that they're trying to do. We saw that with what was it recently? It was someone with people not deciding to not endorse Kamala Harris, right? Jeff Bezos decided that he's not going to endorse Kamala Harris. And the reaction from the left was as if he had come out and said that he was endorsing Trump. So anytime that you don't side with them, you're against them. It is an all or nothing perspective where you're either on our side or you're against us.
Well,
so by being normal and not political, you're siding against the left.
Well, you don't even have to side with somebody. With
Correct.
Tim, for
Yes,
example.
exactly.
Tim's one of my friends. I skate with him all the time. A lot of my really good friends in skateboarding are on the left, super heavy. But when I hang out with them, it's not an issue. There's no, Cody's a leftist, Cody's this. But when I hang out with Tim, I'm this hard right guy. It's like, no, I hold beliefs that I kind of straddle both sides of the fence on some things.
Politics flows in one direction. If you stand next to Ben Shapiro, you are far right. If you stand next to a far leftist, the far leftist is also far right.
Yeah.
There's no inverse. But we got some big updates. Ladies and gentlemen, Polymarket has broke 70% for Donald Trump. And Decision Desk currently has Donald Trump chance of winning at 69.8. Lord help me if by like 9 o'clock it's shifting in the other direction and Kamala Harris is at 99% and everyone's crying.
More like 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
I bet $100. Exactly. They just became legal in New York to bet for the first time, so this is my first time ever betting on anything. Hopefully I win.
Well,
this is massive. Oh, we've got another person jumping in.
Guys.
Who's this?
I didn't know I was coming in. Hi, I'm Lisa Elizabeth on Twitter, and I book for the Culture War and all kinds of stuff. I work for TIM, the greatest organization ever. I always do that.
So
I always worry I'm loud. So
what's going on in Philadelphia? Who's going to win?
let me tell you, from doing on the ground reporting there, I am surprised. It is definitely way more 50-50 than it seems. Pennsylvania, there's been a lot of irregularities with stuff going on there. Everybody knows that the GOP in Philadelphia and the DNC are corrupt. So I don't know. I worry about that kind of stuff. But I'm telling you, I've living in Philadelphia for so long, I've never seen as many Trump flags, Trump signs. Even when I was in West Philly, a total Democrat stronghold, there were Kamala signs with spray painted T's in red over top of it. I posted to Twitter. I'm telling you, it's wild what's happening there. I've never seen anything like it.
Decision Desk currently has Trump at 69.8 to win, despite Ohio currently trending towards Kamala Harris at 55%. Georgia is trending towards Trump at 54%.
You mentioned how in like 2016, I think it was, that the needle, it said like what, Hillary Clinton 90%,
99,
and then it just went. But the difference here is she was like the Potemkin candidate. Everyone wanted Bernie. They forced her in the DNC. Nobody really liked her. It's the same as Kamala. That's not the inverted thing right now. We're not looking at that. We're looking at a guy that people really like and that has been our president before, and he's got a massive groundswell.
We got this from NBC News. Allegheny County anticipates it will have 186,000 mail-in ballots reported soon after 8 p.m. Another 36,000 should be reported not so long after that.
Hopefully men are finally showing up to the polls. That's been a big thing on Twitter. We've been trying to get men to go out and vote because since the 1980s, men have undervoted, underregistered. And if men just show up and vote, this election's in the bag for Donald Trump.
Another big update. We got Oklahoma and Missouri have been called for Donald Trump. Decision Desk increases his chance to win to 71.5%. So with more data coming in, we got Mississippi and Alabama. Tennessee have been called for Donald Trump. Maryland has been called for Kamala Harris. Massachusetts for Kamala Harris.
Shocker.
And Rhode Island for Kamala Harris. North Carolina is currently trending Kamala at 52.2 to Trump's 46.8. I mean, I understand if we go into, North Carolina, we are seeing a lot of suburban and urban areas reporting, but there are some areas that don't look to be too urban that are skewing blue right now. I guess the data is just too early to tell. I do think it's interesting that Decision Desk currently has Trump at 71.5, considering Ohio and North Carolina are currently trending Democrat right now.
What's percentage in North Carolina?
I'm sorry, D.C. has been called for Kamala as well.
North Carolina, what's the percentage of...
5%, fair point.
Okay. How about Ohio, similar?
Ohio, I think, is higher. It's at 20%.
Ohio's 25.
Okay.
25 now.
That's kind of scary.
Feels like it's coming in fast
How's
compared
Summit
to the
County
last
doing?
time.
That's my hometown. My home county. What's up? Is Summit County? It was known as kind of a liberal area of the state. The Northeast was sort of like a liberal pocket in a conservative state.
I have a good feeling about this. I had a dream last night. It felt too real for it to not be real tomorrow.
That's cool.
Please no.
Tell the family-friendly version of the dream. What happened?
I just had a dream of those feelings of Donald Trump winning, like that excitement when you just wake up and you can stop worrying about everything and the whole world falling apart. And can I buy a home? I'm only 24 years old. What should I do with my finances? Do I invest? Is that risky? Do I even want a treasury bond with the U.S. government?
I will eat a whole pizza.
That's what you're going to do?
If Trump wins, I am going to order a whole deep dish pizza from Uno's, and I'm going to eat it, and I'm going to sit back and I'm have a beer. I don't drink. I don't eat bread. I don't drink. I don't eat bread.
That's true.
If Trump wins, I'm eating a whole pizza and drinking a beer.
Got to make a New York pizza. Make it worth it.
Oh, I'm from Chicago.
Cauliflower crust.
I got to have my Chicago tourism pizza.
Was it deep dish?
Okay,
I'm from New England,
yes.
so I like the New England pizza. The
Dave
New York.
Portnoy Jr.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be here. I saw Miss Peaches flying out on their private jet to Nashville today. I was hoping he would pop up.
That'd be cool. Is he coming?
I don't know. We'll be
I mean, look.
surprised.
I haven't heard anything.
Who deets?
Look, you don't count your chickens, okay? Trump's at 70.1 to win on Polymarket, and this may just be a response to the early data. Decision Desk currently has Trump at 71.5. People are seeing that and saying, sure, why not take a bet, get free money?
Of course.
No guarantees, man. These mail-in votes, unpredictable. Texas, with 12% in Texas is blue.
Yeah.
Dude, it's 49.5 to 48.9 in Texas.
But
And
11,000
it's
votes.
just it's Dallas reporting. No, it's almost 1.4 million votes.
No, 11,000 difference.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Nothing.
but it's just Dallas reporting, so it means nothing.
It doesn't even matter. Even if he's up everything, we could all go to bed again and wake up, and all of a sudden there's some massive spike in Joe Biden, Kamala Harris.
Exactly.
If we
That's
don't
the
go to
sentiment.
bed, it
You mean
can't
Barack- you
happen,
mean Barack
guys.
Obama.
Yeah, there you go.
We just need to stay up all night.
Right. Oh, heck, Deb, I'm with you.
If staying up all night meant Donald Trump was going to win, then I could handle that.
I wouldn't sleep for 3 days.
Yeah,
You know, but Ben Shapiro made this point last night. He said, the order of outcomes that we want is Trump wins by a lot, Trump wins by a little, Kamala wins by a lot, Kamala wins by a little. If Kamala wins, but only by a little, it's a disaster.
Correct.
And I completely agree. People are going to lose their minds. If Trump wins by a little, the left will lose their minds, but at least Trump will have authority and can be able to start cleaning things up.
If she wins it all, it's a disaster. Okay.
But one's better than the other.
Right, but if either one of them wins by a slim margin, we're looking at some unrest. We're looking at some people being very unhappy with the results either way. That's
We
what
got
I
some
think.
data
Yeah.
coming in from New Jersey. Of course, Kamala Harris is winning in New Jersey. We've got Gloucester County with.
You know how Gloucester County is. So I just drove through there. There's
I know.
plenty of Trump signs. Hardly any Kamala. That will go. That will go. for us.
What's going on, New Jersey? Huh?
I'm
You know,
excited
man,
to see in the
South
cities.
Jersey's red. North Jersey's blue.
I just want other liberals to know that they're not
Philly
the
suburb,
only
basically.
ones. Like after the Madison Square Garden rally, every single restaurant outside of Madison Square Garden was filled with MAGA hats. You've never seen anything like that in New York, probably never will again. And I just want them to know that they're not the only opinion. They should watch how they're speaking. The guy who was leading the poll station today when I was voting this morning in New York came up to me and literally told me Donald Trump will rape women. Sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to use that
He was
word on the
leading
show.
the polls?
He was the guy who was checking you in to sign you up to go
What?
vote this morning. He's like, yeah, I said vote no on Proposition 1, which is transgenders in women's sports. And he's like, well, Donald Trump's going to protect women by raping them.
Is that not voter intimidation?
I thought it was something illegal. It's in New York, so like, are they going to actually do anything? They only arrest Mayor Adams, apparently.
We've got some data from PA starting to come in right now. Let me see if we where are we currently at? Where's the? We got 3%, and this is for the Senate results. Bob Casey is up. It's only 3%. Doesn't mean a lot. This is kind of a bummer so far, but I'm hoping we see a shift. In Virginia, Tim Kaine is leading 54 to Hung Kao 46. Dude, Hung Kao is awesome. Did you guys see that election, that ad he made where he's banging the table? He talks about how his family fled Vietnam. America gave him safe harbor. He served this nation in the Navy for 25 years. Now he's running for Senate. I'm like, how could this country not just say this guy obviously is the best choice for leadership in this country, so that they would choose, and that they would choose someone like Tim Kaine is insane to me. Like, politics aside, you put these two guys next to each other, and it's like, I'll take the 25-year veteran of the Navy who fought for this country, who is grateful for everything he's been given, and who will serve the people. Tim Kaine is just a crony. What does he represent?
They don't care. He represents the machine.
The power
they
of the
want
media.
the machine.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about Einstein because, like, he got really good PR. If he had PR like Elon Musk is getting, he would not have been looked favorably upon by history. We would think that guy was a piece of garbage, like bad. The way that they're demonizing and dragging Musk is like, if the media wants to make you seem great, they'll just put you on Time Magazine and like say it. I thought media is really vague.
And to that point, not only is the image that the media wants you to have malleable, it's malleable at any point. There was a long time where Elon Musk was the golden child for the left, right? He was gonna put, he was doing the rocket thing, and he had the solar stuff going on, and he was building electric cars, and the left, he was the golden child of the left. And
so was Donald Trump.
Harris has won Connecticut.
Shocker.
Shocker.
Update coming in. New Hampshire with 15% reporting. Harris is at 56. We'll see. Georgia's at 37% right now. Trump is at 57 to 43 with 37% reporting. Still very, very good news for Donald Trump. North Carolina now at 7%. Harris at 55 to Trump's 44. Ohio with 32% reporting. Harris has 53 to Trump's 46. Oh boy. 32 is a lot, but we're getting a lot of data coming out of big cities and not as much coming from the rural areas. So we will see.
That's why. You get Summit County, Northeast.
Where's that? Which city?
It's in the Northeast. It's the highest county in the state. That doesn't matter on this map. It's near. No, it's like south of that couple. It's a square.
You said it was the highest.
Like a rectangle. Yeah, one of those rectangle counties. Like
is that
right.
yours?
Yeah, it's my home county. I don't think they're in yet.
It's too
but it would still tell us which county we're looking for.
Summit. Yeah. It's like right around there, maybe down and a little to the left of where you're at.
There it is. I got it. Yeah, Kamala Harris, 62% with 35% of the vote in.
Tim, is it too early to break down demographics for the counties for how they're going?
I don't know if they have that data on it.
I feel like they used to. I don't know if they do anymore. Like if you click on it and scroll to the bottom, they're like you're on New York. No, you're on the other one. Never mind.
Oh, it's here. The needle's here.
The needle.
They're not giving us any data on the needle. I love this. They're so embarrassed about how bad the needle is that it's just nothing.
What is the needle?
So look here on the screen.
Yeah.
The forecast.
It's the forecast showing you which direction it's going.
This is basically the 70% that they say elsewhere. They just represented as a needle.
So the live presidential forecast famously in 2016 said it was all the way to the left. It said 99% Clinton. And then as the night went on, it slowly moved over to the other side, and everyone made fun of it, saying it was worthless. What's the point? Now the New York Times finally published it, and it's nothing yet. Oh, wow. Decision Desk has no problem showing us Trump has 72.3% chance of winning. Please be true. These forecasts mean very little. They're currently projecting Trump to win with 283 electoral votes. I hope that is the case. The night is young, my friends. Poly market is back down a little bit. Trump's at 68.5. Let's go.
Are people buying and selling on Polymarket in real time?
Yes.
So they're making money as it goes up and down? Wow.
Yeah, so the thing to understand about these contracts is that you can buy yes and then sell yes. So some people may be buying Harris right now, and it's shifting not because they think she's going to win, but because they think a certain state is going to skew in her direction, spike her price, they can sell it, make a profit.
They don't have to hold for a day or anything?
And they're already getting taxed on their unrealized gains.
Oh, Texas turned red. Finally, there we go. With more data coming in.
My God.
Did they fix? They didn't fix Lawrence County yet. Come on, Decision Desk. Jill Stein is not winning Lawrence County.
I think the concern in Texas is a lot of people from California moved to Texas.
Oh man, 2020 it was a migration. Like just in my town alone, I can tell you the home prices have spiked so much. It's kind of a different demographic. One of my buddies owns a ranch, and they're trying to create an HOA out there on just a bunch of rural properties. Yeah, he has a big skateboard ramp and a big pink dinosaur because his brother is a kind of an artist. Yeah, they want him to tear it down, and they started trying to. We need to HOA.
Dude, it's the worst thing in rural areas. Out by us, there's a gun range. It's been there for a long time. Wealthy people move in and start buying properties nearby, and then complaining about the gun range, and they're demanding it get shut down. And we're all like, it's not happening. If you choose to live downrange from a gun range, you chose to do that. These people think, oh, we're going to get a discount price on the property. Then we'll complain, win the elections, force them out, and get a premium on our property. I think that's dirty stuff. That's dirty.
I think you should have to live in a state for a certain amount of time before you're allowed to vote in local elections or any legislation.
like
1 year, Just to make sure.
One election cycle.
One
so
election cycle.
if you move a year before the presidential election, you shouldn't be able to vote in that state's presidential
Can we
election.
get?
You can go back to your old
Jill
house
Stein?
and
Well,
vote
guys, Jill
there.
Stein dressed in red.
What?
Is this confirmed? I see a photo. Is this?
I saw that earlier.
Wow.
Yeah, apparently.
It might be blood for
No, but
protesting.
people are saying everybody knows what it looks like when the wife of a Democrat dresses in red on election day, and the report is that Jill Stein voted for Biden, a protest vote against Kamala.
Whoa.
She wouldn't vote for herself?
Yeah, wait, that's strange. She's on the ballot.
It must be so weird voting for yourself.
Wait, was
Just,
that Jill
waking up
Stein?
in the morning?
Or was that Biden's wife?
I would have done it.
I wrote Trump in 10
I'm
times.
sorry, Jill Biden, not Jill Stein.
Yeah.
Jill Biden wore red.
Oh.
I'm sorry, we're talking about.
I'm very confused.
That makes more sense.
Right, sorry. I was
Jill
thinking
Biden
of South
wore
Carolina.
red.
So
Wears
good catch.
red?
What was that?
What does it mean if the white wears red?
Well, just people are saying that if Jill Biden is wearing red, she's the wife of the Democratic president. It's a statement against Kamala Harris. And
It 100% is.
yes.
Oh. I forgot he wasn't even running anymore.
Like,
It's
I had a white dress in the rotation, but I'm like, oh, they always do that
So there's
white
a-
suffragette thing in white. I can't wear that. Like, yeah, you have to think about what you're wearing.
Pennsylvania voting
no way.
site evacuated as disruptors try to upset election results.
Whoa, let me pull that up. Let's
I'll retweet it.
Where is it?
I didn't see it.
Why did Pennsylvania just look
I just
blue all of a
retweeted it.
I think they're going to have the worst protest.
We got it right
no matter
here.
what.
A voting site.
Daily Mail reporting: Pennsylvania voting site evacuated as disruptors try to upset election result. A voting site in Pennsylvania has been evacuated. Multiple people burst into the Center County election office in Bellefonte shortly after 7 p.m., triggering an evacuation by police. Polls do not close until 8 p.m. It's unclear if they're supporting Trump or Harris.
I don't even know where that is, and I live in Pennsylvania.
Yo, wow.
That's
Center
gotta be-
County report journalist Haley Jacobs shared a clip of the scene with multiple locals forced to stand in the parking lot while cops probe the disruption. Okay, it's crazy. I thought we would see stuff like this in 2020. There's not much more data here. It seems to be a small polling location. I hope we don't see any more of that stuff. I hope it chills out. Can we just get through this? Oh no! Decision Desk with the update. Trump's chance of winning has just dropped to 62.2%. I told you! Don't do this to me, Decision Desk.
I'm going to have a heart attack by the end of the night.
How much total has come in? So is there a number like all total? 17% of the total?
I don't think that really, you can't really calculate to that degree because we're looking at swing states. So we can see the reporting totals for the key swing states here. Georgia's 38% in, Trump is up 14. Michigan with 2%, Harris is up 47. That doesn't mean anything.
Nope.
There's nothing else substantive in the swing states. They're still favoring Trump to win, but Decision Desk just dropped his chance down by 10%. That's a massive drop for Trump.
Pennsylvania just went with the lines in it, meaning it's leaning
It's
that way.
looking real good for Trump in Georgia. 1.2 to 1 million.
What's in for Pennsylvania so far?
Pennsylvania's got less than 1% reporting, so
Okay, who cares?
rather meaningless. I think the New York Times is showing PA at 6%, with Harris at 75 to Trump's 24, so still just meaningless.
Yeah, nothing.
New Jersey with 6% reporting, 59 for Harris, 39 for Donald Trump.
Have we gotten anything on Congress yet?
We do. In the Senate, we flipped West Virginia. That was obvious. And in the House, I don't think nothing's flipped yet. So all the House races that have been called are predictable. And we'll have to wait and see, I suppose.
Has anything flipped to the Democratic Party? in
Nothing's
Congress?
flipped. No. Republicans have taken one seat in the Senate, which is huge, but we knew that was coming because Manchin didn't really count anyway.
So I'm seeing all these East Coast states coming. I assume this is just a time zone thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, look, California, if they're going till 9, we're going to have to wait quite a bit.
And then what, Hawaii, is that the last state to report, or they wrap their voting early in the day?
Pretty sure. Alaska and Hawaii are going to be way late.
I want to see Puerto Rico. I want to see who they vote for.
Yeah, nobody cares to track Puerto Rico right now.
Oh, it's not even.
Right, because there's no.
They
there's
vote.
no-
People don't know.
Sure.
They vote.
Yeah, they have delegates. I believe more than one. I could be wrong.
Interesting.
Connecticut Decision Desk has Connecticut red with less than one reporting, but they've already New York Times I believe has already called Connecticut.
Does Guam have a delegate? It was called.
And I believe the delegate was already. So the reporting said that the Republican won re-election, but the local legislature flipped Republican, which is big. They were saying that it was I believe it was a 12-point swing in favor of Republicans in Guam. I don't know, man. This is pretty wild right now.
Yeah.
Trump is still favored 2-1 by Decision Desk, but he just dropped 10 points. That's a massive drop off.
Keeping it exciting.
Hey, look, I made my prediction earlier. 269 to 269. because Elon's law says the outcome that's the most entertaining is most likely.
That's not entertaining.
And then RFK is going to come in.
That's
Dude, Phil's gonna lose his shit.
No, fair point.
I'm
The most-
indigestion for the next week.
The most entertaining outcome would be a Trump landslide, because then all the memes and all the videos of people losing their minds.
Yeah, of him like sliding down on like an avalanche, a mudslide, literal landslide.
I think Democrats have underestimated, at least in New York, how much illegal immigration has lost them the minority vote. We have new families from all over the world popping up on every single block in Manhattan every single week. Aura Ring, which is like $500, brand new Jordans, things of that nature. And all the people like my family who came here illegally, I think they're fed up and they're mad about it. And I hope they vote Republican.
Yo, Miami-Dade County, they're 89% in. It is red.
I registered my brother there and all of his friends. So.
And looks like Florida has rejected recreational marijuana.
Oh no.
Haters.
Maybe not the worst move. I got mixed feelings on that because it sure does smell bad.
I hope Proposition 1 in New York.
I have mixed feelings on legalization as well. I think it certainly shouldn't be class 1, but I'm not convinced that blanket legalization and decriminalization is an effective path towards figuring out what the problems are in the first place.
Like, is alcohol?
I think alcohol's bad too.
Recreational, but you got to be 21. But you don't smell it when someone's drinking it next to you.
The challenge is always substance abuse. So my concern is, are people abusing alcohol? Are they abusing marijuana? And how do you regulate something like that? Right?
Well,
you just got to hope they don't. Just don't let them drive.
Clearly abusing alcohol. I mean, there's Alcoholics Anonymous, and the number of deaths that come from car accidents because of alcohol has to be 10,000 or so a year, because there's like 45,000 deaths from car accidents, and a lot of time there has to be a significant portion of them that are from.
Right, but you look at other countries like in Europe and other things where the age to consume alcohol is way lower. There's something else going on here because they don't have the same problem. So there's an underlying symptom of why people are abusing recreational substances here as compared to other places.
In other countries, there's less driving. There's more. There's usually some kind of public transportation or whatever that's in significantly better condition than in the U.S. They don't have the suburbs that we do, whereas not to the same degree. So that's one of the things, and also they have a different relationship with alcohol to the way that the United States does. The U.S. I don't know exactly what it is, but the way that other countries behave around alcohol, and it's not that they don't get drunk, because there's plenty of dudes in Europe that love to go tie one on. I've been to plenty of shows over there where dudes are just assed out. But there is a different relationship to alcohol over there than in the U.S.
So Jim Jordan's won. Jim Jordan has won re-election.
Awesome.
There's some news.
Jim Jordan's great.
And
we
he
should
won
have him
handily.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was only
on that one the one we had at CPI.
Right.
Yeah.
Dude, he's so smart. I love that guy.
He's a great guy. He's a great guy.
Like friendly. He's an Ohio guy, yeah? Is he Ohio?
He's Ohio.
Yeah, he's legit.
Yep, waiting more data, but right now 29% in Ohio. Kamala Harris is up 54.2 to Trump's 45.1. Looks like we got this fine gentleman joining us.
Hey, buddy.
Who are you, sir? Say your name.
What is going on? I am James Klug, owner of the James Klug YouTube channel. I do political commentary and street videos. Thank you guys for having me.
Do you partake, sir? Too, right? Like,
I'm good for right now.
Protect her.
I'm good for right now. Thank you, though.
You also protect Lisa frequently, right? When Lisa's getting herself in trouble.
It's obviously the other way
I'm messing
around.
up my chair. Sorry, what was that?
He's saying you protect me when I'm getting in trouble, but I was like,
maybe a little bit of both, But yeah, she gets it. If we're out on the street, she's getting in trouble fast. She'll find the fastest way to get in trouble on the street. Absolutely,
it's the long legs is what it is.
Right.
I think it's the mouth, but I meant the
100%.
We do have an update. The chance of Trump winning has just dropped once again to 61.8, so it just dropped another couple of points. The projection now is Trump 276 to Harris 262. But I'm curious, James, what do you think is going to happen?
You guys, I honestly feel good about it in my gut. I feel good about it. A Donald Trump victory. We know that the regime is going to be doing everything that they can to possibly make this not happen. But I'm seeing Americans all over the country on the street talking to people. One, there are people that are completely motivated to vote for Donald Trump, and they're first-time voters, people that are just sick of it. They're sick of the lies. They're sick of the nonsense. They're sick of the world burning around them, and they are voting for Donald Trump for the first time. And it's not just that, though. I see disenfranchised Democrats that aren't happy with Kamala Harris, that are staying out of the race. I see, I see Trump gaining ground in deep blue areas across the country as well when we're doing street interviews. And, if I'm seeing that, I think the issue is much bigger. So I feel really good about where Donald Trump's at. I feel good about his campaign.
You definitely
and they're obviously going to be pushing to prevent this, but I think the right is putting their heads down, going to vote, and I feel like they're going to deliver.
The needle is live, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, the New York Times has finally published it, showing Trump with the slight chance of winning. The current estimates have him winning 275 to Harris's 263. However, the popular vote estimate has skewed 1.4 towards Harris, and the Trump electoral vote count just dropped by 1 vote. I don't know what that means, whatever, but sure. So right now, they have needles for every state. They're giving 53% to Harris in Michigan and Wisconsin. Pennsylvania is still considered tied. Nevada is going Republican. North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona all skewing Republican. This giving Trump the advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, they're considering it still a toss-up. We have no idea. And like I said, look, Trump was at 1 point, 72.5, I believe it was the peak, 72.3% chance of winning. It's now dropped down to 61.8. We will see as the data comes
How's
in.
the poly market looking? I wonder if in real time it just snapped.
68.3 in favor of Donald Trump.
Wow.
I'm excited, guys. Like, this
You're
is
excited.
good. I'm buzzing. I feel like good things are happening. It's coming in faster than the last few years, and we're all here. So
I have PTSD from the last. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if I can handle that.
I'm right there with you. I have very little confidence in the way that it's going to that it'll turn out in a positive way, and I love everybody that does have confidence. I adore it. I love the uplifted spirits. I have very little confidence because I really believe that the average voter, the average person that and I say this all the time, but the average person that goes to work every day and consumes about an hour of news per day, or I'm sorry, per week, those people believe the media. They believe the legacy media. They still go to NBC and they still hear what the talking heads on NBC are saying. And what the talking heads on NBC are saying is completely insane. It's absolutely full of lies. It's absolutely one-sided propaganda from the Democrats. They're not hearing anything reflective of reality. And because of that, your average person believes a significant portion of the slanderous stuff that people say about Donald Trump. You can come up with all kinds of reasons, all kinds of legitimate criticism for Donald Trump. I truly believe that. That doesn't mean that he's worse than Kamala Harris. It's just that you can come up with plenty of reasons to criticize him. But the legacy media has created this caricature, this imaginary cartoon monster of Donald Trump, and I think that
it's also his base too. I would say of his base as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
they called me a Nazi. I'm Jewish.
Of course. Yeah, I'm 100%. And that's something that does actually move the needle with the average, the average American, again, that doesn't consume a lot of news, that doesn't look much deeper.
As the other black pilled person here, let me give a little white pill. There has been a momentum shifting. You can feel it.
Yes.
Like you can totally feel when you're in Philadelphia and you're seeing James can tell you because we've been on the ground there so much. People are not afraid anymore.
I want to be wrong.
Listen, me too. Like you can definitely feel the shift. Everybody has Trump signs out. They're not afraid anymore to put them out, to put their flags out, to put the bumper stickers on their car. Their cars are not getting, in Philadelphia, they were getting torched in 2016 for having a Trump sticker on their car. That's not happening anymore. However, I'm not afraid of the popular vote. I'm afraid of the machine. I'm afraid of extra ballots and things like that.
Interesting, preliminary but interesting. Bergen County is currently Donald Trump is currently leading in Bergen County. This is a North.
That's a Jewish county, New Jersey.
Yes,
that's where all the Jews live.
A North Jersey, New York City suburb that went for Joe Biden last time. I believe it was. Let me see if I have the data.
The Jews are showing up and showing out for Donald Trump.
And Bergen County was 285,000 for Biden, 204 for Trump. It is a single county, so there's 22% reported. Trump is currently favored. If that does hold, that's a massive flip. Even if it's by just a point.
You guys, I also think when it comes to 2020, like the arguments from everybody, right, was that they were blaming Donald Trump for the lockdowns. governor said, no, look over here. It's Donald Trump that mishandled COVID, not us. It's not us that locked you down. It was because of Donald Trump. That was sweeping the nation. Now that boogeyman doesn't really exist, and I don't think it lands as well because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are in office, and that's who I think a lot of people are blaming. As for blue areas, I think Donald Trump is taking a massive chunk out of these areas across the United States, and I just don't see their voters being as motivated as not just as the Republicans and the independent voters as well for Donald Trump.
Hey, Dave, can you go back to New Jersey real quick? So Cape May County, that's like the lower blue half down there. That not much reporting because that is an absolute Trump
It's
stronghold.
Wildwood. It's my
Right.
country.
Like that's where my mom lives. I'm telling you that.
Your
so
mom's
there's-
awesome.
She's wild one.
She's great.
But that should be like how much is reporting there in Cape May County?
25%.
That's where Van Drew switched
Right.
seats, right? Yeah,
And-
so that's
so we-
wild that it's even coming in blue. That's
We used
scary.
to. I used to be in Gloucester County. I'm pretty sure we are in Gloucester.
No, Gloucester's up there. Yep.
That's where we were in Deptford.
Deptford,
Right?
yep, that's right.
So we didn't like our member of Congress.
No.
And it's with 42% reporting, it's up 8,000 for Harris, 38 to 30. But this
We
is
just
interesting.
drove through there. James and I just drove through there. We went to Duffield, said the whole thing.
So take a look at New Jersey.
It was MAGA.
I don't know if it makes sense to say it's in play or anything like that. But with Bergen flipping, right now it's 52 to 46. We're going to see, I think, a massive rightward shift in New Jersey. I do want to make sure I keep you guys up to date. Trump's chance of winning has just spiked once again to 71.1.
What is going on? What is this company? What's this company here?
Regime punching air right now, you guys.
You're gonna love this
Regime's
one.
punching air.
I got data for you. We've got this from NBC's exit polls in Pennsylvania. Trump is up among independent voters by 6 points. Massive.
Yeah, RFK.
Massive. RFK Jr. for sure.
Wow.
So if these hold, it's really good news.
Well, I also think Elon Musk has had a massive impact on this. I mean,
Joe Rogan too.
Joe Rogan as well, with not just independent voters, but also maybe some Democrats that weren't totally on board with Kamala Harris. I was just texting my friend's dad the other day. He's absolutely a liberal, and he switched his vote because of Elon Musk.
Wow.
You know?
That's wild.
Yeah.
We like Elon.
The good thing, I think that, the argument that Elon Musk is making goes beyond just Donald Trump is the guy to elect, right?
Totally.
He's making the argument that, first of all, the Democrats are the party of censorship. He's made it clear that the Democrats are going to come after people for having the wrong opinions if you're influential. And I think that the fact that he has been able to point to all of the DOJ attacks against SpaceX and other companies that
It's
he
bringing
has.
it to a personal level.
Exactly.
And that's why selling it is so much more clear to people listening to him talking about it.
He absolutely. He's speaking to the. He's speaking to the regulations that he has to deal with just to do business the way that he needs to for sure. And if you're going to have an aspirational society that looks to do big, incredible things, which he has demonstrated are possible, he has reminded the American people that we are capable of amazing things. When the rockets come down and they land standing up, people look at that and they are blown away. I know
it's joy.
When you catch a skyscraper.
Exactly. When you catch a skyscraper coming out of space and you catch it, he's demonstrating that we can do absolutely amazing things. We have the technology, and this is all right in front of us, but the government literally gets in the way. Go ahead.
So we got a big update. The needle has now shifted for Trump in PA. 53% likelihood for Trump in Pennsylvania. That is the Keystone State. If Harris, they're saying right now, Nevada's now leaning Republican, giving Harris only a slight edge in Wisconsin and Michigan. Trump is leading, has the edge in Nevada, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona. Georgia is now 71% Republican. They're giving it heavy to Donald Trump.
I see what you did there with that is the Keystone State.
But
it is the Keystone State. People don't realize that it is the Keystone State, but it is the key.
It's the nickname.
I see what you did there.
Are you feeling the energy now?
I assumed everybody got it.
I feel nothing. I just got a cold, frozen heart.
I got an empathic burst of these guys sitting in a room thinking, we can't stop him. And that could lead to some crazy shit in the future, but they can't stop him.
Ian,
And I
I'm
think
going to grab you
who are
and
you
like try
talking
to
about?
steal your
dudes
vibes. I'm
that are
stealing
deal
Ian's
with
vibes.
after the victory. We can deal with that after the
This
victory.
is massive,
they,
guys.
Trump can't be stopped.
With
They can't stop him.
Election Wizard, with 74% reporting, Fulton County is showing a 2.6% shift towards Trump from 2020. This is likely why they are now all set. They're starting to say it looks like Trump is going to win Georgia. It's still only 51% reporting, but Trump is up nearly 10 points. So this is massive. And with the shift towards Trump, it's looking really, really good. PA right now with 8% in, still very heavily for Kamala Harris, but doesn't mean anything because we're looking at Harrisburg and Pittsburgh.
What's
and
Philly look
Philadelphia.
like?
Philly's blue.
Yeah, but how much is it?
15% in, and Philly and Delaware County are very blue.
What's the percentage of 15% in?
What's the
Because
percentage?
yeah, because
11%
it went,
in Bucks, and Bucks is 2-1 Kamala Harris.
Philly went 85% for Biden. And I'm thinking that it's going to go 75% or less based on what we've been seeing on the ground there. So I'm just curious as to where they are.
70% chance that Trump wins this one, says Decision Desk. Let's just Decision Desk. Do me a favor. Can you, if you're watching, just keep it there and just stop moving.
No, they're going to put it back to 61, dude. Get ready for the curves, baby. They want to make it exciting
go
for
down
everybody.
and come back up.
They like that. They're getting a lot of traffic because of this stuff.
Polymarket has Trump at 71.2.
Wow.
Look at this, $1.3 billion wagered on Donald Trump to win right now.
Oh,
Is there a live chart of all the betting markets?
I don't know about. There's probably. I don't know it.
Kalshi was doing that. Like everybody's, as their
Kalshi?
money's coming in about who's spending on which candidate.
But all the different betting markets.
Yeah, like,
all
across
the
the board, the
markets? No,
average.
I don't know.
Has the inauguration map changed at all since the last time you guys looked at that one? Because that's the one that actually
The inauguration bet.
Oh, yeah.
So let me pull up the betting odds. I believe we have the latest from RCP, but it's updated daily. So yeah, it's not up to date right now. Polymarket says 59. So this data is no good. This data is no good. It's changing too rapidly right now.
For sure.
But we have Polymarket inauguration. Trump is currently at 66% likelihood to be inaugurated.
I like this.
It's kind of wild. Other is at 2.6. People are starting to get a little sure. It's looking like it's pretty good for Trump so far.
They realized that Jill Stein, an analytic, was a mistake. They were like, oh, maybe not Jill.
Nevada leaning towards Trump in the New York Times needle is big. Wisconsin just shifted a little bit more towards the Democrats on the needle. I don't know if it means anything, but they're projecting 279 as of right now for Donald Trump to win. Harris with a 1% popular vote margin.
I want to win everything. The popular vote.
We
too.
need it.
We need
Oh,
it.
big news. Arizona just skewed heavily Republican, and it looks like Arizona and Georgia are going Republican. But I will say this, too. The polling at the last minute showed Arizona wasn't even a swing state anymore. They basically took it off the map, and they said it's Republican.
Really?
So, yes.
I
Yeah,
missed that.
so...
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think most of us would agree that worst case scenario is going to be a close election. There needs to be the popular vote. It needs to be the Electoral College. It needs to be
decisive.
It needs to be undeniable.
That's what we were just saying that I think right before, maybe before you got in, that the worst case, they said best case, I don't know who was saying this, Trump wins big. Next best is he wins
Shapiro.
small, Ben Shapiro. Third is that Kamala was big. Worst case scenario, she wins by a small margin because then people would be like, what are you talking about?
Or he wins by a real small margin too, because they're not going to be real happy about.
Well,
that.
for the sake of our small businesses in our cities, for
Correct. They're boarding up across the country. Did you see those videos today? I forgot which state it was, but they're
sure. What do they call it? The plywood index. So it's looking good for Donald Trump if the plywood index is,
Can you bet on that?
Plywood up.
Oh, big plywood.
Plywood up.
You know, people are going deep on lumber
Is
mills
that why
right
wood
now.
prices are up? All the protests?
Wow, maybe.
Did you guys
That's
talk
not
about?
unrelated.
Did you guys talk about whether you really think we're going to know tonight or not? Do you really think it's going to take a week?
I just voted in Maryland by mail, and I had to have it postmarked by today. But as long as it gets there by November 15th, it'll be counted. That's what they told me.
New York's November 12th. It's a similar thing. I went to college in Maryland, and I had to vote by mail for the 2020 election, and I had to have it arrive by November 5th. I don't know why they changed it this year, like so quietly.
And it's being challenged by the Supreme Court. I think it's a circuit court in the Sixth Circuit, maybe. So they're saying it has to be in by the 5th. And but then we're going to see if that even becomes put to the courts, if they get challenged, if that actually goes through. I think it's the righteous thing to do personally.
Have we talked? Sorry, real quick. Have we talked about the Amish?
No, give it to
Turning,
me.
just,
I want to hear all about it.
just turning out in droves.
Let me tell you, I want to ask Lisa's thought, because you live by many of these Amish, as do we. And there was this video that went viral where an Amish guy was asked, what's happening? Are they turning out? And who are they turning out for? And the guy said, well, our freedom's been affected. We were more free under Trump and less so under Kamala. And I found that to be a rather simple answer. But there was a story where apparently Democrat, like federal regulators, went into organic farms.
Amos's farms. I spoke to him on the phone. I was going to
tell us what happened. Tell us what happened.
So I was trying to get Amos on to come on actually and do a show on the culture war with Thomas Massey, right? Because he's on that raw milk campaign, right?
too.
And he obviously, it was like hard to even get him on the phone because they don't believe in the technology and he couldn't do the video. And he was like, maybe I'll send my lawyer. Anyway, but what happened was they came in and they seized his farm and put everything like under wraps for selling raw organic milk, which he's been doing for years.
That's evil.
This is where their way of life is compromised, is because these regulations and these things under this administration, under this justice system, are totally targeting average working people all the time. Look at the squirrel case, right? Like same thing.
Rip Peanut.
Poor Peanut. But like
Fred.
it's all these little things that are adding up. But when they watch one of their own, they're a very tight-knit community, and when they watch one of their own being persecuted, they all stand up for each other. And that's the way the rest of the world needs to be, by the way. Can we all be more like the Amish and stand up for one another and like really have each other's backs no matter what? And that's why they're turning out in droves. It really has to do with like you're attacking one of their own.
Who
You're
are
halfway
we
there,
thanking
Lisa,
for
with your
identifying
horses.
this and rallying
True.
them? Are we thanking Scott Pressler? Who are we thanking? You know,
He deserves an
when it
award.
comes to actually informing these people, making sure that they know what is at stake. I know that they know when the government's interfering with their businesses, but are we thanking?
In Berks and Bucks County, he has moved mountains for sure.
Scott?
Yeah, Scott has done amazing things in Berks
I'm
and
calling
Bucks.
Pennsylvania for Scott right now.
Yeah, me. Listen, I hope.
I mean, you guys,
But
the guy moved there for the purpose of adding one Republican vote. It's
amazing.
I mean,
So
he
amazing.
is
Under a
he
new
is-
law, he wouldn't have been able to vote.
Oh yeah, having
You
to wait.
have to live in a state for
I have
an
to be
election
honest.
cycle before voting.
I'm not the biggest fan of this idea of moving to someone else's state and then
I'm not either.
altering their elections in that way. That being said,
Hillary.
I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Scott Pressler, if Trump wins, it is because of the work of that man.
But I think that him driving out
Who do we
the vote-
blame for loose election laws right now?
Exactly. Right. So we have to get a hold of things if we're going to start securing our election system. And don't even say security. Just how about bring confidence back into the system?
Nobody has confidence. I
know we got to bring it back.
People forget that like there were Democrats before, like during the Hillary one, that actually stood up and wanted to object to the election results as well. This has been going on forever. I mean, talk about the like
Year 2000, 2004,
Yes.
2016.
And
in
so-
2004, a senator joined in as well.
So none of this has been like nobody's had any confidence for the last couple of years. It's only now been exacerbated, and now Republicans care.
I'm gonna take a little break. It's been absolutely.
I needed the good
spectacular.
vibes.
You're still gonna feel it. 'cause
All
I'm gonna
right,
be in the house
all right.
partying.
We bringing a lot in, or who do we got?
We got some more people.
Oh, we got
here.
someone else back
A lot is fishing out there at the party for people.
Alad is doing a
Alad's
bang up
killing
job,
it.
though.
I
He
mean,
really is.
Yeah, Alad's crushing it tonight. Shout out to Alad.
Yeah,
Alad's doing my job. He's like rotating people. in.
Him and his American flag
See you
sweater
guys.
tonight.
Oh, look who it is.
Wow, it's so
this guy.
so different without the head.
Gentlemen.
We'll see you back then.
Deborah.
Sir, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm kidding.
Yes, hi. Hi, everyone.
Joke.
Gotcha.
I'm Joel Berry, managing editor of the Babylon Bee.
You do great work.
I know your face from Twitter.
Yeah,
He was
this-
just on the
icon.
culture war.
This
Thank you
set
very
is a little
much.
different than I remember.
It's a little different. We got the party right behind us. It's a lot of fun. Sir, are you having fun yet?
I'm having a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm a little worried. I've maybe had one too many to drink. So
I thought you guys brought the fun with you at the Babylon Bee. It was like in your pocket.
yeah, we try to. We
Good.
try to. Yeah.
I appreciated the colorblind post today about the electoral map.
What was the
Colorblind
one-
man can't tell who's winning.
What was
Yeah.
what was one? I think you guys had. Was it Babylon Bee predicted that Kamala Harris will win unless she doesn't, then Trump will win. Was that one of them?
Yeah. We like to make fun of the pollsters. No one knows no one has any clue what's going on.
I think Mark Halperin basically said that. There was a video going around where he's like, I think Kamala Harris is going to win by a good margin. Unless she doesn't, then Trump wins. And I was like, what?
And my favorite was Nate Silver's like 80,000 simulations that he ran, and he came up with like a 50-50 shot at the end.
This is the best though. Nate Silver, and I'll give him respect for this. He wrote saying, I ran 80,000 simulations. It came up 50-50. It was statistically insignificant, but I know someone's going to write Nate Silver calls it for Kamala Harris, and then Newsweek literally did it. He was like, I can't. He's like, it's not even a coin toss. Coin tosses have more odds, have a more of an edge than this because of the weight of the coin.
Yeah.
What do we think about the Notre Dame guy? Right, like the guy who has like the keys.
Lichtman?
Yeah. How do we feel about that? Because that makes me nervous. But he's predicted like all of them except for maybe one.
He changed all the details though.
Like this time?
Yes, he's made a lot. I don't know the specifics, but he has.
I did not like that.
Certain criteria have to be met, and apparently everybody that has looked at his outlook this time, they're like, you've changed this, you've changed this, you've changed this.
Okay,
so
that
the
makes
problem
that doesn't seem very scientific. I follow the Trump and Kamala cookies.
I was about to say that. Has anybody checked in on the cookies?
The cookies have said predicted Trump. Cookies have predicted Trump, and Mudang has predicted Trump. So
Okay.
Yeah. I was unaware of the Mudang.
That's right, guys.
So we're back. That's it.
There was like an MSNBC, some liberal documentary about the cookies, and they so confidently said that the only year they were wrong was 2020. And they just didn't think anything of it. They're like, yeah, they predicted Trump, but that was the only year they ever messed up.
Because they didn't mess up. They didn't
Mudang
mess
was
up.
actually Mudang was a failed opportunity for a fulfilled prophecy for the Babylon Bee, because we had a headline in our drafts folder where Mudang endorsed Trump.
Can I see your draft
This is
folder?
like a month ago, and
Well, it came true.
Yeah, we should have published it. It would have been a fulfilled prophecy.
Yeah, there you go. Wow, I can't believe you missed that one. Well, we all know that Peanut was assassinated. And I stand, but no, hold on, hear me out. I said this in the beginning. I'm going to say it again now for anybody who missed it. Peanut the squirrel. Okay, so what's an assassination? How do you define assassination?
But did you hear the real
A prominent
story?
individual who was killed for political purposes. Peanut had 2 million followers and was killed by the state to affect a culture. So
he was provoked. So there's something else. I think that like a lot of people aren't following that story, but I really am following that story. So
Dude,
apparently
she's gonna ruin it now.
when they went into the house to like get the squirrel felt trapped and attacked them, and so they had to
Lies.
test them for rabies.
No, we've already mentioned all this. We already mentioned all this. It's not true.
They just euthanized it for nothing.
They euthanized it because a guy had 2 million followers with a pet squirrel, and they don't want people to build social media profiles on exotic pets, which New York City bans ferrets, for instance. That's why I'm saying it's an assassination.
Well, I agree.
There's no reason to go into a guy's house and kill his raccoon and his squirrel. The idea that both the raccoon and the squirrel bit somebody is absurd. You have a handful of agents coming in, knowing what they're coming in for. You can easily contain house animals, even if they're not traditional domesticated pets. I think what happened was they said, look, this guy's got 2 million followers. He's making a lot of money, and there's going to be copycats. More people are going to make squirrel accounts, and we are going to have 10,000 houses with squirrels. People are going to get bit, and we're going to get rabies. You need to go in and stop it. Here's the problem. If you confiscate the squirrel, he sues, he gets the squirrel back. You take the squirrel, claim it bit you, you can necropsy its brain, it's dead, he can never get it back. I believe it was political. They didn't want people having squirrels for pets. They wanted to affect the culture, so they killed a prominent personality. That's an assassination.
So you know how
Messed up.
Australia has been known to be a little more authoritarian than we are, right? With the COVID lockdowns and things like that. Well, they're a lot more, right? But there was a similar thing that happened. There was a lady who had a magpie, and the magpie would come and play with all that. James makes me watch these animal things. So there was like this magpie.
No evidence of that.
There is 100%. Devil attested too. So there was a magpie. Anyway, somebody called and complained about the magpie, and they came and they took it away, and everybody petitioned, and then they finally let the guy go get the license and do the thing, and then now he can have the magpie because he followed all these like simple steps. They didn't do that here.
Right.
They did this here. I really do think for political reasons, but I don't know, man. If we're getting worse in Australia, I think that's a little bit of a problem.
I absolutely think I'm being a little bit tongue in cheek. It was there was a cultural and political element to whether or not people can own exotic pets. It's a huge issue of contention. That's why the woman filed the complaint against him in the first place. The state said if you confiscate that squirrel, he's going to sue and get it back overnight.
Well, it's like what remember when the director of the EPA under Obama talked about how the way we regulate things is we do what the Romans did. We crucify someone outside of the town to make an example of them, and that makes our regulation easy. Our regulation easier. We don't have to go after all these little cases. We just make an example of one person. Yep. And intimidate the rest of the populace, and that's what they did here.
You guys know what the right has been so good at this election cycle? Has been capitalizing on those big moments. The garbage truck, Peanut the squirrel. It was all over social media. It was everywhere. Even Elon Musk is talking about it, and the media was having to address it, saying, "Oh, right wing has grabbed onto this new thing, trying to get it under control, and they couldn't control it because it was all over X."
They actually, and I didn't believe that there were a lot of fake headlines and jokes that were going around, fake tweets. the media was explaining why is the right talking about a squirrel.
Right.
But they were very light on it. They didn't say like you're far right. However, on social media, there absolutely were posts because I checked into this. I'm like, are they really going to walk into this trap? And there were liberals being like, why does anyone even care about a squirrel anyway? This is stupid. Squirrels are dumb. And I was like,
did you see what Jennifer Rubin
that was?
posted?
There's no way that's real.
Jennifer Rubin posted.
There's no way that's real.
That MAGA squirrel deserved to die.
I saw that too. I didn't think that was
fake.
really
That is-
either.
that is
Was
as
it?
fake.
I
Was
don't
it
know.
That is
deleted?
fake.
Oh, it was fake. Okay.
That
all
was
right.
so. It was a screenshot that was posted, and there's no way that woman said that. Like, it's funny.
I wouldn't be surprised though.
They were fighting in the comments though. Like there were definitely comments saying this was definitely a MAGA Karen, and then other people are like, no way, that's absolutely a Democrat. And like there were big threads like fighting back and forth whether it was like
we got an update for you guys. We
They
got
both
updates. North Carolina is now Trump ahead with 24% reporting. Trump has 52.8%. And Decision Desk has increased his probability of victory to 71.9, the highest yet.
Wow.
Stay that way.
Wow.
Because look at that curve right there.
Just freeze it there.
Let's go. Let's go. So Ohio is still looking interesting.
Why is
now,
Ohio leaning blue? That's weird.
Well, it's just who's reporting. With 37% reporting, Trump has been closing the gap. So 50.3% for Kamala Harris to 49% for Donald Trump, with only 37% in, and it just turned red right now.
It just turned red.
Trump has just jumped ahead to 51.1. Now Kamala Harris is 48.1. I'm willing to bet Decision Desk is going to change his chance of winning even higher now in just a moment. They're projecting 282 votes for Trump to win. The needle.
Let's go.
Currently has Harris's popular vote chance at 0.8. Her estimate is
wow,
and it's looking like look at this, man. PA is skewing Republican, Nevada Republican, North Carolina Republican, Arizona, Georgia. The only two states with a Harris edge are Wisconsin and Michigan. And I got to be honest, I ain't even confident for her in that regard. Michigan currently has 8% in, and she's at 56% to 41. But we're largely looking at Detroit. We do have Eaton County, and we've got Oakland, and we've got Washtenaw, and that is just outside of Detroit, outside of Wayne County. So right now, hey, look, man. We all remember when Donald Trump was winning on election night in 2020. So
yeah,
we're going to go to bed. We're going to wake up and they're going to be like, oh, actually, no, Kamala won.
I'm hearing that Mark Halpern just said that Wisconsin is not looking good for Democrats at all. So that could be.
Is it exit polling data?
0% in.
We got 13% in PA, and this is just Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, and Philadelphia. So we're not seeing the rural counties yet. So I don't.
No, I'm talking about Wisconsin.
No, I know. I was just pulling up PA.
For Wisconsin, I know that Trump's internal polling, they were also saying it was great news for Donald Trump. So they were looking at that, thinking it was going towards Trump.
Kansas is blue.
Hey, you guys, what percentage of this is just for in-person voting today instead of the ballots?
I think there is some data. We mentioned this. Some of the data is mail-in voting that's already been counted.
Yeah.
So don't know for sure. The funny thing is going to be like, oh, we found a bunch of ballots that came in the mail. Those are being counted in 2 weeks.
Yeah, Michigan in particular is a disaster. I mean, there are several precincts in Detroit that don't even have Republican poll watchers. The DNC has spent hundreds of thousands on overseas votes in Michigan.
This is big. Is 63% are in Georgia, and Trump is up 51.9 to 47.5. That's what is it? 4.4. That's a big lead. He's up around just what is he at? Like 150K votes up. So that's good news. They adjusted downward a little bit. That surprised me to 71.1. But still looking good for Donald Trump. Poly market currently has him at 74%.
Wow.
And that's not even his highest? No. We got to
Guys,
refresh.
aren't you nervous to get too excited? I am so.
I like being
We're going to
excited.
be depressed if he loses. We may as well be hopeful now.
Yeah, but like the higher the high, the lower the low.
He was in the 90s in 2020. I remember at one point in the night.
Yeah,
he was
right.
in the
Like
90s.
At like
I'm
1 a.m.
afraid.
90% to win?
Yeah, like this was like before midnight. Trump was 90% to win in the betting markets.
This
and
is
we know what happened after.
Wait, you talking about in the
This is
betting
going to the
markets?
Supreme Court.
Yeah.
In the betting markets or the
in the betting markets. Yeah.
This I can't imagine this doesn't go to the Supreme Court.
Why?
There's going to be 50 billion lawsuits no matter what happens.
That's
Democrats,
true.
Republicans, whoever wins, whoever doesn't win, they're going to sue the pants off everybody else. So if Trump wins handily, if he actually takes the popular vote and the Electoral College, then it probably is just thrown out and we know it's done. No mail-in votes are going to change anything. But if it's close, because New York Times is still saying Kamala Harris has the edge for the popular vote, and that makes sense, then I think this goes to the Supreme Court, and there's a strong probability we end up seeing With the Fifth Circuit Court's ruling that mail-in votes accepted after Election Day are illegal, the Supreme Court's going to say, you're correct. Any vote received after Election Day is gone. And that eliminates a massive amounts of likely Kamala Harris votes.
But then one of the override states like New York, where it said on our actual voter instructions that we were mailed that your ballot can be postmarked by November 5th and received
Supreme
up
Court
until
will override
November. Wow.
No, what was the date?
November 12th.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's I know. I made a whole
crazy.
video about it.
Election. We don't have election month.
November. That's
Congress
a whole week after.
The Constitution says Congress shall choose how the election happens. It is codified. We have an election day. You can't count ballots after the fact, which they did in 2020, and the Fifth Circuit federal court already said that's illegal. Supreme Court, I imagine, will agree if they're not cowards and they actually take the case.
If they're not cowards. That's
exactly.
A big
Yeah, if they're not cowards. However, if they do take the case and rule that way, there will definitely be not only unrest, but packing of the courts. That will intensify their incentive to pack the courts later on. We don't want that at all.
By the way,
I don't want any of it.
in California, the deadline for fixing your signature, I believe, is December 1st.
Fixing your signature?
Yeah, if they send it back and it's having an issue. I might be wrong about that, but I believe it's December 1st.
This is something that Ben was talking about the other night. The Supreme Court does try to stay out of these kind of arguments. These aren't things that you want your court to be deciding. You want the legislatures to figure it out. You want the legislatures to make the decision because that's something that the legislature is something that people vote on. So if the Supreme Court can keep out of it, they're going to try to, regardless of whether they were appointed by Donald Trump or whether they were not appointed by Donald Trump. It is best if the Supreme Court doesn't make the call because the Supreme Court's not voted on by the people. So that's just something that we genuinely should hope for as Americans,
right?
And that it doesn't go to the Supreme Court, and that if it does go to the Supreme Court, that the Supreme Court kicks it back and says, no, we're not going to decide on this because it's not our job to do that. These things are decided by your state legislatures or by people that are elected, not by people that are appointed.
I just want to give a quick heads up. We're having, I would consider to be the minorest or the most minor of internet issues, which I don't believe is on our end. I'm not sure. It could be the area, so who knows. But just giving a heads up just in case. Everything so far seems to be fairly good, but I'm just keeping an eye on things.
Hey, Tim, can we look back in on the eastern blue states one, Pennsylvania and New Jersey? I just want to see what's reporting. Both. I want to see how much the percentage reporting is.
13% reporting in PA, but it's still mostly it's Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, and Philadelphia. Okay. So those are huge, and some rural counties are starting to come in, but there's still
all those rural counties will be red.
So not to make your whole show about the assassination of Peanut, but that was something I wanted to mention because I actually toured the border.
Cape County now red, like I said. Yeah.
What turned red?
Cape County on the bottom.
Right, and Bergen flipped blue. That is a bummer with 37% reporting. We'll see.
I was so proud of my people.
Yeah, well, hopefully they're going to vote for Trump. What about Peanut?
I toured the border recently, and animals are like the top 3 largest category, exotic animals trafficked into this country. It's people, drugs, and animals. And this is just, I think, the highlight of this election, what a lot of people are frustrated with. Democrats will pass any rule. They'll say you can't have an exotic animal, but then they're doing nothing for the people who are already breaking the rules. We've had floods of illegal immigration in Manhattan, which couldn't be further from the border. And so I would be really disappointed in all of the border states if they don't flood out red to protect their children, like the Uvalde bailout. That was a cause of illegal immigration because the students were so used to bailouts where the illegal immigrants just jump out of the car and run in 5 directions. They didn't know it was a real school shooter. So to protect our kids, I would be very disappointed.
So in about 5 minutes, I believe 5 minutes, right, guys? 5 minutes, I will be getting up and I will be joining the Daily Wire as we will both be streaming a combination of their show with me joining and making one big stream. So I'm just, we're all good back there. Guys, is audio coming in properly and all that stuff? Looking good? All right, we're 4 minutes out. Just want to make sure everybody knows. Because we're flying by the seat of our pants. And, excuse me, with Crowder, we had that audio hiccup where he jumped in too early. Not him, but the audio kicked on our end. And then, what's our time frame for Lotus Eaters? That's midnight, right? Midnight Central. Eastern? Central? So, Central. So 1 a.m. Eastern, we'll be live with the Lotus Eaters because we don't get to sleep. You guys do. And then hopefully you don't wake up to bad news and hope, just here's hoping. But so far, everything's looking pretty good. Trump's chances ticked down a little bit to 70.2. We'll see. It's starting to get
still way
sluggish.
above 50.
Are we able to compare this time to like 2020 to see where it was at in 2020?
I don't want to.
No, don't look back. Just keep looking
I would
forward.
love context on this to see what they were saying.
Let's never repeat. Let's wipe that data from the internet.
People are saying the New York Times actually has that data. So how do we find that data? Someone said check the 2020 New York Times map. For
Yeah,
the
I think
shift.
it's a good comparison.
How do we find that?
I think you have to self-harm before you can actually find that link. You have to do something.
No surprises, more polls. No idea how we check the previous data. No idea.
Okay.
We have the needle, which is slightly. It's still in toss-up territory, but Kamala Harris is 0.8 for the popular vote estimate. Trump is still leading. It's going back and forth. This is actually something interesting. Kamala Harris has lost her Michigan edge.
Wow.
She now only has Wisconsin. Still a toss-up, but Michigan is dead even. PA, Nevada, North Carolina, Arizona, Georgia, all leaning Republican. Big news.
Michigan goes for Jill
Trump's
Stein.
chance of winning has just dropped down to 67.7. They're doing this on purpose for the entertainment value, I swear.
I want everybody to give me a number. Like on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you feeling? Like that's what I want to be. Tim, what are you feeling? Give me a
I don't know. Ohio is red right now with 45% in. Trump is up about, 4.4 points. 4.4 points. What a way to say it. But that is the number. 4.4.
Scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah. Give me a scale of 1 to 10. How are you feeling? Like overall,
6.
your confidence level. 6? How about you, James?
I would give it a 6.77.
That's very particular.
Precise.
Yeah,
All right, Joel, come on, what do you-
I'm
what do you got?
3.23 unhopeful.
Oof.
That's scaring me.
I'll give it a 5.1.
Oh, double decimal places. Come on.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Lisa?
You know
Okay,
me.
okay.
It's- no, we're not doing that. It'll be
I'm going to
negative for everybody.
go 7.2.
Ooh.
You know,
Okay, okay.
I do feel good about it. I think that there's going to be some shenanigans, but I think we're going to pull through.
Too big to rig.
I feel good about it. I feel
That
really good about it. for
poly
sure.
market is
Hey,
absolutely
Phil,
wild.
The thing that I'm actually most concerned about was the propaganda that you were talking about earlier, which, I mean, the last 7 days, there's been massive hoaxes, one after the other, after the other, and people regurgitate these things. I don't want to talk about me on the street all the time, but I hear it all the time, and it is rampant. I mean, they don't talk about any policies. They don't talk about anything they like about Kamala Harris. They only talk about the hoaxes, and that's basically
It's
it.
Donald Trump is a Nazi.
It's surprising.
Donald Trump. It's Donald Trump. They spent a week talking about how the Madison Square Garden
KKK
was
rally.
just like the Nazi rally. Never mind the fact that Bill Clinton was there. Never mind the fact that I believe it was Carter was there. Never mind all that stuff. Donald Trump was there, so it's Nazis.
Yeah.
And they spent they spent time talking about the comedian was insulting Puerto Ricans or Puerto Rico because he made a joke about
Because they have a trash problem, a garbage problem.
because they have a landfill problem there, and so he made a joke about it. So he's insulting them. Liz Cheney. There was all the he's talking about assassinating Liz Cheney. It's the same thing as the bloodbath hoax. It's the same thing as the very fine people hoax. It is never, ever. Oh, go ahead.
We are about to. They're coming in? Maybe. We don't know. No, they're not coming in. Keep going.
It's never.
I got people looking at me and they're going
It's
like up, thumbs
never-
up, and they're pointing and.
Wait, are they coming in here or are you going to them?
They're going to come in and I'm going to go join them, and then you guys will be. You won't exist anymore because object permanence isn't a thing. And
No, it's fine. I just want to know where you're
You must not
physically
be a
moving.
cat.
Phil, I'm still interested in what you're saying.
The point is, it's never like the Democrats have totally stopped trying to argue on policy. They didn't do it in 2016. They didn't do it in 2020, and they're not doing it now. Because the Democrats' policies are bad. They produce negative results. They don't produce results that the American people want. So what they do is they have to scare the American people.
They produce death and destruction.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Well,
It's-
and the scary thing is that for 45% of the country, that approach works. Like they just
but this is the benefit of being able to lie with impunity. Like I'm over here as a conservative commentator, street interviewer, and I'm getting my memes fact checked on Instagram, right? Where they're able to say all of this stuff. Kamala HQ is probably the most
And they have an
egregious of
entire
examples,
apparatus.
and they can get away with.
And
They do.
So they have an apparatus, and it's something that Mike Benz was talking about. It's not just the media. It's also the State Department.
Totally.
It's the government itself. So you've got the State Department feeding BS to the American people. You've got the entire Democrat establishment feeding BS, the DNC. You've got the media that desire nothing more than access to these people that are feeding the same narrative. And so the American people that don't spend any time looking into these hoaxes, and they think, why would the government doesn't take sides?
Not only that, they've infiltrated every social media. They've infiltrated Reddit. They've infiltrated community notes. They've infiltrated all of it.
Grey's Anatomy said BMI is racist.
So the idea that this is a fair election.
We're good to go.
We
are jumping over.
We're
Share the show with
disappearing.
everyone you know right now. We're going to be joining the Daily Wire live.
All right. So
So here we go.
Is those of you who love God must, it's a commandment.
I've really heard Dennis in my headphones. Wow, it sounds so different
If you don't
now.
hate evil, you don't love God.
How long do we have?
So for a pastor or a rabbi, that's irrelevant, or a pope, to say that Jesus doesn't take sides, he doesn't take sides on whether you cut girls' breasts off if they say they're boys, that's frightening.
It's a problem. Could you deliver that message to the evangelicals?
I do. I speak to Christians more than to Jews.
I will say that there is an aspect of Jesus, which is, you hate to use modern political vernacular to talk about ancient religious figures, but there is a liberal aspect to Jesus in the sense that Dr. Jordan Peterson often says that the purpose of the liberal in a healthy society is to speak for the underrepresented, is to speak for anyone who, because in any sort of hierarchy of any kind, there are going to be people who get disenfranchised, there are going to be people who the system looks over, and someone has to remind those of us who are in power, those of us who are ascendant, to remember those people and to care for them. But that's about where the comparison can stop. Religion is fundamentally a conservative exercise because it posits that the greatest wisdom that's ever been presented in human history is behind us.
And right, there's also a transcendent, eternal moral order and human nature, and it's hard to square that with the liberal project, which is in itself largely a rejection of religion. I mean, you think of the French Revolution is where we get the terms left and right. And what does that come from? That comes from the National Assembly, where the Catholics sat on the right and the atheists sat on the left. And that was pretty much the breakdown.
Speaking of the French Revolution, our friend Tim Pool is joining us now. And not a moment too soon, because the polls are closing in a number of states just in the last few minutes, all throughout the central part of the country, including Texas, my home state, which you will be shocked to learn is being universally called for Donald Trump. So, there were going into the election, there were all kinds of things that people were, maybe New York will go for Trump, and maybe Texas will go for Harris. All that is wish casting. We still live in a world where gravity works.
Yeah, here's some quick calls. Trump wins Wyoming, Trump wins Kansas, Trump wins North Dakota, Trump wins South Dakota, Trump wins Nebraska, Trump wins Louisiana, and Kamala wins New York. So Donald Trump's big dream of winning New York, well, that one went down in flames because that's a really stupid idea.
Hey,
Trump
Kamala
has
Harris,
won Texas, and
Kamala
Trump
Harris
has won Ohio.
Kamala Harris did campaign in Texas.
Did that all just came in right now?
Yeah.
All just, as you were walking over.
Right. Well, how are you guys feeling? We've been tracking the decision desk forecast, giving Trump about 70% chance to win. And it's going down a little bit, but it's staying about 2-1. So what do we think?
I don't know, man. What do you think?
The whole time, the scariest thing is the quote-unquote shadow campaign. Right? Time Magazine writes that article. 2020 had a shadow campaign. We go to bed, Trump's ahead in all the numbers, and then we wake up and he's not winning. Based on what I've seen on the ground, I went to Philadelphia and there were Trump signs in downtown Philadelphia and the surrounding residential areas. That to me was crazy to see an urban center that was Republican or that people were unafraid. And so my gut just says Trump's got the edge, whatever that means. But I don't know the Republicans have the procedural capabilities that Democrats have. I think, Ben, you were saying they're way more professional. That is worrying to me.
Yeah, so there was some Gallup data that suggested that a much higher percentage of Democrats had heard directly from the Kamala campaign than Republicans had heard from the Trump campaign. The Democrats are granular on this sort of stuff. They know how to ballot harvest. They will knock on doors. They'll do whatever it takes to get their people out. Republicans, it always feels like, okay, guys, please go. And the more we just shout vote at people, somebody out there, you'll open your window, you'll shout vote, and some person in Pennsylvania will hear you, and then immediately run to the polls. With that said, I mean, the enthusiasm that Trump, does enable in the voting population on both sides, but largely on the right, is unprecedented, obviously, in American history. And you are seeing that show up. If you had to game it out right now, Trump is a slight favorite. I think everyone sort of acknowledges at this point that Trump is a slight favorite, but it's a very slight favorite. So, like the Needle, the New York Times, the famous Needle.
Yeah,
so they right now have it leaning right between it's a toss-up and lean Trump. Like they have it very slightly favoring President Trump. He is very slightly favored to win Pennsylvania. He's slightly favored still to win Nevada and North Carolina, according to the New York Times, right? So I'm not citing a left-wing source right there. And of course, it seems as though we're having a better time tonight than the people on MSNBC are. Yeah. From what I'm hearing from I'm getting a lot of
That
texts
was
from
part of the reason my joy. You know, the whole night I watched the left-wing media. It was.
Oh well, we're gonna live stream MSNBC. If this goes the wrong way, we're just gonna put a live camera outside Kamala's headquarters, and we're just gonna watch people scream into the night, and it's gonna be just wonderful.
There will be joy.
There will be
joy.
You guys all know the term Schadenfreude, joy and others' misery. So I don't generally have that, but that night 8 years ago.
If they do it tonight, it's like the purge, right? All moral rules are off. We're just going to enjoy the suffering of others.
I have been very honest with myself for the past several days. I have relatives and friends who are big libs. You know, I'm from New York. I lived in L.A. A lot of Democrat friends. And I won't bring it up with them. And it won't come up at Thanksgiving.
Right, exactly.
However, I have two buddies who are New York Democrats. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I am salivating at the prospect of rubbing it in their faces so hard. So they're the only two. I think it's otherwise we have to have a politics of grace and everything. But there will be some Schadenfreude. I think it might be unavoidable.
Well, as a warning to others, we must engage in Schadenfreude. Do not repeat this exercise again. It's like punishing your child. You don't want to do it. You really don't want to do it, but it has to be done.
It hurts you.
It hurts you more than it hurts.
That's right.
Exactly.
This is why I really hope that Trump wins the popular vote. If Trump wins the Electoral College and loses the popular vote, I know I'm going to go to Thanksgiving, and they're going to say, you guys only win because of some archaic procedure. We're the popular man.
A procedure called the Constitution. You guys only win because of your government.
I want Trump to win the popular vote so I can just say you're wrong about everything and we're right about everything.
Well, it does look right now in Ohio, by the way.
You have that too? You have a lot of relatives who are on the left?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So wait. So do you know, so this is a fascinating question. I love this sort of thing because I always ask people about their own personal lives. I'm fascinated. The only human being I know, and you must understand how many I've asked, including people I meet, which is a lot, on the radio, just people calling in. Literally the only person I know, all of whose relatives are conservative, is my wife.
Wow.
Really?
Yes.
Lucky her.
No kidding. She's going to live till 170. There's no question. She has no misery.
At that point, though, what's the point of going to Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
You know, you can look forward
That's
to
right, yeah.
At least turkey's good.
I feel like Biden's having a bad election.
Is this true that Joe Biden was wearing red?
So Jill was. When Jill voted. So for sure, 100% Jill voted for Trump. 100%.
Gotta be, right?
She despises Kamala Harris.
At the very least, they wrote in Joe Biden. There is no way they voted.
I heard she wrote in Joe, and she wore red.
Yeah, that would make the
that's
most sense.
amazing.
Yeah. So
She wore red. That matters.
Right.
Is that a new thing?
Well,
he's wearing the Republican colors, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Remarkable.
It's like a nudge, you know.
But doesn't Donald Trump often wear a blue tie? I mean,
No, he's got the red tie, the
he
yellow
always
tie.
has a red tie, really?
Occasionally the blue. You know, something people forget about election night history.
They switched it.
Yeah, it was always up in the air. Sometimes, you know, when Reagan won, it was blue was Republican and red was Democrat.
Which is the way it ought to be.
Yes, they're the Reds. They're the Reds. But it was the 2000 election. I think it was Tim Russert in particular. That was really when it started to solidify as red for Republican, blue for Dem. And I totally agree with you, Dennis. They are actually reds, so it fits them. And red is an unattractive color. Oh, I'm wearing a red shirt jacket. But I mean that bright red, it's like a stop sign or something.
Burgundy.
This is burgundy. This is more like a plum.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
In Ohio, it looks like Bernie Moreno is going to cruise to victory over Sherrod Brown.
Let's go.
That was a close
Really?
race.
Let's go.
Sherrod Brown is going to be ousted.
All right, baby.
Wow, that's big.
Yeah, that takes the Republicans to 52 in the Senate.
Wow.
Which is a more durable majority, obviously.
West Virginia was fairly obvious.
Yeah.
When they called it, I'm like, I live there. And
Right.
Shane on our show was like, there's no cities in West Virginia. You've got nothing to worry about.
That's a great line.
Yeah.
So we're being joined right now from Harris HQ in D.C. by our very own Spencer Lindquist. Spencer, how are things shaping up over there? Have you been able to talk to any attendees inside the party? I don't mind that they're jittery. What do you think is the most likely victory map if she does end up winning tonight? And as you've been looking around D.C. for the last day or two, you know, we see reports about shopkeepers boarding up their businesses. Are you seeing that? If they start boarding up the windows at the White House, please text us. That's the thing. I'm going to want to get a head start.
Well, really appreciate it, Spencer. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Daily Wire's footprint at Harris HQ was made possible by our friends at PDS Debt. Get a custom plan right now to become a debt-free at pdsdebt.com/dailywire. By the way, a good exit poll alert, this one from NBC News, suggesting that Donald Trump may win up to 45% of the Latino vote.
Wow.
That is a big number. That is a very, very big number.
Mostly Puerto Ricans, probably.
Yeah.
What did Bush get in 04? He got a huge number.
I think he had about 45%.
Somewhere around there. Okay.
It's like the historic
that was the
high.
biggest ever, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, it's a major realignment. I mean, the Democrats, for a couple of reasons, have totally misread the Hispanic population in the United States.
Yeah.
I mean, they misread them on policy because they think that they're just a bunch of left-wing San Francisco liberals so long as you keep the border open. Mm-hmm. But they also, I think, made a huge mistake in 2020, misreading the Hispanic population by using this dumbass notion of BIPOC.
Yeah.
Right. This idea that like every member of minority was the same as every other member of minority. So Asians were the same as black people, is the same as Hispanic people. First of all, Hispanic people ain't even the same as Hispanic people, right?
Of course.
Cuba is not the same as Argentina, which is not the same as Venezuela. I mean, these are all different countries with completely different histories, and they think different ways. And the attempt to lump everybody, and then I think in 2020 when they were like, listen, if you're Latino, you must believe that Black Lives Matter is the most important thing in the world. You started to see the shift then. I think you saw a lot of Hispanics go, no. The answer is no. That's not the same thing.
I think Latinx was probably offensive to a lot of Hispanic speakers as well.
They said so.
I mean, they're like, what does that mean? Who are you talking to?
We do know, though, actually, that the Democrats are aware at some level that Hispanics are not all the same, because Obama, as he was opening up immigration from everywhere in Latin America, did close the door on the Cubans. He said, no, for the first time, forget about those Cubans. You're going back, but everyone else, Venezuelans, please come over.
Meanwhile, another NBC News exit poll in Wisconsin, suggesting this Dasha Burns of NBC News, suggesting that Trump has doubled his black support in Wisconsin.
Wow.
Trump is polling apparently about 20% of the black vote versus 78% for Kamala Harris. 4 years ago, he won 8% of black voters in Wisconsin. I mean, you're looking at
20%.
you're looking at identity realignment happening in real time in this election cycle. It's amazing. And so the final identity that Democrats are just banging on is white ladies, white single ladies. That is really honest to God.
Well, black ladies too.
We call them single ladies. We should say single ladies are the constituency of the Democratic Party.
That's right.
Which is why Kamala Harris has campaigned so hard to get those people out to vote and campaigned almost solely on abortion, because she's dropping support like flies with Hispanic men, with black men.
People with capacity for reason.
I mean, also, and it actually is not distributed evenly. Like among single women, it's not as though everybody of every race who's single. I think that it really depends on how likely you are to get married as a single woman, as a member of those populations. Right? If you're like, this is a question that we were talking about with Jordan, was married women obviously vote very much like their husbands. Is that because they're being, forcibly abused by their husband? Or is it because the types of women who tend to get married tend to be the types of women who vote like their husbands?
And people also marry people like themselves.
Well, but marriage also changes people. I think that's an important part of it.
And children.
And children change people.
But it's also increasingly a self-selected group, meaning the kinds of people who want to get married are also the kinds of people who are going to tend to vote Republican a little bit.
I want to say the New York
Kelly
Times.
Ayotte is now your governor of New Hampshire. She's a Republican, so Trump doesn't win the state, but Ayotte is the governor of.
That's the first Republican governor
since
they've had.
Chris Sununu, like 5 minutes ago.
Yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
I do want to say the worst thing that I saw.
The New York Times needle has now shifted over to leaning to Trump.
It's now lean Trump.
66 to 34.
Wait. What's 66-34?
66% likelihood, according to the New York Times.
Why do you keep saying it's? You kept saying. He said it's just slightly. I don't understand. That's not slight.
They're saying leaning Trump, but they're saying the likelihood, given that lean, it went from toss-up into the lean category. This is all this stupid needle.
Why is 66 lean? That's all I'm asking. 66 is not lean.
That's 2-1.
They're saying it's not. They're not saying Trump is going to win. 66%.
No, they're saying there's a 66% chance he'll win.
Yes,
but that's not lean.
No, I mean,
I don't know why that's.
I guess
lean is 54-46.
Dennis. The same needle once said that Hillary Clinton had 99% chance of winning.
My point. Okay, I agree. I agree with that. It's just the word lean juxtaposed to that.
Because you do think the last time we talked about this needle, it was to watch it just go like, in 16.
I don't want to move too far from this conversation about the gender gap in the electorate without talking about the hands down, bar none, worst political ad of my lifetime, put out by a PAC supporting Kamala Harris that encouraged women to lie to their husbands. I think divorce is a grave evil, something that we could argue about one of these days. I might divorce my wife if I found out that she lied to me. I would not divorce my wife for voting for someone with whom I deeply disagree. That would be a challenge. You'd have to, because you in a marriage need to have a common set of values and a common mission. But to find out that your spouse just lies to you about who they vote for.
Did you see the whisper campaign that the Washington Post was reporting on? They said after that ad went out, women were putting Post-it notes in bathroom stalls saying, your husband won't know, your boyfriend won't know, your vote is a secret. I kind of feel like if I went to the bathroom and I saw a Post-it on the wall, I would not consider what it was telling me. But the Washington Post said it was.
What's wrong with you?
That's what women were doing, and if it worked for them, I guess.
This is a reminder, though. I agree with you. That ad drove me so bonkers.
Vile.
But it's so perfectly exemplary of the Democrat Party because, the fundamental political unit is the family. It's not the individual, right? The political unit means it's the family. And the Democrats have been so relentless in their assaults on the family, taking your kids away from you, promoting divorce, discouraging marriage, promoting abortion, all down the line, all the way up to, hey, folks, our best argument for victory is you divide up your marriage, that will divide up the country, and we win.
The New York Times, if you follow the New York Times, they run at least 3 articles a week suggesting various kinds of sex that will probably destroy or enslave you, unless you're married. If you're married, they keep saying, you don't have to have sex when you're married. They literally will have these articles, but you might want to consider it a throuple.
If you're childless and alone, maybe a decent evolutionary strategy is to break up other people's marriages. I'm dead serious about that. Like you have no idea what sort of machinations people are capable of when what they're fighting for is the probability that they will end up in a couple. Like there's no holds barred. And it certainly is a useful strategy. If you're not in a couple and other people are, then one of your strategies is to do everything you can to break that up. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Right.
What are you going to solidify the situation? And you might say, well, that's counterproductive in the long run. It's like, well, maybe you're not concerned about the long run if you're that desperate, because desperate people tend not to be concerned with the long run. Like, we do have this terrible mystery that conservatives haven't unlocked, which is the absolutely aberrant pattern of attitudes and voting patterns that characterize single women between the ages of 18 and 34. It's like there's a big problem there, and it's a real mystery. It can't just be passed over because what they're doing is radically different than what everyone else is doing, and it's enough to consistently swing the elections.
Tim, we were talking about this last night on your show, this idea that, people like Chelsea Handler and others keep talking about how, they do drugs and have sex with themselves all day, and they're so genuinely happy. And and my argument was that they actually are happy. I don't think that they're lying. I think that they don't know that there's an entire realm of human emotion that happens in marriage, and then when you have children, that they're not even aware of.
Happy
live
is a trivial emotion.
Yeah, happy.
Of course. The fact that we're obsessed with happiness, even on the psychological side, is an indication of how trivial our culture is. I mean, one of the things that you see quite consistently in psychological research is that couples without children are happier than couples with children. It's like, well, you shouldn't have children. It's like, no, you shouldn't use happiness measurements as your index of outcome. Of course you're less happy because your 3-year-old is fragile. And if you have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, it's like, well, you're juggling catastrophes all the time. Well, seriously, you don't have time to be happy. It's but happiness is a fleeting hedonic emotion, and it's not an indicator of participation in a process that's going to stabilize your life and the life of your family across decades.
And enrich your life.
It's the permanent adolescence of the coming generations. I look at wolves and I look at dogs and the story of how dogs came to be domesticated. They say that dogs are effectively just permanent adolescent wolves. I see that's what's happening to humanity right now with the current trend, telling people not to grow up, play video games, stay home, stay single, live in your own internal world. But I believe that is spiritual suicide.
That's the Peter Pan story.
Yeah,
right.
And
Peter Pan has Tinkerbell, the porn fairy. Dead serious. I mean, he's king of the Lost Boys, right? Well, that's a form of king. It's not perhaps the kingship that you'd choose, and he forgoes the possibilities of maturity to remain in this childhood fantasy.
The only thing our media is
hedonistic.
Our media is telling everybody to keep doing it.
Yeah.
They're telling you you're selfish if you try to live and have a family and experience what you should be doing. And also, I believe your moral duty, which is for those that are religious to be fruitful and multiply, but for the sake of humanity, if you look at it from a more secular point of view, something like Elon Musk, if we do not reproduce, civilization collapses. And they are telling people to just be hedonistic and to be permanent children.
But I kind of disagree with you a bit about this, because people who do these things, I've known a lot of them. I worked in Hollywood for quite a while, and I've known a lot of people who live like that. I don't think they're happy. I think they have that kind of surface, brittle, smiley happiness, but you only have to question them, talk to them for 10, 20 minutes, and the depth of despair underneath that, it's like thin ice over a black.
Well, that's why the measurements are out. The measurements are terribly out of whack. It's like if you're going to do research on something as fundamental as human well-being, you bloody well better make sure your measurements are accurate.
We also need to establish.
They're not.
We have to establish the definition of happiness, which is these guys are talking about happiness as though, in the way we talk about it in modern times, which is some fleeting little emotion, or you get tickled or something. But happiness we used to understand as rational activity done with excellence in accordance with virtue.
Exactly.
Aristotle wrote a very good book about this. And so we used to believe that actually there was an end to mankind. There was like a purpose for man. There was a purpose for marriage. We could know things by their purpose. That ground has totally shaken underneath us. So when we disagree over what makes us happy, unfortunately the problem is even more fundamental. We don't even agree on what happiness is.
Maybe this is actually why I always say this in a way that because we talk about this from time to time and you guys disagree with me, but, for example, 2023 was the hardest year of my life. I mean, it was genuinely traumatizingly hard. And I still would have told you I was miserable, but I was also happy.
Right.
I was certainly not at my best, but I still would have considered myself a happy person even in my misery. And I think that it may be that I'm just defining happiness differently. I don't think of happiness as
we are coming back, everybody. That was a lot of fun, and we may do another jump over at some point. But let's get back into it. What were you guys doing? Were you guys?
We were just talking smack about you.
Talking
Yeah,
smack?
the entire
Good,
time we were
thank
making
God.
fun of you. I was wearing a beanie.
You gotta knock me down a few pegs. You know,
I-
makes your ego too big, hanging out with Jordan Peterson.
I went and I-
Prager.
I ate some chicken wings.
Oh, really? I'm
Yeah,
jealous.
grab
I'm
a
kind of
bite.
hungry.
It's like you have to wear the beanie of chaos. You ever want to rescue your father from the underworld, man?
You know, it is tough because it's their show, and I'm mostly sitting there, and Jeremy is trying to like, you know,
Yeah.
have like, you know, because they're like, okay, I guess you're ready to go, and Jeremy's like, no, wait, like we need more from Tim, but we might jump back over later, but we do. Let's grab the data while we're here, and Wisconsin is currently skewing Donald Trump with only 6%, and let's give this a refresh, and look at that, Georgia 69% in, and Trump is up. Wow, Trump is up 6 points.
In
Holy
Georgia, that's
crap.
not bad. In Florida, I think he won by about 14 points. That's what it looks like.
Oh yeah, just shot. Looks like
just destroyed
around 13 something.
And Nate Silver was shocked at the idea that he could win it by 8, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, if I'm
So,
not mistaken. Let me double check that. I don't want to besmirch.
All of the numbers have shrunk for compared to what Joe Biden won by. Like, if I understand correctly, like all the stuff that Kamala Harris is actually winning, the margin, none of the margins are larger. They're all, you know, smaller from slightly smaller to significant.
Ted Cruz wins. Was that just called in Texas?
Hey,
Ted Cruz. It looks like. Let me see if I can get the official. So New York Times Needle officially has it for Trump right now. It is officially crossed the threshold into lean Donald Trump. Keep going. Harris at 0.4. Are we stupid in thinking that Harris can win this?
No.
No, because you would have been
No.
stupid to think that Joe Biden could win it as well. I mean, the man was a walking corpse. We knew it all the way back then. He was not a great candidate.
The conditions are different this time because of the
Agreed.
fact that we don't have COVID, and the ballot harvesting situation is different, and the mail-in ballots is different. People are able to go. But that's not to say that Kamala Harris couldn't take it. That's not to say that Donald Trump is definitely going to take it. So,
Guys, this is
They called Virginia, but Trump's ahead. But they haven't finished tallying
well, no,
yet.
he is ahead, and he's up by 0.4. But look at who's reporting in Virginia. These are rural counties that have yet to report, and with 58% reporting, I suppose what are they saying? They're saying that the urban areas have not. 68% reporting in Fairfax. You've got 19% in Richmond. So with 19% in Richmond, I think that's fair. Richmond's going to be massive, and it looks like Hampton City is 4% in. It does. Trump is leading right now, but I think what they're saying is that the rural areas have all largely reported, so he's not going to be able to make up the difference. So they're calling Virginia, because a lot of people keep saying he's winning in Virginia, but.
Well, he was ahead for a little bit, but they'd only counted a small fraction of the vote. The
He's
reality
still
is,
ahead.
if he were to win, exactly, he's barely ahead. If he were to win Virginia, it would be an early night. That would be fantastic. That's like the best case scenario. But listen, no one really expected that.
At this point in the night in 2016, the needle was shifting from 99% Hillary Clinton towards toss up to Trump. As of right now, it's moving towards Trump. Harris's popular vote estimate has diminished to 0.4, and Trump's electoral college estimate is now 285. I will take it. Kamala Harris has no edge anymore in any swing state. Wisconsin's dead heat. Michigan is Republican. Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, all leaning Republican. Look, it's 2020, right?
Pennsylvania's not Republican yet.
No, Pennsylvania is a toss-up. It's a tiny bit Republican.
So I'm talking about the probability.
Oh.
The edge right now in all the swing states, Harris has no probabilistic edge. And they are giving the Republicans 54% to win Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. And Pennsylvania is where the election will most likely come down to.
Yes.
And then we could obviously talk about the mistakes, the perceived mistakes that we think Kamala Harris has made in Pennsylvania. I'm wondering, what do you think President Joe Biden is thinking tonight as he's seeing Kamala Harris struggle against
laughing.
Donald Trump? I think he's pissed off.
If
I
he's
think he's
awake.
like,
If
wow,
he's awake.
I got backstabbed for this. Like, I gave it all up for the ideal of what? You being able to beat Trump. And you're going to lose to Trump. You're about to be the second woman to lose to Donald Trump. So it's a very exciting time here with what we're seeing.
Guys.
That's speaking way too early.
78.1% on Polymarket for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So here, look, I'll just say this. Everybody feel as good as you can right now.
Yeah.
Because when we go to bed at 3 a.m.,
No, that's also what I'm saying.
we're going to get a good night's sleep.
In
but tomorrow
2020, the night of 2020, Trump was at 90-something% in the betting markets as well.
Yeah.
Like, we cannot get too comfortable. I really hope that he wins.
Even talking like he's going to win or something, it is way, way, way too early for that. To be in a position or to start thinking, oh, we've got this in the bag, or it's going to be, or tomorrow we're going to. None of that is even close to reality. It is way too early.
There's a different energy towards Trump this time around, but it's still the machine. I just don't. I do not trust.
I am
I agree. We've got to. I mean, look. Right now, it's looking good. In Ohio, it's looking like Bernie Moreno is beating Sherrod Brown by 3. He is by 3 points. And that's 58% reporting, and it sounded like some people may suggest this could flip the Senate. This would be 52 in the Senate, I believe, right?
I'd love to see it.
Absolutely. Guys, I also wanted to introduce somebody that we have on today. It's Rebecca Rouse. She is a fitness influencer. She's a weightlifter as well. Rebecca, do you want to say hello and introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here with all of you. Like you said, my name is Rebecca Rouse. I am a competitive weightlifter. I have my own business. I have a nonprofit. Do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but my brother works for Daily Wire, which is why I'm here, and I got to be part of the influencer party. So
cool. Are you power lifter or are you bodybuilding?
Olympic weightlifting.
Oh, weightlifting. Okay.
Yep.
And could you tell us a little bit more? I'm not sure on the current rules in weightlifting for biological men in the sport, but as somebody who's in the space, can you talk to a little bit of if that's an issue and how big of an issue it is in the weightlifting scene?
Fortunately, I personally have not had any experiences.
Ohio's called for. I'm sorry. Ohio was called for Trump.
Oh wow.
Ohio has been just called for Trump. I mean, that is massive. That is massive.
That was expected, wasn't it? I mean,
it was needed.
It was needed. But that's still great. So Wisconsin. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No,
Wisconsin
this
now
is more important.
Leaning Trump, and Wisconsin just flipped.
Oh wow.
Oh man. Anyway, I'm sorry. Continue.
So you haven't personally competed against any biological men, but do you see them in the space, and does it impact any of your peers? Do you know anybody who's had to struggle through that?
I personally don't. I think they are out there. It exists. It's definitely in the athletic world. Obviously, Riley Gaines has been a huge voice in that space. But personally, I have not competed against any men, but they did have a memo go out after, it was around the time of the Olympics, that was basically laying out the rules and criteria for transgender athletes, and they were saying that they will allow it. I believe you have to have 2 years on hormone therapy so that they're quote unquote reducing the competitive edge that would exist from being prior male. I still think it's ridiculous.
It's still ridiculous.
What do the other girls in the weightlifting scene think? Is there consensus that this is right or wrong among the weightlifters?
I think if you ask most women, they would think that it's wrong, and most women, every woman I know personally, would not want to compete against a male, nor would I.
Do women tend to speak up?
So I'm sorry. We just got to. Trump currently has 87 million votes.
Wow.
87 million votes.
Oh my God.
I think, is that more than he got in the last election?
Biden won with 80 million.
This is the record for most votes ever, isn't it? Biden at 84. Is this correct? Trump is sitting at 87 million votes.
Is this a projection or something? Yeah, that's
No, this is the actual hard numbers.
Wow.
It's looking like Donald Trump currently has the record for most votes yet. And if Kamala Harris somehow beats that,
yeah, that's nuts.
So
they got to find a lot of paper.
I thought voter enthusiasm was low based on what we were seeing from the CNN polls earlier.
Colorado has been, so we got some calls. Colorado's been called for Harris. Illinois has been called for Harris. It's obvious.
Shocking.
New Mexico has it, but I am seeing Post-Polling reporting that Harris has won New Mexico, but we don't have that from Decision Desk just yet. But 87 million. Can someone look up the record for most votes?
Right now.
So Biden got 81 million, which was the most votes.
Biden got 81,283,000 votes. Donald Trump got 74 million.
Right, and that's the most votes ever, isn't it?
That's what I believe.
The most popular president in history.
We found a lot of those at 3 a.m. Right? It's still 9:35.
The thing is, I don't think we should get too excited because California hasn't even started counting.
Listen, I agree with you. I agree with you. Don't get too excited.
88.1 million. Is this correct? This is crazy.
88.1, yeah.
Listen, dude, I hope it holds. I really hope it holds.
So the way we're seeing this,
if those are actual votes that they've already counted, they're not going anywhere.
No, I understand that. I mean his electoral lead.
Yeah, but I mean, what is Harris going to get 100 million votes?
No.
From California, maybe like.
What I'm saying, but the thing is, here's the thing: if Philadelphia swings and then he can't pick up Michigan or Wisconsin,
what if Trump wins the popular vote and loses the electoral college?
That's completely possible.
We'll have to argue against the electoral. Yeah.
then I am all of a sudden in favor of. I'm just kidding.
It's interesting because the scenario for Trump winning is he needs to win Georgia, which it looks like he's winning, North Carolina, and then I think either Pennsylvania or Michigan and Wisconsin.
That's
so
right.
the path for Kamala Harris is Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. They're looking like they're
Guys, Trump won North Carolina.
Amazing.
That's
Beautiful.
massive.
Yeah, that's very
That is-
good. He needs it.
He needed it.
So the problem
A
is
key swing state just went to Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just make sure we stress that. Georgia is now, I believe it's 81% favored. It is at 81% favored to go to Donald Trump. They haven't yet called it, but with North Carolina going to Donald Trump, that was it. That was a much required victory.
Georgia
And
right now is 74% in with Donald Trump leading by
6 points, 5.8.
Yeah, so
5.8.
The thing is, and for people who have been paying attention to this election, they know that the big meme is that if Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, Kamala can't win. But if he loses Pennsylvania, right, it's not necessarily a guaranteed victory for her. He could still pick up Michigan and Wisconsin. But if he wins Pennsylvania, that's huge.
Does he need
it looks
both
like
Michigan and Wisconsin to
If
win?
he loses Pennsylvania,
if
then
he
yes.
loses Pennsylvania, yeah.
Yeah, so yes.
Or unless he flips California.
Obviously, it seems like it really is going to come down to Pennsylvania. I think this is a good time to mention that she actually was having an inkling towards picking the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh
right.
Shapiro, who's incredibly popular in the state, but decided not to. What do you guys make of that decision? And do you think it would have any impact, or am I just recklessly speculating here?
Listen, I think it was a brilliant decision. Coach Walz really speaks to me as a man, and I know every guy I know sees Tim Walz and they go, what a really cool, manly guy. I want to vote for the ticket that he's on.
Good
He
hunter.
can run a mean pick six, I hear.
Yeah, that's exactly right. What else did he say? The final quarter?
He said AOC can run a mean pick six, and everyone started going after him over that.
Listen,
I don't know how
It's wild for a coach to say that.
Exactly. And he was supposed to be,
outrageous.
he was a
have some
football
respect.
coach.
He did a tour in Italy. Remember he said that he did it. He said he had a weapon of war in a war, and it turns out he was in Italy.
I think he did many tours in China too.
What's he doing walking around? What's he doing walking around Italy with a gun for?
Well, we
was
did
on
a
his way to
cartoon. We
Tiananmen
did
Square.
a cartoon about that where a journalist calls him out on that, and then it like cuts them having PTSD flashbacks of Italy where he's like shooting his gun, and they're like, "Stop it! You can't do that."
Trump's currently got 88.6 million votes.
That's actually
this
insane.
is nuts. Harris is 70. This is the craziest election of my life.
This is really
Trump's chance of winning has
nuts.
dropped to 64.7. Harris has improved to 35.3. They're projecting 278 for Trump as of right now. Trump, could you imagine Trump getting 88.6 million votes? If it stopped right now and still losing, would be nuts.
Would be nuts.
But if they stop the count right now, Harris has PA, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Obviously, the presidential election is the big fish to fry, but there's still a lot on the line with Congress considering how close it is. The path to conquering the House for Republicans, I believe, is through New York, where there's a handful of swing districts on Long Island and right above Manhattan in New York, where if they do swing to the right, Donald Trump will be able to have a majority in the House. The thing is, if the Democrats get a majority in the House, they are almost definitely going to impeach Donald Trump right out of the gate.
course.
So right now, I got 270 to win pulled up. Nevada doesn't matter. If Kamala Harris holds the expected deep blue states, Trump takes the expected red states, but Harris takes Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. She wins 270. There's a possibility, although I don't necessarily think so. I think New York Times is giving the edge on Wisconsin to Republicans as of right now. So Democrats have no edge anymore at all. Republicans have the edge probabilistically in every swing state. But if right now the map were to stop, looking at decision desk with the blue wall states, Harris would win at 270. I don't think that's the reality, considering what they're tracking with Michigan and Wisconsin over at the New York Times. I don't know why decision desk lowered Trump's chance of winning just now, considering these are the states that matter.
It's possible because the information from Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania is showing that she is further ahead than she would have to be
if Trump
to have a 70% chance
if Trump
of winning.
wins Nevada, but if Trump takes back Michigan, takes Nevada, and loses PA, he still wins.
Oh, fair.
fact,
No, you're right.
screw
I missed
Nevada.
that. He doesn't need Wisconsin.
Nevada,
Yeah.
sorry. If she wins Nevada, as long as Trump gets Michigan, he still wins. If he takes Wisconsin and Kamala takes Michigan, Trump still wins. He just
right.
needs, at this point, one blue wall state. One. That's it.
Yeah.
It's crazy how significant Michigan and Pennsylvania are. And it's really been crazy to see how the uncommitted vote in Michigan, these are predominantly Arabs and Muslims frustrated with Kamala Harris's pro-Israel stance, saying that they won't support her. If this comes down to tens of thousands of votes in Michigan or Pennsylvania, which has a large Jewish population, which has been Democratic and could potentially flip because they're distressed to see how Kamala Harris has also been handling the Israel situation.
Okay, so this is way wrong. Decision Desk is just very, very wrong. So someone pointed this out. I'm deleting this. Trump does not have 88 million votes.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was saying. Is it a projection?
No, they added an extra 10 million, or an order of magnitude to Florida. So shout out to Spoon Clank saying Florida numbers are wrong on Decision Desk. The population of Florida is 22 million. Yeah, they put 100 million people in Florida. Decision Desk, what are you doing? I'm taking you down.
Even saying that I don't think it's included in the thing, because the Decision Desk says that it's 114 million in Florida. That would mean that, Trump only says 89 million.
And look, anybody using Decision Desk right now, your data is all wrong. It's all wrong. The numbers are way off. It sounded crazy, and that's why we were so shocked that it made no sense. It's 6 million to 4 million. Decision Desk gave Florida an order of magnitude population.
Yeah.
So
also I think that the numbers they're throwing up for Harris likely aren't true either, just given where the count is at. Did you guys? This is funny. So we were talking about this, the race coming down to Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania potentially. The Daily Wire broke this story that Kamala is running pro-Israel ads in Pennsylvania and pro-Palestine ads in Michigan, which is super funny. Just like two different positions in two different states.
That's how she's been running.
Well, and it's it's one thing to stay silent about an issue or not run on a specific issue in a state if you think it's not popular, but to take two opposing positions. I don't know.
Seamus, what do you make of the uncommitted movement in Michigan that is saying, although we would traditionally be Democrats, because we are so principled when it comes to Israel-Palestine, that we cannot support her because of this?
It's an interesting question. One thing that the Democrats have always relied on is being able to import immigrants who they believe are going to vote for them as long as they give them welfare benefits. And I think that they're starting to learn, especially when we're discussing the issue of Israel and Palestine, they're not going to side with establishment Democrats because they're not going to side with Israel. And so when you look at Muslim voters in general, one of the interesting things is even though like migrants, and especially migrants who tend to be welfare recipients, are going to vote Democrat, and even though I am in no way, shape, or form like celebrating the growing influence of Islam in America or anywhere else, the reality is these are not liberal people, right? Like they're in the long run not going to end up voting in Democratic interests unless they can find a way to keep those interests in line with identity politics. And on the Israel-Palestine issue, they just can't.
So I just want to shout out Decision Desk once again for claiming that Donald Trump and Jill Stein have tied in Lawrence County in South Carolina. I'm sorry, dude. Decision Desk, you dropped the ball big on this one.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I thought they were going to be good. We got all excited seeing that Trump had 80-something million votes. It didn't seem to make sense.
You've ruined my evening. You've ruined my evening.
Yep. My disappointment. What is it?
My disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined. Yes.
Yes. And my day is ruined.
And my election night is ruined.
So bye-bye Decision Desk. We're not going to be paying any attention. So right now, New York Times has. Let's hit the refresh on this one just to make sure. PA is currently listed as a toss-up. Michigan toss-up. Wisconsin toss-up. We just don't know. Minnesota, they're expecting to go Democrat.
They're
Iowa.
not. A number of sources have called North Carolina already, but it looks like they aren't.
Look at this. Kamala Harris is winning in Iowa. Seltzer was right. I'm kidding. Stop. Here's the shift from 2020, Matt. Take a look at this. This is amazing. This is what we were looking for earlier. All of these areas, look how much has moved to the right.
Wild.
Massive. The West Virginia, Appalachia, strongly. You know what? I think that may be J.D. Vance. That's massive in Appalachia right there. A huge shift to the right.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. Look, J.D. Vance was a great candidate, and at the beginning, a lot of people doubted him. They thought that he was, somebody who Trump shouldn't pick on the basis of the fact that he initially didn't like Trump, and also, B, he was perceived as being too far to the right. He made some comments that were offensive, and it was also obvious that J.D. Vance is more of a true believer when it comes to right-wing thought, as opposed to Trump, who's more of a moderate. But, man, he's really turned out to be a phenomenal pick.
All right, Mark Green wins re-election to the House in the 7th. You know, it's funny. I mean, we could go through all of these House victories. There were a lot that are coming in. You can see them all popping up, but no flips. So what we're really looking for is these swing areas and to see the incumbents lose. And so there's, you know, I bet Rashida Tlaib, she's winning in her district. Surprise, surprise. Let's see if we can look at any other. Right here, we got 2% of the vote in District 13. The Republican is currently winning, but it's minimal, beating the incumbent Democrat. So we will see. Ian's back in the House.
What's happening, homie?
What did you learn, Ian?
So many things, Tim. I learned about multi-dimensional artificial intelligence, 1,500 different dimensions.
Were you actually talking to people in the
Yeah,
bunch?
it was phenomenal.
He was in the corner alone.
I met the girl that was the lead in Lady Ballers. She's super cool.
Okay, cool.
We talked to the guys that run the sports show here at Daily Wire. Blaine, epic. Humans out there, man, what a party. Shout out to Daily Wire for hosting this thing, too. This is incredible.
I don't like the idea of the multiverse AI. That sounds terrible.
Dude, multidimensional artificial intelligence vectors. So basically, you've got all these different things that it's like, well, why the thing? Well, why the thing?
And that is the issue that will decide the election.
How the thing? There's all these different ways that it could be on top
Like
of each other.
100 years in the future, they're like, he was a visionary.
And so they can use
no one understood him.
They can use binary to do the math super fast because there's so many dimensions of like, how does it do the thing that it does the thing to do the thing to do, like, how does it, anyway.
Well, I don't know.
What'd you guys learn?
Right now, Kamala Harris has 99 electoral votes. Donald Trump's 178.
Trump doesn't have 88.
Decision Desk has wildly bad data. Yeah. And we saw 88 million votes for Trump so far, and we were like, whoa, turnout must be massive. Like, how could this
I
be
heard
correct?
that, 87 million. I was like, wait, isn't that more than
Yeah, exactly.
half the country already? And it's like halfway through the night.
It's more of what Biden got.
Right. When you factor in 30 million people in California, we're like, wait. And then someone super chat is saying they gave Florida 100 million residents. And I'm like, dude, I am not using Decision Desk anymore.
I mean, at this pace, it will.
Any big states? Did any big states lock in?
Trump won. So they've called it for North Carolina, but New York Times has not. So Decision Desk did, but actually, I think we also had someone else may have called North Carolina too. Because I think was that just Decision Desk?
I saw other places there on the television out there where they're projecting election results for the party. I noticed that North Carolina was called, and I think that was a different source, but I could be wrong.
Dude, Decision Desk has been bad all night. This is embarrassing.
They're probably freaking out over there. Yeah. And they're like, oh my God, this was our one big moment. Timcast just shut us down. Oh my God.
North Carolina, I believe everyone is basically saying Trump has won North Carolina.
Yeah. Certainly.
But the New York Times is taking their sweet ass time.
Yeah, of course.
They should rename their news site Sweet Ass Times.
We're last.
Yeah.
But let's see. Does the AP? The AP's got results up too. But who are they using? Are they using Decision? If they're using Decision Desk, I'm just like, get out of here, dude. But the AP is usually just the AP, isn't it? So I don't think they've. I don't think they've called North Carolina for Trump just yet.
When do polls close in Arizona? Look that up.
Oh, dude, we're gonna be up all night.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long one.
Who knows? Fox News may call them early.
Poly Market has Trump at 79.7% and rising.
Boost. That is the highest I've heard all night.
Yeah, I mean, that's the highest of the night. It's not the highest it's been, though. Like I said, don't get your hopes up. He was up 90 in 2020.
Okay,
I just have PTSD.
So everyone's saying Decision Desk just fixed it.
Yeah,
okay, beautiful.
They fixed the numbers. It's 50.
I'm all about those second chances.
Trump has 54.9 million votes.
Listen, we're in a good spot.
Oh, that's a lot of votes. What does Kamala Harris have?
44.6.
Yeah.
Florida does not have 100 million residents. Apparently, they say it has 70 million residents. Right. I don't think they fixed it.
They're counting the illegals.
Right now, Decision Desk. What is going on at Decision Desk? Can you not input integers? It's 40 million to 30 million. Florida is man, shoulder to shoulder over there, huh?
Yeah. You want to add
the actual numbers, according to New York Times, is 6 million for Trump, 4 million for Kamala Harris, with 95% reporting. Decision Desk, guys, are you watching the show? Look at your numbers. What is going on? 40 million votes for Trump?
Yeah,
dude, this is miserable.
Well, right now, the New York Times, which is we all know is my favorite news source, is giving Trump a 69% chance of victory. They're saying it's likely he'll get 286 electoral college votes. So he's ahead there. Listen, I agree with you. We're not there yet. But I think that's better than
Kelly Ayotte. Kelly Ayotte won in New Hampshire as the governor, so she was the Republican running. and her opponent conceded. So that's good.
The Republican just won but she's the incumbent.
No. The incumbent was Sununu.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's a flip.
Well, no, I mean, no, he was a Republican, but so it
was Republican versus Republican?
No, he wasn't running again. She was running, and her opponent conceded. So
okay. So not a flip, but Republicans have held New Hampshire.
Did Trump carry Mark Robinson across the finish line in, I believe, North Carolina? Because I think he was running for governor there, and he had that scandal, and people were scared that was going to drag Trump down. But it looks like Trump's going to be able to overcome that, and Republicans are going to benefit off of some of Trump's coattails in some of these elections. So it seems.
Right now, the New York Times, the possible spread it has for Trump is 224 to 341. And of course, 341
the New York Times
is unlikely. Yeah. But that would be hilarious.
What are you looking at on the New York Times?
I'm looking at the presidential election results right now. So they have a live forecast outcome.
We have it pulled up.
Yeah, if you scroll down a bit, see that? Leaning Trump? Yeah.
286, 252?
Yeah, but if you go below, it says it gives you the potential range. So right below 286, it says 224 to 341. So they're saying it is possible. It's unlikely, but it is possible for him to get 341 electoral votes, which would be nuts.
69% chance of victory on the old needle.
Yeah.
I swear it's going to be 11 and start going the other way, and we're going to have an inverse 2016.
Exactly.
It's all a big pendulum swing.
That's why you can't get too cocky. You can't get too cocky, especially not at this point in the night.
Yeah, Georgia with 77% reporting, Trump it's up 5 points. So they're still refusing to call it, but this is going to be close, and the lawsuits will be mind-numbing.
That's awesome. And in the future, they need more to pick up the Senate seats. The Republicans need to pick up these Senate seats in Georgia. It's crazy that I believe it's Warnock and a Jewish guy. I forgot his name there. But it's two Democrats, senators, I believe, from Georgia that should be easy Republican pickups. I mean, they have Brian Kemp in the governorship, and Trump seemingly leading here by 5 points. It's supposed to be a red state, and that's what honestly could flip the Senate. So Trump's, I think, bad picks in the past in Georgia, where he tried to run that football player, Walker or whatever.
Yeah, Herschel Walker.
And the same in Pennsylvania when he picked up Oz. So we'll see if McCormick in Pennsylvania, which would be a huge pickup, could pull through, because that, again, could help flip the Senate. That was somebody Ben Shapiro was telling us that he was personally campaigning for.
I'm seeing a lot of chatter about Virginia, and Decision Desk already calling it, but a lot of people are saying, no way. So Norfolk, Richmond, Alexandria are all... Richmond looks like only 18% of the votes are in. You've got Norfolk, it's about 68%. Alexandria, it looks massive with 73%. But apparently on Twitter, they're like, it's still too close to call. And the New York Times has not called it.
Oh, yeah.
Donald Trump is currently leading by 2%. 2% in Virginia.
Listen, if he wins Virginia, then we will not be here until midnight. Yeah. We're
those moms flipped.
I'm staying until midnight
when they got rid of Northam. It's possible.
Well, they changed to all paper ballots.
That's great.
In Virginia, they did?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
So let's adjust the map. If Trump takes Virginia
and loses Wisconsin,
if Trump loses the blue wall but takes Virginia on the chance that I don't know if it's going to happen, he wins 275.
Wow, exactly.
He can still lose Nevada.
If he wins Virginia, we're going home.
This would be absolutely wild if PA turns out not to matter at all. It was a Keystone state. They said Kamala Harris can't win without it. Trump can't win with it. They campaigned like maniacs in that state. Right now, Trump is ahead. In Virginia with 65% reporting, and they're saying it's going to be likely Democrat. Okay, probably. You're going to watch this tomorrow and you're going to say, you guys were dumb. You thought Virginia was going Republican. Well, look, right now Trump's ahead. Many people are saying it's too close to call. Democrats are freaking out about it. If somehow Virginia ends up Republican, Trump wins.
Yep.
Like, if we look at the map right now and say Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania all go Democrat, and then Georgia is leaning Republican, North Carolina is leaning Republican. If Trump loses Nevada, Arizona is already projected to go Republican and the blue wall, but wins Virginia. Virginia flips for some reason. That's it. It's over.
Yep. It'll be an early night. That would be a wonderful gift.
God,
instead of having to wait 10 days.
Seamus keeps being like, and I want to leave. And I'm going to leave. Just did I tell you guys yet? I want to go home.
Here's the thing. It's not that I want to leave, because if I have to leave because Harris just comes in with the landslide, I'm gonna be like,
You want to leave with your head down high.
I want.
Yeah, your
I
chest
just want,
out.
dude. Listen,
sure.
it's just an important election, and there is some anxiety in waiting for the results. And you go, man, is it going to take 10 days or whatever? Are they really going to try to drag this out? You had Obama tweeting earlier today. Sometimes it takes 11 days to count votes, stuff like that. It's like I don't like the noises they're making.
Florida's counted 100% of the votes. Okay, they did it 2 hours and 41 minutes after the polls closed.
That's it.
That is something that you can do. Like all of the states could do that, and there's actually nothing preventing that except for the lack of will.
That's right.
So the states themselves do not want to have the polls or to have their voter rolls taken care of that cleanly. It is because of a lack of will and a lack
There's a few things at play here, though. For example, in Pennsylvania, they choose not to open any of the mail-in ballots before Election Day.
But that's
and
a
one of the
choice.
things-
That's ridiculous.
These are. But the point that I'm making is these are choices. The fact that it takes this long is a result of decisions, not inability. Not
That's right.
Not a preventive. Not something preventing it. It is active decisions by the people that are actually counting the votes. And if they wanted to do this, they could do what Florida does.
Take a look at this story from Newsweek from 2 days ago. Donald Trump's support from black voters plunges, new poll shows. Man, and then read this one. Trump more than doubles black support in Wisconsin, according to NBC exit poll.
Wow.
Wisconsin is not a general national poll, but it is fascinating how I'm seeing people tweet that Trump's black voters have shifted towards Trump. He's overperforming among black voters, and everybody was saying it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen. Did Florida fix the decision desk? Still has not fixed their busted data.
There was a BLM leader who voted for Trump.
It's so interesting to see how hard Trump has been vying for the black vote, considering the things that he'll do for them and how historically they haven't rewarded him for that support that he's given them. So, for example, he did criminal justice reform. Some of what I thought is actually horrible policy that let out a lot of violent criminals. That was supposed to be give me for the black community. Then he gave pardons to a bunch of rappers and murderers, for example, Kodak Black. And this was just really a gimme to the black community. And in the past election, they didn't reward him for it, and we'll see if in this upcoming election they do.
The prison reform wasn't all that bad, though. There were definitely some bad people who got out, but it was I'm all for prison reform. I was pretty into that.
With 41% reporting in Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris's lead is now only 0.9. Donald Trump is closing the gap easily in PA, with Philadelphia and Pittsburgh already having largely reported.
Wow.
So we're still waiting for Clearfield County. And a lot more to still come in from many of these rural counties. Philadelphia's already got, Philadelphia's at 32% reporting, and it's shifted. It's 80% for Kamala Harris. So we will see this, no idea, but they, I believe the New York Times is projecting that PA is still in slight, I believe it's slightly to the right. But we'll see what we got here over at Pennsylvania is a 59% Republican likelihood of winning. So this is massive. With the data coming in, Trump has the edge in every single swing state in their probabilistic needle meter.
In the universe. I thought you were going to say that.
So hey, look, it's getting better and better. Harris has lost her popular vote margin. It's gone.
Wow.
New York Times is now forecasting a dead even popular vote, with Donald Trump likely to secure 289 electoral college votes. Let's just keep it this way.
Yeah.
But how much do you want to bet they're going to pull up some, but the mail-in votes haven't come in yet?
Well, I mean, the people who vote at 3 a.m. haven't gotten an opportunity, and she polls at 100% with them. So,
have the cemeteries reported yet?
Exactly.
Let's take a look. That actually would have been
Are we getting Ouija board in ballots?
We should have brought a Ouija board. That would have been great.
No, absolutely. No. That's right.
No, it's also
my man knew
it's
right
your
away.
subconscious. I proved it to my friend. It's your subconscious moving it around.
Me and Shane are like, we gotta. Absolutely not.
You're just moving it subconsciously. It's not real spirits. There might be spirits involved too.
They try to get through you.
Maybe you're right. Actually,
guys, wow. 82.7 on Poly Market for Trump. Oh, man. Let's hope the wisdom of the crowd is right. 75.5 that Trump actually becomes president.
Oh,
insane.
People buying and trading. Maybe people making a lot of money tonight on this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Come on, let's call Ohio for Bernie Moreno. With 58% reporting, he's up 3 points in the Senate race. Let's just say 52 for the Republicans. All right, Utah just got called, it looks like. John Curtis, nobody's surprised by that.
Did you see that Riley Moore won?
Twitter.
Not that that's a big surprise.
Oh,
but that's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah, yeah.
That's awesome.
We knew he was going to
It
win.
was a shoe-in. It was the prime. I didn't even think he had a big
just love
primary
seeing
race.
it.
Well, the Moores
Riley's a good
own
dude.
West Virginia, so...
Oh, Riley's great. I'm so excited.
Yeah, shout out to Riley.
I told him he's going to be the only member of Congress who can land a kickflip.
That he
Probably
can.
true.
I'm also
Use
looking.
more of
I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with Joe Kent. I'm looking forward to
Yeah.
Kerry Lake.
What state's Joe Kent?
Washington.
CNN says Nevada experiencing issues counting mail-in ballots because young people don't know how to sign their names.
That is hilarious. Throw it out. If you can't sign your name, then you shouldn't get to vote. It's
They
not
have-
complicated. Like, don't do forensics on
They
that,
have
bro.
several days to work that out, says Costa.
Trump has won Montana. Not surprising. Donald Trump has won Utah. Not surprising. Let's see. Republican John Curtis wins Utah. We got that one. All right. Let's go, everybody. I'm just checking the other data, and looks like that's all the big updates for now. How you guys doing? What is this rock paper scissors going on over here?
Figuring out who's going to bounce on the next cycle in.
You gotta do rock paper scissors.
The next guest.
I think I just said shoot.
Live.
All right, come on.
Why, who's
Rock,
coming in
paper,
now?
scissors,
I don't know. I can't see yet.
It's a mystery guest. It's going to be a
Mystery
surprise.
guest.
And behind this door,
He's a good dude right here.
Oh, it's a mystery guest.
I don't know if we've ever met before.
Please
Hello,
join.
sir.
Come on down.
Siaka Ian. Good to see you, dude.
Siaka, hey, I'm Alad. It's nice
Come
to
on
meet
in.
you.
Welcome to the show. Good to see you.
Phil, nice to meet you.
Seamus, good to meet you.
Here we go. This is like the best greeting anyone's given us when entering the show. Everyone else just comes in and is like,
and
"Can I
says
come?"
hi.
Yeah. All right, introduce
Spits on the
yourself.
floor.
Well, hello. A lot of your viewers might know me as Black Jeremy, but I'm actually White Siaka because I didn't vote for Joe Biden. So
Oh, yeah, you ain't black.
Had to
That's
go
right.
back to the
You
old
lose
Joe.
your. That's right. You lose your melanin.
I lost the
Condolences about
Yeah.
that. Condolences
card,
about
but
that.
Joe Biden.
How you feeling right now? Because I mean, we're feeling pretty good.
I'm feeling fantastic. I actually had a dream about a month ago that everything was red except for a few of the crazy states like California, which I fled from, and I saw 311. I saw the number 311 in there, and I saw the media try to call it, but I saw 311 for Trump, and I just woke up the next day and I was like, "That's it. It's gonna be fine."
Did you
So,
put
I
on
hope you're
311
right.
when you woke up?
Yes. Yes. I was like,
Decision
bum,
Desk
bum,
has,
bum,
guys,
bum.
Decision Desk has
It was
Trump
great. It was
has
fantastic.
predicted that, or is looking like Trump is leading in PA now.
I don't believe it.
49.8 to 49.3.
I don't believe it.
Guys, I actually thought this. There's going to be two outcomes today, and both of them will lead to Trump winning.
All right.
Either one, a blowout, and we're just going to be celebrating and popping bottles.
That'll be amazing.
Or two, court cases and all that stuff, but it'll still end up being a Trump. Like, I don't think
Right.
they can stop any and everything that's coming right now. So
New York
I just say
Times
we enjoy
currently
it.
has Kamala Harris up by 0.3 in Pennsylvania. Trump is closing the gap, and now she's only leading by about 9,900 votes.
Do they have the Senate race? Any
We got-
updates on the Senate race there in Pennsylvania?
Let's take a look. In the Senate race,
McCormick.
Bob Casey is up 2 points.
Oh, wow, okay.
But if it's he's up like 60K.
Pennsylvania's known for splitting the ticket, though.
Yeah.
They will split the ticket in Pennsylvania. It's crazy because it's usually that they have a split senator situation, and only recently did they have two Democratic senators. They have a Democratic governor in there. So Trump I believe won the state, or Republicans haven't won the state since 2016 when Trump won the election. So this is his path again back to the White House, and amazing things are happening in Pennsylvania.
Trump is up 220,000, just about 220,000 in Georgia with 83% reporting. It's looking like he's going to take it.
Yeah, he's going to take
it. In
that.
North Carolina, he's up comparably about 200,000 with 6-7% in, and it's projected he's going to take it.
Yeah, didn't I recall?
Trump is still winning by 2 points in Virginia, but they are still saying it's likely going to go Democrat. And news from Oregon, Trump is currently winning 71% to 26 with less than 1% reporting.
That means 4 guys voted for him.
Yeah. And everybody else melded in. That's what
Trump is currently winning in Arizona by literally 40 votes. Holy
That's
crap.
crazy.
In where?
Every vote
In Arizona.
counts. Every 40 votes count.
Guys, look, with 36% reporting in Arizona, Trump is winning by 40 votes. I told y'all it's going to come down to the wire, and your vote may be that vote.
We're not going to get the results out of Maricopa County until next month. So
Yeah.
Arizona will never be called. Kari Lake
Maricopa is
gonna-
already reporting 54%, with Kamala Harris 51 to Trump's 49.
Is there Kari Lake info on there too? For her,
I had to interrupt you right away because we had the data from Maricopa.
Wow, that's amazing.
We don't have the. We got to pull up the
Senate for.
Yeah, they don't have the
Kari Lake.
governor.
Oh.
governor races there. But for Senate,
is she running for governor?
Ruben,
governorship.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. Carrie Lake is currently down by 8
Ticket
points.
splitters. In Arizona and Pennsylvania.
I think the really good news is that if Trump wins, the Democrats are going to peacefully accept it. And everything will be fine.
I didn't know you do a comedy routine on here. You guys are. This is
No,
good.
it'll be like
So
a
can I
peaceful
ask,
George
I'm
Floyd
curious
ride
about
together.
this. Yeah, a mostly peaceful George Floyd ride.
Yeah,
So I want to
burns.
ask you about this because you mentioned that you had a dream that he won by 311, and so obviously you're leaning towards him winning. You're convinced he will. I hope you're right. My question is, how do you think the left is going to react to that?
They're going to lose their mind.
Mhm.
They're going to fall apart. Stanford and Yale and Princeton will cancel classes again and bring out social workers to help them get through it. But no, seriously, it is one of the reasons why my wife and I left California.
Yeah, good
is
call.
Because I think they're going to make us suffer. They're going to make us suffer in the cities because there's also going to be a narrative for their news report moving forward. Oh, look what Trump brings. Because they're all about the narrative. They're all about the destruction and chaos in order to sell their stories.
There can be people out with Joe Biden T-shirts on, smashing things, and the news will be telling you that it's Republicans and right wingers. They could literally not just Antifa, but like actually be wearing Harris gear, and they would be out there smashing things, and they could be screaming, "We hate Donald Trump," smashing stuff, and they will still tell you, don't believe what you see. It is Republicans and the right wingers out there doing it. It is not. They would never even mention the left.
Well, and they'll make it seem like this is the mood of the country because of Trump. Even if it is the left doing it, they'll try to sell you like if it wasn't him, none of this would
If
have
it wasn't
happened.
for Trump, this wouldn't
It
happen.
would just be peace.
Even though, and I've said this a million times, Donald Trump is a symptom of what's going on in the country. Donald Trump is not a cause of anything. Donald Trump is a result of what is going on. Donald Trump is a result of the political climate in the United States. He's a result of the Tea Party not being treated with respect.
That's right.
He's a result of the Tea Party, coming out and protesting peacefully and cleaning up after themselves and being called all the names in the book because of it. And so they said, we're going to stop worrying about electing the nice guy. You brought Mitt Romney, the most milquetoast, most polite politician ever. And they called him all the names that they called Donald Trump. And so the Tea Party said, we don't care.
Donald Trump is now the favorite for the popular votes.
Wow.
Let's get the mandate right now. Let's get the
All right,
mandate so we
that's
can stop.
insane.
We can turn this insanity around
He
in
is
the schools.
favored.
Oh man,
That's
by
insane.
0.3, Trump is now favored, according to the New York Times, for the popular vote, projecting 291 electoral votes. Let's keep it that way, I hope.
Is it saying Arizona's Republican on the bottom over there?
Yes, 73% likelihood. North Carolina, 87%. Georgia, 90%. PA is now 60%. Ladies and gentlemen,
if he
smash
gets
the like
Pennsylvania, it's over.
If he gets Pennsylvania, it's pretty much.
And as the only black guy on this dais right now, I have to say,
What are you talking about?
Oh, I forgot. And the only two black guys on the dais right now. No, it's Arizona and Georgia. No one talked about those numbers,
right?
But a lot, and even Nevada. That was POCs that did that in there, and no one's talking about. I don't care about the suburban wine moms anymore. Let's talk about the ones over there.
Trump's popular vote margin has just increased to 0.4.
Oh, wow.
It is skewing higher. So smash that like button.
I would
share the show right now
Let's
wherever
go.
you can.
Let's go.
Everybody watching, share the show on all social media. Get everybody to jump in. We are tracking this. New York Times has Trump's chance of winning at 77% right now. The needle is moving.
Dude, I cannot tell you how amazing and hilarious and cathartic it would be for them to not even be able to blame the Electoral College.
Yes.
If he gets the popular vote, that is going to be incredible. Now, to what you guys were saying earlier about the fact that when there's violence from the left, if Trump wins, they're going to blame him. This comes right from their playbook. And I was talking about this earlier tonight. One bit of rhetoric that they have that's been very useful for them over the past 5 to 10 years as people have begun to really see through their shenanigans is whenever you bring up an irrefutable point that's very effective rhetorically and looks really bad for them, they go, well, you can't say that because someone who believes that called in a bomb threat somewhere or shot somebody somewhere. So if you Republicans, yeah, sure, that's a knockdown argument against my position. Yeah. But if you say that, people are gonna get shot or bombed. It's dangerous.
Donald Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania by 0.3 with 666 million votes to Harris's 1.6.
Seamus, you hear that? 1.666.
He'll get more.
Does that even mean anything anymore?
I told you boys to get out and vote.
What was the percentage on that?
I'm sorry, 1.3. My bad.
Oh, sorry.
1.3%.
I jumped the gun on
How
that
many
one.
percentage?
God is real.
We have an update. It is updated. Trump is leading by 1 point with 1.718 million to Kamala Harris's 1.655. So he's going to win. He's winning bigly so far. Bigly.
What you guys are saying about street violence, Mike Benz, we had him on the show a few weeks ago, and he was talking about like basically the State Department's playbook, what they'll do in other countries, how they'll send in like the Maidan protests in the Ukraine. They'll have these people uprise against the government that they want out of power, and then they'll call them freedom fighters in the news, and this violent, eruptive mob will basically destroy the country, and then they'll say, see what your president caused. Get him out of, and then the people will start to hate their president. And he said, expect that at home.
That's the color revolution.
That's right.
Wisconsin's.
Yeah. Hillary Clinton did that in Libya. And
Wisconsin's showing 95% in, and they're 55 to 43% for Donald Trump.
Yo.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, 50. Oh, it just
Decision
flipped.
desk
Wait
is
a minute.
busted, bro.
Yeah,
Check
it
us
just
out.
flipped.
Pennsylvania exit poll. Trump is up 7 points among people who believe democracy is being threatened.
What?
So all the liberals.
That's
He's up 7% with the
hilarious.
liberals. I love it. This is
I think if you were to ask me if the fabric of our nation was being threatened, I'd say yes.
Yeah.
Democracy is just a word they choose.
That's
fine,
right.
Whatever. And I think it's coming from Democrats. I think these people are being asked, do you think democracy in jeopardy? They're going, yeah, they're trying to arrest the front runner for the presidency.
And they swapped out the president, and the primary no longer counts for anything. Does democracy no longer important there? The thing about political violence that's really troubling is that it's not treated equally by both sides.
That's right.
So, for example, all of the Republicans are constantly pressed on January 6th that and January 6th this, and they're forced to condemn it. But I'm very ambivalent when it comes to that as somebody who is on the ground covering it, because when there's any violence from any people, from the George Floyd stuff to the BLM riots, all of the Democrats are actually behind them and support them.
Yes. CNN is literally have a camera on there.
The New York Times has Trump at 79% chance to win.
Oh my gosh.
So while BLM and George Floyd riots are the voice of the unheard and therefore justifiable, none of that can be said allegedly for January 6th, and everybody, it has to be widely condemned. Although, why isn't January 6th the voice of the unheard?
That's
why are they
right.
dealing with
That's what I
their
said at the
valid
time.
concerns that they have? And obviously there were some bad players involved
bad
in January
actors,
6th. But as somebody who was there, that was less than 1% of the people, and I think it's too broad of a brush to paint, as opposed to somebody who also covered the George Floyd riots, where most of the people there were participating in violence. And what did the Democrats do? Take a knee and put their hand up in support of them.
All right, Bitcoin is currently at 74,811.
Ooh.
Oh.
So whatever that means, Bitcoin's at all-time highs, and everyone's.
That means they know America's open for business, baby. Let's go. Let's go. We got
Ron
this.
Paul tweeted at Elon, "I want to work on Department of Government efficiency." If every single right-leaning libertarian didn't immediately be like, Trump's got my vote at that moment, then I don't know what
Then
does
you're
it.
crazy.
Well,
then you're crazy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to give you a chance.
Well, I was going to say about the political violence that actually happened in my mother's home country of Liberia, West Africa. In 1983, they installed a general. He took everything over, and then about 10 years later, they used Charles Taylor.
Trump's at 90% on polymarket. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's great. No, this is great, but this is how they use it. They brought in Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor gets weapons from the CIA. He goes through a 20-year civil war where kids are cutting out other kids' hearts. Like, they're doing crazy stuff.
So sad.
And just by George Bush's last decree was telling Charles Taylor, if you don't leave, we're coming to get you. And he left. He ended up going to The Hague and all that stuff. But it's so easy for it to happen. I literally have it in my family of how they did that in the country, and they've been trying to take us down that road.
I think you're
where
right.
Everything you've done is bad and everything we do is good, and that justifies us to go in there and literally take your property, take your life, take everyththing that you own. So
I think so. Melissa Chen says Tony Hinchcliffe can take a deep breath right now. Trump is currently at 90.5% on Polymarket. That doesn't mean much. It's just predictive. So we will see. Current data out of Wisconsin has Kamala Harris up by 0.1 with 44% in. So it is looking very good for Donald Trump as of right now, because Madison is at 72%. Milwaukee is at 48. Look at this. Waukesha County, 77% in, and Trump is winning by 19 points.
I got a question.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Tim.
Wow.
Guys. Trump wins the popular vote, wins the mandate. Do Democrats ever win the presidency again? And if they do, how long?
It depends on if he deports who needs to be deported. It depends on if he does the deportation.
The answer is, of course, they will. They will have to completely and radically transform their party.
Can they, though?
AOC.
They've lived on abortion for so long.
That's what I was saying earlier. I agree with you. I don't think they can change it. I don't think they're willing to.
What was the period where I think before the early 90s, Republicans didn't control Congress for something like several decades? So it will not be easy, but there will be a massive repudiation of the Democratic Party. Incumbents will lose. Primaries will be launched. You are going to see a bunch of moderate Democrats run primaries and say, these people are psychopaths.
They're crazy.
And then, hopefully, I hope this is what happens, in maybe, I don't know, 8 or 10 years or whatever, the Democrats are a much more moderate party that looks more like Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. The Republican Party looks like Donald Trump, and our disagreements are substantially more mundane. We hang out, we eat pizza together, and then we debate minor issues, but mostly agree.
It's funny because I kind of think actually the exact opposite. I think Trump's a legendary politician and uniquely fit to unify the party, which is going through a realignment currently. He's still managing to bring all those factions together. But in a post-Trump world, I don't know if there is a Republican figure who could bring together all these factions as opposed to the Democrats who will fall in line with almost anybody, I believe, who runs for president.
I think that's an interesting point. I'd have to think about it more, but you're probably right about that. But
Trump is so great at unifying this party. It's amazing how he really has it done. It's Trump's party, frankly. It's not the Republican Party. It's Trump's party.
I'm thinking, though, we have to factor in what he wants to do in 4 years. Let's just say he reduces the income tax to the point of where he wants, and we're using the tariffs like we did pre-1900 to actually fund our government. Success goes up. People can live normally. People can live in California like we live in Tennessee, right? And so everyone doesn't have to move. What can the left actually offer, even moderately, that can compete with that? Like, I don't.
We were just
there's
talking about
one
this,
issue, guys. There's one issue the Democrats offer.
That's right. That's it. That's the only issue.
Anything at all, and they haven't for the past 4
elections. That's what I mean. Like,
guys, you're missing the biggest.
I am glad Jeremy's here for this part.
There we go.
They haven't offered anything except for fear. They've literally all they've done is accused their opponents of being evil. It's all been about they're bad, they're evil. You should be frightened of them. They don't offer policy.
Guys, starts with A and ends with an
Trump. A decision desk is calling Iowa for Trump. I just want to shout that out.
And Selzer was wrong.
Jeremy,
are you kidding me?
Jeremy is here.
Hi, sir.
Jeremy, are you a bourbon drinker?
I thought, is that?
There's two Jeremys?
Yes, it's crazy.
Are you a bourbon drinker?
Say again?
You a bourbon drinker?
Not on a night where I'm on. You may not know this. In 2016, we thought the election would be over very early. If you may recall, the New York Times, for example, is calling for Hillary by 90. She had a 99% chance of winning.
That's right.
And so we thought this was going to be the shortest broadcast of all time. We should drink on air.
Oh, geez.
And if you go back and watch the video, by hour 9, I'm laying in my chair. I am so drunk. I drink so rarely, and I drink to such excess
that it was done.
No more election night drinking.
He was the only person to cover the election to not know the results the next morning. He was like, "Who won? What happened?
Where am I?"
I'm feeling really, really good right now.
Yes.
How are you feeling, Jeremy?
You know, Dr. Phil was on the show a moment ago, and he introduced me to a new term, which is nauseously optimistic.
I saw that. I heard that today too.
I would say that I am nauseously optimistic.
That's how I feel.
Perfect.
Like, you're gonna win and throw up. It's gonna. How's that work out? Yay!
I do want to call out my boy though for saying that he thought that Donald Trump was going to win New York. Only to say, optimism can carry you far.
I said I wouldn't be surprised. I said I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, fair enough.
The way things were moving, I wouldn't be surprised if big capital I and F. He won, and it didn't happen. It's okay. I put $1 on it.
This election was probably always going to come down to the Rust Belt. It's obviously now coming down to the Rust Belt. There are real challenges because I think in every presidential election in my lifetime, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan have voted in unison.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
And while it is possible for Donald Trump to pick up all 3 of those states, it is more likely that he will not, which means we will need a kind of rare political occurrence, which is for him to break off 1 or 2 of those 3 states,
right.
Which, again, none of us on this panel were alive the last time that happened. But I do think that it's possible tonight. I think he's looking great in Wisconsin. There's actually some pretty encouraging signs even in Michigan. And I'm not giving up on Pennsylvania yet. He could sweep the Rust Belt, and then you would have a truly decisive victory, which I think, listen, I want Donald Trump to be president. Obviously, we've talked about that ad nauseum. If he loses, I wanted him to lose by a lot. The worst thing for the country is a narrow, like within the margin Kamala Harris victory. Like that's a disaster.
Yeah.
So if Donald Trump can be the one who has the huge victory, then that's like, saints be praised. That's
With 53% in, Trump is up 1 point in Pennsylvania. And in Wisconsin, he is up by 0.3%.
Wow.
So this shift just came in Michigan, only 21% reporting, but Harris has the edge with 49.8 to Trump's 48.4.
So, Jeremy, well, I just want to ask you, do you think it's more likely for him to break that coalition apart or for him to sweep all three?
Well, if past is precedent, then it has to be more likely that he would sweep all three. That said, I don't think that it is in practice more likely that he sweeps all three. I think in the actual moment in which we live, the most likely outcome is probably that he wins Wisconsin or Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think he breaks it up too. I think there's too much.
He only needs one then, right?
There. Yeah, he needs.
He only needs one.
Yeah, he only needs one. So yeah. And if he wins Pennsylvania, we're just.
Do you think
if he wins Pennsylvania, he wins the presidency?
Do you think it's likely that he'll win too?
He could lose. He could lose. So right now, based on the numbers we're seeing, if Trump just takes any one of the blue wall states and loses Nevada, he's won. That's it. Wisconsin being the smallest of the three, he still gets 272.
He still gets there.
Yeah. And losing Nevada.
Clear.
That's losing Nevada. Because Nevada looks like it's.
Ooh. New York Times is pushing it a little bit further. 80% chance Trump's going to win. Projection is 296 votes.
Now listen, I do want to say, like, this exact needle said 99% Hillary. So in a way, watching it move toward Trump throughout the night is like my one cause for concern.
It's sad, yeah.
Yes, but they didn't start the night with the
that's
needle.
right.
And
That's
because
right.
they were horribly embarrassed the last two times.
Jeremy, I wanted to ask you, so it seems like the two swing states that are going to be most crucial here are Pennsylvania and Michigan. These are both obviously states that were dealing with the Israel-Palestine issue in a tangential way. So in Michigan, they had the uncommitted vote. And in Pennsylvania, there's a large Jewish population. Kamala Harris famously didn't pick the Jewish governor, Democrat there, who's very popular, Mr. Shapiro. Not your Ben Shapiro. What do you think of these two states? Is that the most important issue, or one of the issues that's really moving the needle there? Is something else that we should be paying attention to? And what do you think about Israel playing a role in these two states as a political issue?
In fairness to Kamala Harris, I think it was very important that she secure the Minnesota vote.
That's why I said Walz was a great pick. As a man, you look at him and you go, "This is a really cool guy."
He's really soft around the middle.
Speaking to me,
exactly.
No, listen. I do think that the Gaza, the Palestinians of Gaza massacring 1,000 Jews and actively holding Americans hostage. Listen, the last time Americans were actively held hostage during a presidential election, Ronald Reagan came to power. You had one of the great victories, Republican victories of the second half of the 20th century.
And then they were immediately let out.
Yeah, it's remarkable. It's remarkable that we don't talk more about the fact that there are Americans being held hostage. And the reason is because it's so bad for the Democrats. It's so bad for Joe Biden and therefore Kamala Harris that this is happening. Obviously, the fact that Kamala couldn't bring herself to choose the swing state governor, who's very popular in his state, to be her vice president simply because she couldn't be seen to be cozying up to Israel, I do think could wind up being, part of what cost her the presidency. Now, Michigan's slightly different. Michigan has one of the largest Muslim populations in the country. It takes a much different position on that particular conflict. I don't know that we can say that Israel's 7-front war that they're currently fighting, which I very much support, is going to be decisive. I think far more likely what you're going to see in the Rust Belt. The reason we've said for years in this country, as goes Michigan, so goes the country, is because Michigan represents core American industry. It represents kind of the American economy. We call it the Rust Belt because it's where industry happens. You have the steel mills of Pennsylvania. So I think these are the people who are sort of the most adversely affected by the economic policy of the Biden-Harris administration. That's not to say that I don't think that the conflict in the Middle East has any bearing on the vote, but while it's fun to say she should have picked Josh Shapiro, and while it would probably be the case that had she picked Josh Shapiro, she would have transcended some of these issues by picking a very popular swing state governor to be her vice president. I don't know if that's the same as saying that the decisive issue in those states is the war, Israel's war effort, which I don't think is the case.
So to be clear, know this was mentioned when I was joining you guys, but the New York Times hasn't called the Senate race in Ohio, but it does look like Bernie Moreno is crushing Sherrod Brown. 78% in, 5-point lead. I wonder why they're not calling it yet, but I'm down to wait. It's looking good.
You can't emphasize enough how important it is that we control the Senate, and I think it's becoming more and more clear that we will control the Senate even if we lose the House, although I'm hopeful about the House. At the end of the day, though, if we lose the presidency, it will be essential that we have the Senate so that we can stop the Harris agenda.
Absolutely.
If we win the presidency, it will be essential that we have the Senate so that we can advance the Trump agenda. The Senate is the key to everything. It's the key to either approving or not approving appointments, judicial appointments, ultimately passing legislation.
This is
huge.
Big. I mean, New York Times is now projecting a 0.8% advantage for Trump on the popular vote.
Oh my goodness!
And Michigan.
That will be a good day.
It's going to get to 1.
Michigan
What
is
time is it?
red.
That was we got another probably 20 minutes. That probably hit about 1%.
Yep.
Jeremy, I also wanted to follow up with you. So in Pennsylvania, it's a really interesting state because there are a lot of people who split the vote, and they historically usually have one senator was one from one party and one from another. So while Trump's leading in Pennsylvania, McCormick, I believe, is losing in the race to Casey, I think it is. What do you think about those who are splitting the ticket? Somebody who could vote for Donald Trump, but then not support the Republican Senate candidate.
You know, it's a really interesting thing. I think McCormick is a very strong candidate. It'll be a real shame if he doesn't make it into the U.S. Senate. That said, splitting the ticket is such a peculiar thing. And there's been this big movement, particularly among supporters of Israel, to say you should vote for Donald Trump to be president because it's in Israel's interest, but you should not vote for the Republican to be in the Senate because the people saying it are still broadly left, and they're typically secular Jews who are politically left-leaning, but who have seen since October 7th something that they didn't think they would see in their lifetime, which is the importance of the American presidency for the security of Jews around the world. And so it actually may be a point in favor of your position that you took a moment ago that maybe the Shapiro choice is more decisive. Maybe the Gaza war is more decisive. I think that would be one possible takeaway.
A couple other contributing factors. Also, Pittsburgh was the location of a horrible mass shooting at the Tree of Life Synagogue. There are a lot of Jews in Pittsburgh. There's a large Jewish community there. They have historically been left-leaning. But things like attacks, anti-Semitic targeting of themselves, seeing these chants that are coming out of some of these anti-Semitic protests that we're seeing around could switch them over. And Pennsylvania is a state that swings by a few tens of thousands of votes. So it's also interesting how pro-Israel the Democrat senator there is. John Fetterman. He's one of the most pro-Israel senators of either party, frankly. So interesting dynamics at play there.
We were all overly excited. We knew this was going to happen, but Harris is now leading in Virginia. But one could hope.
Yeah.
A lot of people were saying online it was called too early, and there was a chance Democrats were actually freaking out. Virginia, why is it close? But Virginia is now.
I mean, if Trump had won Virginia, it would just
over.
be like game over. Of course, it was never very likely. But man, it would have been fun.
Well, when you're talking about like the conflict in the Middle East, I think like in Michigan, while it may not completely sway the electorate over there, the big swath where you have the Muslims in Michigan and you have Jews in Pennsylvania, that can influence a lot of other people to move in certain directions. So from that standpoint, I think it does. I just don't know if like each of those pockets, if they all voted one way, then it's all one no. But if you live in Michigan around a lot of Muslims and you kind of talking to your neighbors, you go, that kind of makes some sense. Same thing in Pennsylvania. So I think their influence of who starts to lean that way, like we saw, there were so many there that came up and they at Trump's Michigan rally, and they came up on stage and they were just talking of like, we support this, we support him. Because also, I think they see the writing on the wall. They're losing. A lot of their people are dying right now. It's not Israel that's dying like crazy over there. September 7th or October 7th was terrible. But who's losing right now is people they know. So if they go, hey, this guy's saying he's going to at least stop it, now that's going to influence those neighbors around them maybe to shift too. So
it's also the case that had Donald Trump not lost the presidency in 2020, the Gaza massacre, or the massacre in Israel by the Palestinians of Gaza, never would have taken place.
Right.
The prerequisite for that to take place was Joe Biden unfreezing all the assets of Iran and essentially giving them billions and billions of dollars to feed their proxies to launch a war against Israel.
I don't agree with this, but what do you make of the argument that it was because the Abraham Accords were coming to fruition that kind of sparked this by Hamas as a kind of last-hitch effort to kind of ruin peace between the Jews and Arabs?
Well, it's absolutely the case that part of the incentive for Iran was to stop Israel and Saudi Arabia from forming an even closer relationship. They'd been moving more and more close together over the previous years, and Saudi Arabia certainly was going to sign the Abraham Accords. But listen, the fact that bad people react to good things by doing bad things is not an argument against the good things.
Exactly.
So, well, this is a point that I made earlier just before. Sure.
Put a pin in it, some updates. Decision Desk has been wonky all day, but I do want to at least track what they're saying because it's being reported far and wide. Georgia has now been called for Trump. North Carolina is clear for Trump. Wisconsin has just flipped with Trump in the lead. Pennsylvania, Trump is in the lead. New Mexico, this makes no sense. They're saying Trump is in the lead, but that's probably going to flip back. And Arizona is likely going to flip as well.
I have family in New Mexico, and I can just tell you that New Mexico is the closest thing to an actual communist state that we have.
It's bad. It's bad.
It's so bad.
I drove through it and I couldn't get out of it fast enough.
Well, I kind of love it, but
man, the meth users. There's a lot. I'm not saying all New Mexico meth users, but it was pretty high.
Listen, I want to come on the show if I know we're going to have a meth
conversation.
a bigot, an anti-meth bigot.
He's anti-Methodist.
Somebody's waving at me that I have to leave. I don't feel like I've been here long enough.
Well, you can stay as long as you want.
Can I come back?
You're in charge. Anytime you want.
You want to switch with me?
This was a lot of fun. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming, Jimmy.
And we got a lot of people. See, we should phone some other people. Where's Prager?
New Mexico.
I'm gonna go get some.
I love Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I want to go.
Is anyone else? I can pop out in a second if anyone's trying to sub in. You trying to sub in, Lisa? All right, cool. ALC all in a little bit. Freedom Tunes, check us out. We just uploaded some cool new stuff today. It was great meeting you, bro.
Nice meeting you too,
God
brother.
bless. See you. What's that? You will. We'll get there. We'll get there.
It's New York Times seems a bit more reluctant to update the map here.
It'll be your fault because we were winning when I was on the podcast.
It seems like they want to keep.
We were winning when I was here, so I'm just saying if it goes the other way.
What?
You got your wish,
They want to
Seamus.
keep. They want to make sure that they're calling things that are accurate and not like they don't want to get out ahead of them.
But right now, New York Times projection is Trump 297. They're saying Republicans have the overt probability in Michigan, Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia. If we stop there, Trump won. Game over.
Yeah.
Georgia is now greater than 95 for Trump. Trump's clearly taken it. Decision Desk already has North Carolina. And Arizona's obvious. If this Michigan holds, it's over.
Michigan is actually leaning a Republican. Like Harris has just a slight lead right now, but it's like by 5,000 votes. Wisconsin, Harris is down. PA, Harris is down. So I mean, it is possible that Trump takes out the whole blue wall, which would be
Next
brilliant.
level.
And it would be completely. It would make for a mandate for Donald Trump.
The popular mandate. That's why I've been saying the past several weeks we have to win the popular vote, so that if Trump wins the electoral vote and Kamala wins the popular vote, they will claim they are the mass, they are the majority, they are the popular mandate. Let's say no to that.
Yep. Right. Yeah. It stops the trans stuff in schools. It stops the open border. Like it actually encourages the deportation without feeling as much backlash because the population is down.
I agree with all of that. That's all true. But it also signals.
I'm sorry. Elon Musk tweets game, set, and match.
Stop it. Stop it. That's better than any of this. I'm out. All right, guys. Well, I'll see you in the morning.
No. I mean, I
don't like
want to
counting our
believe that.
chickens.
Exactly. I want to believe it.
I like counting chickens.
I know you do.
The chickens like it too.
The point
It's like bad juju.
The point that I was trying to make, right? Like, is it makes it clear that the American people are clear on what they want. It is a clear victory, and as much as like all of the policy that we want, we're going to get it. More than that, it makes it so that way you can't have these people that want to tear apart the fabric of the United States, that want to tear down the structures, they'll want to tear down the Electoral College, they want to tear down they want to get rid of the filibuster, they want to expand the court, they want to add states. If you get a solid win, where there's the Electoral College win and the popular vote win, it puts all that stuff to bed. Right. It makes all of the arguments for that stuff go away. And then when you're making those arguments, normal people, which I keep referring to, the normies that only watch about an hour of news per week, they're going to look at those people and say, you are effing crazy. Right. Stop it.
Yeah.
There's a clear winner. All the stuff you're talking about is all crazy. Shut up.
But even back to the deportations, like you were talking about.
The Americans love that.
Well, yeah, a third of Democrats.
Well,
You're going with that stat, right?
yeah, exactly. Well, it goes to show that people are in support of mass deportations as well. It's like you can't just bring in 10 plus million illegal illegal immigrants in the United States, unvetted, letting everyone in here without paying the price.
70% of Americans are pro mass deportation, not pro,
And 1/3 of Democrats support that as well.
which is wonderful.
Wow.
But
That's
it's not just closing the border. It's not just preventing more people from coming. It's actually doing the hard thing, which will be hard to stomach, honestly. There will be times where it sucks to see, where you round people up that are here illegally and deport them.
I don't think it would be rough.
Well, the point is, with that kind of popular support, you can do it, because there will be times. Remember, listen, I'm old enough to remember Elian Gonzalez, okay? And I remember that picture going around. The guy's got his kid, and there's a dude with an MP5 grabbing the kid.
But is that worse than what happened to that 12-year-old girl that went to the store and got?
I'm only making the point that those are the things that you're going to see. I'm not arguing.
Well, it's not worse, but what we know the media were playing against.
Yes,
and they didn't. They barely talked about that 12-year-old, but they will put that Elian Gonzalez everywhere.
It's undeniable that public support will drop if that stuff starts.
Yeah,
right?
but then
it's undeniable. But I think the way that they roll it out needs to be careful. It needs to be almost
go for the gangsters first.
You know, it almost needs to be low key, but it also needs. Yeah, they need to take it step by step when it comes to mass deportation.
But then we need people like Tim and Rogan and everybody else who's obviously shown through this election cycle that mainstream media isn't the way to pull up those other events that have happened and say, this looks bad, remember this. Remember when these kids were dying.
But we made it real quick. We made it 4.5 hours without it doing any shout outs, but considering the extended duration, we're going to give a shout out to our sponsors, which are ourselves. We sponsor ourselves. So go to castbrew.com, buy Cast Brew coffee if you want to support the work that we do. Appalachian Nights is my favorite. We got Ian's Graphene Dream Low Acidity. And of course, everybody, Step on Sneck and Find Out skateboards are back in stock at boonieshq.com. And also, the boobies are still unfortunately sold out. But shout out to ourselves. We sponsor ourselves. If you guys want to support our work, that's always available. And head over to timcast.com, click Join Us, become a member. We have a Discord server with tens of thousands of people where you can meet, make friends, interact. There's pre-shows, there's after-shows. Monday through Thursday at 10 p.m. we have a members-only show where you get to call in and talk to us and our guests. Special election night, so we're not doing a members-only, of course. Become a member at timcast.com if you'd like to see the work that we do. And castbrew.com, Boonies HQ. Let's get back to it. What were you guys saying?
I could use a little Cast Brew right now. Anybody can run out and grab a little cup. Thank you so much. Kellen's giving me the thumbs up. Give maybe more than one there, Kellen.
Actually, here it's probably
a slew of coffees if possible.
It's probably Black Rifle here, but
Black Rifle coffee for the
cool
win.
Too. We like them.
Yeah, shout out castbrew.com. I got Ian Crossland's Graphene Dream. It's low acidity, which is very good for you. A lot of times coffee can make you you get that acidosis, you know.
I can't do it.
I've been going through it lately because I've been drinking a lot of coffee. So
all right, now to segue away from our shout-outs, we have this from the Needle. The Needle on New York Times, 84% chance that Trump wins. Projection is 297 votes. Michigan, looks like Michigan shifted a little bit back to toss-up, but it's still 65%. And Trump needs one of those blue wall states, and he's got the advantage by 12, 13, 14, 15 points probabilistically in each one. So tremendous.
Question.
Yes.
I know we're talking about what we're seeing right now. And I know everyone has a little PTSD from 2020.
Yep.
As we're having these discussions, as we're seeing the numbers shift and we're seeing all this stuff come in, are we calculating the possibility of these mail-in ballots moving the needle the other way?
So,
or is it too far one side and the other?
I believe many of them have come in already, but it is not being factored in the way that it was in 2020. 4 years ago, they were all saying, hey, hold on, we're sitting on these ballots. They're not doing that right now. Additionally, you have the Fifth Circuit Court ruling out of Mississippi. This is the Fifth Circuit Court lawsuit in Mississippi. That federal court ruled ballots received after Election Day are illegal to count.
That's right.
So if Democrats do try to pull off a 3 a.m. mail dump just arrived, Republicans will sue, and likely Supreme Court will kick that out.
Okay.
It's bad news for this country if that happens.
Right.
Because that means the Democrats will claim they won the Electoral College and the popular vote, and Trump stole it with his cronies in the Supreme Court. Hopefully, the way things are going right now, I don't think the New York Times, look, they just increased it to an 86% chance to win for Trump with a 0.8 popular vote. If Trump wins the popular vote and the Electoral College, holy crap, okay, so the New York Times just shifted from toss-up to lean Republican, Wisconsin and Michigan.
Wow.
Wisconsin and Michigan.
And Michigan, wow.
It looks like it's going so well for Trump. that by the end of the night, it may be a Trump winning by such margins.
They can't.
Nothing matters.
Yeah. Right. I just got to emphasize, we are a country at war right now, whether we want to admit it or not, in the Ukraine and this whole Israeli thing. We need to treat it as such. The commander-in-chief is in severe danger at all times and should be treated like really, really, really take this guy's life seriously. It is super important right now.
We're a country at war with ourselves, too.
I was just going to say the same exact thing.
It's going both ways. There's people outside, but there's people in here. When they want to go on a statement about the enemy from within, I'm like, that's part of the Constitution, from fight foreign and domestic, and unfortunately, I think there's a lot
But
here.
he's talking about illegal aliens that are committing crimes. That we need to arrest people who have broken the law, and we need to send them home.
Yeah.
And then it's remarkable how, hey, the people who are here illegally committing crimes should go home, and they're like, that's cruel and unusual. What? Just get them a plane ride or a train ride home.
Get them out.
But I do have this from CBS News exit poll in Michigan. Younger voters age 18 to 29 are narrowly going for Trump right now. The deficit for Harris is in large part to younger men in Michigan who are more for Trump. Men!
Let's go, boys.
So proud of the men.
Let's go. Get out there. Finally, right? Where you guys been?
The boys have shown up in Michigan for Trump.
Republicans did such a good job at making it fun to get out, to vote, showing up to college campuses.
Right.
Shout
Thank
out
you,
to
Barron
Turning
Trump.
Point Action and Barron Trump and all of these people, all these streamers hopping on board saying, you know what? Donald Trump is awesome.
He's our future.
Let's get after it.
We should start
Kamala Harris, not the move. Donald Trump, the move, and they made it fun.
Yeah,
Leave the young men to me, Father.
So this is from Libs of Tick that says, Osceola County in Florida, one of the largest populations of Puerto Ricans outside Puerto Rico, and Trump has flipped it.
Wow.
Remember when the media cried for a week about a joke about Puerto Rico and how he'd lose votes?
Probably so many Puerto Ricans love that joke.
I know.
He's talking about our state.
They're like, I know. They need to clean that place up. Oh, what, I'm offended?
Well, Democrats also tried to grab onto like a few viral clips of a guy saying, I'm no longer voting for Donald Trump. And you're just asking yourself, all of us are asking ourselves, seeing that, thinking, who on earth would do that? That doesn't make any sense. It's a joke.
88% now on New York Times.
Wow.
It is 10:41 Eastern time, and I'm hoping we can wrap this up in a little bit so I can go eat some chicken wings.
We should start calling ourselves the Grand Opportunity Party now instead of the Grand Old Party, because I think those young people you're talking about in college, they have a binary choice.
That's not bad.
Either. You like that?
That is good.
It's really good.
Yeah. Patent pending. No, but you see that. And it was Trump's pick for JD Vance, whereas Kamala picked Waltz. Just from a visual standpoint, one guy is going, I'm picking the future for you guys, and the other person's going, I'm picking that same old. So Vance actually he represents those young men who want to come up, even people like ourselves.
For sure.
And Trump goes, this is your future, guys. I got you.
To your point, not only is it just Vance, but like the support from Musk, which I was mentioning earlier.
All that.
The support from Musk and the things that Elon Musk is trying to do, Vivek, these are all people that are forward-looking.
Yes.
So, Lisa, you were saying?
No, I was just going to say with the Walls pick, it was somebody that was weaker than she was.
Yeah.
Like, even if you can, if that can even be comprehensible, right? Like she's so brutal.
Yeah.
But who's not going? Like Vance was strong, right? He's our future. He's strong. He can push back against Trump, right? Like
and
that was
wildly
there.
relatable as well.
Real quick. McCormick is up in Pennsylvania by 1 point with 60% in. So this is in the Senate. This is big. To defeat incumbent Bob Casey would be massive. In Ohio, Bernie Moreno is up by 5 against Sherrod Brown, the incumbent.
Wow.
This would be 2 seats.
Wow.
If that holds. Now, it could be a split vote, but right now we've got, according to the New York Times, Trump is up by 3 points in Pennsylvania with 61% reporting, and they're projecting it to lean for Trump in Pennsylvania.
Let me say that Berks County was where Scott Presler did tons and
shout out
tons
to Scott
of his
Presler.
work, and he's leading there 56-43. Trump is
Wow.
leading. That is huge.
If the Senate flips in Pennsylvania as well, I mean that's tremendous.
That's
Yes.
amazing.
So
Casey's been there forever, and he's horrible.
I hope that it shows what Scott Presler did and what a lot of other people. I mean, I was vice chair of the LA GOP, and we ended up gaining about 60,000 new votes, new registered voters for Los Angeles County, while the left lost 40,000, and it was a net loss of the population of 240,000 people. So it tells you that the not the transplants, but the people who grew up in LA are changing over there. So I like to give a shout out to California, LA. Like, don't be surprised if their numbers help out with this popular vote, but also that within the next 4 to 5 years, Los Angeles County and California alone starts to turn around and
They remember how it was.
Yeah.
They remember how great, and how normal it was. And now
I mean,
it's so insane.
You don't want. One day I saw a guy walking my dog. I saw a guy walking straight butt naked down the street, just the opposite. I'm like, this is LA.
I saw a man do number 2 on a church steps in Philadelphia. I mean, it's
Thursday.
really out of control.
Yeah,
Trump is
it's shocking.
Trump is at 92.9 on Polymarket, 92.8.
Wow.
And we can't go to bed and this will change, right? Like last time.
The fact that it has to get that far in those cities where people are roaming around, murdering children, doing what you were just talking about, the fact that it has to get that far before people start waking up and say, hold on, let's take a U-turn here because this is completely out of control. It's disappointing, but I am thankful that we're there to where people are waking up and running away from what they've originally or just been voting for the last, handful of decades.
Well, it's the idea of everyone has their different rock bottom, and people don't make the change until their stomach starts to hurt. Right. And so now we're seeing people going, wait a minute, that person who's destroying my neighborhood, that's starting to hurt. Where before, when you heard about it, it was from a distance, and it's like, or the story's not real, or it's just being suppressed, so people don't have no idea.
Or it's a one-off, right? Like even if they saw it on their own, they're like, oh, well, it's just
that's not
one
everywhere.
episode. Right, exactly.
One of the major wake-up calls was definitely illegal immigrants flooding people's communities that were already struggling, right? So they're saying, why aren't you putting me first? Why are these people getting free housing?
Chicago.
Why are they getting free healthcare? Why in some places are they getting debit cards? And why is this all on the taxpayers' dime?
Right.
But also Elon Musk, also Twitter, because sometimes what is it like the frog in the pot, right?
Yeah.
So you see this happening to your community, and you kind of become numb to it. But then he opened the floodgates and it's not just here; it's everywhere, and it's progressively getting worse and worse and worse. I thank Elon for so much of this because it opened everybody's eyes.
And also, it also allowed the tech industry to be openly pro-Trump as well. I have a friend that's pretty high up in tech, and he's always sending me people that are leaders in the tech industry openly supporting Donald Trump. We weren't seeing this stuff in 2020. No, we weren't seeing this stuff in 2016. This is a massive shift.
This speaks to the same thing that we were talking about in Philadelphia, how you see a lot of people with Trump flags and stuff like that. And that was absolutely unacceptable in 2020.
Right.
Absolutely unacceptable.
I mean, even up until 23 for a lot of places.
You would be attacked. There were people that would literally physically attack you if you wore a MAGA hat. And the fact that changed was it gave people the permission, social permission to say, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. They don't have to go out and put a flag up. They don't have to wear a MAGA hat. They don't have to put stickers up. But they did feel like, okay, I'm not going to be treated like a pariah if people find out that I voted for Donald Trump.
It's comfortable enough to where Lisa's kid is going around trick-or-treating. I knew you were going to say trick-or-treating as Donald Trump.
Come on.
I mean,
come on.
In Philadelphia,
people were loving it. All sorts of people were loving it.
They were lining up to take pictures with her. At least 7 different houses asked to take pictures with my daughter.
Her daughter, by the way, dressed up as Trump wearing a mask.
And the reason is because once you get past the fact that he's been demonized by the left and by the media,
20 minutes,
totally memeable. He's completely
memeable. About 20 minutes.
So
that's it. 20 minutes.
Jeremy was right. Trump now has the popular vote estimate by a single point with a projection of 299 electoral votes, 87% chance of victory. Don't count your chickens, everybody. Don't count your chickens because we don't know just yet.
Don't count them, but you can estimate your chickens.
Hey, look! We're all gonna sit here and cheer for Donald Trump. Go to bed and wake up, and who knows what's coming next?
Yeah.
Don't count your chickens, but have a good time.
Have a good time. Enjoy yourself.
Keep the positive attitude.
Yeah.
Keep
you gotta enjoy yourself.
Right.
Yeah, that's 100%.
How about pray?
Look,
Can we all have
Absolutely.
12 o'clock? Everybody say a good prayer.
It's too late to vote now, definitely. But I am still of the opinion that it's out of your hands now.
Yeah.
But I'm still gonna worry.
It is remarkable how close it is in these blue wall states. Decision Desk, which I will stress has been bad all night, has Trump up with 61% of the vote. He's up by 0.3 in PA. He's leading Wisconsin by 1.1 in Wisconsin with 57% in. Arizona with 53% in. Kamala Harris up by 0.2, but everyone's basically saying that's because Flagstaff, Phoenix, and Tucson have already voted. and rural red districts are going to get their results in soon. So it's likely going Donald Trump.
I'm getting reports that they are celebrating at Mar-a-Lago because the internal polling says they already won.
I don't want.
I'm just saying that's what's coming through to my phone.
I like that. We can leave.
I'm just letting you know. That's what I got. I just got to
celebrating Tennessee too.
Lisa, how long did you work on the Hill for?
12 years.
Your sources are good.
My sources are very good.
All right. Well, I hope this is what's going to happen.
So CNN is CNN is saying is reporting. Oh, it could take days for Pennsylvania, et cetera, et cetera. This is something that's really, really bad, in my opinion. Like, these things should not take this long. And I don't know that there's anything one individual or it's not a federal issue, but the individual states need to do what Florida has done. Florida is done counting. We mentioned this earlier. They were done counting 2 hours after the polls closed. Right. This is completely doable. Yeah. It is absolutely something that every state should desire. They should want to be able to do this. And if they don't, it is literally because the Democrats do not want them to do that because they want to have ambiguity. If you have room if you have ambiguity, you have room to cheat. And that is what the Democrats want. It's the same thing that the left wants when it comes to law. They don't want clearly defined laws because clearly defined laws are easy to follow and they're hard to illegally punish people.
What you're saying is incredibly reasonable here, and it just goes to show that a lot of the Democrat base has turned off their ability to critically think because they will buy the argument that what you're talking about right there is racist.
Right.
I don't care.
See, but
that word does not work on me. I know I'm not a racist. That word does not work on me anymore. I know I'm not a racist. Right. I don't hate anyone because of their I'm not a bigot. I don't hate anyone because of the color of their skin. You can call me all of the names you want. That word has no power over me. Absolutely. I am not afraid of it.
But that's what it's done.
Well,
it's done so that it's been used so much that now people like this, like, I don't care. But like the best thing about it, and he pointed out, is like they need that chaos. That's what the Democrats, they thrive. There's also why they emotionally
on multiple levels.
Exactly. They need that in order to win their spaces.
I just want to say too, just to keep in mind, everybody, should what we're seeing right now play out as we hope it does, it is not just a popular mandate. It is not just winning the seats of power in this country and reshaping culture. It is that media will have fundamentally shifted to such a degree in this country that the narrative machine is broken.
Yes.
I'm looking at these poll results. I'm looking at the comments online, and I'm thinking about a post-November 5th United States with all of these things in alignment. And the question is, how is it that after everything they said about Donald Trump, I'm seeing this poll from the data coming from Florida. Florida shifted further to the right than 2022 and 2020, which means these people ignored the corporate press and they got their news elsewhere and they broke through the lies. That means it's not just a political victory. It is a mass media victory for independent voices and independent media.
Well, we saw that ABC, what they did in the debate, even to a certain extent, CNN, and after that, it was a death knell, CBS death knell. So Trump wasn't just taking out the Democrats. He was actually taking out the legacy media because of what they have done to him and to people like ourselves over the last 7-8 years. So it was going to be a quiet whimper, but they're done. They are done. No one trusts them. No one watches them anymore. And people watch things like Tim's show. They'll watch Joe Rogan and watch PVD. Like, they're done.
The amount of people that I find on the street that are saying, I'm getting my news from people that I trust on X, it's the number has skyrocketed over the years. You know, people used to say that they watch network X, Y, Z. A lot of people just bypass that. They go to the journalist that they trust and they follow that person.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, and also even the style of it, right? Joe Rogan had J.D. Vance and Trump on. They had a 3-hour conversation.
Right.
What they're used to doing on these news shows are just popping emotional, like manipulated points. Like, the border wall's racist, right? Yeah, it's racist. Well, tell me why it's racist. Even when Shannon Sharp had Kamala, Trump is gaining with black guys. Can you tell our history of racism? You're like, what? That's not a conversation. That's just a talking point.
Decision Desk has just called it for Bernie Moreno in Ohio, giving the Republicans a 2-seat Senate flip.
Wow.
Whoa. Massive. Which now with what we're seeing already, we could theoretically be looking at 53 Republicans in the Senate.
That is titanic.
These are good signs.
That is massive.
These are good signs.
Well, they
That
can
is
do
massive.
And correct me if I'm wrong. You were talking about the voting. Can't they, in a sense, do things like they can pass a law to make Election Day a holiday, which opens up the time of like getting it done.
It looks like that
Banning
they'll have
election month.
So if everything goes the way that
Voter ID?
it seems like, you're talking about the House,
crap.
the Senate, and the office of the
Presidency,
presidency. That means literally the whole conservative agenda.
Listen.
Everything can go.
If the House goes Republican, the Senate and the executive branch, they need only on January 3rd, probably when's the first day they can draft a bill in the House?
Oh, not until after the new Congress is sworn in.
Okay,
on the 21st, right?
Yeah.
The 3rd is when they get sworn in, isn't it? The 3rd.
Yeah, the 3rd.
Okay,
You're right.
They say voter ID. That's it.
absolutely.
Mandate voter ID every state.
They won't do that.
The Supreme.
Why?
So, well, let me say this. The Constitution says the states decide.
Being honest.
The Constitution says the states decide.
True.
Okay.
That's what their excuse will be.
They won't do it. I'm telling you, the Republicans will not do that. I'm sorry. I love y'all, but they're not doing it.
Okay.
Even with
I will
everyone?
say this, though. I will say I would lean more in your direction 8, 12 years ago. Today, I would say you're probably still correct, but the margin has increased slightly based on the populist mandate.
Yeah, I think that they'll go right to border. I think if they're going to do anything, they're going to go right to border.
Right.
That's
If
going
the
to be their
Republicans
first.
enact any kind of election security measures, Democrats will never win again.
Yeah, that's it.
I
It's a
hope
wrap.
they do.
Well,
They
that
will
goes
have
back
to-
to that question.
They will have to realign their party to actually address the issues Americans care about and stop pandering to non-citizens.
I don't know if they
Yes.
can. I really
Lisa-
don't. I
Lisa-
really don't think they're capable of it. It's kind of like Hollywood. You can't have them correct the ship when everything they've been doing has been woke and crazy, and then you're going, okay, Wolverine and Deadpool did well, so now make stuff like that. They don't have the capability.
Yeah.
These are the same people
So
running.
if we don't think that they're going to implement a voter ID, do we think that they would at least get rid of election month and mass mail-in ballots? Do we think that they would be successful or go after that?
The challenge, I believe, is that the state legislatures, per the Constitution, have the right to decide how they run their own elections.
Right. Right.
And so that's a challenge for federal Congress. This is why it's so important that Republicans win the state level, state legislatures and state senates.
Right.
Well, can they, in a sense, just play the political game of, hey, we want to vote that we should do this. Yes, it doesn't play in the state, but if your state goes, no, we're not going to do it now, in a sense, it shows your electorate we don't care about security, because the country federally looks like they care, but yet California goes, it's illegal to even ask for somebody.
Guys, I have another update from Inside. Georgia, and this is from Inside Polling. Georgia and North Carolina are ours. Once PA goes, that's 270 and it's over. That's
and they
coming
think
from.
PA's going?
That's from internal Trump polling.
The
internal Trump results. So when I work for Congress, like we would be sitting down and they would be getting the results in quicker than like the news. I remember in 2016 telling my mom, like, Mom, Pennsylvania's done. We got it. She's like, they're not calling it. I'm like, I already have the data. It's in.
Tell the people the difference between external polls and internal polls.
Well, there's just somebody else who like the reporting is coming to them before it goes to the media. That's basically what's happening.
So typically internal polls are extremely expensive and extremely meticulous, whereas
They get the reporting first too. So like members of Congress or people that are running in the things, they have somebody standing there with like a live feed that comes in for the state. And so when they have, yeah, me too. I was thinking we should have had one of them.
Is there a difference in process?
So wait. But they're suggesting then they've already won Arizona. Is that what they're saying?
They're saying Georgia and North Carolina are ours. Once PA goes, it's 270 and it's over. That's all I got.
Okay,
You want me to ask about Arizona?
But it's not. So right now, if I go to 270, Arizona's leaning right. If we include Arizona in this, which was not a toss up according to 270, it's 281 Republican. If Pennsylvania flips,
No, I'm asking right now.
ask them ask them about Arizona and Nevada. Do they think they have Arizona? Because obviously we're tracking the blue wall states.
Okay.
I'll tell you like this: I saw her text messages.
Chilly over there?
Said, no, it's like no. Inside is warm.
If Trump,
That's all I'm gonna say.
I like just pushed my phone over.
I know, and I was like, ugh.
if Trump does not win Pennsylvania, if Kamala Harris holds the blue wall and Trump wins Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia, Trump loses. This is Ben Shapiro's worst case scenario where he says Florida then files a lawsuit because the census was done wrong and PA has too many electoral votes.
Right.
The Supreme Court will likely agree and flip it, giving Trump 270. There's also the mail-in ballot scenario.
Why does PA look really blue there? How much is reporting there?
No. This is 270.
Oh, that's 270. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Okay,
so
you're messing me up, Tim. Don't do that.
This is the current toss-up map. Arizona. Okay, guys. Arizona is not considered a toss-up on 270. If Trump takes Georgia and North Carolina, he's at 262 without Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, or PA. At that point, it doesn't matter which. He doesn't even need Nevada. So long as he takes Arizona, he needs only one of the blue wall states, and he wins. So PA doesn't even matter.
Wow.
And this is
Well, maybe that's what they're saying. Maybe they're counting that without Arizona.
This is big because we were told Pennsylvania was the state that he had to win.
The
And this is
Keystone.
where everybody went to the... That's right. But imagine this. Kamala Harris wins PA, wins Michigan, Trump takes Wisconsin, Kamala Harris takes Nevada. Doesn't matter. Trump wins 272. He doesn't even need PA at this point. He just needs any one, and he can still lose Nevada and win.
Wow.
This is massive, which is why the New York Times has 89% chance Trump wins with 301 projected electoral votes.
CNN is saying silence at Harris HQ.
And Kamala HQ hasn't tweeted in hours, apparently.
Yeah.
That's because they all just lost their job. Everyone's packed up. They're heading home. They've been heading home for 2 hours ago.
The intern running it already got fired.
I'll keep the light on.
Guys. CNN is reporting that Kamala Harris's headquarters has fallen into complete silence, with crowds of supporters visibly tense, with some seen pacing while others are beginning to lose hope as updates.
Do we believe that, though?
Well, no. I'm just going to say, first of all, if that's true, good. Look at how they treated the American people over the last few years. Donald Trump, not just the American people, the entire party, or the country. It's despicable. So
Guys,
good. I'm so glad.
It looks like he is probably going to win in Montana. We don't know for sure. The data is super preliminary.
What's the number there?
It's only 5% reporting, but I can't imagine Tester winning. What do you think, Lisa?
I don't know, man. I am so black-pilled that this is hard for me to believe. I'm getting the thing that they're winning. It's so hard for me.
Hey, have you heard of Jesus Christ?
I do. Listen.
Because he'll help you.
I have a rosary right there in my thing. That is all. I said to my mom, I said, look, it doesn't matter either way because it's God's will, right? And I prayed the rosary as Seamus on the plane, right?
That's true.
I said, let God's will be done. I'm 100% there.
All right.
It's just, I have PTSD from Eagles in the Super Bowl. How many times we go? The one time might have been a fluke.
Fair enough.
So I get nervous, but
I'm over here keeping.
Yeah, he keeps me sane.
We got to keep it a positive attitude, especially for Mama Klug. She's out there. So we want to make sure she's comfortable tonight. So we're staying positive, you guys.
I tell you what,
currently Decision Desk has 50 Republican Senate seats. Democrats have lost 2. Republicans have flipped 2.
Wow.
If Republicans take PA, and they're currently ahead by 0.8 with 64% in, 51. Minnesota is meaningless. Montana, I think we may be looking at 52 seats. That may be it. 52 in the Senate.
I keep thinking about what are we going to do next, man? This is it, because they call it a win. It's over, but no, this is just a step on a road.
Oh yeah.
And
there is a significant plan.
What is this you're showing me?
You guys.
You can just pass it along. Man.
In 2017 during the inauguration, Lisa, you went to the inauguration, right?
Yes.
And they were rioting and blocking.
They were rioting.
entrance?
So everybody was always talking about like how, the crowd size wasn't that big because the whole Senate side, the whole side of the Senate was blocked off. You couldn't even get in because there was rioting and police and it was insane. Me and my mom had to walk all the way around and then sneak past a cop to even get in to see him be inaugurated. It was awful.
Ian, piggybacking on what you were talking about.
It was dystopian.
That's next. If this is the case, if this goes well, if Donald Trump wins, that is next. Mass political,
but
unrest in the streets.
that's their punishment to us.
I just want to stress this for the point Lisa's making. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's looking like internally, the Trump camp believes they've already won.
Correct.
That it is so tremendous right now that it's just going to come through for him.
I do expect that there will be civil unrest. We've talked to Mike Pence about it, but I'm wondering what do we do next, because we got a lot of authority, power, and opportunity.
Who's we?
No, we got to create something great.
Who's we?
Me, you, Tim.
Tell me your name again.
Doesn't translate to power. How do you spell that, by the way?
SIAKA.
Ian, first things
Siaka,
first.
what are you going to do?
Ian, first things first is cleaning up the mess that Democrats have created the last 3.5 years.
Yes.
That's first things first.
3.5. Even when Trump was,
I'm actually primarily talking about the 10 million illegals that came in the last,
Can we talk about the House and Senate races? How are we looking there? Because that was
I just want to think
first is getting the country back on track.
Do you want the inside info or not?
Guys, right now we've got some updated data. So currently we have 50 Republican seats confirmed according to Decision Desk. Maine is immaterial and Minnesota's immaterial. But if Tester loses in Montana, if Pennsylvania flips and Wisconsin is currently Hovde is currently leading, that could be 53. Wow. But Hovde's only up 0.1 against Tammy Baldwin. I'd love to see it. I'm thinking we might end up with 52 Senate seats, but 53 would be based.
Wow. I definitely think McCormick can pull it off. I think people are going to be surprised by Pennsylvania, especially because the Amish turning out.
They came out.
I'm telling you.
Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, like 70% is votes in. He's up 51 to 48 in Pennsylvania.
I think it's going to go better than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump's up 3 points now in PA, 70%. That's massive.
Michigan, he's up. Michigan, that's good.
Let me show you the House. This is where it gets interesting.
I want everything. I want the House.
Right.
Yes.
So
I want it all.
Okay, guys. All right.
Two-piece.
So let's take a look at the House. We have the heavy Democrat, light Democrat, competitive, light Republican, heavy Republican. This is where it's interesting. When you look at the expected Republican seats, they've won. When you look at the leaning Republican seats, they've won. When you look at most competitive districts, what do you see? Well, there's a lot of data that's incomplete, but it looks like there's some going Republican, a little bit more going Democrat. However, when you look at the light Democrat seats with 40% reporting, Alabama's second is leaning Republican. With 75% reporting, Maryland's 6 is leaning Republican. Ohio's 9 with 89% is 0.37 Republican. We don't see the same trend on the Republican side of the House, which is indicative of a swing for the Republicans on the House. They already have the House. So this just makes it look like they're going to take the House. They've basically already got the Senate. 50 seats, and it's looking like the New York Times says 88% chance Trump wins, 1 point popular vote, 301 electoral votes. They are now giving every swing state but Nevada is lean Republican.
Wow.
Massive.
Well, to your point about what we do next, is we clean up, but we also have to continue. And what Tim's been huge in this whole production's been huge on with PragerU and Daily Wire, Babylon Bee. We have to continue to create the culture, because there will be nothing left, and a population is really only as strong as its stories. So if we're not making stories for people to get on board with, yes, we can have people who are 1 + 1 always equals 2. Great, but that doesn't move people. So now we have to, as Tim's done music and Daily Wire has done more comedy and more scripted, and PragerU and so on. They're making the culture. That's where we go next.
California. All right. Sorry,
What's
guys.
that? You want to make a movie?
California and Washington's been called. California has been called for Harris with zero reporting, but
that's how California works, guys.
Okay. Right.
It's just how it works. Everyone who's been there before.
All right.
just
so
show up.
To your point, as for stories, this whole situation here, if Donald Trump does win, there has never been a better political story.
Yep.
In all of American history, it is historic, but this is the best political story, or among the best political stories in American history. So you've got a president that is an upstart that has never been in political office before. Right, he gets into office and he does a good job. Then he's faced with a drag.
I ruined Phil's night.
Vindman's gonna win.
Keep telling your story though. You have a good story.
It's a good story. Get back to the story.
So then he faces the opposition of an entire media and government system put against him. Then he faces a pandemic. He loses in a questionable and novel election, totally under novel circumstances. Had never been an election like that, right? He loses that.
You mean rigged? Go ahead.
Well,
that's why I say you lose. He loses it.
I completely agree that it was not a normal or fair election. Okay, the details are not.
That's fine. That's all I just want.
Then he's impeached twice after he's been in office.
Yep.
He then goes and is attacked by the Justice Department, and they fail and fail. There's 2 attempts on the man's life, and then he comes back to win, not just barely, but to win,
blow it out.
To win the.
What would you say is the defining moment that made the turn, or do you think it was like a culmination of things? Do you think it was him getting shot? Do you think it was Rogan? Do you think it was Elon, or do you think it was a combination?
The picture of him with the fight.
Right.
That's it.
That will be the thing that people.
That was the turning
Now, I
point.
don't know for sure if that is the actual turning point.
That was the spark. The fire was him on Theo Von's show, and
No,
that's
it
credit to
wasn't
Barry.
good on It wasn't on
that
Theo
was when
Von's
he.
show.
That was when he
Good on
broke
that,
through
though.
to
It was good.
6 million new people
It
that
was
really
a good
matter.
show, but the picture,
That
the
picture
point
is
that
people
I,
want-
the
that was
thing
the
that's
spark.
iconic is the picture.
People
The
want a
fix-
strong
the
leader.
fit-
They want a
exactly.
strong leader,
The
and that's
fist
what that
in the
represented.
air, the fist
Yep.
in the air,
Blood on
saying
his face.
Fight,
For sure. Like-
fight. That was
I can watch it today.
beyond iconic, and that will be a picture. I mean, the picture was so powerful that the left was hiding it.
Yeah.
They were saying you can't put that up, you can't use that.
They were
et cetera, et cetera.
criticizing him.
They
Like,
were.
who
they-
stands
it
up
was-
after people were shooting?
Yeah,
You're like,
it was completely,
Trump.
totally, because they saw how powerful
They saw
that
his
was.
character.
They saw
You guys-
not just that, but they saw the story. And that's the whole point of what I'm talking about. They saw the story. That was him saying fight. And now to come back, and God willing, he wins. There has never been a political story in history like this.
Right. And
there has never been.
To piggyback on the building culture, it's the perfect man to build culture around.
Right,
when it
right,
comes to
right.
making the Republican, this is what the Republican Party is.
He was an entertainer.
This is Donald Trump. It's badass. Come on board.
Right.
That's what it is.
Right.
I mean, it is never. Geez, when was the last time it was this cool to be a Republican? Honestly, not in the
never
year
been. None of my
2000.
life.
I don't
Maybe,
think-
Never.
In the 80s.
Maybe
In the 80s
80,
when I was a
81.
kid.
For sure.
Yeah.
Not
Ronald
even
Reagan.
then.
Yeah, Ronald
is-
Reagan
it
was
is-
kinda cool.
It is very
For people,
cool
some
to be a
people.
Republican today.
No,
Yeah.
because Michael P. Keaton was cool.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the yup, like the
yuppie.
when you think of the people that the American Psycho were based off of,
Okay.
they weren't uncool people. They
Yeah,
were
yeah.
riding
That's fair,
they were
that's
riding
fair.
Lamborghinis. The Wolf of Wall Street. Those were cool people. That was the last time it was this cool to be a conservative, to be a
It's a
Republican.
40
major
years
shift in
ago.
culture.
Absolutely.
Major shift.
Well, they did
in
a
culture.
movie
Right.
kind of already like that came out. It's called Vindicating Trump by Dinesh D'Souza,
Yep.
which I'm in if you want to check
let's
that
go.
out. So it's a shameless plug. So
Just get me a
So
link.
we're kind of getting ahead. So we're kind of getting in that. But you're right. I think now we can do the fine because that one, of course, came out before the election was done. But now, if you saw that in a movie, you would think the movie was fake.
Yeah, I can see
guys,
that.
real quick,
100%,
Decision Desk is reporting 2 House seats have flipped.
Wow.
So I'm not sure which they're referring to. However, they believe the House there's a 57.6% chance the Democrats will win the House.
Whoa.
It was trending Republican, but it has now shifted Democrat.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're projecting 219 for Democrats to 216 Republican.
And they didn't say which ones that they're talking about?
It's hard to track, and I don't know
Yeah, there's
because
so many.
there's so many. It's hard to know which ones they're saying have
that's not
flipped.
good.
However, the New York Times is saying no such thing. They have not made such determinations.
If he wins, if they take the House, they will try to impeach him again.
Of course.
Try, they will instantly.
100%.
Yeah. No question.
Instantly, they,
We gotta get
they,
it all.
They will not
We gotta get it all.
Really,
if
really
the
bad.
Democrats win the House, they will not certify the election.
Because then they can hold on.
Even though he will
hold out.
win the popular vote and the Electoral College, they will not certify.
Jamie Raskin said he is ineligible to the 14th, and they will not certify if he wins.
But I don't
he
think
said
that's
that in
true.
February at what
I
the
want
Crow's
this
bookstore.
fight.
in
Yeah, that
DC.
says if you can't be an officer of the United States if you've been part of an insurrection, and he wasn't.
Right.
Sorry.
Yes, we all agree.
I'm not even sorry. That's the way
But
it's read.
we all agree. The point is they'll do it anyway.
I want this
Try.
fight in the courts. I want.
Well, I think
want
part
to
of
see
it.
him
I
try
think
in
part
the
of it
courts.
is again, they do really well at poking the bear, and someone like Jamie Raskin, when he said it that early, he's trying to. I believe it's more trying to get us to do something stupid, us to react, in an uncouth way, because then they can go, okay, see, got him, just like they did January 6th.
Yes and no. I mean, because like they did Letitia James, didn't she campaign on doing the same type of thing, right?
Well,
So-
she wasn't in power yet. I'm saying the ones in power, I feel like they sprinkle that stuff out to see
I
how
think
we're
they
going to move.
mean it. I think they're deranged and they mean it.
We were talking last night, and I forget who it was. I don't know who it was. It was someone from the Daily Wire, but they were saying that look, the Democrats do the things that they say they're going to do. And it was Jeremy. It was Jeremy Boring. He was saying the Democrats they don't just do the things that they say, but they do more. They go further. So they'll take it as far as they possibly can. So there's no question about whether or not they will try to prevent him. There's no question in my mind. We will, if Donald Trump wins, we will see some kind of civil unrest in cities across the country.
It'll be less as if it's overwhelming, though.
Yeah.
Joe Kent is currently leading District 3 by 16 points with 20% in, so feeling good, but come on, Joe. We'll see.
What do you think? Do you think? I'm sorry.
It's not just Democrat. It's an evil tactic.
Yeah.
Accuse your opponent of what you're doing. I mean, that's an ancient evil.
Yeah, and they've been doing that, nonstop. They say Donald Trump is going to do these things while they're actually doing it. Donald Trump is going to use the DOJ against his political opponents while they're prosecuting Donald Trump, while he's showing up in court, while his mugshot is being paraded around as another image of defiance.
Right.
That's something that they didn't intend to happen, but that mugshot became an image of defiance. People put it onto shirts. They put it up as their AVI on Twitter and stuff as an image of defiance. Big middle fingers, because that's what Donald Trump has been from day one. He has been a middle finger to the establishment. From day one, he said, I'm not going to do things the way that you tell me that I have to. I'm not going to lay down and just do whatever so that way I can make $1 million or $2 million like all the other presidents, because they weren't rich before. He was a billionaire and he didn't give a shit. He had big dick money when he got in, so he didn't need to worry about if he was going to be a millionaire when he got out, because he knew he was going to be a billionaire.
Now, with those moves that you say they will make, and I do believe they will make, I do believe that violence will happen. I do believe they'll try to do some shenanigans. To her point, and I want to see what you think. I think the bigger the win, the less of, not saying at all done, but the less of the crap. And do you think that too?
It's going to happen either way. It's going to happen either way, but 100% the bigger the win, the less chaos in the streets. Absolutely, 100%.
And also, not only is it going to be less severe and stuff, it's going to be less tolerated by the normies that I keep referring to.
Thank you, guys.
Shamoose is back.
Phil,
cover.
You know what's funny is they always push the he's pushing hatred, right? He's pushing hatred. It's literally the only thing that they've been campaigning on right now.
Yeah, it's exactly like like we were saying just a little while ago. It is. They will go ahead and accuse people of exactly what they're doing. They're going to say that he is pushing hatred while they're calling people Nazis, while they're saying that the Republicans want to, while they're saying the deplorables, while they're saying the garbage people, while they're saying the maggots. Right.
Yeah.
But it's Donald Trump that's pushing the hatred. Right. They'll call you names and then they'll scream that you're hurting them while they do it.
And it's not just like one person, right? It's not just one person. It's the entire system. It's the media. It's academia. It's everything. It is shaping that narrative of pure hate.
Mike Benz was on and he talks about it. He calls it the blob, and it actually is. And the media is a part of it. So it's the State Department, it's CIA, and it's DOD. Totally. It's the official policymakers of the United States, the media, and for a time at least, all of the social media networks and big tech were all one big blob of power. And honestly, if things end up the way that they look, Donald Trump and Elon Musk took that on. And they're possibly, and the fight wouldn't be over. I'm not saying that it's done, but they are standing up to the blob. Yeah. They're two dudes, just guys, standing up to the blob.
This is going to be very, very big for the next 4 years. If Trump does win, it's going to mean that podcasts will own the political media landscape.
Right.
Absolutely.
Cable TV's done.
And YouTube cartoons also. YouTube political cartoons will own the political landscape.
Probably not, but...
Well, let's just see how it goes. You can't rule that out because we haven't seen this happen yet.
Could you imagine if Trump comes out, declares victory, and says it was largely not our efforts, it was this cartoon, and he shows...
Freedom Tunes! And he starts showing my videos.
New York Times just called North Carolina... And it's funny because you could have called it a long time ago, but now it's confirmed. Of the swing states, New York Times says Trump has won North Carolina.
Georgia, I just said, right?
Very likely.
Georgia's greater than 95%.
Yep.
And PA is about to go likely Republican any second now.
Amazing.
Not one of them is likely Democrat. And I think that's the most important thing here. There's a chance Trump wins all of these so-called blue wall states, the Rust Belt states. And that would be insane
beautiful?
for the future of electoralism here.
There are some rumors circulating. I don't want to say too much, but the rumor circulating among some journalists is that they believe Trump has already won the entire blue wall.
Wow.
That he's going to take every swing state.
Dude, if that happens, Rachel Maddow is going to be inside the Capitol chanting "Stop the steal."
We can't certify. It seemed like Jill Biden hedged her bets wearing all red today when she went to go vote. Jill Biden all red.
If Donald Trump definitely voted for Donald Trump.
If Donald Trump does win, then we should absolutely humiliate those people.
Hold on. You can't say that before he wins for sure. Are we getting a show? We're going to be your best friend. We're all going to be good friends together. Which is how you should do if you win.
Seamus, no,
guys. Just don't listen to him.
If Donald Trump wins,
he's crazy.
These people need to be humiliated
I
and
disavow,
shamed.
I
don't care. You can disavow. Stay over there and be small. It's fine.
Seamus. Right. Seamus, you're not convincing any of these people.
I'm doing a bit. I'm obviously joking.
Yes, I get it.
obviously kidding.
And I'm making a larger political point that many Republicans are more concerned about the opinion of the New York Times than their own constituents.
That's true.
So if no matter what happens, they're going to try and throw pie in your face.
Dude,
no matter what.
I agree. Well, there's going to be Republicans who, if we win, are going to be like, I'm sorry we did that.
It was the same thing in 2016.
I know.
Where it was like, oh, we're going to be super nice. Don't worry about it.
Who wants to read that number?
Oh my gosh.
Polymarket has Donald Trump at 94.2%. That means that if you were to buy a share of Donald Trump, you can't in America, by the way.
Buy the dip right now.
You're going to win a nickel. You're going to win 5 cents.
Dude, Kamala went down like crypto. She went down like black men's crypto that wasn't protected by her policy, which is going to happen to this country.
She went down like a bad crypto scam.
Yeah, exactly. Man, she's really down there.
Hey, these are betting odds. These are event contracts. These don't mean much at all.
Right.
Don't count your chickens
before they hatch, baby.
Don't count them.
I'm mad that they're not turning Georgia red on that map.
If Donald Trump does win,
it's over 95% in, and it's a huge margin.
Well, but hold on.
There's
a contingency of people who show up to vote at 3 a.m. and they poll very well. Kamala polls well with them.
We cannot forget about those people. That's a very important voting block to the Democrats.
Trump has not done enough to appeal to them.
If Donald Trump does win, these people need to be humiliated publicly.
I agree.
They need to understand that they have been rejected totally, that they no longer hold the power that they thought they had, and that they're no longer to be looked at in any esteem. Michael Malice was right, and it is true. When the job will be done, when the average journalist is looked at like a tobacco executive and treated with the same disdain.
Yeah, so Cardi B tweeted an hour ago, we need a Hail Mary.
I'm the question asker, right? Like that's what I'm doing right now. What do you think? What do you think is the thing if he does win? If it looks like what we think it looks like, what do you think is the thing that motivated and changed people the most? Do you think it's the economy, the trans stuff? Do you think?
I think there's a lot of things.
The border?
I think it was different things for different people.
I think it's so overwhelming, the list of things that are so out of control right now. It just gave people an idea. They feel it in their gut. They know everything is wrong.
I think
we overlook
for young men, it was the fact that the Democrats hate them and they know it.
Yes.
It's the fact that you cannot do anything right as a young man and get the approval of Democrats.
Right.
For women, I do think that the trans issues really do matter. And I think it's more about women that care about their daughters going into the bathroom with a man, possibly.
I want to see the Democrat.
I want to play this clip from CNN for you guys.
Abby, you and Jeff have been talking to people inside the Harris campaign. What are they telling you?
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope.
First of all, there's
Show us how it's
two,
done.
and it's this.
Oh, okay. You're right. I was pumping down.
and the golf swing. Well, you were driving a car over here a lot.
I'm just dancing. I'm
I
having
feel
a
like
good
hold on.
time.
I feel like he did one of these. I feel like he gave us one of these.
Enough. Everyone now is doing the Trump dancing. Even back behind the cameras, everyone's Trump
So
dancing.
Harris campaign put out a memo.
He also did this.
Hey,
He did
the Harris campaign.
That's true.
Guys, the Harris campaign put out a memo that says, "Get some sleep. We need to wait until 3 a.m. to determine who won."
Nuh-uh.
So listen. Subject, what we're seeing so far. Team, as polls close across the country, I wanted to give everyone an update on what we're seeing. As we have known all along, this is a razor-thin race. Thanks to this amazing team, we have seen incredible turnout across the battleground states, and the closeness of the race is exactly what we prepared for. While we continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing. In Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectation in Bucks County. We don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we have overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with large non-white and student populations. We expect to see higher turnout in Philadelphia than in 2020. Outside of Philadelphia, we have limited data on turnout and support right now, but we do know what we do have is tracking with our expectations. We are awaiting more results like everyone else and hope to get a closer read in the coming hours. In Michigan, we are awaiting a significant amount of votes to come in. The city of Detroit won't be reported until roughly midnight, but we have seen strong enough turnout throughout the early vote and election day there. Other results in Michigan are harder to parse since results are coming in more piecemeal than elsewhere. In Wisconsin, we know there is a significant amount of votes remaining in Delaware.
Dane.
In Dane and Milwaukee counties. And we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties. We have partial data where we have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 and 5 a.m.
So I have this
If you're explaining you're losing,
Axios
right?
national correspondent posted a portion of this memo. So it appears to be confirmed.
Yeah.
It's a long, copy sounding memo.
If you're explaining you're losing, right? But that doesn't mean that they're not going to go pull out extra stops to change the results that they're
it's
getting.
a cope, but you have to wait till the middle of the night.
Exactly. Well, because they've done it before, right?
Yeah.
We've seen them do it before,
They
so
did
this
in
is very
2018.
clearly in very bad taste.
In 2018, we saw the same thing.
Yeah.
In the midterms, the day of, it looked like Republicans had won, and then we wake up the next day and they're like, "Oh, we found a bunch of ballots."
Are they going to do that again? You said they're not, Tim.
Well,
You said they can't.
certain states have ruled that they're no longer able to do that.
No. Federal court has ruled ballots that come
Circuit.
in after. Yes, federal court has ruled that after election day you can't count ballots. It's illegal. Republicans will likely sue. And we're hoping the Supreme Court then throws it all out and says you cannot bring in votes after election.
With the overnight ballots, weren't most of them like 98% blue?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they said it's because they skew Democrat.
This is why you got me hyped for a minute. Now I'm miserable again.
Hey, don't count your chickens.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
I said that.
That 3
Trump
a.m.
is up
those 3
3
a.m.
points
voters.
in
I said
PA.
it.
With 77% reporting, Trump is up 3 points in Pennsylvania. Very good news. They just called, New York Times has just called to Oregon for Kamala Harris. That was obvious. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump is up 3 points with 68% reporting. In Michigan, Donald Trump is up 6 points with 35% reporting. It is looking good for Trump in all of the blue wall states. How about we just call it the Rust Belt from now on? New York Times, officially now, every swing state is likely or going to be Republican. All of the swing states right now, it is lean. I'm sorry, it looks like it's likely.
It says likely or very likely.
Likely or very likely.
So let's see what happens when they pause the count and then we get a bunch of ballots at 3 in the morning.
Well, we're all having a good time tonight.
Here we are.
Well,
Is this,
hello.
my man.
One of you guys stay.
The sound we
Some of
lost.
the
We
Mayflower
lost.
cigars. I'm not ready to light them up yet.
Come on, man.
Are you guys celebrating yet?
You got to toss me one of those.
We're not celebrating.
How you doing, brother?
Something about not counting your chickens too soon.
That's right.
Someone just put a little Pappy in front of me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Glass.
I could use a glass.
Where did the glasses
Where are the
go?
glasses at?
Glasses back there?
No. We have fresh cups.
Somebody grabbed me
wonderful
one
people
too.
at the Daily Wire brought in a bunch of fresh glasses for
Hey,
this
brother.
delicious Kentucky bourbon that I insist you partake.
Can I
If you look, I was going to wait to celebrate, but that was before Tim brought out like a $2,000 bottle.
Well,
you might as well light up a cigar while you're at it.
I'm tempted to do
You
it.
look great, by the way. You look great.
Thank you.
look
You know,
absolutely-
I don't. He looks all right. Yeah.
Dapper is the word we use.
Okay.
This is
Okay, he
my
looks
Mayflower Cigars smoking jacket, which is sold out now, so no one can get it, unfortunately. But we're doing it with Shepherd's, which is the men's clothing company that is owned in part by Harrison Butker. And I just feel that the right now, it feels good. I don't want to get out in front of my skis. It feels good though.
I hear you. No, I'm there with you. Can I get a cigar?
You can.
Thank you. Well, I'm just asking. Listen, I'll take whatever ones I can get.
Man.
It's the art of the deal. I was asked earlier.
The light, the dark, the big, the small.
I'll get one of the light ones.
The light one is the Mayflower Dawn. Is it dawn in America? The dark one is the Mayflower Dusk.
Do
You clearly don't watch his podcast because I do, and I know the names
That's
and the
so
smoking.
Did you want to advertise it instead of it? But
No, that's fine.
My man, toss it.
2, 3.
Ladies don't smoke cigar.
How dare you? I caught that. If I didn't catch that, my career would be over. It
would be over.
Instantly. Humiliating. This is the art of the deal. They asked me to do trivia on camera about elections for a cigar, and I was like, I'll get something wrong and look stupid. No. I was like, I'll just ask Michael for the hookup. Boom.
And then
we're
you
in.
get it.
We're in.
When
I have one in my
it's good
handbag, so.
advertising, it's free.
Exactly. Exactly.
So Michael,
Yes.
89% chance of victory says the needle.
I've been watching the needle all night because people said beware of the needle. The needle betrayed its partisans in 2016. But you got to remember, the needle betrayed its partisans because it started out for Hillary and then it moved toward Trump. This time, it's not that it's been totally consistent. It's kind of stalled out and doubled back a little bit sometimes, but it's basically moved consistently in Trump's favor all night, including for the popular vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
means
very exciting.
It's pretty far over for the popular vote. To be
Yes.
honest, for him.
I think now we're past 1. And so the popular vote doesn't matter, and it actually offends me that we have to talk about the popular vote because that's not how elections are conducted. But it would be.
I love that.
Yeah, of course, I mean, it's just, we have a system of government here, and the libs, whenever they lose according to the rules, they say, but the popular vote.
thing that doesn't matter.
That's right.
Mu Deng the hippopotamus actually said such and such, and you think that's not in the Constitution. And but really, if Trump wins the popular vote as well as the Electoral College vote, there's just nothing for them to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would just be incredibly cathartic for them to not be able to complain about the Electoral College.
Yeah.
Well, they could always go back to voter suppression. Let's not forget that. They
course,
could
yeah.
always
Well,
go back old school. Guess
Which
what?
is
Voter
true.
suppression.
The greatest number of voters in the history of American elections.
Coming for you, you son of a bitch.
Oh man, where he is! Oh hey, are you coming for my cigars?
All over for you.
Hey.
Finally found your nice jacket.
Can I offer?
Yeah, no, here, Ian,
So thank you very much.
Wait, hold on. This seems like a downgrade.
She's much hotter.
I love Ian, but I don't. Hold
I
on.
like Lisa's hair more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hold
Michael's
on
my
here.
favorite.
You stop.
too, so-
Get out of here.
No,
Come on.
That's
You come back.
totally fine.
Go on.
Look at Michael. You walk in and you get all of the compliments. and everything.
Yeah, come on.
And
Precedent.
Seamus is begging.
no.
And-
Thank you.
Begging, I asked him politely.
Tell me about
Like a
these cigars,
gentleman.
Michael. What is this?
I just, are we celebrating already?
Hold on.
I'm
Let's
not
be
celebrating.
careful. We're
Go
not
back to
counting.
the
I'm not
issues.
celebrating.
We are not going to count our chickens before they hatch.
Please.
Because 300,000 eggs will be found in Philadelphia for the other side.
Yeah, what do you think,
the last
Michael?
minute.
You ready to celebrate, or are you still? What do you? Jury's out. What are you thinking?
I'm not ready to celebrate. I was alive in 2020, so I'm not
That's
ready
right.
to celebrate yet. However, going into this election day, a lot of people were saying it has to be too big to rig.
That's right.
And I said, I don't know if it really can be. It's very difficult with mail-ins and early voting. Right now, it's looking pretty big. Let's put
That's
it
right.
that way. I mean, right now, I wonder if there are enough votes in Philadelphia, no matter how powerful the machine is, to really turn this thing around. Pennsylvania right now looks good. Wisconsin looks really good. Wisconsin, I did think earlier in the night Wisconsin could be the determining factor. By the way, if he wins Wisconsin, I think it's over at this point, isn't it? Michigan,
I think he
looking
needs
good.
Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania, the two of the blue states, if I'm not mistaken.
But it's looking really strong right now. So there is a chance. The other thing I was wondering is, are we going to be here all night? It's going to be 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't get to spark up my Mayflower.
Yeah.
But actually, I don't know. I spoke earlier today to Senator Marsha Blackburn, our senator here in Tennessee. And I said, okay, Senator, look, I'm not asking who's going to win. You think the Republicans are going to win, but what time? And she said she thinks we get to 270 before midnight.
Wow. Listen,
I think so.
did you hear what the Harris campaign is saying?
Nothing. I heard they stopped responding to
Oh
reports.
no, they said something. They sent out a letter where we were talking about this just before you came on, where they were basically saying we're expecting votes to come in late tonight, so this isn't over.
But I want to give a shout out to Lisa, who mentioned she's got sources at Mar-a-Lago, they think they won.
They think they won. They're
saying
operating.
Internals are showing that they won already, but
Lisa, come back on. I'm going to sit.
Hold on.
Sit out for a while.
Can I get a cup?
I won't read it out loud.
Lisa is sharing secrets with Michael Noel.
Oh, but you can make faces though.
Trade. I see a picture there.
Lisa,
that is woe for sure.
Lisa, forward that to me, please.
Lisa, you got to show me that.
Knowles, what's going on? Come on, in many words,
This is unbelievable.
Well, the first thing that's going on is I feel very cool because I have information now that you guys don't, and it makes me feel like a real cool guy.
Well, she texted me that, so.
All right. This is. I'm actually not surprised to read that the tenor at Mar-a-Lago is pretty jubilant right now. Because you got to remember, I mean, the public polls, until you had that crazy outlier from Iowa in the past few days and these kind of last-minute nonsense things, the public polls were looking good for Trump.
Agreed.
And so the public polls compared to the internals are, it's like night and day. Okay, so if that's what we were getting, the campaigns were getting much better information. And given the way that things have skewed tonight, probably the Trump campaign went into tonight feeling quite confident, more confident than we Trump supporters out here.
They were speaking very confidently leading into this. And I understand that when you're running a campaign, there has to be a certain degree of confidence or else people aren't going to turn out. But especially with J.D. Vance on Joe Rogan, the noises he was making didn't really make it sound as if he was desperate, exactly.
Mr. Knowles, I wanted to ask you about one of the more potent issues that the Democrats are running on this election cycle, and it's obviously abortion. I know you guys here at the Daily Wire are extremely pro-life. Nowadays, Donald Trump and the campaign is saying that they don't want to move forward with any sort of national abortion ban. Do you feel as though the Trump campaign has abandoned the issue, and do you have any reluctance supporting them because of that?
No, I don't think the campaign has abandoned the issue. Of course, there's always some confusion and confusing messages that come out of any campaign. Where there was confusion, I think it was resolved in the right way when President Trump said he would support pro-life in the ballot amendment in Florida and elsewhere. What President Trump has said on this is that he is pro-life and we have to win elections. That's what he says. And so when he says something like that, I don't think he's really talking about the substantive issue of abortion so much as he's talking about prudence as a political virtue, which Aristotle tells us is the paramount political virtue. And so if you were to come out and say, no, I believe in my heart of hearts as a matter of principle, we need to be able to kill kids up to 14 weeks, but not at 15 weeks. And if you said something like that, I'd say, okay, well, I don't know where that's coming from. Here's what I know, though, for a fact, because Trump actually has a record that I can look at. I know he's the first sitting president ever to show up to the March for Life. The Bushes didn't do it. Ronald Reagan didn't do it. He's the first one that did it. I know that he appointed the judges that actually overruled Roe v. Wade. We've been trying to do that since 1973. It actually happened under Trump. I know that when Roe v. Wade was overruled, abortion went back to the states because the Supreme Court said there will not be a federal law. This is not a federal matter. They would strike down a law. So for President Trump to say he's not going to pass a federal ban, well, okay, he's just listening to what the Supreme Court said 2 years ago. So then it goes back to the states. This totally changes the calculation. And I think this is where I am as pro-life as it is possible to be. However, I think sometimes people in the pro-life movement have just misinterpreted what it meant when Roe v. Wade got overruled. It's not as though it just pushed us down the field and that was that. It pushed us down the field and it also reset the field. It changed the calculus on everything. To use an example, before Roe v. Wade was overruled, it was in the Republican political interest to take a strong pro-life stance in the national platform. It's a good thing to do also, but just as a matter of political prudence, it gave them political dividends. After Roe v. Wade is overruled, that might no longer be the case. So we still want to fight for life everywhere. I mean, reasonable people can disagree with that. We'll see how it pans out over the years. But the goal remains the same. We want to end abortion. We want to protect innocent life. But we are called to be innocent as doves and wise as serpents. Republican politicians are usually innocent as serpents and wise as doves. And I think Trump is just being prudent here, and he's got a good track record.
If I could follow up, don't you feel as though some Republicans are starting to run away from this issue, and are you nervous that it's losing potency in the party as a political issue? Because I think it's something like 50-50 within the Republican Party nowadays on this.
The consistent pro-life view, which is
bioethically, I think the only really supportable view, is a minority position among voters. But people are incoherent on abortion. They say it's okay to kill babies at 12 weeks, but not 13 weeks. It's crazy. But
or 14 or not late.
14 or whatever.
People hate late-term abortion, but are very okay with 14 weeks.
Right, or 20 or 18 weeks even. So it's incoherent. However, I will point out there was one Senate candidate in particular who I like personally, but I felt she was misguided on this. She was running in Arizona, Carrie Lake, and she came out with a defense of abortion, in a way that was more substantive than other Republicans who were trying to be wishy-washy on the issue. And I thought this was misguided, and I felt I gently and charitably tried to guide her campaign in the other direction. And I don't think they liked that gentle guidance. And she is the most notable Republican Senate candidate to be losing right now, to not be doing well. And so that might have other reasons for it. However, I think if Republicans want to draw a conclusion about the abortion issue, right now, it's don't do that.
Last follow-up I had here. I think it was Live Now who ended up unendorsing them, one of the pro-life groups. What's your reaction to some pro-life groups who are saying Trump is no longer sufficiently pro-life?
Unendorsing Trump? Yeah, I don't know. There were a number of pro-life groups who expressed concern, which I think is totally legitimate. However, I think even Lila Rose, who is one of the great pro-life leaders in the country, and she had raised a lot of concerns about the way Trump was talking about abortion, and I think she helped move the conversation in the right direction. But she came out and she said, "I'm voting for Donald Trump." And so I think she showed a lot of moral clarity on that issue. It's good for the pro-life movement to keep building upon the wins that they have won and that President Trump has helped them to win. But we're not opposed here. Trump is the most pro-life president we've had, and it would be good to see even greater pro-life victories in a second term, which seems increasingly likely.
I think it was in Florida where he was saying that he was rejecting the amendment they were doing.
He changed his position on that. And actually, thankfully, that amendment failed.
Could you explain that through? Just because I don't know that.
So basically, what Amendment 4 did, it was an attempt to overturn the abortion law that existed in Florida, which makes it illegal to have an abortion after 6 weeks. Yeah. And the majority of abortions, other than those caused by abortifacients, I should say, happen between about 6 and 14 weeks. And so it would have effectively outlawed abortion throughout the state, or I should say did effectively outlaw abortion throughout the state. And then what Amendment 4 sought to do was repeal that and make it the case that abortion was legal all the way up until the 9th month of pregnancy. Thankfully, Floridians voted against it, and it ended up failing. I'm very grateful for that. Fortunately, also, Trump reneged on his earlier comments. As far as being wise as serpents and gentle as doves, or innocent as doves, I agree with you. That has to be the strategy. I would just say, though, and I'm sure you would agree with me on this, there's a huge difference between making some of the noises on the issue that Trump made, where he was actually speaking in favor of it or saying that a 6-week ban is cruel, and just not commenting on certain elements of it that aren't going to be politically advantageous to you without ever abandoning the principle.
Yes. Look, there's a delicate balance here, because what Trump was looking at is what we were all looking at, which is that whenever abortion has been put up for a ballot amendment, until tonight, actually, but since Roe v. Wade was overruled, whenever it's been put up for a vote in states, the pro-abortion side won. And so that is alarming information. If you want to protect life, you need to change your strategy to accommodate that. And so I entirely agree with you, Seamus. There's a way to talk about it. You think about the way Trump talked about Project 2025. I kind of wish he hadn't totally tossed them under the bus. But there was a part of what he said about it that I thought was wise, which is, this thing, I don't really know anything about it. I don't know. Some of the stuff seems okay. Some of it, I don't know about. Anyway, whatever. I don't have anything. What are you talking about? What's that? And so he could talk about abortion even in that same way. He could say, what's going on? I'm not running in the states. I'm at the federal level. So I don't know. It seems good to protect life. But of course, we got to work it out. And we're going to work things out. And it's going to be really great, folks. We're going to work out the best kind of defenses of life. And that kind of wishy-washiness, that choosing what to focus on. This is the great power that the media really has. It's not that the media always lie to you about a story. It's that they choose which stories to focus on.
That's right.
And which ones to suppress. And so that's actually a political skill. And I think Trump has used it well, and we can continue to use it well.
The reason why I want to focus and keep bringing up abortion is because I do truly believe this is one of the only things that Democrats have going for them, and it is extremely potent in their party.
For now.
That is the number one thing by far, and the 2, 3, and 4 are far down the list after that for many Democrats.
I think you're not entirely wrong, but that's
a number
in
one
large part
lobbyist group.
that is in. That's in large part a product of the fact that Republicans have messaged very poorly on this. They haven't been unified around a single message. The singular message of the Democratic Party is it has to be allowed during the process of birth and in some cases after, as you mentioned. The Republican Party's been very wishy-washy and back and forth. I said this on last night's show. I think what the Republican Party has to do is lay out the most consistent possible pro-life ethic, but then say, look, your alternative is either this or the people who want abortion to be legal during the process of birth. There is no in between. And the reality is I think most people would rather have abortion completely banned, even though that's not the most politically popular position, if that is the alternative to it being legal across the board.
So right now in Pennsylvania, we got 82% reporting and Trump is up by 3%. So it's starting to look exceedingly good for Trump in Pennsylvania. That is the last state. If Trump takes Pennsylvania, it's over.
So much red on
So
that
right
map.
now,
wow.
So let me reset the 270 to win map. Arizona is not a toss-up. Georgia is already Trump. North Carolina is already Trump. At this point, Trump need only win one Rust Belt state.
So they're saying Arizona is, they haven't called it, but it's heavily lean Trump.
Yeah, so the forecast model, you can see here, 270 uses the standard polling. Arizona is basically similar to Iowa. Well, it's slightly less than, say, Iowa or Texas, but it's leaning Republican.
Yeah.
That's so if we assume Trump takes Arizona, and he's already got Georgia and North Carolina.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania doesn't matter. We can give Harris Pennsylvania. We can give Harris Michigan. We can give her Nevada. Trump still, he wins Wisconsin. It's over.
He wins Wisconsin. That was a prediction earlier on in the night. I thought Wisconsin is going to be the one that might be the easiest to pry away. The Times has had it floating all around all night. The easiest one is going to be Pennsylvania. The easiest one's going to be Michigan.
Right.
I still sort of think it's Wisconsin, but I don't know. The numbers out of Pennsylvania are very encouraging.
Well, right now, Trump is up 3 points in Wisconsin with 70% reporting. And in Pennsylvania, it's 3% with 82% reporting. They're saying Arizona right now, 53% reporting. Trump is up by 0.4. However, it looks like Phoenix and Tucson have already reported. And what is that, Coconino County?
So then it's done.
So it's looking like Arizona, right? That's what the New York Times is saying. Arizona's basically, Arizona's 80%. Wow.
It's
so
really
at this point, right now, I mean, look at this. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada can go out the window. With these 4 states, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, it's done. North Carolina sealed the deal. Georgia sealed the deal. Arizona's 80%. PA 71%. It is looking like Trump got it.
It is looking like they're thinking they want to pause things.
They want to say, hold on, guys. Let's count tomorrow.
How's the water pressure in the pipes?
Exactly. Is there a gas leak in here? Well, I don't know if you know this, but people watching you count the vote actually changes the outcome of the vote. It's an act of election interference. It's actually basic quantum physics.
Yeah.
It's Schrodinger's ballot. When someone sees you open the ballot, it changes the outcome of the ballot you've counted.
You know, no joke. There was the chairman of the Republican Party tweeted out about an hour or so ago, there was a move in one of the counties to stop counting, in one of the precincts, to just stop counting. And that was against the law. So the RNC threatened to sue, and just the threat of suing got them to continue counting. Good. So you got to give credit to the RNC here. They were not prepared in 2020 for pipes bursting. They were prepared this time, and the election officials are following suit.
Yeah, there are more things that they can do, I think, but I think that the fact that they had been ready to go with legal challenges right off the bat is an actual credit to Laura Trump and the job that her and the team have done. So
I want to talk a little bit about pro-life because consider myself pro-choice with reason. But one of the things that makes me want to have kids
before
is
this
the
beautiful
hope to live.
Before this beautiful monologue,
the soliloquy that I'm going to deliver.
I'm being dragged out in here.
Well, Michael Knowles,
I can't wait to
whisper to the winds.
Thank you for the cigar, brother.
I look forward to catching up on your argument that you're about to make.
It's beautiful.
And on finishing the rest of that pappy after a good night.
You can take that with you if you want.
Cheers
for coming.
Yeah, thank you for stopping by.
Nice jacket, bro.
Oh, this whole thing?
Yeah, what is that, purple velvet?
You're leaving the
nice one.
cigar?
So it's, what I was saying about the pro-life thing is, like, I've always, my whole life been pro-choice. Like, yeah, if she wants to,
Cody Mack is back.
What's up, homie? Just in time to hear this immeasurably beautiful.
How's the party? How's the sentiment? What are people feeling?
I mean, it feels pretty optimistic from what I've seen outside. Everyone seems pretty stoked and pretty
stoked.
Yeah, everyone's happy.
We're chilling.
So
Yeah,
I'll
we're
wrap it
chilling.
up.
I wanted to get chicken wings at some point.
You
but I
should
just-
have him bring them in.
It's
or
not
something.
gonna. I'm not eating chicken wings on this show.
Do people want to see your tongue, man? That's what they want. It's a party, baby. It's a new dawn.
You ever see the chat?
So I'll end the story quickly. What I'm saying is a reason to live, hope for the future makes me want to have kids. If I'm afraid for the future and I feel like there's no hope, I don't want to have kids to the point where I'm like, yeah, whatever. If you want to kill the thing, kill the thing. I don't care. What's the point anyway? But when I feel like there's hope, I really want to have children. So there's the pro-life movement.
I want to make sure I grab this because we got this great tweet from Tim Kennedy. A list of Kamala Harris's endorsements: Taylor Swift, Oprah, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, the Diddy parties, the Avengers, Christina Aguilera, Rihanna, Jennifer Lopez, Madonna, Cardi B, Lizzo, Cher, Mark Anthony, Lizzo, again, Usher, all of Hollywood, John Lennon, Kesha, Billie Eilish. With all of this, it's looking really good for Trump right now. Again, we don't want to count our chickens, but the fact that we're where we are right now, let's pause right here and say Trump has a massive advantage. It's looking like it's in his favor. The Harris campaign is dead silent. They're worried. They're talking about needing 3 a.m. votes. All of these celebrity endorsements meant nothing.
Nothing.
The institutions have failed. They got woke and they went broke on probably the largest scale imaginable.
This is why I said that the turning point, and I agree that it was the turning point for Trump in this campaign was that moment where he raised his fist in the air. That was. But
oh my God,
the shows look at these numbers.
I'm sorry, Kamala Harris's poly market odds are now 2.9%.
It was
bad crypto. It's bad crypto.
I mentioned I thought the big shift was when Joe Rogan or when Theo Vaughn and Donald Trump did the show, and Donald Trump went on Theo Vaughn's show. Shout out to Barron Trump for putting that stuff together. It was only because people got to see and hear from not only his endorsements, like Cardi B. Where's the 2-hour podcast of her bearing her soul to the world, expressing why she supports
people
Kamala.
aren't resonating with these big celebrities anymore.
It's near impossible.
No, it is. They have no grasp on what's actually happening.
Yeah,
they don't know the price of groceries. They don't know what an actual normal house costs. It's these massive $1 million homes. Nobody knows what's happening anymore. So the normal blue collar workers are not gravitating towards these celebrities anymore.
They're very out of touch. And it's a part of who they are. I mean, you also look at this coalition of celebrities and how far to the left they always lean and how they lose their career if they're not. We put a joke in a video. Democratic or members of Democratic Party less likely to endorse Kamala than members of Diddy Party. And the reality is that's
91% for Trump.
Oh my
the needle,
God.
91%
Someone
for
just
Trump.
someone just tweeted Florida just counted all of their votes again for fun.
It's true, man.
It is
like you
true.
said, it's a choice,
Yes,
right?
it is
We all see an
absolutely a
example of it,
decision.
and it's not just that we look at the example of Florida. We look at the example of all of these other states in almost every other year. Back in 2000, when it took days and days and days for the ballots in Florida to be counted, we considered that to be a disgrace. Now, maybe Florida had PTSD from all the criticism they were getting about being slow, and now they're on top of it.
That's part of what happened. So, after the debacle with George Bush and Al Gore, Florida went through and they revamped their system and they changed everything so that way they would never have that happen again. Because, to be honest with you, the state of Florida as an entity really didn't like being the reason that there was all that drama. So they went and they looked into it and they fixed the problem. The problems that have happened since with voting and stuff, none of it's necessary. It is all a decision by the people in charge. And if all these states out there, if you live in a state that has an issue with counting the votes, get politically active, go after your legislature and get them to fix it, because you do have that power. If you want to try and get something to happen at the federal level, it's really hard, but it's significantly easier to get a state to make a change, particularly if it's not one of the larger states. But still, the point is, these problems are not actually insurmountable. They are decisions by your state legislature that can can be fixed.
And it's not just that. They're not problems to them, right? They aren't even problems to them. It's part of their, yeah.
I think
DeSantis.
we got a new.
We got someone else in. Yeah.
Introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Joel Patrick.
Nice to meet you.
Joel, good to meet you.
How's it going, man?
Let me cap this off. I think DeSantis is running for president in 2028 for sure at this pace, and justifiably so. He turned Florida around during COVID, opened it up. He was kind of like a leader. just with the voting here, and I know it's not him alone, it's the legislature, but he's very persuasive and influential in that legislature. This system of secured voting, this rapid turnaround, like it's a benchmark for what we can be state by state. So I think he's going to be a great candidate in 2028. Joel.
I do want to add real quick the worrying thing we have. We're all cheering, we're all happy about what's going on, but Decision Desk says there is a 61.7% chance that Democrats take the House.
Oof. That's not good.
What are they doing back there?
They're dancing around, making a scene.
Now, they're counting ballots. Cover the windows.
This is the same website that said there were 88
Just want to say real quick, Joel,
chickens,
I've seen
Florida.
your truck. That thing's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Big fan, dude. That thing's sick.
What's the truck?
It says white privilege on it.
I'm not even talking about
So
that.
you
Just
never
the
see
gigantic
paint
white truck.
Yeah.
With,
You never
like,
get
the whole
pulled
thing's
over?
white, right?
So you never get pulled over then?
No,
the
I
truck
do.
has white privilege? Oh.
Well, sometimes, but most of the time, I just smile and I'll roll down the window, and the officers think it's so funny that.
Well, didn't you have a card for a while?
And then you gotta say, is it working?
That
That shit was sick.
Yeah, that's what I did. So I sold a bunch of white privilege cards, and then I bought the truck with the money.
I got my white privilege card. I never leave the home without it.
Is it a Cybertruck?
No, it's a Ford F-350 on an any level lift. So it's like a big lifted truck.
So I think Decision Desk has called the Senate. Maybe not. Who's calling this? Political Polls says the Senate control has flipped. Republicans have taken control of the Senate.
Based.
So I'm wondering who's calling that. New York Times has still not called it. They're still saying 50 Republican seats.
That Decision Desk screwed the pooch with that 88 million people
and it
in
wasn't
Florida.
There was a bunch of. Do they still?
Earlier, they said that 88 million people had voted for Trump in Florida.
But there's not 88 million people.
No, there's like 12 million or 10
Look at
million or
this.
something.
They still have Lawrence County with a tie. Trump and Jill Stein tied with the same amount because clearly Jill Stein didn't get 21,000 ballots.
So they might be right about the House. They might be off. It's
Wait,
tough
so
to say.
is she from there?
No. It's a mistake. The Decision Desk has been terrible all night.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm seeing Political Polls is saying that they've taken the Senate.
What about Associated Press?
It may be AP reporting. Look at this. Greater than 99% chance. Well, I think it's because we're looking at, holy crap, 74% reporting. Hovde is leading by 2 points in Wisconsin. Rogers is leading by 0.3 with 47% in. Michigan is still, who knows. And in Pennsylvania, leading with 51.1 to 48.9, McCormick. It looks like we may flip Wisconsin, PA, and Montana. Montana, I don't know for sure. But we're looking at 52 or 53 seats. Massive.
By the way, I want to follow up on something. We mentioned earlier that Cardi B tweeted, "We need a Hail Mary." Great response. Lila Rose retweeted, "Cardi, Mary is pro-life." Prayer emoji.
Well, are we allowed to talk about Cardi B?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what you're going to say.
Right, yes.
Yeah,
Okay, so
that's our one rule on the show. We do not talk about Cardi B.
Well, so fundamentally, I don't think I've ever seen a more tone-deaf, ignorant celebrity than Cardi B. Wow. And when I saw her failing to be able to read at like a 4th grade level on national television, at first I started to feel bad for her, and I was like, where is her personal assistant? Yeah. Why did they let her? She literally called for her personal assistant from the microphone on stage and then proceeded to not be able to read what was directly in front of her. And I was like, yo, this is beyond poor planning.
I thought it was a very strange choice to when she endorsed Bernie. I think it was Cardi that came out for Bernie early on.
And then she switched to Kamala?
They all did after the decree came in.
I have
pretty
one
much.
thing to say.
Butler County.
But I mean, early in 2016 or 2020 or something.
I said something about, she was like,
Trump's got PA.
Yeah.
I have one thing to say about Cardi B.
You don't think they could get a ballot drop?
I mean, look, Philadelphia's got 78% in, and it's 77% Kamala to 22% Trump. So that's big. Mm-hmm. Trump is up 219,000 votes.
Yeah.
So with 22%, we're looking at there's not enough in Philadelphia alone to come in. Montgomery, it could, but Trump's up 3 points with 84% reporting. I think this is why they're basically saying it's looking like PA is going Donald Trump.
Wow.
Well, in regards to Cardi B, I have one thing to say that is, I wonder how pee tastes like. Gross. That was her actual tweet.
She tweeted it?
Did she tweet that?
Yeah,
Well,
she did.
Didn't she acknowledge on a podcast that she used to provide men with substances and then remove their wallets?
Yes.
While they were under the influence of said
That was
substances?
a very polite way of saying that.
Illegally
Everybody, let's look
remove
at
their
this. I saw this tweet from Ryan James Gerdusky. New Jersey with 88% reporting. Harris is up 5 points. It's 2 million to 1.8. I mean, that's remarkably close. In New Jersey.
What was it in 2020?
Let's do the shift. Look at this shift.
Oh my gosh.
So these little arrows show you the direction everything is going in this country.
That's from 2020 to now?
Yeah.
That's a benchmark. That's an analytic. That's fascinating.
Absolutely.
Surely is.
So look at all these arrows shooting to the right. I mean, that is massive.
Nothing moved to the left.
I mean, you got some in some places outside of Atlanta.
Very few places.
Very few. Look at this.
And you know what they did in Atlanta, right?
It's hard to make.
What did they do in Atlanta?
I don't know.
Oh.
Look at this map.
They improved the transportation system.
Let's just stress this. What you guys are seeing, and I'll try and zoom in a little bit, these are arrows. The bigger they are, the bigger the shift in that area, in that direction. You can see there certainly are some blue arrows. Overwhelmingly, the entire Midwest and East Coast has shifted to the right. Oh my God. There was a post I saw from Aaron Rupar, and he said, so I'm paraphrasing, that yeah, people are going to blame Russia, they're going to blame whatever, but people need to accept that America wants what Trump is selling.
That's right.
He then goes on to add misogyny, transphobia, homophobia, etc., whatever. Who cares? But the fact remains. Yeah, America wants what Trump is selling: secure borders, better jobs, and none of this woke nonsense.
Yeah.
I think that's right. So Trump is constantly referred to as some far-right fascist Nazi candidate. The reality is his perspective is very, very moderate. I mean, he's basically a New York Democrat from 2008. He's not a far-right person by any means. And his positions are actually pretty in line with, at the very least, what most voters consider to be palatable. Now, the thing is, he will say things in very bombastic ways because he's an entertainer. And frankly, it works for him because it gets him in the headlines. But the Democrats will take him, somebody who says extreme sounding things, but ultimately has a series of positions in his platform that the average American would not even consider remotely extreme. They try to paint him as extreme. And then they'll bring out people like Kamala Harris to very softly and gently say extremely insane, unhinged, extreme things. But because of her tone, it's not crazy. Now, unfortunately, even though that's their usual strategy with their political leaders, it didn't work very well with Kamala because she's not as talented a communicator as they would need to get that message across in a way that doesn't sound threatening or upsetting or repulsive to your average person. She sounds silly. She cackles to herself a lot. She trails off. She doesn't know how to speak without a teleprompter. She ends up sounding either very foolish or very angry. I'm not sure if you have been seeing the clips of her floating around, these cheap fakes, as I'm sure the media would call them, speaking in different accents to different crowds, trying to quote the Bible, just generally embarrassing herself.
But she's a black woman.
So that means we have to vote for her.
Right.
So yeah, she has the good skin color, and she's a woman. That's the good gender. We have to vote for her.
I'll read this. Dark Gift Comics presents as Detroit and Project Veritas on X. Votes being dropped off from California vehicles at 11 p.m.
Oh, shh.
Wait, repeat Detroit? That? In Detroit?
Look up Project Veritas on X.
Oh, man.
And again, shout out to James O'Keefe.
But let me ask you this, because you mentioned a huge part of the campaign strategy for the Democrats is like, well, this is a black woman, so black people have to vote for her. Like, how is that received? Like, I would imagine you'd consider that kind of setting, but I'm just curious, like, what's your perspective and what do you usually hear?
Is this real? Jen Kuger
so offensive.
Guys, Jen Kuger is crying? Is someone going to fact check this?
Stop that.
I don't think he wanted Kamala Harris to win.
No, it's fake. It's fake.
Yeah,
Oh, come on, man.
He's pretty straight
But
up.
yeah, I want to ask you about that.
the-
Like, how is that regarded?
Well, I watched a video where this lady said, I can't believe Kamala had to tell y'all people that you need to vote for her. These black men, they ain't voting where they supposed to be. And I was like, listening to her, and I was like, so your argument is vote for somebody because they share your skin color? That's not an argument.
No, yeah, it's embarrassing.
Vote for somebody because they share your values.
That's right.
And if you can't even articulate what those values are, why am I voting for you? She didn't give any policy. It was just like, oh, look, celebrities are endorsing me. I'm black. Celebrities are still endorsing me. I'm still black. And it was like, she's like, oh, we can't do 4 more years of this. 4 more years of what? You've been in charge for these 4 years.
You know who got a lot of votes because of their skin color?
Obama.
Adolf Hitler. Well, you might be right too. Adolf Hitler. He was all about that Aryan race, man.
It was funny because I heard he was not like pure-blooded. I heard he was like
really.
That was the October surprise in the Hitler election. They're like, he's not really pure blooded. He's like, it's not true. Don't look at the 23andMe.
But yeah, he was all about identitarian politics.
Actually, I think what really happened was he was just mad.
What
that
is
he
this?
didn't make it as a paycheck.
MSNBC is reporting 50,000 ballots to be dropped off in 9 minutes.
That
When was this?
Where at?
That's in Pennsylvania.
Oh my
and also,
gosh.
they said while on air, possible new ballots just arrived. It's on the top of my Twitter page.
What percent of Pennsylvania is reporting?
Like something like 85% is what it was, I think.
Is that 50,000 enough to flip it?
Not right now. 50,000 isn't enough, but it matters.
I will say, guys, at this point, based on the sentiment we're seeing from the left and the right on X, it would be the most psychotic, deranged thing if we wake up tomorrow and it's the same as 2020. Back in 2020, everyone's saying, no, it's the red mirage, chill. Democrats were not giving up. They were telling Trump to give up. They were saying, don't declare victory. Right now, the left is saying we lost. Right now, the right is saying, haha, we won. If after all of this, we wake up and some shenanigans happens, how do you rectify that in the record? Everything right now on social media is Trump won.
I think it's indicative that
they're skilled gaslighters.
America wants what Trump is selling.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think.
I guess I was wrong.
Even the voting machines, I've had a lot of issues and concern about electronic voting machines that we can't identify the code and that can flip the dude. States are independent and they're doing it right. A lot of these are just like, you cannot seize the power from the people in this country. You can try.
Let me play.
But that's the essence of this nation.
I'm going to play this clip that Phil just pulled up.
50,000 ballots to be released
Super quiet.
In the next 9 minutes, and then 37,000 tomorrow. I want to just quickly show you.
Tomorrow.
It looks like
Okay,
actually
well, that's still not enough. Trump is up 200,000 in PA right now, so that wouldn't change anything.
What do they mean the ballots are to be released?
Yeah,
they're coming in. Where are they coming in?
Vans, but I do want to show you, Rachel. Just come take a look through the window here because. This is the one angle you can see election workers here in Philadelphia that is not their camera processing the ballots. And they're all in there now going through the process.
Okay, well, any ballot received, it is currently 12:05 a.m. So every ballot received after midnight should be challenged to the Supreme Court.
That's
and
correct.
Should be disqualified. Because let me explain something to everybody. Here's how it's supposed to work. You go to your polling location, you cast your ballot, it goes into a machine or into a box. They count it there, and they report the totals. Those totals get sent up. It goes up through a decentralized system, and then they say, they've all reported, here's our numbers. That's how we do it so fast. The idea that there is some location where trucks bring ballots to, where did those ballots come from? They're, mail-in or early ballots are now coming in. No, we cannot run elections that way.
Nope.
You show up, you vote, we count it on the spot. It's decentralized. It is secure. This is insanity.
This is not over until it's actually over.
That's right.
This is not like, as much as we want to be excited and we have our hopes and stuff. This is not done until everything is counted and they stop counting. Actually, technically, it's not over until it's certified in January.
That's exactly right.
So like this is not done. Expect challenges. It's entirely likely that tomorrow you're going to wake up and they'll say, well, it looks like Trump won, but there's challenges here, there's challenges here, there's challenges here. Expect that. Anticipate that. Because the last thing the left wants to do is leave any possibility of losing. Because, again, if they lose, this is a mandate for Donald Trump.
That's right.
If they lose, this makes their entire agenda, everything that they've been pushing for the past probably decade, it makes it almost impossible to get that back.
And Trump's lead has shrunk by about 25 to 30 or 5,000 votes or so. So he's currently up in Pennsylvania with 3% more reporting. 3% more have come in. He is up 173,000 from 210 or 220,000. So it's narrow. We will see as more data starts to come in. Looks like those votes came from Philadelphia County now with 86% reporting. I don't know. I mean, they have Montgomery County with what looks like maybe 100,000 votes may come in. Less than that, 70,000. Allentown, much less. I don't know if this may come down to them being able to call it.
How many people total are they waiting for? What percent is Pennsylvania at now?
85.
85%.
85.
And that's before these what were the 80,000 votes roll in?
Something like 80,000, yeah. And they're right now the difference is 173,679 votes, according to New
So
York Times.
they've got 27% in Montgomery County that is yet to be counted, and we're looking there at about, I don't know, let's just give it 350. So that could be 70,000 ballots potentially, and it's 2-1, which means they're looking at potentially picking up 45,000 when those come in. Then you've got Delaware County, 91%. That's negligible. Philadelphia County's got 14% remaining. They're looking at about 600,000. So that's only about 60. So it's 130 between these two districts, these counties. I don't think they can bring enough based on the amount reporting. If we look at the additional red counties where there are small numbers, I don't think enough ballots exist in these two counties to actually beat Trump. And that's also not considering that 20% of those ballots are going to skew Republican.
At least, yeah. Slews of these ballots are Republican ballots.
But this is why this is how they end up calling races very early when there's limited voting, because they know, hey, look, not enough ballots exist in the rest of the state to overcome. They're not calling it just yet, but the percentage we're getting from the needle on PA is 75% chance Trump wins.
I don't know why they haven't called Georgia yet.
I know, that is really weird.
Maybe they're waiting on some magic ballots to
Georgia's
show
been
up.
called on
Everywhere
Associated
else.
Press.
Yeah, Trump's up 120,000, and there's no votes left for Democrats.
Did they already call Atlanta?
So Chatham County, maybe there's a 10,000, 20,000. That's not going to overcome 120. Atlanta's 95%. Fulton County's 95% in. DeKalb is 95% in. It ain't happening. Gwinnett's 95.
Man, it was
95 across the board.
The illegal
Georgia's
immigration thing, dude. People just saw it so hard, and especially in big cities. And then the diaspora of people. I mean, that Venezuelan gang taking over a hotel in
not just
Colorado.
Yeah, and not just the Venezuelan gang taking over a hotel in Colorado, but a media pundit speaking to the vice president saying it was only a handful of apartments that got taken over by Venezuelan gangs. Like, what?
Yeah, that's just nobody is normalizing. That is not anybody I talk to in my family is like the border is a mess.
Well, just it's weird that in Denver, like I used to go to Denver to go skateboard when I was a little kid. It was safe. Denver was like a white people place. Now you go there and you're sketched
Are you
out.
assuming that places are safe when there's white people?
Well, it was a little white people place.
I mean, they are. I was just wondering.
Well, you'd go to the skate park and it was like, it was at the skate park, you set down your cell phone and be fine. And now you go there and it's like, you're scared to be at the skate park in downtown Denver. Like somebody gets stabbed.
Red
like there was
Planet?
also, what's up?
Red Planet? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. The one, I don't know what.
Everything's red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was weird. Like you would go there and it was fine. Now you can't even go there now.
There were riots?
I don't know.
Is that
Right.
confirmed?
I retweeted it. You can take a look.
Let me, you retweeted it?
Yeah, it's at the top of my.
So, Phil,
they're coming out on bikes.
My goodness.
The cops are coming after him on the. I don't know that it's actually.
You just retweeted this?
Fund the police. Fund the police.
Exactly.
Let's start a new
Refund
movement.
The police.
Refund the police.
It's a post-millennial video.
So wait. Hold on. I'm going to.
Yeah, that does not look.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm gonna.
That looks like a deep fake, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So,
But I think if we find the video, he'll probably a legitimate video of him crying is gonna be out later.
Phil, your
tomorrow.
tweet is not popping up for me.
Not retweeting here.
Well, I don't know.
It's in the IRL Slack.
Let's see what's going on here with this video. Is this legit? So we've got this video. Let's pull it up from the AF Post.
Waffle Sensei.
Seattle police breaking up Antifa riot, 11:46 p.m.
Do not interfere with the police.
All right, so this just looks like a single arrest. It looks really small. I don't think this is significant at all. It's like 10 people, and that's Seattle. So what do you expect?
That's what Seattle's for. It's just people getting to pop off and riot whenever they want.
All right, what do we got here? Let me pull in this tweet. We got a clip from CNN for you.
For Chris Wallace. And the thing about North Carolina, and John has been talking about this, and we'll do more at the wall, is you do have kind of a sense of the country in the state of North Carolina, in that there are growing minority populations, and there is a growing sort of suburban, maybe more moderate population in and around the big cities. And so that is why the Harris campaign thought, with the dynamics of the country right now, that she would have a better shot. But look, the headwinds of the economy the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun that Biden economy.
Whoa. Yeah, and the economy, Chris, that is what people are feeling every single day. I mean,
these networks were all telling me the economy was great. What happened?
That's right.
I thought everything was fantastic.
Look at Libs of TikTok. She could not outrun the Biden economy. CNN basically in mourning right now. But that's right. We've been saying this over and over again. Nobody thinks the economy is good. Everybody feels the pain at the grocery store, and they were lying and saying the numbers are great. Don Lemon went out and said everything's fine.
Yeah, of course. He's completely and totally out of touch. He has no idea what matters to regular people. It's Don Lemon. He's a person who was handed a platform by somebody else who never had to build it up, who never had to say or do anything interesting. He just had to say and believe things that the people who were paying him money wanted him to say and believe. That's all. And he made a lot of money doing it. And he goes around saying a lot of horrible things. And guess what? He doesn't know what the average American cares about or is going through. He's totally out of touch with the people he's supposed to be communicating with. How is that a viable structure for media?
Wait, I got to pull this New York Times update. This is a big one. Let me see if I can get the live presidential updates. We want the updates, so I can see if I can find this because I see it on Twitter.
Give me the updates.
This is a good one. If I can find it, it's from Nicholas Nahamas. So let's see. Here we go. 23 minutes ago, New York Times. The Harris campaign just shut off the sound on the TVs at her watch party and replaced it with music after a guest on CNN said tonight felt more like 2016 than 2020. The crowd is significantly thinned here, and the mood feels seriously downcast.
That sounds like a submission.
Well, yeah, they're all going out to vote right now.
At 3 a.m.
They had to leave. They're like, we got to bring some ballot boxes in.
But somebody said something interesting. They said that she couldn't outrun the Biden economy.
Yeah.
Well, it was the Biden-Harris economy. She literally went on national TV and said, hey, I wouldn't have done anything different than Joe Biden did. And then she claimed responsibility for all of his successes as her own. So it wasn't about her outrunning the Biden economy. It was her outrunning her own economy. She's responsible.
Well, they were so inconsistent about that, too, because sometimes she would never do anything different from what Biden was doing, and she would argue that he was just a great president and the country was in a phenomenal place. And then other times you'd have media publications literally saying things like, a new Republican tactic is to try to associate Kamala Harris with Joe Biden, as if she wasn't and isn't his VP.
Not only that, the only reason that she was selected as the presidential frontrunner is because they didn't want to give up the money. So
that's
if you
exactly
make a
right.
donation to a Democrat, a Democrat campaign, they can't keep the money if they don't complete the campaign. They would have had to have sent all the donations made to Biden back, except they made her the.
That's right,
and that's still questionable.
The decision desk has called the Senate for the Republicans now formally. With I don't know which one they locked in. Currently with 15% in, he is beating Tester in Montana.
Guys, in
I would be surprised if
said that was
if John Tester won in Wisconsin with 78% in. Hovde is up by just about 2 points. On track to defeat Tammy Baldwin. We don't know for sure. In Michigan with 56% in, Mike Rogers up 0.5. And in Pennsylvania with 82% in, David McCormick is up about, I think, 0.8.
Man, I will.
Bob Casey. That could be 54 Republican seats.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say, tongue in cheek, if there's anybody that's going to unify this country right now, it's he. That name is hilarious. I don't even know the guy. I don't know who it is or if it's a woman or a man.
It's not looking good right now.
It is tongue in cheek.
Carrie Lake is down by 6.3 in Arizona with 55% report.
What is going on there? She's like, is she too polarizing?
Candidate. She's a terrible candidate. You can't listen. Donald Trump can be Donald Trump. Carrie Lake cannot be Donald Trump.
That's an excellent point.
No one else can be Donald Trump. And to be honest with you, like, this may sound sexist, but I don't care. Like, women should not try to act like men.
Amen.
They have different ways of appealing to people, and if a woman tries to act like a man, it does not come across the same way as if it was a man. Women absolutely can do everything that can do things that men can do. I'm not saying that women aren't capable. I'm not saying that women shouldn't be in positions of power. I'm saying that the road to get there is not the same road that men would take.
Caleb Sinan on X says, imagine if there were 46 female presidents in a row and the first two men got beat by Roseanne.
Oh my gosh. Phil, you made a good point there about Kari Lake. The message that a lot of people have taken away from Trump, which has just been a silly and inaccurate message, is what Trump taught us is that we should act like Trump. No. What Trump taught you is that you should act like yourself instead of wearing a mask. The reason people like Trump is because he's authentic.
Seamus, you're going to love this one.
All right, let me hear it.
This is from Storm Robinson. Just in, Democrats shocked to learn that women buy milk and eggs more often than they get abortions.
Oh, that is beautiful.
That's a good one.
That is beautiful.
You're right, Seamus. He did teach people to be themselves.
Yeah, I think so.
And I just thought about Rogan. I mean, talk about one of the canaries in the coal mine of reality. Like, the guy's about as based as you can get.
Mm-hmm.
Just sitting there with based for 3 hours with that dude, being based.
Well, he just says his opinions, and he's not really worried about people getting upset or offended by them.
We have a new guest joining.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
All right, so we're allowed a small amount of optimism now.
A small amount.
Just
We've been allowed.
What's your take on what's
We
happening?
can count some of the eggs before they've hatched, but not all of them.
Yeah.
You've been following along on the outside? What's your
I
take?
have been following along. I think it's unbelievable. This is more than we ever expected. I am expecting election results by 10 a.m. at the latest
Easy.
tomorrow.
We said small amount.
Hey, listen,
Yeah,
I'm the
calm down.
trendsetter here, okay?
All
Bit
right.
by bit, you're getting there. But I was watching the ticker, I guess. It's insane. Polymarket went to like 91% at a point, which is just, I'm ready. I'm excited.
Oh, it's above that. It's at 96.7.
96. Oh, my goodness.
They put the music on at Kamala's headquarters, I
They
hear.
turned
They're
the
upset.
news off.
Well,
Yeah,
also,
they said no comments or something.
No.
Like,
At the watch party, the news is playing. They turned it off. So now everyone's just slowly thinning out. They're like, we're done.
they're going out to harvest ballots and vote, guys. No, but in all seriousness, another thing to take away from this is that Trump won some of the places he won in ways that was totally unexpected or were totally unexpected. So there's a
because
clip
of
that's going
racism and
on.
misogyny,
It
though.
was almost certainly racism and misogyny, but you're forgetting transphobia.
Right.
You're forgetting transphobia, my friend. But no, Nate Silver was talking about this, and there's a screenshot going viral of him telling someone, I think he'd bet him $100,000 if Trump won Florida by 8 points. He was basically telling this guy he was crazy for saying Trump could win Florida by 8 points. And now Trump's like, I think it was 14 points. I mean, there were people supporting Kamala claiming that Florida was in play.
Yeah,
Trump won by 14 points.
So I live in Florida, and one of the things, all of the corners by the voting booths, they all had Kamala Harris signs. People were putting Kamala Harris signs in their front yard. And if you thought that people were actually voting that way, it looked like Kamala Harris had like strong support in Florida. But I mean, everybody that I know, like nobody trusts her. Nobody was voting for her. They just, apparently somebody spent a bunch of money to put a bunch of signs out.
Isn't it horrible that their votes were suppressed?
I want to play this clip for you guys. This is big, and it's hopeful and copium, whatever.
We continue to be talking about North Carolina, which has been projected for Trump by Decision Desk HQ, and I suspect others will project it soon. Georgia and Wisconsin. Still a lot of Trump confidence in Pennsylvania, but there is some Democratic pushback there. But if Donald Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin, he simply needs to win one of Arizona, where he is expected to win, Pennsylvania, or Michigan. And I'd say right now there's a fair degree of confidence in Trump land that he may win all seven and maybe 6 or 7. Let's see. Let's just watch the TV here and see if anybody else projects North Carolina. Well, no, they're projecting Montana.
So in this clip, quote, if the exit polls are accurate, says Mark Halpern, Donald Trump may have the coattails to bring in as many as 7 Republican senators winning Democrat-held seats. We may be talking about a Trump realignment, which is in some ways more profound than what he did in 2016, because if he adds to the working class realignment young people, Hispanic voters, black voters, and independents, now we're talking about a realignment that's seriously profound.
Love it. And I think it's important to remember, I'm going to be a little bit of a wet blanket because, hey, the fire's hot. It's not about Don. It's not about him. It's about the movement. It's about making this country legit, reindustrializing our nation, making ourselves solvent.
I just want to pause real quick. We didn't actually celebrate the fact that Republicans control the Senate at all. We were like,
I did. I went, woo!
But it's funny because we just assumed it to be like, oh yeah, okay, great. But like, no, the Republicans have the Senate.
That's good.
That is confirmed now, done with 51 seats. Now we're hoping it goes to 54, maybe.
Yeah.
To 55. Are we looking at possibly 55 seats? If they take Montana, and the Rust Belt, it's 55 seats.
What was it like the last time the Republicans were in control of the House? How many, or in the Senate rather? How many senators?
Oh, they did a
were
whole
there?
lot of nothing.
Well,
It
do you
was
know how
great.
many there were?
No, I don't know.
Is
I don't remember the
55 like
numbers.
a big deal? Is it normally 52 or is it?
It's like 52. If 55 is a big deal, we'll see if Republicans actually end up doing anything. But Trump probably will. And what I'm hoping for, because we had Lisa Reynolds here. She's saying they're not going to do anything. They're not. I'm hoping that Donald Trump makes them.
Vice Grad 24 reporting that Donald Trump starts preparing to make a statement in Mar-a-Lago as his supporters celebrate.
Oh man.
I think JD Vance was the perfect pick and completely syndicated from this. And I wish that there was more people. I read his book when I was in college. We were studying him about class migration, and to see him just move up from everything that he went through has been unbelievable. And I think that he's not going to be a useless vice president and actually continue to build his reputation. He's only been in politics for a few years now. And I think by motivating the Senate to actually pass bills, he's going to take the credit and build himself for 2028.
It's my sense that he's going to be, he will be an active vice president. Obviously, he won't have any special or official powers beyond what the vice president already has, but he does have influence. He does have the president's ear, and I think that Donald Trump is going to lean on him to work in the Senate because he will be there all the time as the president of the Senate. He'll be able to influence other senators. He already has relationships there because he is a senator. So it's my sense that you're right, because he's also a great resource. He's a very, very brilliant guy. He's really smart. So between JD Vance and the other people that it seems like are going to be on Team Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, I imagine Elon Musk. I don't know how this man is going to have time to do it, but I imagine he is going to be involved in
He'll clone himself.
Alan Lichtman, who they call the election Nostradamus,
called it for Harris, didn't he?
He called it for Harris, and he's tracking to be very, very wrong. And what I will say about this is, in this neocon, neolib uniparty world, perhaps it was easy to predict elections. But when things started to rapidly shift in the social media era, he could not accurately understand or predict what was going on. That being said, the night is young. We don't know. It's looking very good for Trump. I have no idea how they turn this around. And if they do, shadow campaign, I guess?
Fortification, man.
So why isn't Georgia being called for Trump when it's 95% reporting?
It's an absurdity, especially considering there's nothing left. I can go through every single county, and it's all greater than 95% reporting in these urban districts. Chatham County is the only one, and there's nowhere near enough votes to shift anything.
I suspect
What
that
about
they're
on
having
270 to win? What is it showing?
270 doesn't make any predictions.
Oh, really?
I suspect that phone calls are happening, the kind of which they accuse Trump of. Got to find some votes in Georgia.
Yeah, so the current 270 to win map is just showing the toss-ups from before the election. But I might be able to show the live election results. Currently shows. So you are sorry about that. Georgia has been called by 270.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Feels good. I feel like we're resetting the clock back to 2016, and everything's just gonna
I
be
hope
good
we
again.
are. I hope we are.
I'm proud of Americans, guys. We really have been showing up and actually
not done yet.
making it.
Yeah, well, the
hey,
House.
listen, we still deserve some kudos. So I want to see compared. I'm curious to see how many more people have voted in this election, especially the demographics.
Real quick, some good news. The Democrats' chance of winning the House has diminished to 57.4.
Beautiful.
So Trump needs everything. 93% chance to win, says the New York Times. The needle is now almost to very likely, and they're projecting 302 electoral votes.
Yeah, it's the landslide.
Everything except Nevada, which is almost it's
not a landslide.
63%. Why haven't they called it yet?
It's a what would you call that? Not a landslide, just a not
These
a
are probabilities. These are
but it's not saying leaning on the pass. It was red
65
for small. 65.
Yeah.
That's exciting, guys.
Hello.
Who are you?
How are you?
Alex.
Alex, who are you? Tell the world.
Yes.
Pull that mic a little closer.
I have claimed the name Verbal Sniper. So
Tell me more.
talk really fast.
Oh, you do?
Every once in a while. Sometimes
Perfect
I'm
choker.
chill.
Okay.
TikTok?
I'm feeling a little chill right now. No. TikTok
Instagram?
hates me. I've had 7 accounts deleted already.
That's not a surprise.
Yikes.
Instagram?
Yeah. Instagram and X.
What are you thinking? You're coming in. You're hanging out at the party. How are the vibes?
I was really nervous when I woke up this morning. Then I showed up. I seemed pretty leveled out, and now I'm feeling very optimistic. I am. I feel like Trump has it. Of course, this is kind of like a deja vu with 2020, though I know in 2020 was a little bit tighter.
Michael Knowles says nauseously optimistic, and I like that.
James Luke says cautiously optimistic.
I prefer nauseously.
Yeah, nauseously.
That's me.
Yeah.
The whole time here.
We're all kind of having a bit of a panic attack all at the same time.
I think I'm pensively optimistic because I keep thinking about what do we do next, assuming that this does go the way of Trump and that we're able to at least wrestle some sort of control of the censorship mechanism.
It's not complicated.
Got to win first.
You rest, get healthy, work out, eat really healthy foods.
I'm going to have a goat cheese omelet because one of the first things we did when we got here is we went to Publix and I got goat cheese and eggs so I can have goat cheese omelets and sleep.
I think we need a parade.
Okay.
Parade.
I'll vote on that. A parade's good. Yeah.
Listen, but no,
Like, we got to celebrate. My worst fear is waking up tomorrow morning at a random time, opening my phone and seeing like somebody that I follow saying something. Like, I want us to all celebrate together because this has been a really tough 4 years. It finally feels like it flew by quickly now, but it's been difficult. I graduated college. I started working my big girl job, all things like that in the last few years. And like, I'm just excited to get back. And this means a lot for my future too. And I think it means a lot for America that we're not willing to take this. We have certain lines that have gone too far, like the open border, like the crime and the drugs and every single thing going after our children. I don't have children, but some people here might. And the chickens, maybe for Tim, but the cats.
That's right.
But I think it's a huge step in the right direction. So I'm really excited and hopeful, and I think it deserves a monumentous celebration to mark this moment.
Fair enough. I think that you do make a good point when it comes to like the negative things that we've all kind of seen happening, so it's worth taking a minute to say, it is, if this is the case, if it does turn out that Donald Trump wins, because I'm still
nauseously optimistic.
I'm very concerned about fortification, right? Like, I mean, there are some. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to mention, I'm stepping out real quick. It's been great chatting with everybody. If you want to see more of my work, go over to Freedom Tunes, youtube.com/Freedom Tunes. We released a video today on what the Joe Rogan Experience episode with Kamala would have looked like if he agreed to her terms. Our video yesterday, Tim did half the voices. You want to check it out.
Seamus Coughlin, ladies and gentlemen.
Love you guys. God bless.
Decision Desk has Trump's chance of winning at 92.2. Wisconsin has 83% in, and Trump is up what looks like, was it 3.9 points? So it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Hello, sir.
We got a special guest over here, a TikTok star.
That's the description right there. I like it.
Who are you? What's going on? Tell the world.
So I'm the least intellectual at this table. I can tell you that. You guys are very intelligent.
I don't know, dude. I yell at a stick.
My name's Tyler Bergantino. Kind of a crazy story. I was actually just met Jordan Peterson. I went to his tour, and he said the We Who Wrestle with God tour, and essentially he said, "Get off the beaten path, go have the adventure of your life, quit my job," and I interviewed that beautiful lady out there and went absolutely viral, and now we're here.
Right on. How you feeling? What do you think?
Man, I've been, I haven't had a lot of emotions about it, more just, I keep seeing commercials and stuff like that, but got really nervous today, had a couple margaritas, and now we're here, and it's feeling good, but I'm a little bit of a pessimist, so I'm definitely a little nervous.
That's been the vibe out there, too. Everybody's been, like, very negative.
Everybody was really traumatized by 2020.
No,
you
I understand.
really thought that, I mean, it first of all, it didn't seem realistic that Joe Biden could win. He was such a terrible candidate. He barely ran. Donald Trump had done great things up until COVID, and COVID obviously was a challenge, and there's a lot of bad things that happened because of COVID. But for the most part, conservatives kind of thought this is in the bag. And then to see the election night results all the way up until midnight, and a lot of people went to sleep, and then they woke up and they were like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah. Yep.
You know, where it's just like, I can't even believe this, because it's like, 90% Trump's going to win or something like that. And then you see in the middle of the night that essentially there was a massive influx of votes. And because it was a novel election, it was totally different than anything else. And there were all the mail-in ballots. That was something that was completely new. The ballot harvesting was pretty new as well. So
we got an update. Erie County has flipped for Trump. 95% reporting.
What's up?
That was blue And that's it. Trump takes it. We've also got an update out of Arizona. They've approved their abortion a constitutional right, overturning the 15-week ban. So that's interesting because currently Donald Trump is winning with 0.8, with 53% of the votes in. So it's looking good for Trump in Wisconsin right now. He's up 4 points with 83% reporting. PA 88% reporting, and Trump is up 3 points. So it looks like his lead is relatively stable so far, around 170,000 or so. Trump, he's got Georgia, but New York Times won't call it. Assuming he takes Arizona, which is what everyone expects, he only needs one of the Rust Belt states, and then we're done. We've already got the Senate.
So, like I was saying, the fact of the matter is, there's a lot of people that are really cautious because of that. It left a really bad taste in everyone's mouth. And then to see the gloating that happened with the Time article, how they fortified the election, the secret history of the shadow campaign. I mean, that was literally burned into my mind. That not only did this seemingly clean victory get torn away, but to see that they were literally gloating about it. And as far as I was concerned, when you read it was like, okay, well, they stole it. They lied about a bunch of stuff, and they changed the law and they changed the rules so that way they could steal it. And that was the way that it felt. Now, I understand that there's nothing specifically illegal, and calling it stolen is probably inaccurate, but that's what it felt. And so I think that that's probably why you've got so many people with this kind of attitude.
This Elon Musk was on Rogan, I think that today or yesterday it launched, and he was saying this is the most important election of your life. Legitimately, we're on the precipice of going in two directions. One of the censorship monolith taking control, and the other way is freedom, the opportunity to censor ourselves. You have to choose right now. And I'm like, yeah, it almost sounds hyperbolic, but the thing is, it's true. If these electronic voting machines are able to flip votes behind the scenes, which seems likely from testimony, the code's proprietary, so it's unknown, which is a dangerous place for it to be. It hasn't gotten its tentacles in yet. It's partially trying to. This is an indication that we can warp our way out of that.
Okay, so we got some big updates. Trump is on his way to speak. Kamala Harris will not be speaking tonight. What? So Grace Chong says Trump is en route to the convention center. I'm currently looking and tracking. I assume it's going to be popping up all over every election tracker and every video. Donald Trump is expected to speak soon, and he is likely going to declare victory.
And Kamala Harris is not going to speak because of the things that I'm afraid of. Now, I'm not saying that there are going to be some kind of shenanigans, but the reason she's not going to concede tonight is in the hopes that they are able to produce enough votes to get her over the line.
I think she's also embarrassed, but you brought up COVID.
She deserves to be embarrassed.
It sucks to say that there was anything positive to come out of it because, of course, millions of people lost their lives and their loved ones. But COVID was the best thing to ever happen to Republicans and the voter blocs. It was the time when people realized what happens when you let them pull the sheep's wool over your eyes, what Democrats do when they're in complete power, and they just make your life worse. And so I think now, over the last 4 years, people have really woken up, and we've seen this is like a washout thus far. I know, nauseously optimistic, but I think that this was a good thing to happen to us. And overall, the country is moving in a direction where people feel comfortable to talk about this stuff now. Like I mentioned when I was on earlier, somebody who did not look like they would be your average Trump supporter in New York voting for Donald Trump right next to me this morning in New York City. So I'm positive about the direction of this country, and I really do think that Americans will never forget what it means to be Americans. We stand strong for freedom.
I think we're seeing right now, Reuters has, I guess there's no sound, but it looks like the motorcade, Trump's motorcade, is preparing to speak. So we'll just, I don't hear any sound coming out of this, so we'll just wait for a moment.
So this might be a potential victory announcement?
Yes.
Hopefully.
Hello,
sir. How you doing,
We have a new
doctor?
guest in the house.
What's going on, man himself.
Hello, sir.
Tell the world who you are.
Jordan Peterson here to offer whatever I can offer.
Dr. Peterson, how do you feel about the results so far?
Well, we'll see if they hold till the morning.
That's kind of where we're
well,
all
the
at.
margin keeps narrowing, And so that's an interesting thing to watch. But it's hard if you're hoping for a Republican victory to see this as anything other than pretty much everything you could have hoped for.
Mm-hmm.
What has he got? The House, the Senate, the presidency, and maybe the popular vote?
I don't know if we're there with the House just yet.
Yeah.
So Decision Desk currently has 57%, 57.4% that Democrats will take the House.
Oh, okay.
But the Senate has flipped. And it's looking like there's no real path for the presidency. But if Trump doesn't get the House, they're going to try and block certification. They're going to screw with him the whole time, and they're not going to let him do anything.
Yeah, right. Well, so there's still lots of things to shake out still. Yeah. However, much better than it might have been. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Indeed. I think Reuters.
A potential for 150,000.
I think we're about to see a Trump victory speech.
Around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is.
So we'll keep this up. I'll keep the volume low for now until we see. But it's looking like Donald Trump is en route. I imagine he's declaring victory. What do you guys think?
I mean, I hope so.
Think so. I want to bring it back to your point real quick. In 2020, I remember the feeling was very amped up. We were pumped. We felt like we had it in the bag. The election, it was totally ours. And now this time, I think we're confident in our abilities to vote. I think we're confident in Trump's abilities, but I think it's more of a desperation feeling. We need a stronger leader in this country. We're tired of 4 more years of whatever the hell that was. And it's a desperation of we physically and mentally cannot do this any longer for 4 more years, what Biden and Harris have put us through. And I think that we're feeling that right now. I almost felt a little underwhelmed for a little. I was like, what's happening? I feel like something needs to be happening a little bit more, but I think this almost is a quiet victory that we're building up. And if this is actually what we're about to see, which is a victory from Trump, I think this is going to be pretty monumental.
The pessimism is slowly disappearing.
Yes.
Even if he says I won, it doesn't mean, it's 88%.
Well, because they did this in 2020. Trump came out and said, I win. 3 a.m, everything changes.
Yep.
That's right. It's not 3 a.m. yet, is it?
No.
And Dr. Peterson, do you see what the Harris campaign put out in their memo?
No.
They're waiting till 3 a.m. for votes to come in. And Harris is not going to speak, and it's looking very similar to 2020. Trump's winning on election night. We're going to go to bed. We're going to wake up and they say, actually.
So assuming this works the way it looks like it's working, Jordan, it looks like I think he's going to win. Assuming this happens, we have an opportunity to reshape this country. What's your advice? What are you going to do next?
What would I do in his shoes?
No, what are you going to do?
What am I going to do? Well, I'm going to offer my services to the people I know who are part of that administration. So we'll see, if there's anything of any utility in that. I'll continue my efforts on the university education side, that's for sure. It'll make me much more confident in my business dealings in the United States. While I'm caught between 2 countries at the moment, Canada and the United States, and things are kind of rough for me in Canada for all sorts of different reasons. Now, there's some possibility of a leadership switch there in the next year or 2. But if Trump's in power here, even to a reasonable degree, well, the business climate here is going to be much more positive, and so that's really good for me because I have lots of enterprises in the United States, and so I'd be very happy about that. So, and I'll sit back and watch in open-mouthed amazement as whatever it is that's going to unfolds over the next year, because we're in uncharted waters in 10 different dimensions, man. There's so many things changing that you can't even keep track of them.
Everything changes tonight, no matter what. Whatever it is, I feel like both sides are sitting patiently, believing that they had a chance to win, but things have started to shift dramatically. As the results come in, it's looking like Trump is going to win. Mm-hmm. I'm curious what the reaction on the left is going to be.
Well, I can't understand what they're going to do because there's so many things that if Trump wins, there's so many things that the left has lost that I can't see how they're going to respond. The legacy media is stone dead as far as I can tell. There is no hope in hell they're going to be able to rejuvenate themselves. They can't compete economically with YouTube and the internet, obviously not, because the entry cost to broadcasting there is 0. You can't compete with that.
Yep.
I think the Joe Rogan podcast with Trump was the death knell for the legacy media. It was so radically successful, and then it was followed up with Vance's podcast, which was also highly successful. Trump's strategy to use the new media in the last month and a half of the campaign was radically successful. I mean, every single thing he did on the podcast side worked extremely well. Why do you need the legacy media anymore? I think they're completely stone dead. I have no idea what they're going to do about that. I can't imagine in the least what the Hollywood progressives are going to do. I think they've disgraced themselves to the point where the average person has almost no interest in Hollywood whatsoever anymore. And that's a very interesting thing to see. And it's not like there's not a new crop of celebrities that even on the new media side that can just take their place. There is. And so I don't know what the hell the left is going to do. One possibility is that the Democrats will restructure themselves and toss out the radical leftists. I mean, I can't see how that could happen, but it could happen.
I hope that's the case. But it's also looking like the projection says Trump wins the popular vote.
Yeah, right.
So it's an outright repudiation of all of this woke garbage.
Well, it's also the case that, the progressives got hoisted in their own intersectional petard because black men tilted hard towards Trump, which shows that on the intersectional identity front, they identified more as men than as black, at least a large percentage of them. But it's obviously the case that the Democrat appeal to the marginalized ethnic minority, so to speak, has been a colossal failure. They've certainly burnt their bridges with the working class, which has been the Democrat stronghold forever. Their whole ideological policy has been a cataclysmic failure. Their new candidate has been a complete bloody disaster. I just don't see what they're going to do. It's going to be fascinating to watch. But
so we've got something. Here we go.
Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count.
Oh, no.
We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Yeah, remarkably brave of her to appear like that.
Yeah, she sent her champion.
We will see. So we also have, I suppose they're waiting now for so that's the best we're going to get from the Harris campaign.
Very underwhelming.
I think, the tactic, if we're looking at the devious tactic that's going to come next, is they're going to try and smash up X. They're going to try and break it up, whether that's with the Justice Department or some technical malfeasance destroying the back end. So I think what Elon's got to do is start decentralizing that protocol, because we're going to be able to communicate. It's just through mesh networks where our devices are the servers. Because if we put all our data in singular local places, they're vulnerable. That could be, that's a de facto tactic.
I don't think that there's any kind of problem, or I don't think that would be a bad thing. I don't see that as a clear and present danger, considering the possibility or the likelihood of a Trump victory.
And I can't imagine that the Justice Department in the 30-day or 80 days between now and his being sworn in is going to go do.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. Okay.
But apparently, according to Mike Benz, the Justice Department is where all this power, maybe not all that's hyperbolic, but a large chunk of this power is emanating out of that thing. Like he talks about State Department and CIA. It's the Justice Department.
That's where they have the ability to apply pressure onto the American people. Is the Justice Department. That's literally sending the cops. That's how the government applies pressure to U.S. citizens. They charge you.
There's plenty of those. Plenty of the people who would be power mongers are going to blow whatever way the wind is blowing too, right? They're going to be a lot more cautious in their approach if they know that Trump and his people are coming to take power relatively rapidly. So, I don't know. Like I've thought for a long time that I can't see things more than about 6 months into the future now. Everything's changing so incredibly rapidly. You strap on and watch, and that's about all you can do. But like this is so far, we'll see what happens by tomorrow morning, but so far this has been a very positive night. So, but it is very interesting that Harris didn't show up and she's waiting till tomorrow to make any announcement.
Yeah. It's graphene revolution, baby.
Tell me you're trying to cheat without telling me you're trying to cheat.
Yeah.
Dr. Peterson, you had a video go out about Trump's X-Men.
Yeah.
And so you put that out, and it really is like when you're voting for Trump, you really are voting for this team around him. And do you think that that's something? I mean, it relates to that proverb where it goes back to a wise leader surrounds himself with his counsel. But do you see that shaping the political landscape as we move forward in this? Like, do you think that's going to be something that we see that's more common, where you have an actual council and you get people around you when you're voting in for somebody? And is that going to be a strategy that presidential candidates use in the future?
Well, a couple of observations on that front. It would have been lovely to see the Trump team realize earlier what they had, because they really didn't start marketing the team until about 2 weeks ago, something like that, 2 to 3 weeks. And I think it was because the fact that all these remarkable people aggregated themselves around Trump was such a surprise to everyone that it wasn't obvious how that shifted the narrative. But it should have, and then eventually did shift it dramatically. And it was also something that I saw as an extremely positive development, because it is definitely the case that narcissistic people would be very unlikely to do what it was that Trump allowed to have happen around him. You know, like a narcissist isn't going to want to have Elon Musk around because he's serious competition. And Trump has a lot of remarkable people around him now who have the same level of charisma that he does. And he seems not only to put up with that, so to speak, but to welcome it and to invite it and actually to listen to the people that he's got around him. And those are very positive things. That put a lot of the doubts I had about him to rest in to a large degree. What's that going to mean for the future? Well, you'd hope that, it's hard to say, because now that the legacy media is dead, thank God, and we don't have our political discussion reduced to 30-second sound bites that are determined a priori by the political elite, that means that highly credible people can make their case directly to the people. And that's going to reshape the political landscape dramatically. I mean, that's happened in Canada already, right? Because the new leader of the Conservative Party in Canada, Pierre Poilievre, is not popular with the legacy media in Canada. So he just ignored them. He set up his own YouTube channels. He set up all his own social media communication networks, and he did that extremely effectively. He just talked directly to Canadians, and he swept the Conservative Party, and he'll be the next prime minister. And so the fact of unlimited video bandwidth is going to reshape the political landscape 100%. We have no idea exactly how that's going to happen, except that it's going to be a lot harder to be nothing but an empty actor and convince people that you're the right person. You know, I talked to Rogan, and you guys, of course, know this because you have extensive experience in the new media space, but you know, Rogan's experience with his long form podcasts, especially and of course his famously go for 3 hours, is that the empty people exhaust themselves after about 20 minutes. Because you can only memorize so many persona related lies. And one of the things that's really interesting about YouTube too is that it viciously punishes editing and persona, right? You better not edit. Your production quality better not be too high. You better not engage in any manipulation, because people on YouTube hate that. It doesn't fly. And so I'm very happy to see that. And it's also such a wonderful opportunity for people who actually do have something to say, because the cost of entry to YouTube, the financial barrier is zero, and there's no bandwidth limitations. So if you actually have something interesting to say, you can just say it. And if people want to listen, they can. And that could be absolutely revolutionary, because we've never had a situation where politicians could just talk directly to people with no intermediation. And so I'm pretty happy to see that. And I have no idea what that'll mean in the future.
I think there's going to... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
There'll be a window of opportunity, because once the AI starts deep faking and you can create your avatar to communicate 3 hours for you, and it'll be pulling it down.
Yeah, well, that's a big problem.
We're already here. There are people who are already creating AI avatars of themselves that they can feed news into and create podcasts and channels. And it's not an exaggeration.
Yeah. Well, I had a colleague of mine, we built an AI out of my last 3 books, and I had it help me write this next book. So some of the things, like I did a lot of biblical analysis for this next book, and there were biblical passages that I couldn't crack, and I could ask this AI system that we built for its opinion, and it would give me a pretty good first pass approximation. And that's a very weird thing to contend with, because I'm actually asking a system that answers in my voice. And so, you know, I don't really know what to make of that. It's kind of an uncanny thing to mess with, but that technology is already there.
I want to jump in real quick. The New York Times has formally called Georgia for Donald Trump as a flip. Huge news, with 92% reporting Trump has strengthened his lead in Pennsylvania with about 221,000 votes. If right now they call Pennsylvania for Donald Trump, it's over. So if we pull up 270 to win, even if he doesn't have Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, or Wisconsin, if he takes Pennsylvania, he should hit 270. That's it.
There we
Really,
go.
it's about when will they call it Pennsylvania.
Right. So I'm seeing, of course, various news outlets reporting that we're not going to get the results tonight, even though 92% of the votes are in, and Trump is up 221,000. We'll see.
Wouldn't it be lovely to have him have a big enough margin so that there isn't any doubt about the results
It
of the
would
election?
be amazing.
Oh yeah,
I think that would be the best thing that could possibly happen for the country.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
The Republicans are, I believe, it looks like Mitch McConnell is going to be stepping down.
Yes,
and so
that was reported a while ago.
They're going to have to pick a new Senate Majority Leader. So,
when you did your AI book, did you put written by Jordan Peterson and AI?
Well, the passages that I had it consult with me on, I extensively rewrote. But the thing that was interesting about it was that in your thought patterns, there are connections that you don't know. That's partly why you can think up new things. And because this AI system had mapped thought passages that were characteristic of my previous books, it could draw on things that I knew that I didn't know I knew. Now, authorship, well, I haven't been hiding the fact that I've been using this system. I didn't use it particularly extensively, but it is also not trained on my work as thoroughly as it could be. Like I could imagine having my colleague build an AI system that knows more about how I think than I do.
When it would tell you things you didn't know you knew, were you like, oh yeah, I knew that?
Well, it was more like it made sense rapidly. You know, and that often happens to people. If you think up something that's an intuition or a revelation, it'll strike you in a manner that makes sense. And the reason for that is that it's tying things that are already close together more tightly together. And so it feels like you knew it but hadn't been able to articulate it completely. And so, and then there's a lot of things you know that you know implicitly because they're part of the pattern of your thought, but you haven't put the words together.
I'm going to be jumping out of here pretty soon, man. We got another guest coming in. One of the great to see you.
Yeah. Yep. Good to talk to you, man.
So we're still waiting. Trump is en route, I understand, to deliver remarks. It looks like Trump won. So,
all right, I guess I'm departing. So it was really good to talk to you guys.
Good to finally have you on the show.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to do this longer and more often.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was good to see you.
Likewise.
Yeah, nice
Go
to
enjoy
talk
the party.
to you all. You bet.
Thank you very much.
Bye, guys.
All right. Next up, we got a couple people joining in as we're waiting for the Trump statement. And oh boy, 1 a.m. I am beat. We have been streaming for 7 hours.
I remember in 2016 when
1
they
a.m.
called
Eastern.
it for Trump at 2:30 in the morning. I wish they would do that again.
We just swapped out
I just
Jordan
really
Peterson
wish
for
right now,
Seamus.
collectively, everybody just comes in and says Trump won, so I can be like, thanks for hanging out. I'm sleeping.
It's like, man, I walked through the door to leave and got turned back around by the chaos demons.
Well, that's really
Maybe not. I think I do. I've got a flight at 11
I'm
a.m.
still
I don't
here.
want to be sitting at the airport, kind of like what Deborah said. I don't want to be sitting at the airport finding out on Twitter or X that Trump won. I kind of want to be with a bunch of people. I feel like kind of talking.
Well, you stay up till 4.
Man,
So
this is hard. I have a
in
toddler. I
5
already stay
minutes-
up till 4.
In 5 minutes, we will be doing a crossover with the Lotus Eaters podcast.
Oh, no way.
Our
I
British
can't wait.
British buddies from across the pond. This is going to be a lot of fun. Carl Benjamin is fantastic. He's a good friend.
I retweet Carl. It's not even really a meme, but Carl retweeted an absolutely banger of a pic from the Young Turks today, and it's on my X account. It's worth going to take a look because Jank just looks so terribly dejected, and Anna Kasparian's just sitting there smirking. It's beautiful.
I do need to stress, we had this call planned with the Lotus Eaters, but we are also waiting for Donald Trump to speak, and he is en route to speak. So,
Well, who's more important, Sargon, Donald Trump. I don't know. It's a tough one. We'll figure
no, but maybe we'll have to hang out with the Lotus Eaters while Trump gives his remarks.
That could be fun.
We'll be joining them in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, can we just speed things up? Trump.
Yeah, come on.
I just want to hear him say I win, and the New York Times say it's over.
I
don't see how she
decided
comes
I
back
win.
for this.
I decided I win.
Hey, look, Nevada's finally reporting.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, look, 92%. He's 220,000 ahead in Pennsylvania, if I'm not mistaken here. It's looking pretty good for him, I think, at this point. I think we can safely say it looks good.
Milo Yiannopoulos is a very funny guy, but I cannot read what he said.
Oh, man.
I love him.
He just said that he likes Scott Pressler's work. And who was it? Was it you, Phil, said Trump should give Scott Pressler The Medal of Freedom.
Yes,
It was me.
The Congressional Medal of Freedom, I mean the Presidential Medal of Freedom. I don't know specifically what the criteria are for the Presidential Medal of Freedom. So if I'm saying something that's out of line, the point is that Scott Pressler deserves a lot of kudos and a lot of thanks for all the work that he's put in Pennsylvania, getting people out, not only getting people out to vote, but getting people registered and really doing the hard grassroots work. The man moved to Pennsylvania, lived there for, I think, for 2 years or something like that. And he worked tirelessly to get Pennsylvania to flip. And it's looking like he was successful. And so without Scott Pressler, Pennsylvania likely wouldn't be in the situation that it is, and that means that it's possible that Donald Trump wouldn't win. So if you follow Scott Pressler, make sure you give him kudos on X. The man did an absolutely amazing job, and he deserves tons of love and credit.
He's been working hard, and they were trying to smear him.
And also Elon Musk. Elon Musk's purchase of X was probably one of the riskiest and boldest moves we've seen.
Yep.
I always complain. Where are the rich people? And there's a lot working behind the scenes, we know, but where are the wealthy individuals who talk about this stuff to actually spend their money? Elon Musk put everything up, bought Twitter, turned it into X, and gave speech back to a lot of people. It's not perfect. Some people not restored, but he did a great job, and I believe that had a profound impact.
There's one thing that I want to say about that. People love to get upset about Elon Musk any moderation at all on the platform. The point of X isn't that just so you can be as vulgar as you want. And I understand there are people that are going to say, "Oh, if I can't swear and say whatever vulgarity and be however rude I want, then it's not truly free speech." And I guess by the letter that is true, but the point isn't so you can swear like a teenager. The point is exchanging ideas. And if you're respectful, you can talk about really controversial and really controversial ideas that people are really uncomfortable talking about, but you have to do it in a delicate way. So it's not about being able to swear and say things in a dirty way or to insult people just the way you want. The point of it is to be able to exchange ideas and talk about really controversial things without being kicked off.
The New York Times is now giving a 95% chance to Donald Trump to win. And we are ready to go for the Lotus Eaters. Let's go!
Alrighty.
What do we got? I see Carl Benjamin. I can't hear him. I cannot hear old Carl Benjamin.
It's because you don't have a license to hear him.
That's right. And you can see our display is screwed up on our end again. I see him trying to talk to us.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Oh, there he is.
We're not seeing you properly though.
Yeah.
But we can hear you.
Oh my God, what's wrong?
Oh, it's on our end. It's the display's not popping up properly.
It's good to hear your voice, Carl.
We can hear you, Carl. Are you
That's
excited?
good.
Are you watching the results and partying like we are?
I, of course, am. I was very nervous early on in the night, and I have seen that there are suspicious-looking trucks rolling up to certain areas of the country, which feels much like a kind of bad rerun of 2020.
Yeah.
But honestly, it looks like it's basically not going to be enough.
Carl, I think you were right. He had to come back and he had to win, and I think you were right, man. I hate to get too excited, but you were friggin' right.
But to be clear, this is the last time we're going to take a British person's advice on who should be running the country. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, man. Just saying, we know what's good for you. That's all.
Well, we're sitting here waiting. At any moment, Donald Trump is going to speak, and we believe it's going to be a victory speech.
Yeah.
So we may just have to have you hanging out with us.
Well, can I?
There you are. We got you.
Can I ask him something about the British condition? What I'm curious about, the people around you in the UK, how do they feel about this election? How do they feel about Trump? How do they feel about the brat who fell from the coconut tree? Like, where's sentiment at across the pond?
I mean, people don't like Kamala, but they don't like Trump either. We don't really spend that much time thinking about it. It's more the political class that thinks about it, and the political class in Britain are almost entirely behind Kamala Harris. Of course. Nigel Farage and the Reform Party, the only major party that are pro-Trump, basically, which is kind of disgraceful when you realize that the Conservative Party and almost everyone in it is basically pro-Kamala. And it's like, okay, that's gross. You're meant to be our right-wing party, so what's happening here? But frankly, they're just going to be. I mean, British breakfast TV is starting now, and they look miserable. Oh God, do they look miserable? And so it's across the aisle. You know, they can hug each other in Parliament later on today, weep into one another's shoulders, and Donald Trump will be on the phone hopefully.
What do you
to give him a piece of his mind?
Do you think this has any implications or indications for you guys over in the UK?
No, not really. Unfortunately, British politics is very stagnant, and we've got another 5 years of the Labour government, which means nothing interesting is going to happen here for quite some time. But it is nice to see that at least you guys have something good going on. Like there's a ray of hope and sunshine on the horizon. Yeah. For us, it's going to be 1,000 years of darkness, but at least for you, it might be quite decent.
So it'll be similar to the weather.
Well, it's the UK. It's going to be dark, but. I get what you're saying. I mean, we're excited, but we don't want to be too optimistic, and we're trying not to go to sleep because when you close your eyes, that's when the mail-in ballot ferries come and unload.
Well, it's already happening.
Thousands of ballots.
I've been retweeting some of it. It's already happening. But I think it's too late.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to matter. I mean, right now we've got 93% reporting.
What is he up by there?
In Pennsylvania, and Trump is up by about. It looks like 230,000 votes.
I think he's broadened his gap since 92%.
His lead is increasing in PA. If he takes
too big to rig,
that's it. He wins. Yep. And Nevada is 68% in. It's leaning Donald Trump. Nevada doesn't really matter at this point. If Arizona goes Trump, which we believe it will, and Trump wins PA, it's done. But actually, I don't believe he even needs those. With Maine's coming,
it looks like Wisconsin's going to be enough. So he's got Pennsylvania, he's got Wisconsin. That's it.
So the New York Times has him at greater than a 95% chance of victory with an estimated 306 electoral votes and a 1.2 popular vote lead, which is the mandates. That means we have told the woke, the left, the insanity enough.
Wow. There was a time where Kamala Harris needed to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and it looks like there will be a huge repudiation of that, and Donald Trump will win all 3 of the Rust Belt states.
Carl, why don't you give a quick outline about the story that I mentioned earlier, how you had talked about how Donald Trump had to come back and win. Why don't give our listeners, our viewers, a quick outline of that?
Sure. Basically, the current American cycle has taken on the aspect of essentially kind of a movie trilogy, a sort of 3-act movie trilogy. So you get the initial success of the heroes in the first film. In the second film, you get the return of the Empire, as in the Two Towers in Lord of the Rings, or The Empire Strikes Back in the Star Wars trilogy. And then, of course, you get the final payoff in the third movie, where the heroes realize, no, this is what we have to do to win. The team comes together, and of course, darkness is vanquished forever, which means the Democrats. Hopefully, they'll be vanquished forever. These stories, they resonate for a reason, right? There's a reason that all major film trilogies have this kind of 3-act structure to them, and you even see this reflected in the films themselves. This basic 3-act structure is because this is the general sort of pattern of how humans understand the world around them is always built into narratives, and there's a moral payoff at the end of these narratives, and we're actually seeing that play out in real time in front of us, in real life, politically. So it was very clear to me a couple of years ago that no, wait a minute, 'cause like when Ron DeSantis was running, I love Ron DeSantis, but it's like, no, bro, it's not your time. It's Trump's story. We're a part of it. We've all got a place, and you're not the guy yet. It could be you later, but it's not you now.
I think that was the first time I heard you mention it, was talking about Ron DeSantis, as like, you were like, I like DeSantis, but not now. It has to be Trump. Trump has to come back. He has to come back and win to finish the story. So sorry for cutting
exactly. And it has to be Trump to shove it in the faces of the Democrats. Those I'm not. I don't know what you're streaming, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to give my opinion on what happened in 2020. But it has to be Trump to come back and destroy them. It has to be him, because he's the one that they particularly hate and screw over. No, it has to be him, and it has to be them learning a lesson from this. They're not going to learn any lesson, but it has to be him destroying them for it to be essentially the correct moral payoff to the tale. And we seem to be getting the good ending.
I sure
it's,
hope
it's,
so.
It's because we live in a simulation that we're in. It's a trilogy, and
Well, I will say, there is still a 5% chance that we lose this thing, and Trump doesn't win.
Less than
5%. But I will say, Carl, I appreciate you broadening my horizons here, because you mentioned that there are people on British television who are going to be crying over Trump winning. I thought I was only going to get to watch American liberals cry.
Oh, no.
But there's a whole other category of liberal I get to see suffer.
So there is a Conservative Party member and former politician called Rory Stewart, who runs a very popular podcast in Britain called The Rest is Politics, very pretentiously named. And he tweeted, I think it was yesterday, Kamala's going to comfortably win because of these factors. And he was wrong on all of these points. And people were pointing out, Rory, you don't know anything about American politics, do you? And of course, come this evening, he's been doing a live stream with his fellow left-winger, Alistair Campbell. And they had this particular point that people clipped and cut out because it was so good. He was like, well, if Kamala Harris was winning, we'd be correct. And then he just starts giving his why Kamala Harris won spiel. And it's like, Rory, are you delusional? Like saying, well, if things worked out as I said they would, I'd be correct. And yeah, no kidding. But they didn't. And you've done no introspection, no self-reflection. And you are not the political authority on America that you thought you were.
The New York Times saying Trump will very likely be the next president. And they are projecting he will be the first Republican in decades to win the popular vote.
Yeah.
I just want to point out...
Literally 20 years.
I just want to point out that it appears to be the case that just like Kamala Harris's husband, Trump only beats women.
Oh, my God.
Well, he saved America from a woman president twice.
Twice.
Now. I mean,
yeah.
I think the guy needs to be added to Mount Rushmore or something. But you know what's interesting is that what this is showing is like legitimacy lies with Trump. There's this sort of, the ancient Chinese concept of the mandate of heaven, where it's like, look, it's just chosen by the heavens. You don't really get to say, you don't get to capture it. It's either with you or it's not with you. And the popular vote is a good way of revealing who has this mandate. So even if technically, on various technicalities in the system, I managed to get enough electoral electors in the States and whatnot. Yeah, okay, fine. But it doesn't have that kind of oomph behind it where, no, most people wanted this, and we have this at the moment where the Labour Party is in power with a large majority on 20% of the vote. Right? So 80% of the people did not vote for this. They are not legitimate. They do not have the mandate of heaven. Whereas Trump getting the popular vote here and, of course, winning, he will have the mandate of heaven. So basically, whatever he does now will be legitimate. And everyone will be like, yeah, okay, fair enough. This is what we voted for.
The coping is just copious.
It's good.
I got one tweet. They said, at this point, it's abundantly clear that it was never really but her emails. It was but their females.
How do you feel about that as a female voter?
I'm glad that she's not winning. Honestly, I think we can have a woman president. I think that would be great for our country at some point. I would be in full support. I don't want to get too much hate here, but I love Nikki Haley. I don't think it was her time now. I'm a Trump fan over a Nikki Haley fan.
You two should talk.
But I
He
do love
loves
Nikki Haley, and I think that an American president or a female president for America could be great. But the thing is, if Kamala Harris were to win, she would make sure that no other woman was ever elected president in the history of the United States of America. She would ruin it for all of us. I would maybe want to be a president one day. We'll see. I'm only 24. I got some time. But I'm glad that she's not the first. Same with Hillary. Why do we have to throw the worst women up there? Women can be so incredible and so smart and accomplish such amazing things for this country. And to throw the worst two representatives of women and American women is just embarrassing. We're so much better than that.
I think the compelling thing here is that we were told constantly that, it's not going to be called on election night. It's going to be a close election. You might have to wait a few days, maybe even a week to get the results. No, it came in tonight and actually relatively early for an election night. This is a mandate, as Carl was saying earlier. And I guess all I have to say is cheers to MAGA, and hopefully we can make America great again.
Cheers.
Thank you, Donald Trump.
You're calling it Elon calls the election.
Forget New York Times. We're calling it here at Timcast first.
No,
we're not. We're not. We resend that, actually. We're not calling it first.
PTSD like everybody else.
I know. I'm like, when do the ballots show up?
So I do think that it is good that Kamala Harris is not going to be the first woman president, because I do think that legitimacy matters, like Carl was saying. Our first woman president has to be someone that the people pick, that wins the nomination and beats the other opponents that are running and wins the presidency.
And is qualified at a bare minimum. That's the one thing Kamala Harris has just never lived up to. She's never been qualified.
Clearly, but it's like...
Can I interject here?
Please.
Because
Sorry,
I think that you guys
forgot you were still there.
I think you guys are approaching this in the wrong way. So the remarkable thing about Margaret Thatcher was not the fact that she was a woman, right? The remarkable thing about Margaret Thatcher is that she was good. Yeah. She was a very effective politician. She was a very strong capitalist during the Cold War and made a great ally to Reagan, right? It was through Reagan and Thatcher that the Cold War was won. And the fact that she's a woman is really not what
more Reagan, but I understand why you want to say some Thatcher, but sure.
So it's I wouldn't worry about that. I would worry about just finding someone who's really good for the moment. And if they happen to be a woman, then great. If not, then okay. But trying to fulfill an arbitrary category, well, you'll end up getting someone like a Kamala Harris because the category becomes more important than their techniques.
Exactly.
So, yeah, that's honestly, I really believe it. I really believe it.
Yeah, I don't think we should have a woman president just for the sake of having a woman president. I think that whoever the best candidate is to run this country and to lead us should win. And if that happens to be a woman, I think that would be fantastic. I think women are more than capable, but definitely not the Democratic women.
Yeah, just another Democrat.
This is something
just another Democrat. That's fine. That's all you need to say.
Well, this is also something I pointed out in the past. People make it sound as if, it's just a bunch of evil, sexist men who would never vote for a woman. Look, the reality is, presently, the kind of woman involved in politics is not the kind of woman who appeals to other women most of the time. It's like a very specific kind of personality trait that usually rubs other women the wrong way. So it's kind of a catch-22 for people who are trying to push for that.
I don't want to get...
It's also quite a rare personality trait as well, because,
yes.
Margaret Thatcher won 3 elections in a row, right? So that's a hell of an achievement. I'm not even sure if there is another British politician in the 20th century who ever did this. But again, it wasn't because she was like, I'm a woman. She literally repudiated all of feminism. She was completely against it. Her quote is, "I owe nothing to women's lib," right? Nothing, because it was about the fact that she had that kind of personality and she was that person at the right time. So basically, you've got to wait for that kind of rare character to come along.
Shout out Golda Meir.
Yes, sir. One thing that we weren't talking about because we're so focused on the presidential election, but again, these down ballot races and how that impacts this, because Trump is winning by such an impressive margin so far right now. We saw him flip the Senate seat in Ohio. I think it's likely that the Republicans will expand their lead in the House. So Trump will not have to deal with Congress constantly trying to stymie him with the Democrats. So hopefully he increased that lead and maybe up to 52 or 53 senators. So we'll see.
Did they get the House? Did the House been?
I think the House has already been read, but I think they're holding it or increasing some of their.
If it does flip to Democrats, then there will be impeachments.
100%.
There will be attempts at impeachment.
Yeah. Yes.
So
that will go nowhere like the last 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Fair enough, but I think that it would do significant damage to the Democrats. I think that it would be far more discrediting than any of the past shenanigans, because of the fact that there's a clear mandate. The American people want him. He won the Electoral College. He won the popular vote. And if they're trying to impeach him, it looks purely political. So I think that could actually hurt the Democrats in the long run.
I'm going to add something else. I think we're almost looking at this in the wrong way, and this might sound grim, but it's an important thing for us to pay attention to. We need to pray for Donald Trump's physical safety because lawfare didn't work. Trying to impeach him didn't work. Trying to bankrupt him didn't work. Smearing him in the media didn't work. So they've started to attempt assassination of the man. And we should not expect that to stop. We need to pray for him, and he needs to have more stringent security protocols surrounding him in his presence than any other president in American history.
So I just want to give the quick update. Still, New York Times says greater than 95% chance to win.
Wow.
With 87% reporting in Wisconsin, Trump is up 225,000. In Michigan, with 66% reporting, Trump is up 240,000. And in PA, with 93% reporting, Trump is up 224,000. With some saying there aren't enough votes left in PA. If Trump takes PA with the other projected wins, it's over.
It's over.
We did it, boys.
Red, the entire map.
Can we celebrate for half a second? Can we just enjoy a moment?
We need to stress, I need to stress right now, while many people are saying yes, but they're going to bring in votes at 3 a.m, it won't matter if Wisconsin and PA shift. There's a lot of people saying there's no way they're going to be able. Nevada Trump is up 4 points in Nevada at 68%. Nevada and Arizona, you got 17 electoral votes right there. 10 in Wisconsin, 15 in Michigan, 19 in PA. It's seeming very, very unlikely anything they do is going to turn this around. It's not guaranteed yet. Otherwise, the New York Times would have called it.
Yeah.
But we'll put it at that, and it's looking very, very good. Right now.
Also, just a quick thing on that. If you remember from 2020, because I was watching live, the ballot dumps were about 130,000.
Yep.
Trump's up by more than that in several of these states.
Yeah.
So it really is going to be too big to rig.
Decision Desk has Trump with 251 electoral votes sealed. If the 19 votes come in PA, and right now they're reporting Decision Desk has 220,000 up. It's done. The moment they call PA, this thing is over.
Guys,
and we celebrate.
It seems unreal, frankly. After all Trump's been through, after the multiple assassination attempts, after all of the legal warfare against him, for him to reach this moment, after being a threat to democracy, after all of the media, all of the spin, for things to come to fruition like this, it seems unreal, frankly.
Well, hold on. It hasn't quite come to fruition.
So
on Inauguration Day, it comes to fruition. No, I'm not even talking about winning tonight. I'm saying if he wins, who knows what kind of shenanigans they're going to try to pull.
Well, I mean,
like I said, Rachel Maddow is going to be storming the Capitol shouting, "Stop the steal."
How amazing will it be if we get to go to bed by 2 a.m.?
Oh, my God.
I'm not going to go to bed by 2 a.m. If he wins, if he
wins, we're on Broadway or something.
Tim is like, I can't wait for the greatest political victory in history, so I can go to bed.
I have work in the morning.
I know, me too. Let's just party through the night.
Can he come and speak already? I'm getting antsy. I just want him to come out.
All you want to do the dance. Here's the secret, guys. If you stay awake till the sun comes up, your tiredness goes away.
100%.
And you're totally fine.
Yeah, you're totally fine.
Your brain doesn't work properly for a little bit, but whatever.
The hallucinations kick in a little bit.
But you know what? Look, we've all pulled all-nighters before. It can get through it, no problem.
Historians will write about these times. We don't need to remember them too well.
What if at the end of the night...
Carl, did you get sleep?
Yeah.
I had a nap this afternoon, which is really rare because I got 4 kids and I don't usually get to do that.
So
all of the kids are out of the house. So I actually got a couple. So I'm actually doing pretty well, to be honest.
Good for you, man.
NBC reporting that the atmosphere at a Democrat donor event was like a funeral.
Yeah, apparently people have been leaving Kamala's watch party in droves.
Well,
which,
I can't believe that.
It'd take a half stone not to laugh, really, wouldn't it?
And the worst part about the funeral is the dead person voted for Kamala after they died.
And it's still not enough.
Yeah, it's
too
still
big
not
to
enough.
rig.
It might be too big to rig here.
No matter what.
Sorry, just a quick thing. I understand that Nevada is usually very Democrat, and currently it's like 75% in, and Trump's got a lead. Are we expecting that to change?
I don't actually think it matters. Nevada is only 6.
No, it doesn't.
No,
it doesn't.
yeah.
I think he's got it either way, but I want to know the magnitude of the victory. You know.
I mean, yeah. It's if Trump wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Nevada. I mean, that's landslide-ish. That's massive. And with the popular vote, the New York Times now estimating a 1.3% popular vote margin. This is big.
This is really big. For a Democrat to lose the popular vote is insane.
Guys, if you're Joe Biden right now, how are you feeling? How much of a dolt?
No. First of all, if I'm Joe Biden, I'm asleep right now.
But this is the official reporting, is that he is asleep. I shouldn't say official reporting. This is the rumors from the press that he is asleep.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if he comes out on stage with Trump?
He's like, come on, guys.
Yeah, well, he did wear the MAGA hat. I mean, like, this is a question we've been debating all night. It's like, did Joe realize that
Trump? I think Trump is. Sorry, Carl. I think Trump is speaking.
Oh yeah,
Guys,
here we go.
Go ahead.
This is life-changing moments right now. This is history.
It would be hilarious if Biden
I'm electric.
came out.
It's a
like
mini
Biden
Trump
came out
rally.
and started saying, "Hi, Kamala."
I bet you're gonna know, Jack.
Do you do this full time or something? Yeah.
Sort of. Yeah. Cartoonist.
Elon, what don't you understand?
MAGA.
It's one arm in,
has different
arm
dances.
out. Arm in, arm out.
There's different dances. He does do this too.
I can't believe this.
You need the rhythm. 267.
267.
What was called?
Oh, they're playing
I hate
Fox
to do
News.
this, guys. I'm going to have to duck out. But
Carl,
thanks
hey,
for
good talking to you, man.
And, I'm sure I'll see you very soon.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Take care, bud.
Anytime, buddy.
Take care,
Thanks,
guys.
brother.
Phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen.
All right, let's pull up Trump speaking.
I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in 1892.
So it looks like they announced Donald Trump will be speaking. Everybody's screaming and cheering and waving their phones, and they started playing Fox News. PA's been called?
That's what I'm looking at. Someone
oh
said.
my gosh. Is it really?
Thrown at this former president and his
Fox just called Pennsylvania.
Oh, Fox is called Pennsylvania.
and run again, which he ended
Oh,
That's it! Decision Desk has called Pennsylvania for Trump. 270 electoral
Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States.
We're back, baby! We are so back! We are so back! It is unbelievable. Kamala Harris, the joys have gone. It's been redistributed. It's ours now.
You're
fired.
MAGA. Wow. Wow.
Former President Donald Trump
Wow.
again at 267.
Oh my gosh.
Decision Desk has
currently 65,310,486 votes.
Oh, they just got the news behind us.
There is
Wow. That's a Daily Wire watch party behind us. Wow, Ian's dancing and having a great time. Wow, the vibes are immaculate. You just have to wonder how it's going at the Kamala watch party, like a funeral.
I know, dude,
Like a
unreal.
funeral.
I can't stop laughing. This is how Kamala feels all the time. Incredible.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at that check mark next to Trump's name. This is good news. We don't got to move to El Salvador.
The lawfare didn't work. The assassination attempts didn't work. The impeachment proceedings didn't work.
Oh, they
the deep
called
state
it.
coups didn't work.
He campaigned so
They're
Oh,
terrified.
I got to It's currently 1:23. I got to wake up in 6 hours.
more joy than Kamala Harris.
Wow. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna chug a bottle of cold brew concentrate.
L'chaim, Serge. Cheers, MAGA. Cheers, everybody. All of our production people. Our
genuinely-
entire team at Timcast. Tim, thank you
Where's,
for doing this.
I say this.
Seamus, you're the best. The Daily
Likewise,
Wire is
brother, I love you.
awesome. Wow,
I just wanna
MAGA.
say-
Thank you, Donald Trump.
This is not an exclamation. This is not taking his name in vain. Genuinely, thank you, God. Thank you, God, that woman did not win the election.
America.
Thank you,
I just
God.
want to.
America won the
I am
election.
proud to be an American.
I want to
every
read
day.
a tweet from Hassan Piker. Fox News called PA for Trump. It's over.
It's over!
It's over.
It's over for Democrats.
Yes!
It's over.
Lisa.
Hey, another win.
Hey guys, it's not
There's
over.
confetti
We're
out
just
there,
getting
guys.
started. We are just getting
Our
started.
country is back. It's ours. Today, Americans showed up and showed out. Hello, am I vindicated or what?
Yes, you're vindicated. Now we can
Optimist out
celebrate.
here.
Yes.
I just want to say, the other day I posted on both Twitter and my YouTube community page.
99% poly market Trump wins. Harris with less than 1%. They're waiting on AP, Fox, and NBC to formalize the win for everybody who made a bet on Trump.
I just want to say, I said this to my followers the other day on Twitter and on YouTube. A lot of people were saying young men aren't coming out to vote. Men aren't coming out to vote, and if men don't vote, it's going to cost us the election. And I said, I know my followers, and I know they are patriots and alpha males, and they will get out and vote for Donald Trump.
I got
and he
two
will
words.
win. And
Two
you
words
did
for
it.
you.
You didn't let me down. I love you.
2 words I got for you, Seamus. Graphene, hydrogen.
I love you too.
What does that mean?
This is early, guys. It's literally 12:26
Graphene dream.
This is so early.
This election got called
It's
3
early.
weeks earlier.
There's confetti everywhere behind us. This is like, I feel like I'm being pranked right now, guys.
This is incredible.
Are the clock's gonna turn back? The numbers are gonna reset?
Well, guys, guess what? It's not only 4 more years of MAGA because he's never going to leave.
Alaska comes in.
All of the worst,
my gosh.
all of the worst people in the world are miserable that they don't get to do the horrible things to your family that they want you to do.
Yes!
Wait a minute.
This is for my brother, David Reynolds. We did it. We made it. Let's be what God called us to be. Merciful, gracious, good servants of God.
And there's a time for There is a time for celebration, and this is it.
Okay,
you are not a
fine.
bad servant of
But
God
then
to
don't forget
celebrate.
that.
I just want to say,
People are upset and they want our family to
guys, I'm letting Harry Sisson know he's on the wrong side of history.
Guys, they're crying. Who do you think's crying harder? All her white men or her?
The white guys from Paris.
So we are still waiting for Trump to make a statement, but Decision Desk, it's there. Wow. PA has been called. There's not enough votes left. Even if they bring them in at the last minute, it doesn't matter.
It's not going to end at 270.
The coconut did not win this
Michigan
time.
is coming too.
Yes,
Wisconsin and
get
Michigan are on the way.
There needs to be more.
All of them was like
Guys,
all of them.
This is it right here. The New York Times, so Decision Desk has already called it, but the New York Times says there's a greater than 95% chance Trump has won Pennsylvania. That alone gives Trump 270. It's done. But Arizona's at 85% Republican. Wisconsin's 82% Republican. Nevada 77. Michigan 71. Trump likely will win substantially more the popular vote and 306 projected Electoral College votes.
The people who were cheering for his assassination lost the election. He was standing in between them and your family. He's not a perfect man. He won't be a perfect president. But all the people who are losing their minds over the fact that he won are the people who want children to be mutilated with sex changes. They're the people who want abortion to be legal at 9 months. They're people who want to strip your family of all of the wealth that you've earned and want to pass on to your descendants.
They're on the wrong side of history.
They're on the wrong side of history. And even worse, they are on the wrong side of eternity.
They were the people that were literally campaigning on Vice. They were campaigning on lie to your wife, lie to your husband. They were campaigning on sit around and jerk off to pornography all day. They were campaigning on do drugs. They were campaigning on literally everything that will destroy your life and make you miserable if you do it to excess. And they were campaigning on that.
So
they
we still we still don't have the results for the Senate race. David McCormick is up what looks like almost 2 points with 116,000 votes. Yes. And we're looking at with 89% in Wisconsin. Eric Hovde is up a lot. It's late. It's 1.45 to 1.39 million. In Michigan, Mike Rogers is beating Slotkin by it looks like about 54,000 votes with 76% in. And in Montana, Sheehy it's a very narrow, only 3,000 votes, 31% in. So I don't know what's going to happen in Montana, but it looks like we may have at least 52 Republican seats in the Senate. We're still waiting on House results. Let's see what Decision Desk has for the House. The current projection is Republicans are favored to take the House as well.
Guys,
57%.
Donald Trump got 38% of California.
I wanted to say this, that despite Trump winning, what I had hoped for in the beginning, in New York City, in Dallas, I don't know if we can compare it up here, they're saying that his numbers have doubled in deep blue cities year over year. That's what I wanted to happen in New York. You're not the only opinion. There are Trump supporters in New York, MAGA Square Garden.
He got
44%. We did it!
MAGA Square Garden.
He got 44% of New York.
Guys,
one of them was me.
44% of New York State.
So don't think you have to sit out because you're in a blue state.
38% of California. He got 42% in Oregon. He got 39% in Washington State.
Wow.
These numbers, he got 36% in Massachusetts.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Let's celebrate.
Thank
you so much.
This I think I actually
Wow, we need a real cheers.
Do you guys know,
ladies and gentlemen,
can I raise a toast?
wait, just real quick, I think we need to at least acknowledge there is someone who is suffering tonight, and that is Grover Cleveland. He is no longer the only non-consecutive two-term president. Now it's Donald Trump.
Wow. I would just like to raise a toast and say this. I like to imagine that as soon as he got the news that he won, Donald Trump called his secret ally on the phone who was helping him behind the scenes and said, "We did it, Joe."
To liberty.
Oh, that is good. Beautiful.
The joy has been redistributed.
I'm heading out. It was great to be on with you guys.
Thanks for coming.
I'm so proud of this country.
Thank you.
God bless America.
God bless.
We're still waiting for Trump to come out and say, I won. I hope he just
I cannot
goes
wait
for
to
it.
see the grin on that man's face.
I can't believe we got the results already.
Great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Megan Basham, resident church lady at the Daily Wire, and I really feel that this was clearly an act of God, so it's appropriate that you guys waited kind of till the end of the night to bring me on to talk about, I mean, is this not a miracle?
Amen. Amen. I'm Timcast's resident church man.
Indeed.
See, that's why we're here. We're here to bring a
Exactly.
little revival up in this room tonight.
Well, you know, it's really a beautiful thing. I'm very, very glad that he won. I'm excited. Again, he's not a perfect candidate, but when you look at the things that Kamala Harris and her administration wanted to do, it was the most antithetically oppositional platform to Christian values.
I'm not a deeply religious person, but it feels like there were so many miracles during this campaign. The assassination attempt, him getting struck through the earlobe thanks to him moving his head. I'm in shock.
That was the big one, but you also even look at some of these smaller moments, like, you know, they tried to put the man in jail. You have that mugshot go viral. I mean, how, you know, they didn't plan for it to go down that way. You look at little things like the McDonald's moment. I mean, every single thing the man did was sort of untouchable and iconic.
Even on the other side, like if you're on the other side, you're like, man, that photo after getting shot, everybody was like, shoot,
right?
That looks pretty sweet. That was pretty cool.
Even Trump couldn't stop that.
Yeah,
He tried
yeah,
to step on that moment, and he couldn't.
Yet 270 to win it's called for Trump. Decision Desk has it. The New York Times has still not called it, but their
That
needle
is
basically
wild.
says
It's the New York Times.
done.
They're just pouting.
I don't think any of
They're
these swing
literally
states have
pouting.
never been red. I mean, blue. They were never hinting. It feels like there was never a lean blue on the New York Times swing
We got more coming in from Pennsylvania just now. It just ticked up to 94%. Trump's lead has gone down a little bit. He's about just shy of 200,000 votes. But again, I guess it's just too narrow at this point. There's not enough votes. So
Fox has called it as well.
Fox called Trump has won.
There's no way that I'm confident now that there's no way that he can win.
I'm good, dude. I'm good. It's a big day.
Indeed. Introduce yourself. You didn't introduce yourself.
I thought you introduced me. I think I'd come on, but I'm John Chris.
It's so late.
I just stopped by. I live like 2 blocks from here.
You're welcome to hang out with us.
Oh yeah, dude. Fire it up. What are we looking at?
We're waiting for Trump to come out and speak.
Oh.
So this is just it. I want him to come out.
And nobody expected this tonight. Right?
Oh man, no.
Dude, this thought it was going to take weeks.
Let me tell you guys the truth. I was talking with the Daily Wire people, like, guys, if we're stuck here till Saturday, what do we do? I mean, if the results aren't in, and they're like, don't worry, we'll make sure the show can keep. I was like, thank you so much. Now I get to go home.
Yeah. You'd be live for 5 days.
No joke. No joke.
McDonald's delivered.
We thought the likelihood of being live for a second day was 90-something%.
Yeah.
No, I was brought out until Saturday. So I work remote from Charlotte, and they said, listen, we need you to come in and plan to be here till Saturday.
But Trump, it looks like he won the popular vote.
Oh,
so
that's so beautiful.
I got nothing to say.
What's going to be interesting, the mandate. So not only did he win, but this is sort of an overwhelming mandate.
Amen.
Yeah. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Landslide.
I keep seeing all of these leftist pundits throughout the past week putting up these electoral maps showing Harris winning these blowout victories. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know. Look, I understand shadow campaign, all of that weird stuff. But if you're just looking at the polls alone, it's at least 50-50. I'm sitting here being like, hey, people say, Tim, you think he's going to win? I'm like, man, I really don't know.
Yeah.
And these liberals are like, nah, we got it. You got Kyle Kalinske right now saying his worst case scenario for Harris was 276 and he was wrong. Well, yeah, you were wrong.
Way wrong.
I mean, people asked me, we went to go eat at a restaurant. Some guy recognized me, said, Tim, who's going to win? I said, dude, I have no idea.
That's a lot of pressure.
They always think you have secret information.
Well, the reality is, I mean, this is not an original talking point. This is something Republicans have been saying for years, but these polls basically exist to demoralize Republican voters.
Yeah.
The media always makes it look like the left-wing candidate is going to win every single race. And the reason they can retain any kind of credibility is because, around half the time they're right. But generally, what they do is they oversample or exaggerate the support that the Democratic candidate has. And so that turned out to be the case here. People were wondering, is this going to be a Trump blowout, or did they correct the polls? Those were the only two options. It looks like they did not correct the polls.
Push polls.
I still think shenanigans are possible, so I am still nervous. But at this point, with so many different outlets, and it's a handful, calling it for Donald Trump, if we wake up tomorrow and they say we're reversing these calls, no way that flies.
Here's the thing. Here's the rule. We have to accept the results of the first election that happens that night. Okay? We're not doing more elections. We're not calling it for somebody else later.
Is Minnesota still in play? Isn't that Tim Walz's state? Is it going to be such that the VP candidate doesn't win his own state?
It could be
a trouncing.
Kamala Harris is up. It's likely Democrat. So wow. I mean,
we're even talking about Minnesota.
I want to hold this up. It's the decision desk. We have declaring Donald Trump as the winner of Pennsylvania.
Who's saying
Decision desk tweet. This is the tweet where they said he's won Pennsylvania. It's over.
Dave Smith just tweeted, "Is democracy over yet?"
Hey, look, man. As I said, when Ron Paul tweets at Elon Musk, I want to work with you on government efficiency, I'm like, okay, like half the Republican Party just voted Trump.
Right.
We'll take it.
And that's kind of when I knew, even early on, like, you get these push polls, they do kind of demoralize you. But when there were all of these stories about Mark Zuckerberg calling the Trump camp, and there were stories about some of these other like big business CEOs, you're like, those guys
like
know
every
what's up.
couple weeks there was something that was like, why am I hearing more about this? And it was something that's like
Bezos.
wildly Republican. And you're like, I feel like this is a big deal.
Michael Malice thinks that Kamala Harris he goes, Kamala Harris had a concession speech ready, unlike Hillary in 2016. She's not giving a speech because she's fucking drunk or nursing a black guy from Doug, or both. Michael Malice is the best at Twitter.
He's brutal, man. I mean, look, the establishment press and Democrats have been making noises like they think she's going to lose for weeks now. You could tell that they, at the very least, really believe that they didn't have a great chance of winning, even if they thought there was some possibility. You even have people like Chris Cuomo say, I think we need to turn down this rhetoric against Trump, but at some point you go, these people are all angling for something.
There's also John Fetterman who was saying, in my state, there is so much support among the general population. And it's something really, it feels like the Democrats and many in the media were just denying, as though nobody really supports Trump. And clearly, at least more than half of the country does by at least the popular vote.
So right now, we got the presidency and the Senate. We need the House.
We need the House.
We do.
If this will, if the Republicans take everything, with Trump's pressure on members of Congress, with the shift in Congress with more populist members, I believe we will get more done than we have seen in our lifetimes.
Even just to think about the Senate, though, at this point, all of his appointees are going through. That changes things so significantly.
It's a 2-seat majority so far. Still very thin, but yes. Good. Something to consider. 2-seat majority, all it takes is two.
I mean, and I won't put it past that, they won't pick up.
No, we should still be very happy tonight.
Our team is always very bad at cohesion that way. But
there was just too many, I feel like for a regular person, there was too many Kamala Harris things to overlook.
Yeah.
You're like, gosh, I got to overlook. It's just so many like missteps.
Is it your sense
like she's
that it was
stupid and annoying?
Is it your sense that it was Kamala Harris things, or do you think that it was Democrat Party and policy things?
I think.
I mean, the combination of I feel like with the way of Trump was so like, I feel like people were like, give us any reason to vote for Kamala Harris and we will. And she constantly didn't like anybody that was like Trump is too much or Trump's race. All those people were like, please just tell us some policy, and they for however long she's been kind of the candidate.
I think tough. I want to find the official post on the New York Times, but Ryan James Gerdusky tweeting the New York Times has projected Trump will win the popular vote. So that looks like
is wild.
It looks like it's not just a projection. It's not just a probability. I think they're not estimating. I think they're actually projecting he has won the popular vote. So let me.
It's MAGA season.
Mary Morgan just tweeted, I guess Kamala has to start an OnlyFans now.
Man. If I'm a Democrat, I'm so furious that Joe Biden didn't. Joe Biden was the one guy who beat Donald Trump, and no, we had to replace him with Kamala, and now we lose in this embarrassing fashion. She gets absolutely trounced. If I'm a Democrat operative, I'm furious. If I'm a Joe Biden campaigner, I was like, my guy has beaten Trump before, and now you're here putting this loser who didn't even stand a chance. It was called on election night.
Yeah, it's going to upset a
Poor
lot of
Joe
the donors.
Biden.
Joe Biden's the only guy tonight having a better night than Donald Trump.
Democrats would say he was trying to undermine the Kamala campaign. Joe Biden in red today. Saying Ron DeSantis is great. The MAGA hat stunt that he did. And
He said no eating dogs and cats. It's hysterical. Yeah, man. Look, if I were a Democratic donor, I would also be furious because part of the reason they selected Kamala is and even this is legally dubious, but you can only transfer the money from one candidate to another if they're on the same ticket together. Yeah. And so these people are going, well, we cut this check for Joe Biden, who has beat Trump before.
Yeah. And
you gave it to the DEI hire. It didn't work out.
The Hill is reporting Donald Trump wins presidency for his second term, completing improbable comeback. So the Hill is reporting that he's won.
Decision desk
wild, dude. That is wild.
is widely used. So when they called it, it was dominoes falling over.
Well, do you remember?
We're still waiting on the AP, however.
Do y'all remember 2016 when you it would just show up a new state and you were like, wow. And then it was just all night. And you're like, really?
Incredible.
It was like,
It was an amazing day.
The whole time I was like, I can't believe this is happening.
At like 5 p.m.
Yeah.
It was like just these random states that didn't really matter, but they were kind of and you're like, huh.
What?
Wait,
yeah,
what?
Dude, it was honestly.
Remember that?
I know, I do remember. It was wild, and I didn't think it was going to stick. Actually,
I
at
didn't
the time,
either.
I was afraid. Because
That's why I'm really apprehensive now a little bit.
Me too.
Yeah.
Well, I followed the 2012 election very closely.
Yeah.
And I remember Romney was way ahead all night long because usually what happens is precincts that don't have their stuff together release votes later. They tend to vote Democrat, right?
Yeah.
So usually Democrats get their votes in later.
Florida defeated an abortion rights amendment.
Oh yeah, I know. They defeated Amendment 4. I thought you guys talked about that earlier. Yeah, I would have brought that up earlier on the show. So Amendment 4 got defeated.
And weed.
Yeah. This is great. Our country's turning the dial.
We're so back, baby.
We are so back.
I think, the idea that you could be like Chelsea Handler and wake up late, do drugs, and masturbate, and that's life. I think largely what happens is young people hear that, and it causes psychological pain.
Yes.
Young people are wondering, why can't I have the American dream? It's one thing when you're a multimillionaire who's been on TVs and movie shows and you say, I can do whatever I want.
Yeah.
It's another thing when you are a struggling working class person being told to sit down, shut up, do drugs, and masturbate. And you're like, I just want a family. I just want a place to live. And these people who have the choice for that are telling you, nah, you don't need it. Go live this way. And they say no.
Well, yeah, the bragging about not having children, about a lot of people, regular people, I think, want to have a family.
And that they leaned into the porn pitch at the end of the campaign. And they were like, here's what we have to offer you, young men. Not respect, not significance, not meaning, but, you can watch porn and smoke weed. Here's what we got for you.
It's insanely
problematic.
insulting.
It's really problematic when one of the parties literally is doing their entire campaign on Vice. Now, I'm not a religious guy, so I don't have a spiritual objection to any of the stuff that they were talking about. Like, it's just not in me. But
we'll talk later. We'll fix that.
Guys, real quick, it's looking really good for McCormick in Pennsylvania with 94% of votes in. He is still up just shy of 90,000. In Michigan with 67% reporting, Rogers is up, looks like 165,000 votes. So that's very good. In Wisconsin with 88% reporting, Hovde is up 76,000, votes. So it's looking really good for Republicans to not only, they've already won the Senate, but we're looking at potentially, I think 52 seems like it's likely. 53, 54, and even 55 is possible. Yeah, Sheehy is up by 4 points with 31% reporting in Montana. We could
I
theoretically.
thought you were saying somebody's pronouns.
Yeah, I know. This really is a mandate. If you get to 55,
55 Republicans makes it if that happens.
Thank you, Megan.
That was
me.
tremendous. It's very big if it happens. And right now, Decision Desk says Republicans have a 61% chance of winning the House as well.
Wow.
That would be absolutely amazing.
Okay,
absolutely
so,
amazing.
what
What
are
a
your-
gift from God.
What are your thoughts then on the midterms 2 years ago that was supposed to go all red and it didn't? What happened between then
Trump
and now?
mobilizes people.
Okay.
That was 28 as well. In
Because we
2018,
were like, the red wave
2018,
is going to happen and it never did.
he wasn't on the ballot.
2018, Trump's base didn't turn out.
They were just like, they gave up hope? Or
No. I think they hate the system.
Yeah, people don't turn out for midterms, and this is probably going to upset some of the people here. But the Roe versus Wade situation
It did,
was fresh in people's mind, and it was something that people were really upset about, and it motivated Democrats to get out. It did. Obviously, you can't do anything to motivate Republicans when they're literally they got what they wanted. They got what they'd worked for years and years and years about. Stop it.
He knows I'm going to jump in.
You can't deny that. Here's what I want to say. Day one, Donald Trump inauguration, January 20th. I want to see commutation and pardons for J6ers.
Yeah.
And I say commutation because I think if you smashed things and broke in and attacked people, you should have gotten charged. But 20 years is psychotic. Time served is fine. For the misdemeanors, for the trespassing, get out of here. Pardons.
Well, I will just say on the midterm thing, I think the Republicans did a very bad job of messaging on abortion and promoting their victory, but it's obviously something we've argued about 100 times and won't agree on.
It's MAGA season, baby. Abortion, it's MAGA season.
The point is, like, that's why they didn't. That's why there was such a bad result at the for the midterm election. I'm not trying to say whether one is right or wrong. I'm saying this is what inspired Democrats to get out and vote because they were upset about the fact that
I hear what you're saying. No, I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree with that part of it. I don't disagree with that part.
But I'm not trying to.
I just think Republicans could have done a better job mobilizing pro-life voters after that.
But
I think, like Jeremy said yesterday, they don't know how to motivate people in a post-Roe era.
20 more House seats, and the Republicans will have the majority, and they are closer than Democrats.
Is he coming out? Is Trump?
People are cheering behind us in the Daily Wire after party.
Vice President of the United States, voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration and former President Trump and the future.
It's looking like it.
Oh, my.
It's looking like it, man.
What's so weird to me is that they just thought, the Democrats, that the fundamentals did not apply to them, that you can have a 70% wrong track number and still so psychologically manipulate the public. They were going to realize that.
There was a great tweet. I forgot the guy's name, so forgive me, but
saw that,
Seamus
Serge.
loved it. He said, Democrats learned the hard way that women buy milk and eggs more than they get abortions. That's right.
Yes.
Well, that's the same thing with going back to January 6th. If you're like, they're like, we're going to put this guy in jail for like a year for trespassing, you'd be like, okay, but then he's like 20 years. You go,
20 years.
All right, like you went too far. They just went too far with
Enrique Tarrio was not even in D.C.
All
He sent
the
a
rhetoric-
tweet that said, "Don't leave," and so they lock him up for 20 years.
And the reason they did that was because it was intended to intimidate their political foes.
Correct.
Yeah.
But the issue here too is there's no consistency with the George Floyd riots. They didn't arrest. They didn't send anybody to jail. That's part of the issue.
There was no committee to
That's a
investigate
big part of the issue.
Guys, that doesn't matter. The point was that it was to intimidate Republicans. I understand what
It's an
you're saying,
unequal
and that's
application of the
fine.
law.
But
That's
you
the
go-
And that was the intent, was to have an unequal application of the law. They wanted to scare Republicans. They wanted to scare conservatives. They want you to know that it's okay for the rioters for the George Floyd rioters to do what they did, and if you try to do it, they're going to throw the book at you. It was intentional, and that was the goal.
And they scared them all the way to the ballot box, baby.
Well, they
MAGA
did.
season.
There you go. Yeah. And a bunch of people that I'm guessing by this
Wisconsin
result,
was just called for Trump.
MAGA season.
Whoa!
Yes.
It won't stop.
No, don't stop. Keep getting points. Keep putting
All
points
of the
on the
Rust
board.
Belts. All of the
Points on the board.
It looks like Fox News has called Wisconsin for Trump.
I'm going to leave for literally 2 seconds.
Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, all of
No, we
it.
want to talk about abortion.
All of it. No
Yeah,
abortion
it looks like
anymore.
looks like
All
Fox
of it.
News is calling it. I don't have a Decision Desk or New York Times up, but I'm seeing it on Twitter right now.
Well, based on these results, who showed up that that didn't show up last time?
I don't know that there are people.
Latinos?
If you
We
look
don't
at
know.
the, but if you
First
look at
time
the numbers,
voters,
guys, if you
the
look at the
bros.
numbers, Kamala Harris right now is looking at 62 and a quarter million. Donald Trump 67 and a quarter million. So it's not that there was a new, people that didn't vote
But he
last time,
didn't flip
because there
a
were
whole-
way
yeah.
more people that voted the previous one because of the fact that there were mail-in ballots and all of the ballot harvesting. So this is probably more. This is probably indicative of more committed voters, people that actually had an idea about what they were voting for and cared about the vote more than the people that were just like, someone came to my house and said, fill this out, and so I did, which is what ballot
he
harvesting does.
did convert some of the traditional Democratic base. There was, I can't remember which district, but there were certain districts in Georgia where something like 20 to 25% of black men voted Trump. They saw the same thing in certain districts in Arizona where he got an astronomical number when looking at the male Latino vote. So there was a really strong contingent of that minority male vote that turned out for him, and I think that did make a
And she's
huge
also
difference.
such a garbage candidate. It's like, what does she actually really believe? Is she for fracking? Is she against fracking? Does she want to decriminalize border crossings or not? Like, what do you believe? We don't know.
So I want to pull this up. This is Fox News' projection. They have called Wisconsin. Donald Trump has won.
Wow.
So they're putting Trump at 277,
and it's not done.
And it's not done.
Seamus said he didn't ever want to come back, so I just feel like I come. Get in here, you big galoo.
You big galoo. I just need Donald Trump to come out and say it.
It's not official until Trump says it's official. Stand by Patriots.
The Babylon Bee tweets, America unburdens itself from what has been.
They were waiting on that. They were holding on to that.
I was actually talking to their managing editor. I'm like,
Michael-
how many headlines did you pre-write? He's like, we had a few in the hopper.
Michael Knowles posted that meme from the video where he's at the Thanksgiving nodding as the Trump flag comes down. So I'm really looking forward to the holidays this year.
That is wild. I don't think anybody.
Shout out to my
anybody
family.
expected this.
It's going to be fun this Thanksgiving.
What are they? Which side are they on?
Well,
Oh, look at John Boyd.
one side is Trump, one side is Harris.
And you're all together?
Yeah, no one in my family is crazy enough to have been like, how dare you vote that? We're ending our family.
Yeah, everybody's
no.
peaceful.
This family is dissolved. Hits the gavel.
That's it. I can't believe that there are people like that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Do you see the video of the woman crying? She's like, I'm from Texas and my family. It's like, jeez, dude.
Was her name David French?
Oh, man.
Oh, you know what's awesome?
Beautiful. That was
Bill
beautiful.
Kristol is miserable. That's the best part. Bill Kristol, everybody at the Lincoln Project is really,
I
really
know this
sad.
is not that Christian of me, but I am looking forward to getting back to my hotel tonight.
You don't
and
have to look
just
at me. You don't have to look at me.
Sitting and scrolling through all the
Wow.
weeping and gnashing of
Wow.
teeth.
I just
That is
want to,
unbelievable.
I don't know if Scott Pressler drinks, but I owe you a drink.
Dude, you know what we need to do? We need to see how many votes Trump won Pennsylvania by and then measure it up against how many people Scott Pressler registered to vote.
What it did wrong this time.
We have a Polaroid. We've been taking pictures. I just want to say Polaroids are the most fun thing ever.
And they are very fun.
It's an Instax. Is that what it's called? Instax?
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
You gotta get
It's a
one
big
that has
deal,
the full
Lisa.
Polaroid picture. We got one of those.
As we're waiting for Trump, I want to say this. I won it at an arcade, and it's one of those mini Insta cameras. And I go to our house, and Phil opens the door, and I just grab a quick photo of him. And I was like, if I was using my phone to do that, it'd be the creepiest thing ever. Like, you answer the door and I pick up my phone, take a picture of you. It's like, what are you doing? But if it's a Polaroid camera, it's totally fine to jump in front of people and take pictures of their faces. What's going on?
We're taking pictures because we're so happy. It's so monumental.
I'm trying to listen, but like the activity going on behind Tim's head.
Oh,
So
Al's in
excited.
Antarctica. I love you guys.
It still feels unreal to me. It still feels like a dream, just because it seems like all odds against him.
I know.
All assassination attempts, this, that, switch out Joe Biden, all the legal warfare. all of the states, all of the Rust Belt he'll take. All of it.
There's a wise woman who once said, "Joy cometh in the morning." Do you guys have that clip, Tim? Can you pull that up?
I don't.
Kamala yelling, "Joe cometh in the morning." Joy cometh in the morning.
It's done.
Sunday's
It's
coming.
done.
God made a decision in Butler, Pennsylvania.
That's right. She's trying to, dude. It was great. Kamala. She's trying to quote the Bible, and she's hilarious.
Did she concede?
She never.
She's
will.
not going to.
I know.
They're going to ask her to concede, and she's going to say she was raised in a middle class family.
The libs went back into their hole, and it's 4 more years of MAGA season.
Someone just tweeted this. It says, "Looks like Gen X delivered the White House to Trump. People from 45 to 64 were 53% for Donald Trump. 30 to 44 were 46% for Donald Trump. 18 to 29, 42% for Donald Trump. And then 65 or older was 49%. You are welcome."
Does this make us the greatest generation now?
We were, but this is confirmation.
I'm a millennial, but
I will gladly call millennials the worst generation.
hey,
I'm a millennial.
all right, fine.
We're terrible.
Gen X.
We kinda are.
Gen X is silent but badass.
That's right.
All right.
I don't know if this is petty of me or bad of
It
me, or
is.
if I should even think about it, but I bookmarked so many Kamala's gonna win prediction tweets. So many of them. I'm
Just get Harry Sisson. Then we're all
I
fine.
have a great GIF or little video you can reply with. It's just me laughing hysterically. I can't.
All right,
I'm going to get to using it right now.
Do we have Latino and Black demographics yet?
Trump overperformed.
Yeah.
I'm
How
seeing all
much,
these tweets
though?
where they're like, literally Hitler did really well with minorities.
That's what I wanted the most.
Even though he won't protect their crypto.
You know what was really interesting is a Republican won the governorship of Puerto Rico after
Yes.
all of that meltdown
Yeah.
about the joke at the rally.
You know why?
Turns out
Because they're-
Hispanics have a sense of humor.
Not even that. They're Catholic. They're good people, right? They understand. They understand that when they come here, they have to go through the process, and they want people to do the same, right? Like they get it. Like I like they act like we think.
CNN
that-
calling it a landslide?
Well,
Did they?
the thing is, all of these voters who end up going for Trump, and they don't not notice the rhetoric aimed at other people. So, for example, they, were in histrionics because an insult comic made a mean joke about Puerto Rico. And then Joe Biden comes out and says Trump supporters are all garbage. Now, I remember a time when Mitt Romney accurately pointed out that 47% of people are not net taxpayers and receive more benefits than they give into the system. And everyone said that was the most horrifying thing that anyone who's even pursuing an elected office could say because of the contempt it shows for the American people. Then Joe Biden calls half the country garbage. I'm sorry, people notice that even if the media doesn't want them to.
I'm seeing a couple people say that this CNN said that it's a landslide.
The two things that changed this election
Or someone
was the
on CNN said
assassination
that.
attempt and independent journalism.
Yeah.
That
Or-
is what
and
saved,
Freedom Tunes.
Orrin
Okay,
Orrin
clearly.
McIntyre said, "I want to thank Jim Cramer for predicting a Kamala Harris victory." And that actually did happen. He predicted Kamala Harris
Lichtman was
gonna
wrong.
win.
Alan Lichtman, the keys to the White House, his predictions made no sense. We kept saying his predictions made no sense. He told Nate Silver he was right. Everybody was wrong, and he
scared
loses.
me.
I
He
saw that.
scared me.
After
I'll be honest,
a while,
he
it
scared
does
me.
get to you. Yes, you're
Yes.
like, okay, maybe I'm not that smart. I don't know.
No, he scared me, and I'm like, but the way that he was coding each individual key, like there's this, but there isn't that, whatever. He scared me, and I thank God he was wrong.
That is noise designed to make you forget the fundamentals. That you're like, yeah, as it turns out, people still really care about what they're paying for milk.
Yes. Philadelphia, from Aldi, organic pasture-raised eggs, $8.99. $8.99 for 12 eggs. That's insane. I bought like 8 items the other day, and it was $87.
The Electoral College estimate for Trump is gone up.
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. Can I cry?
The needle.
on TV?
Yeah, you're a woman. You're
the
fine.
needle-
They're supposed to cry.
It's like Republicans are constantly accused of being out of touch. And like after everything was said, Trump's a racist, and Trump's this, he's going to win 300 plus electoral votes, and the Democrats are getting MAGA mogged right now.
It's beautiful.
Trump's made with
happy.
more votes coming into PA. Trump's lead is still just about 200,000. It's not changing. 74% for Michigan. Trump is his lead's improving. He's up 6 points now with 74% reporting. Wisconsin now 89% reporting. Donald Trump is still up 124,000. He's up 4 points. It's looking like he's going to take the entire Rust Belt, Arizona, and it may go Senate as well. You know, so Hovde is up 2 points right now by about 70,000 votes in Wisconsin. It's close. Michigan looks like we've got just about 200,000 for Mike Rogers. It's looking like Mike Rogers up 5 points with just about 70% reporting. It's looking like it's going to flip. And then we've got PA. McCormick is up. It's close, but he's up. He's improved. He's now up about 100,000 with 94% in. It's looking like Republicans may take 55 seats in the Senate right now.
Oh, man.
They've already won the Senate. There's a chance it could be 55 Senate seats.
Wow. That's incredible. Look, I just want to say, when you pay attention to politics for a living, or even as a hobby, it is unbridled punishment 99% of the time. And when there are these moments where your faith is rewarded, it is such a beautiful thing.
I had faith in 2016. I have to admit, I didn't have it now. But imagine my surprise. The most unpopular vice president of all time didn't pull it off.
I know.
It's like, of course, but
literally,
She has never won anything fairly.
Why are we shocked? We're shocked because of the vitriol that has been propelled at our president, a man who actually cares about us, whether they want to say he does or he doesn't. He does, and we're shocked because they have been manipulating and lying.
We're shocked because of after everything that went on, the assassination attempts, the lawfare against him. And he overcame all of it, and it's
now hold on, guys. He's still supposed to go to prison in New York
on the 26th, right?
Yep.
On the 26th, we have.
Let's see how that goes.
To see if they're going to put him. I bet you they will. They will do anything they can. But the country, I actually, at this point, when it's a landslide like this,
Secret Service will not allow it.
Yeah.
When it's a landslide like this,
happen.
I think that they'll know that it would cause such civil unrest that they're like, all right, we have to pull
Not
back.
even civil unrest. Secret Service will just say no.
I don't think they can at that
Yes,
point.
they absolutely
They can for sure, yeah.
They absolutely can.
I don't know. I mean, we've never seen something like this before, but I don't think the Secret Service is going to let some New York cop put the president
How
in.
on earth do you...
He's going to the White House, not to jail, guys. Let's focus here. To the White House, not to jail. What are we talking
President
about?
of the United States in a...
Are they going to put him on house arrest with an ankle bracelet? And he's like
We did
sworn
a
in with an
cartoon
ankle
about
bracelet.
that. We did a cartoon about that, yeah, where they put him on house arrest, and so he builds a giant mecha Trump that's technically classified as his house.
Okay, all right.
There is a slim possibility. Sam in the Senate race, Sam Brown is up by 0.3. There is a slim chance of 56 Republican senators. That is a mandate.
I want everything to go through right now.
Everything.
I want everything we want now. Now is the time.
They
Now is the
haven't had a
time.
mandate like this in God knows how long.
If the Republicans don't impose their will, that's when we need to
So that was
rally.
gonna
It's
be
the
my
Americans'
question.
will, not
What
our
do
will,
they
the Americans'
do
will.
with it immediately.
They need to push as hard as they can because the reality is if the Democrats get back into power, they are going to try to undo everything.
They've got 2 years to
Exactly.
dismantle the deep state.
They have,
2 years.
and listen, Donald Trump is in a unique position of not having to run for re-election after all is said and done.
Do
So he can do
whatever
everything
you
that he
want.
feels he needs to do to dismantle the deep state and the bureaucratic state and the administrative state. And we just need to make sure that he has the support, or I should say our elected representatives need to make sure that he has their support.
Everyone GS-13 and up at state. Everyone GS-13 and up at the Department of Defense. Everyone GS-13 and up at CIA. Gone. GS-13 and up at NSA. Gone. See ya.
Can we put
All of
Project 2025 back on the table now? That's
It was secretly there the whole time.
We had them on. We had them on an episode of the Culture War, and the poor guy, he was like, he didn't have anything to do with it. And then a day later, they let him go, and I'm like, he really doesn't have anything to do with it.
It was a policy book. It was a good policy book.
And they do that all the time.
So over on the Robinhood app, you can buy contracts for who's going to win the election, but they're determined. The determining factor is who gets inaugurated. So you can still right now buy Kamala Harris for 2 cents. Trading is still open. Trump
2
is at
cents?
Trump's at 99 cents to win, but winning the election is, I believe it's I think for them it's January 6th certification.
Okay.
because the electoral count is when the president wins, not the popular vote. So
I can't take any more stress. Can we just have it be peaceful transfer of power like they've been requesting forever? I'm hard pressed to think, they always say things the opposite of actually what they're doing.
I'm curious.
I really want a peaceful transfer of power right now.
Is it riot season now?
It is. By the way, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, MAGA season. Stop. We're still in MAGA
James
season.
Fluke knows I love riot season. I'm not going to lie. There is nothing more exhilarating than going undercover, and putting
You
that
have
riot
done
room-
this?
Yeah,
Dude,
I got my
Lisa's
hair
the
pulled.
OG.
I got my hair pulled by Antifa at
CNN
Clark Park
called
at Philly.
Pennsylvania.
Yes.
They called it.
I love doing riot coverage.
Someone just texted me. I'm checking to verify, but someone just texted me.
Yeah, no, they're going to lose their mind. Keith Olbermann is going to go swinging fire extinguishers at cops at the Capitol.
Yeah.
They already attacked the White
House. Let's look at what CNN is saying. Trump's edge grows in race to 270.
That means he
Look,
won.
No, they're saying he has 265.
Come on, they're so lame.
What are they claiming he doesn't have?
Yeah, let's see.
They don't even show the map. Where is it?
They're like
It's too red. It's too red.
They're like the census.
Here we go.
Oh, that's so
they don't say
red.
that he has Wisconsin yet?
They called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are they saying?
But see how it's like
So what are they claiming?
the same thing with Georgia.
They're not calling Alaska yet. That's why, huh?
Oh my gosh, they're so lame.
No, well, Alaska's.
I don't know what time
Wait, hold
they're
on.
in.
Like, how are they claiming Trump only has 265? Is it because they're not giving him Maine and Nebraska? There's 5 electoral votes. What are we missing here? He's got PA, North Carolina, Georgia.
Did they call Arizona there?
Arizona doesn't matter. With PA, it's done. So let's pull up Decision Desk for the president and compare it to CNN's garbage. And you can see here, they got Trump at 280. Decision Desk has called Wisconsin for Trump.
Okay.
So what are they not giving Trump? I don't understand where they're missing five electoral votes. What am I missing here, guys?
I don't know.
Something about Russia, they'll say, maybe on CNN?
Russia stole some of our electoral votes last night, so
He's got.
don't go to Trump.
What swing states are there? Wisconsin, Michigan haven't been called. Fine. PA has been called. That's 19. North Carolina and Georgia. That's it.
The media's having a huge sigh of relief. They're happy in a way because they are going to be at a ton of action. with
Okay.
Trump
Well,
coverage.
they did give Alaska, but Alaska's only 3, isn't it? So Decision Desk did give Alaska to Trump. CNN's really trying hard not to call it for him.
Yeah,
but with PA going Trump, I don't know what you're going to do at this
really
point.
don't want it.
That's it. So I do have, while we wait, this,
I want to
this
see
thread.
his remarks. I want to see his face. I love him.
Here's Rory Stewart. Kamala Harris will win comfortably because Biden's admin has been solid. Trump lost ground. We then have Joe Walsh. She's going to lose. It hit me for the first time this morning.
Joe
Trump is going to lose. We have Mike Madrid. Trump knows he's going to lose. Scaramucci. Trump knows he's going to lose. Maria Shriver. Again, Harris is going to win.
He was door knocking.
I am going to have to go through this tomorrow, this big list. And what I'm really looking forward to is when I saw all of these liberals showing these electoral maps showing Harris getting 300 electoral votes or whatever. And I'm just like, how are you so confident? I wouldn't even go near that.
I think they thought that they have such control of so many levers of communication, of the bureaucratic state, that they could just push their will through because they had done that with him in so many ways.
Ben Shapiro tweeted, "Season 8 of Trump has had its ups and downs, but the finale, 10-10. Watch again, downloading for the plane ride home. Amazing."
Wow. Dude, how long do you think Ben had that tweet stored ready to go?
I don't know. He's
It's
really
perfect.
He's a
It's
really smart
perfect.
guy, so he might
I
have just
know,
come up
but
with it
that's
now.
so good.
But still.
I heard it workshopped on the set
See?
a little bit.
There you go. Megan here for the inside.
Our insider, our source at Daily Wire.
Hey, wait! Can we just admit that I was right about Pennsylvania and Georgia months ago, hours ago? From
I saw Trump flags in Philly.
Yeah,
I told you.
Yeah,
I told you. It was
one of them was yours.
My house is so bad. I have 3 Trump signs. I have
house is beautiful.
Thank you, but I have 3 Trump signs. I have a McCormick sign, and there's one neighbor. She is her name is Jody. She'll love that I'm saying this. She put it up on 18th Street. It said Italians for Trump. She has 1 million women for Trump, whatever. So a neighbor put out a Kamala Harris sign. All of a sudden, the whole street, Trump flags, Trump signs.
Really?
They totally annihilated this whole street. There was one Kamala Harris thing, and the entire street, it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And everywhere, I would drive my kids home from school, and I'm like, I took my mom on Halloween. I was like, Mom, you gotta see this. I was like, it's a whole Trump flagpole, a Trump sign, a Trump sign, a Trump sign. Even my brother was walking in Rittenhouse Square, which is so liberal. It's like Black Voices for Trump in the window at 20th and Lombard. It was crazy. It was definitely a different vibe. That's why I'm really interested to see the turnout in Philadelphia, because it was a completely different vibe.
So CNN just gave Trump one more electoral vote. I'm assuming what they're missing right now is either Nebraska or Maine's and Alaska. They've got no data for Alaska, and despite everybody else having more than half of Alaska, and it's being called by decision
They're
desk.
scrambling. They're like, here's our Kamala can still win. We got to get some ballots up to Alaska right now.
Kellen fist bumping behind the scenes is making me so happy right now.
Yeah, so right now they've not. So they have Nebraska, but Maine and Alaska are not in. That's the 4 electoral votes. CNN knows at this point.
Yeah.
The Maine vote is done. That's going to Trump, and the Alaska vote is done. That's 3 going to Trump. Trump has won. CNN is just desperately trying not to report it.
It was hard to look while I was out there. What does New York's breakdown look like? Was it close at all?
So as of right now, with 89% in, Kamala's up 10 points.
That's a lot.
Yes, but that's a huge shift. Isn't New York like D plus 25?
Yeah.
Did you look at the House races for New York? There were a few on Long Island.
Look at that.
Esposito was in a close race over there.
Nassau?
There was also Lawler
looking
was
good.
in a close. He's a first time.
Yep,
congressman.
he looks like he'll get reelected.
He'll get reelected because in Long Island, outside, there are parts of New York and parts of California that are still relevant for congressional seats that really will determine the House and.
So far, I don't think anything's flipped in the House.
Okay, nice.
James Klug was in the Bronx, and he said it was unbelievably, overwhelmingly Trump. And he's like, I don't understand.
He had a few rallies there. He had one at Crotona Park.
I mean,
a
but
couple
it was
rallies. Yeah.
overwhelmingly. He's like, I was struggling to make the video even because there was hardly any Kamala supporters. I'm like, this is not how this goes. So that's why I'm really interested in looking at the cities and the demographic breakdowns.
More votes coming. It's not changing anything. I think New York Times
Too
and
big to
CNN
rig? Is that what you're saying, Tim?
New York Times and CNN just don't want to admit it.
They don't want to admit it. They're trying
Yeah.
to scramble to find ways that she can still win. It's copium.
Well, the thing is, they don't want her to win, or they don't want him to win, so they're trying to hold off
Is it
as
just
long
Fox
as
that called
possible.
Exactly. See what they can finagle.
Yeah.
Is it only Fox that called it?
No.
Decision Desk and Fox have called it.
Newsmax also, but I'm wondering about
The Hills
AP.
reported that it's called.
No.
AP's not.
AP's got inches closer to the presidency. Trump inches
Look,
closer.
I need like a huge eye
ladies and
roll
gentlemen,
emoji on my face.
When
right now.
right now, according to CNN's electoral map, Alaska data has just come in, and they have still not given Trump the 3 electoral votes. And they know Maine's data is already at 46. They know Trump is taking one electoral vote. They've given Nebraska to Trump and Harris. They know Trump's at 270 right now. Ain't nothing changing that.
Hold on.
That's
Yeah, well,
it.
yeah. Look,
Wisconsin and Michigan don't matter. They've called PA. Yep. It's done.
They've called Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. It's over. It's over. He won all 3.
That's what I said earlier. I just wanted to put that out there. The Trump campaign told me they've called 3 hours ago. Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. I just want to say I knew that.
Well, I don't think AP has called Pennsylvania.
No, they haven't.
AP hasn't, but
And neither has the New York
CNN
Times.
has. But CNN has, and they're
Exactly.
still not saying that he won.
Decision Desk and Decision Desk, Fox, and CNN have called PA.
They're literally children.
They just don't want
Kamala
to admit
needs
it.
to concede tonight. If it's this clear,
Yes.
She's
She
in bed.
won't. They never
No,
do.
no. She should come out and just start laughing.
That's all she would do anyway. She'd be like, we kind of made it close, but I'm a middle class.
She should.
I think Seamus could do a Seamus. You want to do your Kamala? Kamami?
I can't do any impressions. Clearly.
Yeah, no, I love old Kamala. You have to ask me a question, and I'll answer as Kamala.
How do you feel about decriminalizing border crossings?
No, that's not one. You have to
Is that
the
too?
election.
The border, okay, is a line, okay, and
too good.
on one side of the line,
Guys, Candace Owens, I never wanted to watch The View more in my entire life.
Oh my God, so true.
I cannot agree more. I think maybe tomorrow morning I should just live stream myself watching The View.
I really want to know what the Krasensteins are saying right now.
No. They were very like.
Were they being cool?
Yes, this is democracy. This is what the people expected. We're gonna have to try hard. But this is how they always play it.
A buddy from Philly just texted me, "You're welcome."
Let's go. We love our Philly people.
We're just waiting for Trump.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody
say bye to Megan and thank her for coming. Megan.
I would say, I don't know, should I sneak out?
No. Megan's from the Daily Wire. She does
I know. Like all of this chatter was like hitting me. I'm like,
Megan,
I'm
we have
still
to have
on
you
the clock. I still have a job to go do.
We have to have her on the culture war about her new books about book about pastors.
Sounds
good. You're gonna love it.
Wait, what's the book?
We'll bring
called?
Seamus on.
Yeah,
Shepherds
100%.
for Sale. How
Oh my gosh, I've
evangelical
heard about this.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So amazing.
It was a New York Times bestseller.
Well, I heard a bunch of like feckless weaklings who call themselves Christians complaining about it, so I assumed it was a good book.
Oh yes, it is an excellent book.
I want to check it out.
Seamus, we'll bring you guys on together.
Yeah,
I'd love to
that'll
talk with
be
you,
awesome.
yeah.
All right, thanks,
Megan,
guys.
we'll
This
get her
was the perfect way to end the night. Thank you.
God bless.
We're grabbing Ann and then we'll grab James.
Mike Cernovich, the evil of the last 8 years cannot go unpunished.
He's not wrong.
And then,
man.
I told Ian to come in and take
Ian,
over.
what do you think about these
graphene
almost official results? Donald Trump's coming back to the White House.
He's winning. He won. It sounds like they're like holding off because it's just like they're living in shock right now. And it's like, well, let's wait till the last minute and then we'll roll the carpet out.
How do you feel?
I feel like there's a lot of work to do now. Like we need a plan. Like we
Don't
need
be a doomer
lots
right now.
of
Can you just
plans.
be happy?
I am happy.
Okay, good.
But also very concerned for the future of our country. I have been the whole time. And now's an opportunity, like, with great responsibility. We can develop a plan of how to really fix our economy. That is the key to the next 18
RFK
months.
Jr. said he's going to get fluoride out of our water.
Dude, do you know how
it's
insane
wild.
that is? That's amazing.
Yeah.
I like fluoride in the water.
No,
I think
you
it's good.
don't.
I think it's good for the general population's teeth. It's magazine. Give me back
Wait, Elad, are you joking? Elad.
No, he's not.
As I
Okay, well,
understand,
I hate to tell you, but when he announced that, there were no smears against him. Quite literally, even CNN said studies show it lowers IQ.
I think that proves.
You're drinking too much
I just
tap
want to
water.
say
Elad.
that Elad, not that I haven't worked with you here, but I've done riot coverage with you and spaces with you,
Let's
and you
talk about
love to be
magazine.
the contrarian just to be the contrarian.
I mean, I have a bio. Never mind.
No.
Think about Elad. What he's saying is true. It is good for your enamel. It remineralizes the enamel.
Is it
but
good for the rest of your body?
it's horrible.
Swallow it.
It's horrible for your endocrine system. It's why they say don't swallow toothpaste.
Yes.
That's a lot of the reason. So to put it in the water supply seems like a very strange move. But it is good for the enamel.
I just want to send a message to all of our friends over at YouTube who are watching. The mandate is clear. Stop censoring everybody.
That's right. The American people
Yes,
want this.
YouTube. Get it
Although
together.
I do want to
new
give
CEO
a
has been great.
I'm not trying to. Yeah, exactly. I'm not trying to rag on YouTube. I'm saying like the mandate is clear. But I also want to give a shout out. Thank you, YouTube. We were on the front page. We were on the default.
As you should be.
For the show. That's been a new development in the past couple of months. So I saw a lot of people were hitting me up being like, dude, I went to YouTube.com. You were right there.
Did you see what your live views were?
It's. I mean, still a big
undeniable.
show. But everybody had big numbers today. So we're certainly not the biggest, but shout out to YouTube. It seems like they're not playing those games anymore, at the very least, or at least to this degree.
The message was clear. The message was clear that it was alternative media that was ruling this election cycle. And it has been for maybe the last 3 months.
Whoa. Hold on.
Uh-oh. Don't give me bad news, Tim.
Philly, what's happening in Philly?
I'm hearing rumors that Kamala may have conceded.
Oh.
No, it's probably BS.
Wait, Elad's about
inevitable.
ready to pour me a drink to cheers to. Look at him. Look at him with the
It's just tweets.
Just tweets. But
All right,
from
let me see
who?
what's going on here.
Let's see if we can
It's
find any
inevitable.
confirmation on the internet.
The concession is inevitable.
That's right. That's right. She has to. I don't know, man. I'm worried because Trump's only at 266 according to NBC.
Stop it.
At a minimum, it's
He's at
confirmed he has at least 266.
I'm
Kamala Harris
worried.
has 160, it was?
I don't
so,
know.
I mean, she's so popular. I don't understand how this happened.
Lisa, can you reach out to any sources to see if there's
I
any?
did. They're not answering me. I think they're celebrating. They're literally ghosting me right now. They've been texting me all night and all of a sudden it's empty. They're probably having a drink and like having fun.
They're
This
not
is a
the
good-
only ones, Lisa.
A big part of producing a plan to excite the American population is using alternative media. So this show and shows like it is such a great opportunity to showcase brilliant scientists that are ready to reindustrialize in a way that benefits us. And the oil companies, man, because you can just turn that stuff into graphene. Like, we can make the oil and gas companies so much more money.
New York Post front page. He's done it again. Trump pulls off comeback win.
Don it
Teflon
again.
Don.
But you know what though? I think
He deserves it.
Man, is this the actual photo?
So 11 minutes
I
ago,
can't see that
someone
far.
said someone's reporting
Isabel
that
Brown-
Kamala Harris has called Trump to concede the election.
Who do you have?
According to who, though? Who?
I'm seeing a bunch of rumors on X, but they're not from prominent media outlets or from people we trust in independent media.
I'm texting a few people. Hold on.
So
we'll see an official.
Like, if New York Times comes out and says she conceded, you know she did.
Yeah. You know.
What do you think about it all, Seamus?
I think that CNN has a really brilliant strategy because if they say he's only at 265, then he can't win.
Did you guys?
If they say it's not happening, it isn't.
I think this photo is legit. Let me see. Let me pull this one up.
I'm excited, man. I'm in a good spot.
Here we go.
You look good.
Is that real? Why are there so many iconic photos? He's just a machine.
That's very Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
That guy's
We're
a
waiting for him to
maniac, man.
speak. It's 2:21 Eastern.
Is anybody going to cry? I think I'm going to cry, guys. I think I'm
Well,
going to cry.
it was always
online.
allowed.
I kind of feel like it too.
I'm not a crier, though, but I'm
you're a
like, I'm
woman.
pretty emotional right now.
You're not going to be the only one crying tonight. A lot of libs will
God.
also be crying,
I
Lisa.
know.
So
Yeah,
you
what
won't
are
be the
you,
only
a
one.
liberal?
You'll be crying for the right reason.
You gonna cry?
Yeah,
What are you going to
man.
cry like a
Reality is
lib?
aligning.
Don't make me get the Philly out in me and jump across this table. No, but I am emotional. Like, this is not only
Pressler-
history, but it's deserved.
Scott
it's
Pressler-
the right thing.
All the things about awards or whatever. Scott Pressler needs to be like a guest of honor at the inauguration.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yes, he
what can
does.
we do for him?
Yes, he
What-
does.
What can we? I know they got him a car, right? But what
That
else
dude is
can we
going to
do
sleep
him?
for a week.
100%. He
Dude,
deserves it.
he was looking like he was tired. That poor man.
Dude,
We have to have him on.
Maybe he could run for something in the future. Scott
He
Pressler's
doesn't
a
even want to run.
charismatic,
He
smart
just
guy.
wanted to
Decision
do the
desk.
right thing.
Decision desk is. No, okay, no. This is.
We need people like Scott Pressler to run. Scott Pressler did a great job in his advocacy and outreach and ground game work, something that's been missing from the Republican Party. Him among other people. I mean, obviously the Republican Party did a great job here too, but all unreal. Still
You know,
doesn't feel
you're
right.
right, and he's such a humble guy. I think if the thing about public office, when you're called to
You
do
need
it,
people like that.
Mark Cuban says, "Congratulations, Trump. You won fair and square."
Wow.
That was a couple hours ago.
I'm gonna cry. I don't know why. I'm
No, I'm sorry,
very
that was an hour
much
ago.
getting emotional right now. Like that.
Don't cry.
Stop it, James.
Don't cry.
I like this is so.
No, you can cry if you want. Listen,
wonderful.
I won't hold it against you.
I'm
It's a beautiful
girl.
moment. Exactly.
I'm a girl.
I would also like to thank Chase Oliver for basically being a spoiler for the Libertarians to force everybody to vote for Trump.
That's a
Also,
really
shout
good
out Jill.
point.
Jill
And
Stein.
RFK.
Don't forget Jill Stein. I think he ended up teaming up with Trump. But
No,
Jill
that's what I'm
Stein's out
saying.
there milking.
Oh no, but
votes.
what I'm saying is for thank you to RFK for stepping out and getting off the ballot in many states.
Raw's Alerts is another account saying that there's reports coming in that Kamala has conceded to Trump over the phone.
That's what he's waiting for to speak. He's
Yeah.
probably having.
He wants-
He's like, wait,
yep.
can you say it again slowly?
You're on speakerphone.
No, he'll be gracious. That's how he is. He will be kind and he'll be gracious to her.
Wait, hold on. I was going through a tunnel. Could you say that one more time? I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I can see him with just full like we are moving forward together energy.
No, he's putting her in the crystals.
Do we have any hard data on the House just yet?
That's a meme.
Decision Desk says 65% chance of retaining the House, and they're calling things earlier than everybody else, but it's still we're still 20 seats shy of taking the House.
They're not going to call a lot of this stuff until even like a week out. I wouldn't be surprised because these races will be closed, and there are a lot of districts
guys,
where they're not counting them up.
Can we drink to no more foreign wars? Can we drink to our money not going to foreign countries?
Repurpose to drone wars,
I will
man.
not. I will not because while I think Trump is substantially better than any president of my lifetime, I do not believe we are going to get an end to foreign wars. even with Trump.
It's
some.
The profit.
We'll scale back.
And
to peace in Ukraine.
To 70% less foreign wars.
Yeah, we
There you go.
could.
Fine.
Agreed.
Anything's better than what we have going on right now.
We could make the military-industrial complex more money by starting a drone war program where we build our own drones and blow them up.
Is he coming out?
And but we've got to figure out the whole processing resources on overseas territory, so mining asteroids and things.
I wish I had another
And the-
chair. I'm gonna
Here we go.
James over
Let's turn
here.
it up.
James, get over here. Just come kneel next to
There
me.
he is, Donald Trump.
DTJ.
Look, Barron's right behind him.
Yeah, Barron's a superstar.
Where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the man who died.
So legit.
Here we go. I want him to say Kamala conceded.
Look, here's the Daily Wire crew behind him, living it up too.
To the hills of Tennessee, across the plains,
I'm gonna cry. It's gonna happen.
Good. Couldn't have done without his family, man.
New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say.
Is that Dana White out there?
Yeah. He was there all night.
To be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her till today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless
I love you, Donald Trump.
I'm gonna eat a
Look at that face. Oh,
I'm gonna eat a whole pizza
I love him.
And have a beer.
and have a beer.
Look at that smile.
Look at us.
Oh my God.
next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much. Wow.
Wow. Series finale or
thank you
season
all very
finale?
much. This is great. These
we're
are
just
our
getting
friends.
started.
We have
Season.
thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond.
Maybe George
And
Washington.
now it's going to
I love you,
reach
bro.
a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
Amazing. Look at Serge. He's so happy. I love Serge right now.
Dude, Serge is kidding.
We
I've
need
never seen Serge this
I
happy.
hear you, bro.
Get
I'm
in
on
here,
the level.
Serge. You're the man.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice.
I want Serge just to lay on the table and just
Come on, Serge.
A great
spread
feeling
out.
of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. Wow. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
We've taken it back.
The Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
I'm going to cry again.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Class. That's all she is.
Amen.
Her makeup didn't melt off like mine.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country.
She does love him. I don't care what anyone says.
You gotta love him to stick by him through this.
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children.
They are.
Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great.
Is Ivanka there?
Yes.
Yeah.
You saw her?
She wasn't campaigning.
My
but she's there.
father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out.
Good man he is.
She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Look at his wife. She's so proud. He wants to cry too. He wants to cry too.
They're both happy. Yeah, he's trying to hold it back. He's like, don't cry in front of the president. Don't cry in front of
His absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance.
She's shocked. She's like, did this really happen?
And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks and A lot of people don't like to. Sir, do I have to do that?
Yes.
He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say,
MSDNC.
all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like,
Still
he's
gets
like the
addicted.
only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
We're back. We're so back.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was. I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris.
The real behind the scenes.
Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Susie gets what Susie wants.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie.
Flipped Montana for the Senate.
I've never seen her be shot before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms
doing the
around
weave.
it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast, it was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson! Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job
People
in
underestimate Dana.
sports. And you know,
And
he's
how
a
much
very
influence he
motivational
has
kind of a guy, what he
everybody
does.
else.
He gets
Dana
these
was
fighters,
huge
and
in helping Trump.
they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
I'm telling you.
And thank you, America.
He was
thank
a
you. Have a
sleeper.
good night.
Dana, dude. The producer.
He was a sleeper. He hooked
That is
all
a
those
piece of
pockets
work.
up.
Go back 10 years, tell Joe Rogan he'd help make a
He's
president.
really an amazing guy. But
Big
most
Donald
of all, I want
Trump.
to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something
Insane.
This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job.
He means that guy.
We're going to turn it around. It's got to be turned
Lot's
around.
gonna
It's got
cry,
to be
too.
turned around fast. And we're going to turn it around. We're going to do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're going to do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it. I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine?
Can you imagine working harder than him?
900, 901,
in
something.
general, as a president
a
of
lot of
Canada.
rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally.
But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, so I want to give a shout out to the opera singer who's definitely singing tonight. His name is Christopher, and everybody should follow him. Christopher Macchio. He's definitely going to sing. He's going to sing tonight. I know. Definitely go follow him.
We do have some updates. Pennsylvania has now been called by basically every outlet. AP's called it, CNN's called it, CBS has called it, Hill has called it, and with that, it's done. CNN still trying to play these stupid games where we know Trump's got it. Trump just announces he's got it. Everyone is reporting Trump says he's got it. And they're like, we know he's won Alaska. We know he's got a district in Maine. But we're still saying 266.
The New York Times has called Minnesota for Kamala Harris, but it hasn't called Alaska, hasn't called Wisconsin, which has got 90% of the vote in. Trump hasn't called Michigan, Nevada, or Arizona, all of which are leaning towards.
The Electoral College projection, 312. Wow. Yeah. 312 for Trump.
Thank you, America. Thank you, America.
And a victory of 5 million votes, around 5 million votes in the popular vote.
Right now with 39% of the vote in Montana, Sheehy is up 6 points. And Charlie Kirk tweeted out that they've called it. I don't know
what cares. We won.
Yeah, but if we get 56 seats in the Senate,
That's true. Let's go. Let's implement the people's will for once. I'm
ladies
crying.
and gentlemen,
I'm still crying.
Go to castbrew.com and buy our coffee if you want to support this show and the work that we do. Cast Brew Coffee, we've got Appalachian Nights, everybody's favorite. Of course, head over to boonieshq.com. We're sold out of the boobies boards, but we got Step on Sneck and Find Out. We got Step on Sneck and Find Out stickers. Become a member by going to timcast.com. Join our Discord server. Tens of thousands of people. Make friends. Share ideas. Building community is how we do this. The Founding Fathers hung out in bars. That's how they make this change. You guys come together. You meet each other. You make friends. And as a member, you get access to our uncensored members-only shows Monday through Thursday. We are back tomorrow night. It's 3 a.m. So I'm going to try and go to bed to wake up so I can start my morning show at 8 a.m.
Before you go, man, I just want to give a shout out to our fucking crew: Kellen,
Amazing.
Serge, Carter Banks,
Guys, crushed.
Best
Andrew,
crew in the
Brian.
media.
I
The
love
best
you
crew in the
guys.
media.
Thank you so much, Allison. I see you over there. You guys fucking rock.
So
rock.
true.
All right, everybody, smash the like button, share the show with everyone. You know, hit that subscribe if you didn't. Give us a good review if you're listening for some reason on Apple, but we're going to upload it. And follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. Seamus, what up?
Well, what an incredible night. Thank you so much for having me, Tim. I love you guys. This has been an incredible election, and God bless all of the audience members. Thank you for getting out there and voting. If you want to find me and my work, go over to Freedom Tunes, youtube.com/Freedom Tunes. Trump thanked the meme makers and keyboard warriors. We're making really, really funny cartoons. So if you guys go over there, we released a video today on what it would have looked like if Joe Rogan gave in to Kamala's demands and interviewed her. We did a video 2 days ago about how people who vote at 3 a.m. poll 100% with Kamala Harris. We do videos several times a week, cartoons. I think you guys will love them. Go over to Freedom Tunes, and if you want to help support us making more, go to freedomtunes.com and become a member. Thank you so much. God bless all of you. Let's make America great again.
Lisa, what is up?
God, I'm crying. I've been crying all. So I'm gonna try to make this as quick as possible. I want to thank the Daily Wire for hosting us, Tim for having this, everybody here for participating. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you, America, for actually waking up. But above all, thank you, God.
Amen.
Thanks, God. Right? We should thank God every day for being here and for giving our country another shot. So thank you, God. Thanks, Tim. Everybody have a great night and go celebrate and be as happy as I am, even though it doesn't look like I am because I'm crying. But like, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, God. Thank you for voting. I love you all. Thank you.
Absolutely. My name's Alada Liahu. I wanted to thank everybody here at Timcast Media and Daily Wire that without them, we wouldn't have been able to put this on. I know there's a lot of options out there for election night specials, and we're glad that you chose to spend the night with us. Donald Trump is a true patriot, and we're extremely lucky to have him. And Ian?
Man, again, shout out to the Daily Wire for hosting this amazing event. You guys are exceptionally awesome, all of you. And this is another step. This is a great step on the journey of humanity. Happy to be doing it with you. Now, tomorrow we're making another one. And then we're going to repeat that process and keep fucking going. I'll see you there.
We have the culture war, too, Friday.
Tomorrow night is going to be fun.
Phil Labonte.
See what's up.
Thanks to all the crew. Thanks to everyone here at the Daily Wire. Thanks, Tim. And thank you guys very much. Thank you to everyone that went out and voted. Obviously, in our system, it doesn't work without you. So thank you for not sitting on your ass. Thank you for getting out.
Thank you to the men.
Thank you to the men.
Thank you, men. Thank you for finally sitting up and out. Women run all over the place.
Thank you to
She interrupts a man.
Thank you to everyone that got out and vote. I'm Phil. My name is Phil Labonte. You can follow me on Twix at Phil That Remains. I'm Phil That Remains on Instagram. So we'll see you guys tomorrow night.
I want to read this one super chat.
The left lane is for crime.
One super chat before we go from JR. He says, Tim, I live in California, but your comments leading up to tonight encouraged me to vote for the first time. I know my vote does little. However, many others many others also heard you, Elon, Rogan, etc. I want to say this. It is because of you in California who voted Trump won the popular vote. Yep. And that is the mandate.
Yes. God bless you.
That is what we needed, and we got there. This is incredible. We will be back tomorrow, and I imagine tomorrow night's show is going to be dealing with all of the cope and seethe, and we will have smiles on our faces.
Mind that salt. Mind the salt.
Get it, baby.
Mind
all right, everybody.
the salt.
Thank you all so much for hanging out for the past 9 hours. We will see you all tomorrow
Good night,
night.
America.